Transformed into Eve Freely, the eldest daughter of one of the 28 sacred families, she must complete the exclusive quests of all protagonists to survive and fulfill her desires. However, as the narrative unfolds, she realizes that the gazes of those around her begin to shift unnaturally. The situation is far more complex than she had envisioned. Chapter 1. Eve Freely. Surrounded by utter darkness, a shimmering silver light flickers at the center. There lies a girl exquisite as a doll in a deep slumber. Her porcelain-like face, as white as snow, is framed by cascading silver hair, half obscuring her gently quivering, elongated lashes. Countless black, viscous tendrils ensnare her tightly, nearly enveloping her entire form, revealing only a faint red mark upon her slender neck. It is only upon closer inspection that one can discern the shadowy figures cloaked in hoods encircling her. Shall we awaken her? A voice rasps from beneath the hood, its gray eyes dark and profound, infused with a strain of emotion. Certainly not, she will escape. Another voice, deep and resonant, responds, as a tall figure with haunting blue eyes extends a hand toward the bound girl. I've already stated, none are entitled to touch her. A hand grips his fiercely, the golden hazel eyes beneath the hood glimmering with a dangerous, almost pathological intensity. Enough. A clear, melodious voice halts their movements, and the remaining hooded figures cast their gazes toward the man in front. The voice belongs to a man with icy blue eyes, who narrows them, leering ambiguously and overtly at the girl's crimson lips. He turns, his long fingers tracing through the darkness as if activating something. Then, since we have made our decision, let us commence. The Freely Manor, shrouded in silence for so long, now blazes with light. Peering through the grand, ornate windows, one can observe elegantly attired individuals engaged in lively conversation. A striking young man clad in black attire leans languidly against a corner of the hall, his fingers raking through his hair, slicked back with volubious hair gel, returning it to its naturally tousled state. Sirius Black sneers disdainfully at the hypocritical pureblood wizards before him. Just as he prepares to scoff, a glint of silver catches his eye. A girl descends the staircase from the second floor. Her silver hair cascades over her shoulders, adorned simply with a black hairpin, revealing her pale, delicate visage. The light gray gown, cinched at the waist, sways gracefully with her movements, reminiscent of the ethereal mist rising at dusk, accompanied by a tantalizing chill that suddenly solidifies into a bewitching form. Navigating through the throngs of people, she locates the rebellious boy. His silver eyes meet hers, brightening with an unexpected spark, the radiant lights reflecting in his gaze like a constellation of stars. Sirius's dark gray eyes widen in astonishment. An unfamiliar sensation surges within him, a peculiar joy intertwined with overwhelming anger and pain. It pierces through his heart like a punishing curse from his mother, Volubia, and reverberates, striking heavily at his temples. The world around him teeters on the brink of chaos, unraveling the order he once knew. This tumultuous, intricate emotional tempest is unlike anything he has ever felt. The boy presses his palm to his forehead. Brother? A younger boy, resembling him closely, approaches, brows furrowed with concern for his sibling. Regulus, still obediently adorned with the copious hair gel bestowed by Volubia, gazes enviously at Sirius's disheveled, shoulder-length hair. It is only when he notices his brother's pained, complex expression directed toward the staircase that he glimpses today's protagonist, the eldest daughter of the Freely family. Undoubtedly, she is a being favored by the Creator. Resplendent and pure, akin to the fairies he had once encountered in storybooks, she shines brilliantly. Yet Regulus clutches his chest. Though she smiles in their direction, he feels no excitement, only a suffocating ache rising from deep within. Eve delicately adjusts her gown, descending the stairs with measured grace. As she maintains her smile, the mechanical prompt echoes in her mind. Quest. Gain the loyalty of Sirius Black. Quest. Alter the fate of Regulus Black. The girl furrows her elegant brows. The nature of these tasks feels somewhat abstract. Moreover, she is merely a background character, a passerby Freely who, as a member of the sacred 28 families, is entirely unmentioned in the original narrative. Her parents perished during her childhood, leaving only her elderly grandfather. The original soul fell into a slumber after the tumult of magic unleashed by her parents' demise, until her consciousness from another world unexpectedly entered this vessel months ago. The memories of her former life are scant. She only recalls being on the brink of adulthood when she perished. To survive in this world is contingent upon certain conditions. On the day she awakened in this realm, Eve opened her eyes to the mechanical voice resonating within her mind. Main system has been corrected. Host Eve Freely has been bound. Survival condition. Complete the character-specific quests assigned by the system. The girl pauses, lowering her gaze, her expression inscrutable. Moments later, a gentle, soothing voice resonates. Quests? Conditions for survival. Does this imply that failure results in death? Indeed. The soul will be obliterated. Obliterated, the silver-haired girl lightly twirls a strand of her soft hair, her lashes casting halos in the interplay of light and shadow. How frightful. Detecting the host's insincere sentiments, the system remains silent for a few moments before presenting new conditions. If successful, the host may realize 3 wishes. Any wish. Any wish. Her heart feels like a taut string, plucked by the notion of wishes, as she lowers her gaze, slowly scrutinizing her slender, pale wrist, feeling the vibrant heartbeat within this. Body.it is rather pleasant. Eve gently curves her lips into a smile. Then, please enlighten me about this world, dear system. Eve freely had a quarrel with the Black brothers during her childhood. The system reveals to Eve an incident from the original host's 4th year, where she had thrown mud at young Regulus and delivered a punch to Sirius, leaving the gray-eyed boy bloody in the final frame. The little girl proudly raises her chin, imperiously commanding them to be her servants. Eve cannot help but twitch her lips. The original host's temperament likely mirrors that of a malicious supporting character. Even without having done anything yet, she has already become a childhood nightmare for certain boys. Eve swiftly reestablishes her composure as she descends the staircase. As she approaches, Sirius instinctively steps back. The dull pain in his heart has yet to subside and intensifies with her proximity. The haughty air of the Black family bows his head, his dark lashes casting shadows over his misty gray eyes, his full crimson lips pressed tightly together, exuding a palpable aversion toward Eve until the lady in a deep gray gown draws him closer. Sirius, do not be so rude, greet Miss Freely properly. The young boy, akin to a fledgling chick, found himself held by the nape of his neck by his mother, compelled to bow in a manner that was decidedly less refined than the impeccable gentlemanly gesture executed by the meticulously composed Regulus beside him. With a resentful glare, he fixated on the hem of Eve's black evening gown, which was adorned with exquisitely embroidered patterns characteristic of nobility. Although she was no longer as detestable as in their childhood, she remained an ostentatious, nauseating fool, proud of her pure blood lineage. Yet, in the next moment, he caught sight of the girl's delicate, alabaster fingers lifting gracefully as she gently wrapped her arm around Walburga's, smiling with the softness of an innocent child, thus liberating poor Sirius from her grasp. Mrs. Black, you need not be so formal. And Eve, still encircling Walburga's arm, slightly tilted her head, her silver eyes crescent-shaped and her smile sweet. The young Mr. Blacks are both exceptional. Though it was the most transparent of pleasantries, Regulus could still discern a sincere cadence in the syllables that rolled off Eve's lips. This caused the young boy to blush quietly. Meanwhile, his brother rubbed the back of his neck, which had turned crimson from Walburga's grip, and casually glanced towards Eve. The girl met his gaze, winking playfully as her petal-like, rosy lips parted. Illicure hair. Sirius regretted recognizing her whispered secret. It sent his heart racing. Once more frustrated, he ruffled his dark hair even more, attempting to shield his involuntarily reddening cheeks. Chapter 2 Mastery. Observing the starkly contrasting expressions of the 2 young men, Eve delicately raised an eyebrow. It appeared that Master Blake was indeed more obstinate and challenging than expected. Shifting her gaze, she feigned rapt attention to Woolberg, who was articulating his desire for a charming girl akin to her, while delicately sipping her red tea. Pardon me, Miss Freely, Mrs. Blake. A low, mellifluous male voice drifted from beside the 2. Eve turned her head to find a tall gentleman beside her, who removed his dark green top hat, revealing long platinum hair. His indifferent gray-blue eyes, upon encountering Eve, suddenly adorned themselves with a fade of feigned warmth. It is a pleasure to see you, Miss Freely, fully recovered. Perhaps you may not recall, but I am Abraxas Malfoy, and this is my son, Lucius Malfoy. Abraxas inclined his head, gesturing for the similarly platinum-haired youth to bow to Eve. Task, to become the pride of Lucius Malfoy. Lucius executed a flawlessly elegant gentlemanly bow, the ends of his light golden hair loosely ensnared by a black satin ribbon, swaying slightly with his movements. His black suit accentuated his broad shoulders and long legs, resembling a miniature version of Abraxas. His expression mirrored that of his father, cold and detached. Yet, when the girl before him lifted her chin to meet his gaze, the rigidity of his countenance softened ever so slightly. Lucius's finely pointed chin lowered as he looked down at the girl who evoked both familiarity and strangeness within him. She appeared utterly transformed from her childhood, her cherubic face now adorned with a graceful and gentle smile, devoid of the spoiled petulance of yore. As their eyes locked, a sudden haze enveloped Eve's vision, akin to a veil of mist. When the fog dissipated, a youthful figure emerged. He sat upon an armchair, his usually tightly bound black silk ribbon now absent, his tousled light golden hair clinging to his brow from perspiration, rendering him both disheveled and alluring. The collar that typically fastened tightly at his throat was now wide open, revealing a vast expanse of muscular skin gleaming like cold white marble under the sun, rising and falling with his hurried breaths. The young Lucius gazed at her with a damp, longing look, his eyes tinged with crimson, even his normally pale cheeks flushed with vibrant color. A silver-haired woman pressed her knee against his thigh, grasping the missing black ribbon in her hand. The crumpled fabric obediently coiled around her fingers, much like the young man beneath her, who appeared equally malleable to her whims. Her other hand glided along the collar she had tugged open, tracing the elegant curve of his collarbone, down over the satin-smooth yet firm texture of his skin, her fingertips delving into the hem of his shirt. As anticipated, he emitted a soft groan. Eve. His breath carried a searing warmth, as he called her name. It is all right. You may rely on me a little more, need me a little more. She distinctly felt the muscle in his thigh tighten beneath her knee, radiating an undeniable heat. Pfft. The red tea Eve had just sipped nearly escaped her lips at the scene flashing before her mind. This was not the vehicle bound for kindergarten. The original host had harbored affections for Lucius during childhood. Encountering him seems to have triggered residual fantasies. Currently in the process of restoration, the system coldly elucidated the restrictive imagery that had just unfolded. Those visions vanished in an instant, and young Lucius's poker face reappeared before Eve. Confronted with this starkly contrasting visage, Eve felt an overwhelming embarrassment for her shameless imaginings, nearly wishing to retreat into an abyss. She struggled to maintain a composed smile, offering Lucius a quintessential curtsy. Lucius observed the girl before him, whose silver eyes blinked languidly under his gaze, a hint of crimson creeping up to her ears like radiant blossoms unfurling in the tender spring. His fingertips twitched momentarily, then stilled. An impulsive desire surged within him to caress her ear tip, to ascertain if it truly felt as warm and soft as the petals of flowers basking in the spring sun. My dear, your cheeks are quite flushed. Are you feeling unwell? Woolberg noticed the young lady's deteriorating condition, her pallid face now adorned with a flush. She hastily rose, only to be gently halted by Eve's smiling gesture. I am quite well, Mrs. Blake. The potion my grandfather prepared is proving quite effective. The original hostess body had slumbered for an extended period, resulting in occasional fatigue upon her awakening. Her grandfather had specifically summoned the finest potion master to concoct a remedy, enabling her swift recovery. However, it was not fatigue she felt now, but rather the sudden onset of embarrassment. Yet, she cleverly seized upon the pretext of consuming the potion to hastily escape from Lucius's presence. Lucius curled his fingers into his palm, his eyelashes lowering. Lucius. Abraxas picked up his cane and took a few steps toward the guests, only to find his son still standing in place, a shadow of gloom discernible on his otherwise impassive face, a cloud only a father could perceive. The youth raised his head and calmly approached Abraxas. There is nothing amiss, father. Lucius had discerned the embarrassment and fluster on Eve's face. She seemed no longer as fond of him as she had been in childhood. He cast a glance in the direction she had departed, an unsettling discomfort arising within him at this lack of control. In the lounge, a sharp crack echoed. A small elf materialized before Eve, after deeply bowing to her. It regarded her with concern in its bulging eyes. Momo has come to deliver medicine to Miss Eve. It is all Momo's fault for not noticing the young lady's discomfort. The elf reverently presented a steaming cup of potion to Eve, watching her drink it, suppressing the instinct to punish itself. When her young mistress awoke and first witnessed her self-punishment, the once cheerful girl had donned a stern expression, commanding her never to harm herself again. Eve gazed at the tearful Momo and gently poked her forehead. No, Momo did splendidly. Hearing her mistress's praise, the elf's large eyes blinked in surprise, bashfully wriggling its body, only to be reminded of another matter after a moment. Miss Eve, young master not came to find you earlier, but he did not see you. Just as Momo's words fell, a calm knock resonated from the door of the lounge. Chapter 3. Not is also an extra. As Mitchell not entered through the door, the girl who had been seated in the redwood armchair rose gracefully, greeting him with a sweet smile. I was just wondering when you would arrive. She furrowed her brow slightly, the corners of her eyes drooping in a manner that exuded an endearing sense of grievance. The tall young man in a tailcoat bent down, bestowing a courteous kiss upon the back of her hand. How could I possibly miss the soiree hosted by Miss Eve? Mitchell's deep blue, elongated eyes peered through thick black lashes as he gazed up at Eve. His crimson lips curled into a subtle smile, one that seemed to conceal an underlying frost behind a gossamer veil, discernible only upon close inspection. Eve withdrew her hand, which had been kissed by Mitchell, to her back. The small patch of skin he had touched felt cool, as though caressed by the tongue of a serpent. Just like Mitchell not himself. He was 2 years older than Eve freely and, in the original narrative, a rather peripheral character. He was, after all, the son of Theodore Knott. The Knotte family, as one of the venerable sacred 28, embodies a dangerous obsession, albeit not as frenzied as that of the Gunter family. Eve had profoundly sensed this during her first month of awakening. It was in that inaugural month, as she languidly reclined in a garden armchair of the manor, savoring the potion served to her by Momo. Oh, my poor Eve. The voice accompanied a tall, slender man who doffed his top hat, striding over the low fence to embrace her. The poor child must be in great pain. The upheaval of magical power is perilous, Merlin. You've lost so much weight. The man's anxious rambling was punctuated with a grip so tight it ached her bones, until a young boy behind him intervened, gently separating them and rescuing Eve from the man's suffocating embrace. Michelle offered Eve a serene smile. Meanwhile, she heard the system issue her first task. Uncover the secret of Michel Nate. I apologize for startling you, Miss Freely. This is my father, Howard Nate. He learned of your awakening and was eager to meet you. His emotions may have gotten a bit out of hand. Please forgive him. Contrary to his calm demeanor, the hand that gripped Howard's arm was taut with tension, as if restraining a beast on the verge of madness. Due to her grandfather's close friendship with Howard, Eve and Michelle began to see each other frequently from that moment onward. At some point, the boy began to call her by her given name, Eve. Michelle's voice was deep and sonorous, with a soft lilt, as if reciting the name of a beloved. If it weren't for the system's characterization of Michel as dark and obsessive, Eve might have almost believed he was a gentle and kind youth. He sat elegantly before her, legs crossed, holding a hand-drawn book, his gaze penetrating through his dark fringe, as though he could see a soul not belonging to this body. Michelle's long fingers extended, gently twirling the shimmering ends of her silver hair. Eve, are you afraid of me? Noticing her slight recoil, he averted his gaze, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. Eve exhaled softly, gradually straightening her rigid posture. She had already witnessed the Nate family's neuroses through Howard. This boy, while appearing normal and gentle, was not entirely so. For instance, just moments ago, Michel casually tapped on a dynamic image of a praying mantis, explaining, after mating, the female mantis devours the male, ensuring the continuity of her lineage. He tilted his head, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. In a way, this is quite beneficial. One need not worry about betrayal or loss of affection. To merge one's flesh with that of a beloved, becoming a source of sustenance for them, is indeed a form of happiness. He noticed the subtle change in Eva's expression. Merlin, how young is he to harbor such perilous thoughts? In response to Michelle's inquiry about her fear of him, Eve chose to be partially candid, for this perceptive boy could detect if she was being dishonest. To be honest, that notion is somewhat extreme, Michelle. She closed the book, pouring warm water from the kettle into a porcelain cup, the gentle sound of flowing water mirroring her clear voice. She pushed the teacup toward Michelle. Though I do not fully comprehend, should love fade, I would still wish him happiness and joy as he embarks on the next chapter of his life. The tender girl tilted her head, gazing directly at him. Sunlight streamed through the scattered leaves, illuminating her smooth profile. Her silver eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the sky. Michelle remained silent for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. Yet the next instant, as if struck by a thought, his expression darkened momentarily. What are you pondering, Eve? His gentle voice broke her reverie. She returned to the present, her silver hair adorned with black bead flowers swaying with her movement. I was thinking that Michel looks rather handsome today. The boy paused, then narrowed his eyes, a slow smile spreading across his face. To receive a compliment from Miss Eve is my utmost honor. Little deceiver, she thought, you weren't even paying attention to me. Chapter 4. Favoritism and Jealousy. Months after the banquet, Eve received her very own owl letter. While this was a commonplace occurrence in the magical world, her grandfather, Roland Freely, was still beaming with joy. The white-bearded elder sat by the candlelit table, using a magnifying glass to meticulously read the elegant English script. Welcome, dear Miss Eve Freely, to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. My little Eve is indeed the best. He gently patted the shimmering silver strands of hair of his granddaughter, his weathered eyes reflecting boundless affection for the young girl. In Diagon Alley, at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, a golden-haired girl leaned against a mirror, observing the silver-haired girl trying on robes. Narcissa, with her golden locks cascading behind her, sifted through the remaining wizarding robes, then lifted her gaze to scrutinize Eve. The girl in the mirror had slightly drooping eyes, her clear gaze appearing soft and obedient, reminiscent of the exquisite dolls she and Andromeda had admired in shop windows during their childhood. See, the girl trying on the robes exclaimed as she jumped down from the fitting platform, wrapping her arms around Narcissa. Do you think this looks good? Narcissa's delicate fingers trembled slightly as she caught sight of Eve's pale, soft face mere inches from hers, nearly causing her to tear the buttons from the robe in a flutter of heartbeats. It's beautiful, Narcissa murmured, unable to resist gently pinching Eve's cheek. The sensation was akin to cool, soft cheese infused with a generous drizzle of honey. Narcissa Black's favoritism 10, current progress 10. Eve squinted her eyes with satisfaction. noting that her invitation for Narcissa to accompany her to Diagon Alley had yielded positive results. Narcissa did not withdraw her finger, but instead let it glide gently along the girl's cheek. From the very first moment she met Eve, there was an inexplicable feeling. Their bond seemed destined to be closer. Let the journey to becoming the greatest sorceress commence from here. Sirius, let us go. With the sudden exclamation, the door to Madame Malkin's shop flung open, flooding the entrance with brilliant sunlight and illuminating the dark-haired boy standing there. His fair complexion was speckled with light brown freckles, and his hazel eyes were obscured by large black-framed glasses, yet they could not conceal the youthful fervor radiating from him. His tousled hair stood erect, setting him apart with a distinctive charm. Task aroused James Potter's jealousy. He had his arm slung over another boy familiar to Eve, Sirius Black. However, upon seeing the two girls in the shop, Sirius's rebellious and youthful bravado dissipated like mist in the sunlight, vanishing into the shop's shadows. Eve discreetly smirked. His emotions should not be too overt. Sirius slowly lowered his arm from James Potter's shoulders, unable to shake off an odd sense of embarrassment. The silver-haired girl standing at the fitting platform exuded elegance, clad in a new robe adorned with silver trim, while he and James had just been playing pranks across the street in Nocturne Alley, covered in dust. In contrast to Eve, they resembled two clumsy clowns. The shop door began to close slowly due to inertia. Sirius, you. Narcissa furrowed her brow, gazing at the eldest scion of the Black family, who appeared utterly disheveled and lacked the demeanor befitting a pure-blood aristocrat. She drew her wand, intending to restore him to a pristine state, only to have Sirius evade her efforts. He turned his head away, ignoring his cousin's words and concern, as though pricked by 1,000 needles upon his back, and instead pulled James towards the exit. James scratched his head, making his dark hair stand even more upright. The silver-haired girl across from him evoked the image of the moon reflected upon a pond, her beauty so ethereal that a mere poke would shatter the illusion, leaving behind a poignant sense of loss. However, the dark-haired boy blinked, dismissing this sudden and peculiar sensation from his mind. He flashed a typical James-style grin, and waved at the two girls opposite him, only to be tugged back by Sirius. Hey, why are you dragging me, Sirius? And she's calling you. James pointed towards Narcissa, yet he was still persistently pulled away by his brother. Eve's voice pierced the air, causing Sirius to halt abruptly. Gentlemen, we are ready for your fitting. Eve's smile faded as she stepped down from the fitting room. Grasping Narcissa's hand, she passed by Sirius and James. The coolness of Eve's voice brushed past Sirius's ears like a chilling wind. The absence of pleasantries had little to do with disdain for purebloods, and everything to do with common courtesy. The door of Muggle's shop closed once more, leaving only the two previously exuberant boys inside. The warmth brought by their earlier antics dissipated, leaving behind a sharp chill. Wow, brother, you've made her angry, James remarked, tugging at the crumpled collar of Sirius's shirt, placing his hand behind his head as he surveyed the decor of the room before turning back to his good friend. Sirius stood there, somewhat dazed, his beautiful gray eyes wide open, the black pupils dilated, and his tousled black hair hanging down like a puppy chastised, ears pinned back. But that girl, James gestured towards Eve, indicating her height with a downward motion of his palm. She has been watching you since we entered. A mischievous grin crept onto his face as he elbowed Sirius playfully. Perhaps she fancies you. Sirius's ears twitched slightly. His dilated pupils constricted. His suddenly stiff limbs began to warm, and his heart thumped lightly in response to James's teasing. Don't be ridiculous, who would like someone like that? He mumbled, ultimately refraining from uttering any words that might imply the foolishness of pureblood superiority. Eve, you needn't speak on my behalf, Narcissa said, glancing down at the girl still holding her hand, gripping it tightly in return. Sissy, you are simply too kind. Eve turned, meeting Narcissa's gaze with her own gray eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to those of the Black family. Yet there was a subtle difference. Narcissa's gray had a bluish tinge, reminiscent of the clear sky after a rainstorm. The blonde girl smiled, her eyes curving with delight. Narcissa Black's affection level 10, current progress 20. In contrast to Narcissa's eyes, Sirius's were a translucent and unequivocal gray, allowing one to peer straight to the depths of his soul, mirroring his stubborn nature that refused to turn back, even when faced with adversity. From her encounters and the knowledge gleaned about the system, she perceived that this gray-eyed boy possessed a distinct sense of morality. If he were aware of his wrongdoing, he might not admit it aloud, but his heart would waver rapidly. Moreover, he was driven by a formidable inner conviction, relentlessly pursuing a goal, even if it meant enduring great pain. This was indicative of the unique obsession and madness characteristic of the Black family. As Eve returned a smile to Narcissa, the system's prompt chimed in. Sirius Black's loyalty level 5, current progress 5. The silver-haired girl blinked, a sly smile gracing her lips. Chapter 5, Contradictory Wishes. It had been a long time since she had seen the children of the Pruitt family. The gray-haired Ollivander descended from the narrow staircase, resting his arms atop a stack of empty wand boxes, his eyes twinkling as he looked down at Eve. The Ollivander wand shop was dim and cramped, with wand boxes piled high. "And how is your wand working for you, Miss Black?" Narcissa cast a glance at the thick layer of dust on the window pane, catching sight of several red-haired figures approaching outside, and she subtly frowned as she responded to Ollivander. "Quite well, sir. Let me see which wand would suit Miss Pruitt." The girl raised her silver eyes, peering through the hundreds, if not thousands, of wand boxes, and spoke before Ollivander could retrieve one. "The second wand from the left on the third shelf down, sir." Ollivander paused, raising his gray eyebrows in surprise as he gazed at Eve for a moment, but then proceeded to the cabinet, pulling out the wand. Vine would they sense their owner the moment they stepped through the door. He stroked the tip of the wand, which emitted a few disgruntled sparks. "Dragon heartstring, 10¼ inches. He handed the wand to Eve, watching her deftly grasp the end and wave it as though she had been using it for ages. "It's truly remarkable how wands and their owners can choose one another." "No, sir, I merely felt that it was waiting for me." Eve was somewhat familiar with this wand, which made her suspicious. "System, did you help me choose this?" The system remained silent for a few moments before responding in a slightly lower tone. "Yes." The previously muffled sounds of argument outside grew louder as a crowd approached. Eve heard a girl's voice growing increasingly agitated. "Ugh." Peering through the window in the door, she saw a family of redheads standing at the entrance of the wand shop. One of the taller girls, with golden hair, held a birdcage, her face displaying a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance as she shouted at her younger sister. "Stop talking nonsense. I've never liked this place. I hate magic." Petunia Evans tossed aside the owl cage she was holding and ran off without a backward glance. Petunia. In this magical realm, so foreign to them Muggles, the Evans parents clearly could not consider the feelings of their magically gifted younger daughter. Instead, in a moment of panic, they chose to chase after their eldest daughter. Lily Evans slowly knelt down, picking up the cage her sister had thrown on the ground, feeling the cool breeze of late summer. She empathized with her sister's frustration at being unable to wield magic, yet still felt the sting of misplaced anger. The wire atop the cage had been bent out of shape, much like the irreparable rift between her and her sister. "Restore it to its original state." She heard a gentle voice nearby. The cage returned to its former shape with a flick of the wand. Lily turned her head to see the silver-haired girl who had been standing at the entrance of the wand shop. She had been on the steps, and upon noticing Lily glance her way, she supported herself on her knees and extended her hand towards her. The girl's beautiful silver lashes fluttered as her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. "Do you need assistance in selecting a wand, dear miss?" Ollivander assisted Lily in choosing a wand made of willow. Given the flexibility and wisdom symbolized by willow wood, it was indeed a fitting choice for this clever and brave young girl. After all, she was still a child. The red-haired girl had already set aside her earlier grievances, focusing intently on the wand in her hand. In the once tear-filled, emerald eyes that harbored a wealth of grievances, only the pure joy of possessing her beloved object now shimmered. Eve propped her chin on her hand, gazing at the smile adorning Lily's cherubic face, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of nurturing attachment, particularly when she heard the system's notification chime. Task: assist Lily Evans in achieving happiness. Yet another task steeped in abstraction. From the system, she learned that Lily Evans had married James Potter early in the original narrative, and had met her demise at the hands of Voldemort shortly after giving birth to Harry. Clearly, this could not be deemed a so-called happy ending. But what should Lily's happiness truly entail? Eve? Although Eve had encouraged Lily to address her by her given name, the red-haired girl felt a tinge of shyness as she uttered it. "Yes, Lily. Lily Evans, happiness 10. Current progress 10. The silver-haired girl snapped back to reality, offering a gentle smile in response to Lily. Lily relished the sound of Eve calling her name. The way those lovely lips formed the syllables of her name, imbued with a melodic lilt that concealed a tone of affection, sent delightful shivers coursing through her body. Narcissa, standing nearby, bit her lip in silence, stubbornly clutching Eve's hand. Due to her family's upbringing, she had always detested conversing with Muggle-born children. Yet for Eve's sake, she bore her discomfort without storming off. What irked her further was that the gaze which rightfully belonged to her was now monopolized by this unexpectedly charming redhead. When the Evans couple returned, panting, to retrieve their daughter, Narcissa finally exhaled in relief. Releasing Eve's hand, she hurried a few paces ahead, masking her ungraceful expression of relief at the departure of the troublesome little girl. "Eve, come here, we still have some books to buy." The silver-haired girl wore a beaming smile. I'll be right there. Contrary to her swift reply, Eve slowed her pace at the mouth of a narrow alley. There, hunched in the shadows, was a gaunt boy. His dark eyes were veiled by unkempt, greasy bangs, but could not conceal the coldness and solitude that emanated from his gaze. His shirt bore a hole scorched by a cigarette butt, and his ill-fitting trousers hung loosely at his waist. He fixed his stare on Eve, who tilted her head in return, speaking softly enough for only the two of them to hear. You needn't worry about Lily. She is quite all right, sir. In stark contrast to his hostile and exclusionary glare, her demeanor radiated a remarkable gentleness, stirring a faint sense of guilt within Severus Snape. He felt a curious blend of shyness and strange anticipation rise from his chest, clogging his throat with warmth. This was a stark departure from the barren past he had known. Eve, of undoubtedly pure blood lineage, showed such kindness and affection to a wizard of Muggle descent. It filled him with a newfound hope for the magical world. But could it be merely a facade? As this thought crossed his mind, the shadow of gloom returned to Severus' features, and the warmth in his throat transformed into a sticky chill that rendered him speechless. Indeed, he should not harbor hopes. He should not trust anyone. In his world, only he and Lily truly understood one another, worthy of mutual reliance. Sensing the boy's originally soft gaze sharpen into something more piercing, Eve gently shook her head. She understood what he was thinking. Severus had been lurking in the unseen shadows since Lily had quarreled with her sister Petunia at the entrance of the wand shop. However, his current disheveled state would not aid Lily in any way, so he could only remain hidden, clutching his mother's wand, prepared to unleash a self-taught curse upon the thoughtless Petunia at any moment. Task: fulfill Severus Snape's wish. Severus Snape's wish 10 current progress 10. Compared to Lily's happiness, Snape's task was far more comprehensible. Yet, given the mutual affection between Lily and James in the original storyline, these two tasks might indeed be at odds. Eve chose to disregard Severus' suddenly sharp gaze, nodding to him in farewell, turning back to respond to Narcissa's urging. Her expression a blend of indifference and intrigue. Let her see just how grand Severus Snape's wish truly was. Chapter 6. The Stalemated Afternoon Tea. The weather on the day of the school opening was splendid. Despite it being September, the afternoon sun remained warm and inviting. Roland de Frépouted, wiping away tears as he watched the train carrying his granddaughter slowly depart. The Hogwarts Express was filled with the lively chatter of students. However, Eve's compartment was notably tranquil. Narcissa stowed away her silencing wand and opened the small suitcase she had been carrying. A delicate, glazed pink teapot and 2 white porcelain cups floated out from the case. The teapot poured steaming tea automatically, gracefully gliding to the table beside them. Also emerging from Narcissa's unblemished suitcase were various flavors of soft, sweet butter cookies. The elegance of the Black family was vividly reflected in Narcissa. Leaning forward, she pushed a cup towards Eve, her light golden hair brushing against Eve's, intertwining the brilliant gold with silver. This is white tea my father procured from a merchant in China, with a lingering sweet aftertaste. The golden-haired girl leaned closer, her cheek brushing past Eve's silvery locks, inadvertently bringing her profile nearer to Eve's lips as she pretended to savor the fragrant steam. I thought you would certainly enjoy it. Narcissa lifted her gaze, allowing her gray eyes to drift over Eve's delicate lips. The young lady of the Black family was indeed meticulous. Even preparing coasters and engaging in the ritual of pouring and savoring tea. A low, rich male voice broke the moment, laced with a hint of mockery. Narcissa's eyes shot up, glaring at the boy across from her. Mr. Knott, as a gentleman, you should quietly keep your mouth shut and vacate this compartment during the girls' afternoon tea. The boy merely smirked, crossing his arms over his chest. His thin lips curving in a thoughtful arc. Mr. Rowland specifically instructed me to look after little Eve. It is my responsibility to remain by her side. He leisurely drew out his wand and with a simple flick, an assortment of pastries such as tiramisu and Napoleon cake appeared on the plate beside the cookies, filling the table to the brim. Surely, an afternoon tea for young ladies would be rather monotonous with only cookies. Narcissa's brows twitched slightly as she swiftly reached for her handbag. I'll just have tea. The silver-haired girl's soft voice interrupted the brewing tension between the two. The two had already exchanged glances of disdain at the family gathering prior to the school year. Eve leaned back, resting her head on Narcissa's shoulder, whispering softly, "The tea is delightful, thank you, Narcissa." The girl's subtle, sweet scent of berries, mingled with her gentle words, wafted to Narcissa's nose and ears, instantly softening her previously furrowed brow. Narcissa Black's affection 10 current progress 30. Knott relaxed his tightly crossed arms, revealing a bemused expression that seemed to signal a truce with Narcissa. Although little Eve had declined his dessert, her lovely silver eyes lingered on the tiramisu for quite some time. Whether intentional or not, she had conveyed her understanding of their intentions. Thus, The girl he was so fond of proved to be quite the adept water-bearer. Eve tilted her head toward Narcissa, attempting to evade Knott's overly insistent gaze. Compared to Narcissa's task, Knott's felt more like a straightforward question and answer. There was no progress, only right or wrong. Regarding the response to Mitchell's secret, she attempted to narcissistically insert, "I like Eve free." However, she received an erroneous judgment. Yet the glances cast by the youth occasionally appeared profoundly deep, akin to the most shadowy valley, poised to engulf those entranced and plummeting into its depths. Bearing an alluring yet perilous illusion, Eve lowered her long lashes, missing Mitchell's gaze. Were it not for the mission at hand, she would have genuinely preferred to avoid engaging with such a duplicitous-minded boy. The previously tense atmosphere in the carriage subsided, only to be interrupted by the arrival of a new entrant. Lucius pulled open the closed carriage door, his light golden brows raised, his eyes descending to survey the table laden with confections, pausing as they flitted past Narcissa and Mitchell to rest upon Eve. "I believe Miss Free should sit with the first years, as it would facilitate a smoother integration into Hogwarts life." His words bore the official tone befitting a head boy, his stance and movements exuding a distinctive arrogance. He turned to close the door, his hands neatly positioned at his sides, as if ever conscious of his identity and status. Narcissa straightened her posture, yet her arm protectively encircled Eve. "With Eve, we are sufficiently covered." Mitchell cast a sidelong glance at Narcissa, chuckling lightly. "Those mischievous first years may discomfort Eve." Lucius pressed his pale lips into a straight line. This year, unusually, he had inspected one carriage after another. In previous years, he would have already settled into the head boy's compartment. He simply did not wish to admit that he harbored a slight concern that the silver-haired girl might secretly weep due to the overwhelming strangeness of her surroundings, or perhaps feel unwell due to her frail constitution. Upon seeing her nestled obediently beside Narcissa, Lucius felt both relieved and apprehensive. Undoubtedly, she would be shielded by the offspring of the 28 pure-blood families. Yet if she were by his side, he would ensure her protection was even more comprehensive. However, Lucius cast his gaze downward, a fleeting hint of embarrassment crossing his typically stern countenance. Despite having received the finest education in etiquette and social graces, he found himself at a loss on how to naturally position himself beside her, as Narcissa and Mitchell did, to convey a closer relationship. Closer? His slender fingers, tucked beneath the hem of his robe, hesitated momentarily. The illustrious Malfoy family required no unnecessary closeness to anyone, aside from matters of interest. Nevertheless, his light blue eyes shifted, and his fingers lightly tapped the wand concealed within his robe. The Free family's proficiency in potions warranted a bit more effort on his part to maintain the relationship. Lucius nodded slightly, satisfied with the rationale he had conjured. Thus he surveyed the seating arrangement of Narcissa and Eve, then glanced at Mitchell, who clearly wished for his departure. With a flick of his wand, he conjured an opulent armchair before gracefully seating himself. Casting an eye over the table piled high with food, Lucius pressed his lips together once more. Eve anticipated this austere and stern platinum-haired youth would critique their provisions, and was about to smile and offer an explanation when the sound of the carriage door opening again interrupted her. A cart brimming with snacks entered the relatively confined space of the carriage. Lucius waved his wand, pushing the existing food aside, and piled all the snacks from the cart onto the table. Chapter 7 Sorting. Upon disembarking, night had fallen. Despite Narcissa's reluctance, Eve had no choice but to follow the first-year students. Wrapped in Narcissa's thick scarf, receiving Mitchell's warming charm, and accompanied by Lucius's murmurs, Eve joined the throng of young wizards at the lakeside. A small figure darted from the crowd, rushing to Eve's side and grasping her hand. Lily's emerald eyes shimmered in the candlelight, resembling a beautiful gem that would never tarnish. "Eve, I've been searching for you." Her voice, though soft, was bright enough to attract several glances, including that of James, who was picking up stones to skip across the water, and the piercing gaze of Sirius. A third, gentler gaze also lingered, but from behind the crowd, Eve could only catch a glimpse of the boy's light brown hair and his worn yet tidy robe. Mission: eliminate Remus Lupin's claws. Remus's light hazel eyes observed the silver-haired girl toward whom Lily was rushing. The pristine and expensive robe, the poised demeanor, and the exquisitely lovely face belonged to the very person Evans had been incessantly mentioning in the same compartment, and the one who elicited a perpetual frown from his newly acquainted friend Sirius. He glanced down at his tattered robe, discreetly smoothing the tousled hair that James had ruffled. It felt as though he and she hailed from entirely different worlds. Furthermore, he had ample reasons to harbor insecurities that kept him at a distance from her. As Professor McGonagall led the trembling first years into the great hall, Lucius gazed at Eve among the crowd, imperceptibly nodding. Although Mitchell had cast a warming charm upon Eve, He remained unconvinced, so while Eve conversed with Narcissa, he discreetly layered another charm. Observing her small face, which remained rosy rather than pale like the other students from the cool breeze off the lake, Lucius's lips slowly curled upward before he was aware of it. Eve fixated on the dilapidated hat perched on the chair, which appeared to be singing. Although the system had already informed her of some basic details regarding Hogwarts, she still found the reality of it rather fascinating. Moreover, the expressions displayed by the hat as students donned it were particularly intriguing. For instance, the current Sirius. She wondered what he was conversing with the hat about, his handsome, fair face tightly contorted, his jaw clenched. After the hat swayed and shook for a considerable time, it finally emitted a thunderous proclamation. Gryffindor. The boy seated at the table exhaled with relief, a proud expression breaking across his face as he strode toward the warmly applauding scarlet and gold table. Professor McGonagall began calling the names of the young wizards in alphabetical order by surname. Eve Free. As Eve stepped forward at the sound of her name, placing the hat upon her head, it felt surprisingly light, unlike what she had envisioned, and an aged, husky voice directly entered her mind. Interesting. I cannot discern at a glance where you truly belong, child. Does the sorting hat have eyes? She hadn't noticed. Of course I have eyes, child. I can read your past and understand your innermost thoughts. However, you are somewhat unique. You lack a fervent thirst for knowledge, a relentless desire for exploration, and sufficient loyalty and integrity. The only thing you possess, albeit not strongly, is a goal that guides you forward. It pondered atop Eve's head for a considerable time. Below, whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Merlin, let us hope Miss Free joins Slytherin. Otherwise, this year's intake is all boys, muttered a stout boy huddled beside Lucius. His head boy immediately shot him a cold, piercing glare. Silence, Goyle. Lucius turned back to the front, his gaze fixed intently on the stage. She must belong to us, Eve. Narcissa nervously fidgeted with her fingers on the table, discarding the decorum of a lady. Her overly tense demeanor elicited soft laughter from the boy beside her. Do not fret so excessively, Miss Black. Eve will undoubtedly join Slytherin. Narcissa chose to ignore Mitchell's mockery, fearing he hadn't noticed the expression on her face. Those blue eyes, hidden beneath dark locks, radiated a malicious and terrifying light. It seemed that if the sorting hat declared that Eve belonged to another house, he would erupt like a long-dormant yet perilous volcano, ready to shatter that presumptuous hat into a myriad of pieces. James tugged at the rebellious tuft of hair at the back of his head, raising it even higher as he whispered with Remus, who was waiting, and Sirius, who sat close by. How slow this is. When will the handsome me make my entrance? By the way, shouldn't Freely go to Slytherin? Remus frowned for a moment, hesitantly chiming in. Perhaps Miss Freely is more suited to another house? Maybe Gryffindor? James let out an exuberant yelp, prompting Professor McGonagall to cast a disapproving glance in his direction. He quickly covered his mouth, muttering, that wouldn't be too bad. After all, she has a decent rapport with Evans, and I quite like her. Sirius's elbow struck the table with a resounding thud, interrupting James's fervent discourse. Miss Freely would be better off avoiding such a boisterous and inelegant place. A dreary and dogmatic environment would suit her far more, he remarked with a sardonic smirk. And why on earth would James fancy that sort of person? A peculiar feeling surged within him. He was uncertain whether it was due to James's affections or the discomfort that James's affections evoked in him. Just then, the sorting hat finally erupted in a resounding proclamation. Slytherin. James shook his head, a smug expression of foreknowledge on his face as he declared loudly, my astute intellect knew my predictions would prove correct. With a bang, Sirius's elbow once again slammed against the table. His countenance darkened to the point where it seemed as if a storm might break forth from his face at any moment. If there had been plates and cups on the table, Remus was certain he would have overturned them all. Professor McGonagall ground her teeth, deciding that if those two rascals made any more noise, she would ensure they faced the consequences. Chapter 8. Her Utility. Upon seeing Eve approach the Slytherin table, Lucius displayed a composed and dignified demeanor, raising his arms to be the first to applaud her arrival. Goyle stared in astonishment at his leader. This was a privilege that no other new Slytherin had received in the past few years, not even this year. He quickly raised his own hand, joining in the applause for the silver-haired girl with enthusiasm. It appeared that from this day forth, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and even the notoriously antagonistic Gryffindor would recognize that this new Slytherin was under the protection of the Malfoy family. During dinner, Eve ate a bit more than usual, as Narcissa constantly eyed her, placing pieces of sliced steak and honey-drenched toast onto her plate. Eve leaned back, attempting to evade Narcissa's overly zealous feeding. Although her placement in Slytherin had quickly elevated Narcissa's favoritism by 20 points, The affection and indulgence she displayed were somewhat overwhelming for Eve. Rapid progress was not always a blessing. Lucius, unusually, did not dawdle over his meal, but instead consumed it swiftly. After finishing, he strode towards the gathering of new Slytherins. He glanced towards the end of the long table, hearing the soft plea of the silver-haired girl. "Sissy, no more." Eve grasped Narcissa's wrist, halting her fork's advance, shaking her head with a look of pitiful resistance. Her cheeks were round and full, stuffed with food like a hamster preparing for winter. Losing her balance, the girl leaned back, only to be caught by Lucius, who happened to be passing by. His touch was as smooth and soft as his robes. A gentle pressure revealed the delicate contours of her shoulders, still imbued with the chill from the lakeside. Lucius's gray-blue eyes darkened suddenly as he lowered his gaze. Noting how his broad and powerful hand enveloped her shoulder, the warmth of his palm radiating through the fabric and onto Eve. The heat prompted the girl to glance up at the man above her. Accompanied by the notification of Lucius's Pride 5, current progress 15, Eve observed Lucius's somewhat indifferent, even peculiar, expression. She had always found it difficult to decipher Lucius Malfoy. He was a staunch advocate of self-interest, cold and proud of his bloodline. His exquisite face often bore a mask of indifference, only revealing a facade of congeniality in social settings. Thus, to become Lucius's pride, she needed to capture his favor in some regard. Yet, considering the 10 points she had already garnered from the sorting, it appeared she still held sufficient utility in his eyes. With this thought in mind, Eve diligently chewed her food while offering a polite smile to the aloof upperclassman. The young girl before him had a delicate chin, her cheeks flushed from the warmth of the meal, and her silver eyes shimmered like a moonlit stream. Her lips stained a deep crimson from cherry juice. Lucius's gaze lingered on her lips as he heard Eve's gentle voice. "I apologize, Mr. Malfoy. My mouth was full a moment ago, so I couldn't respond immediately." The platinum-haired boy's hand, resting on her shoulder, recoiled as if burned, his gaze dropping as his pale gold lashes fluttered. After a moment, he coolly murmured, "Remember to find me later. The upperclassman needs to guide the first years." He cleared his throat heavily and hurried away. The Slytherin common room was located in the basement, where light struggled to penetrate, adorned with serpentine patterns and silver-green embellishments. A fire always blazed in the hearth, sufficient to dispel the dampness and chill. This reminded her of the jests other students made about the Slytherin lounge. Perhaps Slytherin students might not leave with knowledge upon graduation, but they would certainly carry with them rheumatism and joint pain. Narcissa felt a twinge of regret. As Lucius had arranged for Eve to have a single room, she expressed her discontent with this decision. Those two cunning foxes must have done this on purpose. Not as very supportive of Malfoy when it comes to dorm arrangements, as if he is taking every precaution against her. Narcissa pounded her fist on Eve's pillow in frustration, then carefully adjusted the indentation. The Black family's strict and rigorous upbringing rarely allowed Narcissa to display such childish behavior. Though Eve regarded her as a mere character in her world, she still found her endearing due to this contrast. "Narcissa, you can come here to sleep with me often. We can discuss the interesting happenings at school together." Before Eve could finish her sentence, Narcissa tackled her. "Why am I a fifth year instead of a first year?" Eve heard the golden-haired girl who was tightly embracing her mutter in frustration. She did not reply, as she was slightly breathless from the hold. Eve found it hard to imagine what it would be like to fully earn Narcissa's favor. Chapter 9. The Invisible Strings. Who could have anticipated that the first lesson at Hogwarts would commence with a brawl between two factions? Slytherin and Gryffindor had always harbored mutual disdain. Yet, it was rare for a first-year class to devolve into chaos. The conflict ignited when Sirius accidentally tripped over Severus as they entered. By the time Eve arrived in the classroom, it had escalated into a full-blown skirmish. Lily was attempting to calm the agitated boys, but ended up being knocked over in the process. Before she could collide with the sharp corner of the classroom desk, a hand gently yet deftly pulled her back. Eve Lily gazed at the girl who had caught her. The ever-smiling girl furrowed her elegantly shaped brows upon hearing the system's notification. Lily Evans' happiness 2 current progress 8. At the back of the crowd, Severus Snape's wish 2. Eve pressed her fingers to her brow. The points were already few in number. Severus Snape's wish 3, current progress 5. TSK. The girl withdrew her wand. The progress she accumulated could be utilized as a meager amplification of magical power in reality, sufficient in comparison to other first-year students. Moreover, she had already studied a small portion of simple spells in her family's library before school commenced. However, once classes began, she discovered that many pureblood wizards were oblivious to even the most basic principles of sorting. This stood in stark contrast to the notion in certain countries that children must start ahead of the race. A small cluster of people was struck by a levitation charm, all floating effortlessly into the air, revealing a bruised Severus in the center, along with a similarly battered Sirius and James. Eve confirmed that there was no longer aggression on anyone's faces. The girl softly murmured, allowing everyone to descend back to the ground. Protecting your house's little slug, The esteemed lady of the Black family? Sirius watched as Eve approached Severus, slowly rising to his feet and ruffling his disheveled black hair. Despite his self-proclaimed disdain for her, he subconsciously wished not to appear too disheveled before Eve, at least enough to hold his head high with pride. Moreover, it seemed she was defending that slug. The mere thought sent his mind into a tumultuous frenzy, hot and painful. The dark-haired boy crossed his arms, tilting his chin upward, revealing a jawline that was gradually sharpening. Is this sullen, dreary visage more to your wretched taste? James glanced at his suddenly more acerbic friend, scratching his head while wiping away the blood trickling from his nose. Never mind, mate. They had already given Snape a good thrashing, along with the other Slytherins, so there was no need to vent their frustrations on Eve, who had come to their rescue. James could not fathom why his brother harbored such resentment towards Eve. He attempted to pull Sirius away, only to find the girl's delicate face still adorned with a serene smile, her voice soothing yet her words far from tranquil. Sirius Black, mind your words. Do not act like a petulant child. Sirius keenly detected the faint hint of anger in her tone. He wished to retort, but upon seeing the cold indifference lurking in her eyes, he instinctively pressed his lips together. He should have remained deaf to her words, just as he did to the jeers of those Slytherins, or the reprimands from his mother. Yet his overly honest body betrayed him, revealing that he cared about what Eve said and thought. It was as if, from the moment she appeared, an invisible noose tightened around his neck, shifting between loose and taut with every movement she made, binding his perceptions and actions. All his understandings morphed oddly due to her presence. James released his grip on Sirius's shoulder. His brother, now donning an invisible pair of airplane ears due to Eve's words, widened his gray eyes once more. Merlin. What is happening? Professor Flitwick, with his neatly parted hair, hurriedly floated into the classroom. After confirming that several bruised students did not need to be sent to the hospital wing, the first lesson finally commenced, albeit half an hour late. Eve discerned a pattern regarding Sirius's loyalty. Although the task's progress was challenging, the points were remarkably stable. Much like the essence of loyalty itself, once it grows, it becomes increasingly steadfast. She cast a glance at the still visibly displeased Sirius in the distance. Her slender fingers traced the air, as if caressing a disobedient little creature from afar. This boy resembled a large untamed dog, boasting beautiful fur, strong and agile limbs, and a remarkably proud demeanor. Thus, the best way to earn his loyalty was not to stroke his dark coat in the direction of his fur, but to go against it, becoming the most unforgettable pain and sweetest reward etched deep within his marrow. Severus, I believe you need to visit the hospital wing. Lily sat between Eve and Snape, observing the gradually swelling bruise around Severus's eye. The bluish hue spread from the corner of his eye, adding a touch of misery to his already pallid and dim complexion. The boy was putting on a brave face. Lily, don't worry, it's just a minor injury. It pales in comparison to my father's beatings. Besides, I must become strong enough to protect Lily. Heal as before. With Eve's voice, a soothing coolness emanated from the corner of his eye. However, the dark-haired boy suddenly turned his face away, attempting to interrupt Eve's incantation. I told you, I don't need treatment, he murmured stubbornly. Severus, Lily and I, we all care about you. Eve did not cease her healing charm despite Severus's refusal, gently emphasizing the we. Severus halted his struggles and slowly shifted his gaze toward Lily and Eve. The girl who had accompanied him since childhood wore a face full of concern, her vibrant red hair cascading against her cheek like the most beautiful sunset he had ever seen. Beside Lily was another relatively tranquil silver light. The pale boy closed his eyes, allowing the colors to ripple beneath his eyelids, murmuring softly, Severus Snape's Wish 5, current progress 10. Eve quietly listened to the system's notification. If one only gazes into the darkest corners they despise, allowing loneliness and resentment to form a thick shell, turning into armor that wounds others, even the tiny flicker of fiery red light they desperately wish to seize will be lost to the icy sharpness. Look more at this colorful world, Severus Snape. James observed the grim expression on Sirius's face. Since earlier he had been picking at his arm, where Snape had scratched him, letting the wound worsen. His wand lay discarded. His neck stiffened, yet he continually cast sidelong glances at a table in the rear. What are you looking at, Sirius? The naive James draped his arm over Sirius's shoulder, following his gaze, only to have Sirius firmly push his head back down. And nothing. Sirius gritted his teeth, tightly clutching his scratched arm. Chapter 10. You can't fool me. The first day's classes concluded with a small skirmish between Slytherin and Gryffindor, filled with the scent of smoke. Why is Potter making faces at us? It's utterly disgusting. Lily pouted as she pulled Eve toward the Great Hall, ignoring James's frequent glances back at them. Do you fancy Evans? Sirius, having endured James's oily behavior for the 6th time, could no longer contain his curiosity. Huh. James abruptly turned, clutching his heart in a melodramatic fashion as if grieving for Sirius. Of course not, it's because of Evie. He was swiftly silenced by Remus, who covered his mouth, causing him to bite his tongue. Remus offered an innocent smile to the teary-eyed James. Sorry James, I didn't mean to. Whether James intended to express interest in Eve, or to reveal Sirius's interest in her, it was akin to triggering a catastrophic event for the stubborn Sirius, who could withstand anything but such revelations. Tomorrow, we shall have potions class, which piques my interest considerably. Under the flickering candlelight in the hall, Lily's eyes shimmered brilliantly as she joyfully entwined her arm around Eve's. Their exuberance was momentarily halted when Mitchell gently intercepted them at the Slytherin table. The boy, with his strikingly handsome, elongated eyes, curved slightly, and his crimson lips formed a perfectly measured arc. He turned his body to shield Eve from view, speaking in a low, soft tone. Yet Lily sensed he resembled a venomous serpent, stealthily revealing its scarlet tongue. Miss Evans, the Gryffindor table is over there, do not stray. His words hung in the air with a subtle pause. Eve strained to peek around him, but the boy persistently obstructed her view. Mitchell, Lily is my friend, Eve insisted, tugging at his robe's edge in a hushed tone. Lily tossed her dazzling red hair, and flashed a smile at Mitchell. Of course I shall return, however. Compared to this brief repast, Eve's tomorrow and every day thereafter will be spent with me. Thus, I wish you a pleasant meal, sir. At her words, the boy's long fingers twitched momentarily, yet his expression remained serene. And I wish you joy as well, Miss Evans. He turned away, his long lashes casting shadows over his icy gaze. The gentlemanly hand that hovered behind Eve was sinewy, hinting at a dangerous nature. Mitchell, he replied to Eve. Seating himself beside her, he maintained impeccable etiquette even during the meal, his posture erect. The knuckles of his wrists slightly arched as he delicately sliced the smoked salmon on his plate. He lowered his gaze, inclining his head toward her, his lips curving upward. You seem upset. The girl's voice rang with certainty. How could I be, little Eve? You cannot deceive me. Mitchell's fingers, gripping the silver knife, paused before resting it gently on the table. He lifted his lowered head, yet his lips pressed downwards. The dashing youth lazily raised his gaze, the candlelight reflecting in his azure irises, yet failing to illuminate the shadows lurking within. Indeed, nothing escapes the notice of little Eve. He leisurely picked up his fork, placing a piece of salmon onto Eve's plate. As he leaned closer, his cold voice brushed against her ear, carrying a slight edge of anger that spread warmly across her earlobe. You care about that Snape, do you? Before Eve could turn to meet his gaze, Mitchell had already straightened in his seat. First years told me that in Charms class, you actually assisted him. As though the boy who had just expressed a sour note no longer existed, Mitchell naturally spread cheese on a slice of whole grain bread, and offered it to Eve. I thought little Eve was not one to meddle in others' affairs. Eve, maintaining her composure, pierced the fish with her fork, chewing slowly before responding. Or would you prefer to watch him be beaten to a pulp by the Gryffindors? She lifted her silver lashes, meeting Mitchell's blue eyes with a gentle smile. You know full well I care more about you than him. Mitchell paused for a few seconds, his cold demeanor thawing, as if the icy serpent had detected a comfortable warmth. Dear Miss Deceiver, you are merely humoring me. His long, elegant fingers lightly tapped her fingertips, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, I do enjoy hearing you say you care for me. Eve gazed at the gentle smile that adorned Mitchell's face. Despite his apparent indifference towards her, why did she still perceive a hint of genuine delight in his smile? Not, dinner is nearly over. And you have yet to prepare the food Eve requires, Narcissa hurriedly interjected as she entered the hall, squeezing between Mitchell and Eve, her brow furrowing upon seeing the food on Eve's plate. Eve observed how quickly Mitchell's smile vanished, replaced by a facade of insincerity and mockery. Miss Black, perhaps you are unaware that Eve does not enjoy the honey cakes and tough steaks you so eagerly offer her. She prefers tender fish and medium-rare lamb chops. And for dessert, she favors light lemon souffle and milk pudding. Furthermore, during dinner, she typically eats very little to avoid discomfort while sleeping. Narcissa's eyes widened, taken aback by Mitchell's unexpected outburst. She abruptly turned, reaching for her bag. Eve feared Narcissa might retrieve some weapon to strike him. Even Mitchell seemed to share this concern, shifting away from her direction. Yet the blonde girl merely hastily produced a notebook and quill, eagerly flipping to a page. Quickly, not Tell me more about Eve's preferences. Chapter 11. A Veiled Delight. Professor Horace Slughorn was a masterful teacher, valuing talent and possessing a shrewd disposition. Just as his classroom was arranged, he generously displayed the meticulously crafted advanced potions to the young wizards, igniting their interest in potion making. He ensured an ample supply of potion ingredients, allowing the young sorcerers to experiment freely. Even in a first-year class crafting scabious potion, he passionately praised those with remarkable talent or diligence, such as Lily, Snape, and Eve, who had already prepared her scabious potion and bottled it. For those less adept, he merely offered an awkward smile, providing a few pointers or sweeping past. However, he failed to notice Sirius aiming his wand at a porcupine quill, employing the newly learned levitation charm to toss it into Snape's cauldron. James and Sirius sat together, discreetly directing their brother, who shared their penchant for mischief, on how to aim more accurately. Yet, the force of the newly learned spell proved insufficient. The porcupine quill plummeted from above, skidding along the edge of the cauldron, and toppling it over. Snape sprang up abruptly, a portion of the unfinished scabious potion splattering onto his cheek and neck, igniting an unbearable burning sensation. Another portion splattered toward Eve and Lily's direction. Eve had already anticipated that Sirius and James would not remain seated, so while studying Slughorn's array of potions, she kept a watchful eye on their antics. Although she could not intervene in time, she managed to pull Lily, who was closer to the splattering potion, aside for protection. The potion sizzled upon contact with the ground, producing a sharp, searing sound. Lily furrowed her brows, ready to unleash her irritation upon the two boys, who now wore expressions of panic due to their inaccurate throw, when she noticed Eve springing into action. The silver-haired girl waved her wand, extracting a color-changing giant snail from the ingredients box, and casting it into her cauldron. With another flick, her cauldron soared above Sirius and James, dousing them in potion. Wow! As the icy potion cascaded down, James leapt up like a startled antelope. Flee, Evans! Your counterattack is a bit too fierce. His somewhat aggrieved tone abruptly halted as he noticed Eve's small face scrunched up, her wrist cradled against her chest, revealing her previously smooth, pale hand now marred by potion burns. The flamboyant boy disregarded his own skin beginning to redden from Eve's potion, and dashed over. Merlin! I'm sorry, Flit. We truly didn't expect that. Potter, stay away from us. You look like you could scare a herd of unicorns. Lily, both disgusted and alarmed, pulled Eve back. James was struck by the realization that his skin and hair had transformed into a fiery crimson hue, reminiscent of Lily's vibrant locks. Fear not, Potter. It's merely a touch of dye. It will fade swiftly compared to scabies. Eve winked at James, then furrowed her brow, scrunching her nose in a display of feigned grievance as she shook her stinging hand. That's not what I'm worried about. I meant to say, we didn't intend to harm you. A flush began to creep across James's face, not due to the potion's potency, but from an earnest desire to clarify his intentions. He gesticulated wildly, resembling a sentient fireball. Had his parents witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly have marveled at their son, who rarely acknowledged his faults, boldly admitting to an error, and that after falling victim to someone else's prank. Indeed, I misdirected Sirius with the wand, but he is undoubtedly the true culprit. James quickly deflected blame onto Sirius. He pointed behind him, causing the boy to snap back to reality. Sirius was staring blankly at his newly transformed silver hair, loathing the Black family as much as he despised his own dark hair and gray eyes. The stubborn legacy embedded within his pureblood genes felt as oppressive as Walburga's increasingly unreasonable expectations. She confined him within an imaginary jar labeled love, extracting all the air within, attempting to mold him into the son she desired. He must not tarnish the Black family name. He must not consort with muggles, nor behave without decorum. Every detail, from hairstyle to family alliances, had to be impeccably scrutinized. Despite Walburga's affection for him, familial ties and bloodlines took precedence over all else. This incessant pressure filled him with disdain. The sight of the severed heads of house elves lining the corridor made him feel nauseous. As the potion Eve poured dripped down his head, transforming his hair into silver, he experienced a fleeting, deceptive sense of liberation. This sensation stemmed from the evening he first encountered Eve. Those silvery strands resembled stars in a clear night sky, contrasting starkly with the deep black surrounding them, shimmering with a light capable of captivating anyone. "Smile, young sir, be yourself," whispered Eve to herself during that memorable dinner when she had recovered. Perhaps she no longer recalled it. Of course, she would remain unaware of how her eyes sparkled with a galaxy's brilliance. What had he responded back then? Probably something childish and exceedingly rude. What do you know? He shouldn't have uttered such words, yet the arrogance ingrained in him compelled him to speak insincerely. "Sirius, lost in thought, grasped at his silvery hair, the beautiful luminescence reflecting in his eyes. This bright, flickering color stirred within him an indescribable, shameful joy. As if he were delighting in a secret belonging to another. Loyalty of Sirius Black 5, Current Progress 10. Chapter 12. Not Affection. Professor Slughorn had not anticipated that his brief absence from the classroom would precipitate such a series of bizarre events. However, his usual caution had prepared him for potential mishaps. After applying the orange-red ointment, the scars on Eve's hand rapidly faded, leaving only a faint blush. In contrast, James and Sirius fared somewhat better, fully reverting to their original appearances as the class neared its end. As the chaotic potion lesson concluded, evening approached. The first floor hall was illuminated with candlelight, and students began to gather in groups, heading towards the long tables of their respective houses to indulge in a sumptuous dinner. Eve, however, found herself lacking an appetite. The overwhelming scent of scabies and the raw materials for the potion severely dampened her desire to eat. She bid farewell to Lily and descended the staircase to the Slytherin common room. The evening light cast a thin wash of sunset hues over the dimly lit space, illuminating the tall, slender figure lounging on the sofa. Michael? Eve nearly jumped at the sight of the silent silhouette, but quickly masked her surprise with a polite smile. Why aren't you dining? It's quite late. The figure slowly stood, his tall frame nearly blocking the shimmering glass wall behind him. Eve watched as the black-haired boy approached her, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. Now in his third year he had grown quite tall, and as he drew near, she found herself straining to look up at his broadening shoulders and the movement of his throat, as if he were suppressing something. You're back during dinner time? Shouldn't you be eating? He said, his voice low and filled with an air of chilly mystery. Eve took a step back, sensing the unstable aura surrounding him. I'm just a bit tired, wanting to rest, she replied, feeling uncomfortable in the close proximity, compounded by the aggressive scent of pine emanating from him. She attempted to maneuver past the narrow space between Michael and the wall, but his arm shot out, propping itself against the wall, effectively blocking her retreat. Is it worth it, Eve, to get hurt over those foolish Gryffindors? His gaze was cold as he looked down at her, fingers twitching slightly. Yet he restrained himself from grasping her delicate wrist, fearing his anger would escalate upon inspecting her injuries. When a first-year Slytherin informed him of her predicament, he could hardly articulate his feelings. It was a small flame, continuously scorching his chest, igniting a painful burn. Are you watching me, Michael? Eva's smile vanished, revealing the indifference lurking within her silver eyes. She understood the futility of pretense around Michael, who likely already knew that her polite smiles were not born of genuine warmth. The facade of insincerity on her porcelain face finally cracked, and the boy spoke. Eve, you know it's your grandfather. You've crossed the line, Michael. I don't need this kind of care. It makes me uncomfortable. Eve interrupted his clumsy excuse without a hint of annoyance, while the boy merely shook his shoulders, emitting a light, almost joyful laugh. My little Eve, you're adorable no matter how you look. Since she awakened from the slumber of magical turmoil, he had noticed her transformation. She was clear-headed, aware of her desires, and adept at playing her role. She was even more gentle than she realized, choosing not to retaliate against the reckless Gryffindors, despite having ample opportunity. She was naively unaware that he had discovered her secret. With a slight bend of his arm, the boy lowered his head, inclining his neck to close the distance between them. His clear, youthful voice revealed a hint of vulnerability. I just don't want Eve to get hurt. You have no idea how worried I was during my third-year classes. Eve lifted her gaze, their eyes locking. Her silver orbs met his azure ones, the scent of pine intensifying with the rising temperature. His low, rich voice wove a captivating melody. Even the breath brushing against her ear felt warm. A profound silence enveloped the room, dusk faded, night descended, and an air of enchantment crept in unnoticed. Michael. Eve broke the peculiar tension that had put her on edge. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed playfully, a sly smile gracing her lips. Do not speak in such a manner. As if you have developed affections for me. She observed the azure irises, which quivered slightly before the pupils constricted. Michel gradually raised himself, liberating Eve from the confines of the cramped space. Honestly, he elongated his tone, embodying the nonchalance characteristic of a seemingly spoiled noble youth. I most certainly do hold a great fondness for you, dear Eve. Wow, that is indeed a privilege. The young girl reaffixed her cheerful fa. It appeared that Michel's interest in her stemmed from ulterior motives. He did not genuinely harbor feelings for her. After all, with Eve being so delightful, who could possibly resist her charm? The boy blinked and shared a laugh with her, oblivious to the care she feigned. She did not possess feelings for him. Chapter 13, Terrifying Matters. Eve, what are you searching for? Lily nonchalantly wiped dragon dung off her gloves, smearing it onto her herbology cloak. This dissuaded several Gryffindor and Slytherin boys who had approached, seeking to engage the two girls in casual conversation. Eve slowly set aside the pod she had been holding, listening intently to the system's voice. Eliminate Remus Lupin Clause 1, Current Task 5. Remus's task was rather unique. Standard Wolfbane potions could only afford him a fleeting clarity during the full moon, failing to resolve the underlying issue. To procure a remedy capable of alleviating Remus's lycanthropic symptoms entirely, additional formulas and ingredients were necessary. The challenge was significant, yet fortunately, the system was at her disposal. She discovered that by merely collecting certain herbs, she could occasionally hear the system's voice, indicating that some materials were essential for crafting the complete Wolfbane potion. She gently prodded the writhing mandrakes nearby, yearning to uproot them, but the commotion they would cause could very well render everyone present unconscious. Upon touching the inconspicuous green two-eared grass adjacent to the mandrakes, she quietly retrieved a trowel after hearing the system's prompt, carefully hiding a handful in her pocket. Remus. What are you looking at? James, drenched in sweat, was wrestling with dragon dung while subtly conferring with Sirius about whether to hurl dragon dung at Snape and the boys who had previously provoked them. He turned his head to see Remus pausing his task, gazing oddly in another direction. Following his line of sight, he inquired, Evans? Pruitt, what's the matter? Being bullied by dragon dung? Are you greeting them, or do they require assistance? The boisterous dark-haired boy pulled Remus into an embrace, simultaneously calling out to the silently brooding Sirius, waving enthusiastically at the girls. Lily tightened her grip on the trowel, suppressing the urge to hurl dragon dung at James's head. That fool, who only relished being ostentatious. They had previously harmed Eve, and she had yet to forgive them. However, Lily noticed Eve removing the mask covering her cheeks, revealing a face flushed from the steam, and gently smiling in James's direction. Huh. Lily blinked awkwardly. Eve, you're not angry with them anymore? Em merely greeting Lupin. Eve replied, reaffixing her mask, choosing to disregard the boys across from her. She wished to see if expressing goodwill towards Remus would yield points in the system. She was quite satisfied with the 5 points she had received. Perhaps maintaining Remus's good spirits would facilitate the completion of her task? James instinctively scratched his head. Without a doubt, Eve was among the most beautiful girls he had ever encountered, and her gentle smile resembled the melting snow atop a mountain, revealing blossoms cloaked beneath the pristine snow, swaying in the breeze. Merely a smile, and he felt an inexplicable warmth on his face. Perhaps he had overexerted himself shoveling dragon dung? He suddenly felt elated, realizing, indeed, I am quite beloved. James proudly puffed out his chest, draping his arm around Remus's neck, only to notice that his companions were unusually silent. What's wrong, Remus? Why is your face so flushed? Did the dragon dung affect you? The light brown-haired youth slowly came to his senses under James's arm, donning a mask to conceal his reddened visage. And nothing at all. In truth, he had observed Eve unearthing that particular herb. What occupied his mind was the fact that the herb held the potential to maintain a semblance of clarity for werewolves. He couldn't help but wonder what Eve intended to do with it. Furthermore, her tender expression led him to entertain certain illusions. Illusions that were decidedly inappropriate. Serious, hey, serious. The exuberant James finally released Remus, turning his attention to tormenting Sirius. However, this Sirius did not respond as promptly as Remus had. Instead, he fixated stubbornly on the empty space where Eve had recently stood, his jaw clenched tightly, his beautifully shaped lips held firmly between his teeth, as if warding off an assault from some phantasm. Finally, he inhaled sharply, releasing the tension, vigorously tousling his disheveled black hair, inadvertently colliding his head with James's nose. Ouch! James's momentary joy dissipated instantly. Sirius Black's Loyalty 5, Current Progress 15. Eve arrived at the potion class rather early, and when she entered the classroom, only a few individuals had trickled in. This afforded her ample time to sift through the potion cabinet. Do you require assistance with anything, Pruitt? A warm, gentle voice emanated from above her. Remus's soft hazel eyes, tinged with shyness, met hers. Today, James and Sirius had encountered Peeves on their way to potions class, and the two, engaged in a prank war, had chosen to arrive early. Additionally, he had seen Eve leave the breakfast table prematurely and suspected she might be here. Eve had always found it perplexing why such a gentle and reserved soul like Remus would associate with the flamboyant James and the surly Sirius. Yet, she later felt fortunate that Remus could keep them in check, preventing them from blowing the classroom ceiling to smithereens. Moreover, Remus's stable demeanor allowed him to interact harmoniously with anyone. Grateful for her favorable impression of Remus, Eve bestowed upon him a sincere, non-formal smile. I'm merely reviewing the potion materials before class. The bashful youth lowered his head slightly, his ears tinged with crimson, before finally summoning the courage to raise his gaze once more. Actually, I noticed you using an ingredient during herbology class, and I hope you don't mind my saying so? But that particular material is generally quite effective for werewolves, so, Pruitt Remus's voice dwindled to a whisper. He wished he could smack himself. With so many ways to initiate conversation, he had chosen the most dreadful one. Sharing his observation of her actions in herbology class? Would she perceive it as a Gryffindor threat? And why did he opt for such a self-incriminating remark? Eve listened to this gentle boy's stammering speech and observed his face, which was turning red to the point of tears. I have a friend, she said, raising her gaze to meet Remus's. A friend? He is a werewolf. The boy's hand trembled slightly as he feigned calmness, tucking it into his robe pocket. He is a very gentle soul, cherishing the world and those around him. Yet, he does not love himself. Remus's palms were slick with sweat, and he furtively stole a glance at Eve, only to find that she was not looking at him. Her silver eyes were fixed upon the hay in the potion cabinet, seemingly lost in her own reverie. He harbored no desire to harm anyone. He merely wished to live a tranquil life. Yet, as that time approached, he was engulfed in unbearable anguish, prompting me to ponder how I might assist him. Assist him? Remus felt a dryness in his throat. Perhaps there truly existed someone by Eve's side, inciting within him an uncontrollable surge of jealousy. This rendered the boy's tone somewhat strained and sharp. Werewolves. You may not comprehend, Freddy, the terror that werewolves evoke. Terror? Eve turned to gaze intently at Remus, causing him once again to lower his head in embarrassment. He could hear the rustling of her robe and the gentle sound of her sigh. Lupin. I believe we both understand that there are far more terrifying and dreadful things than werewolves. The unforgivable curses that can snuff out a life in an instant are frightening. Moreover, the insidious words that wound, the betrayal of friends, the merciless bullying that can lead to death in school, and the deceit that emerges in adulthood, all these are far more fearsome. Thus there is no need to be so afraid, all right, Lupin? She turned the tables, gently comforting him. Remus opened his mouth, yet felt a warmth gathering in his eyes. The grievances and frustrations accumulated over the years seemed to transform into flowing magma under the tender words of the girl, erupting swiftly with her smile. He abruptly turned away, discreetly wiping away the moisture from the corners of his eyes. If he confessed his fear, would she, like she did with that friend, remain by his side to offer comfort? For the first time, Remus realized he possessed such a fervent desire. Chapter 14, Dissent and Jealousy. On the green field lay 2 rows of broomsticks. In front of the broom stood a young witch, clad in a black leather vest and stylish black trousers, her short gray-white hair accentuating her bold demeanor. Professor McGonagall succinctly instructed them to summon their brooms. Eve furrowed her brow. Her subconscious hinted that she did not particularly enjoy flying, or rather, she was vehemently averse to it. The slender broomstick perhaps did not provide her with an adequate sense of security, even when Lily flew low to encourage her. Complimented by James shouting from the sidelines like a male cheerleader, she felt as helpless as a duck out of water, unable to grasp the broom that lay on the ground. Consequently, she was among the last to summon her broom to her hand. As Eve straddled the broom and slowly ascended, her palms were drenched in cold sweat, slipping against the smooth surface of the broom. A peculiar chill spread from the crown of her head downwards, creeping along her limbs. Lily swooped down from above, one hand gripping the broom while the other supported Eve's shoulder. The moment her hand made contact, she sensed the gentle trembling of Eve's slender frame beneath her robe. The silvery-haired girl bit her lip, her complexion as pale as increasingly translucent paper, her expression vacant. Lily softened her tone, lowering her voice to avoid startling the fragile girl. Just follow me, don't be afraid. James performed acrobatics on his broom as he glided past them, executing a graceful turn in mid-air, his tousled black hair flashing before them. He flew alongside Lily and Eve, leaning forward as he caught sight of Eve's ghostly face, revealing an incredulous expression. Merlin, is it possible for someone to be afraid of flying? Evans, your glare is terrifying. James's playful demeanor faded as his hazel eyes narrowed with rare seriousness, an instinctive sense of impending danger resonating within him. He leaned forward on his broom, descending alongside Lily and Eve. Sirius approached, flying close to them, his gray eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Eve's distress. He hovered nearby, his arm poised to release the broom at any moment. However, his beautiful lips parted as he began to speak, revealing a contradiction inherent to the Black family. Slytherin's esteemed Freddy. Before he could finish, Remus elbowed him sharply. Sorry, Sirius. I didn't mean to. The sandy-haired boy wore an innocuous expression as he tightened his grip on Sirius's shoulder. Remus struggled to decipher Sirius's thoughts. It was clear that this obstinate friend did not harbor any disdain for Eve. Indeed, he seemed to care for her deeply. Despite the myriad of ways to cultivate a friendship with Eve, he consistently managed to select the most disastrous option. Thus, as a friend, Remus could only endeavor to prevent him from uttering any more heart-stopping remarks. Furthermore, Remus wished for Eve to avoid displaying any signs of unhappiness. Lily shot a fierce glare at the boys who had crowded around, noting Eve's shallow breaths, tinged with a hint of suffocation. Lily, Eve's unfocused gaze drifted downward, watching as the verdant ground turned increasingly dark. That suffocating sensation surged back, engulfing her like a relentless tide. She could barely utter her final words. "I think I feel a bit unwell." Before she could finish, her body swayed, and she fell from the broom. The inky night sky? The sensation of weightlessness as she plummeted. A cry echoed from afar, a voice that belonged solely to one person, Eve. Eve's eyes flew open. The terror of her fall still coursed through her, causing her to tremble. The object her right hand had gripped tightly shifted slightly, and she instinctively let go. Remus watched as her small hand released his fingers. He lowered his gaze, striving to ignore the pang of unexpected loss. "Ah, Freddy, you're awake. How do you feel?" James's enlarged face suddenly loomed before Eve. Lily pushed him away in distaste, moving closer to Eve. "Merlin, Eve, you fell far too quickly. I couldn't catch you." "But Potter." "Indeed, thank goodness for me, Freddy. You have no idea how swift my reflexes are. The moment you began to fall, I realized it." James, leaning over Lily, animatedly recounted the incident, gesturing dramatically as if to illustrate his rescue. "I immediately employed the starfish maneuver from Quidditch, catching you with ease. Merlin, you are remarkably light. Even less than a snitch." "Shut up, Potter. How can you compare a girl to a ball?" Lily retorted, pushing James aside again, her irritation palpable. "I merely meant her weight, not her appearance." Moreover, when he had touched her body, he realized how slender her waist was. His hands could easily encircle it. His fingers seemed to linger on the delicate, supple form beneath her robe and shirt, tracing the outline of her protruding bones. This left James momentarily silent, his gaze dropping as he pondered, until the girl in the infirmary, still seemingly in a daze, called out his name. "James." "Huh." The bespectacled boy blinked. She had called for him even while asleep. Her voice carried a weight of anxiety. And it wasn't until she was settled on the infirmary bed that the calls of James subsided, replaced by a soft, tender tone. James found it challenging to articulate the sensation of being summoned by Eve. It felt as though the tip of his heart were brushed by the softest feather, or as if a delicate scratch in the crevices of his bones awakened an infinite itch and boundless delight. He could only ascertain that he immensely, profoundly cherished the sound of Eve calling his name. As her consciousness gradually returned, Eve realized that she had just called him by his first name. She furtively glanced at Lily before turning her gaze back to James. The girl's lips still bore a pallid hue, silver lashes glistening with the remnants of fear. Yet in the moment of her awakening, she sincerely expressed her gratitude to him. "I am profoundly grateful to you, Potter. Yet I did not intend to call your name." Her eyes fluttered, recalling the moment she had fainted. "I believe I heard you calling for me." James cleared his throat awkwardly. "Indeed, I did call your name. The situation was urgent, and I acted without much thought." The girl gently shook her head and waved her hand, indicating that she bore no ill will. "It was my fault. I should have considered my own limitations instead of inconveniencing you." James's gaze darkened as he watched the delicate, fluttering hand before him. Just moments ago, in her slumber, Eve had unconsciously and anxiously called his name, her slender fingers fidgeting at the edge of the bed. It was only when Remus took his original position that the slumbering Eve mistakenly grasped Remus's hand. Therefore, the hand she should be holding was his, not Remus's. Moreover, it was he who was needed, as she had called for him in her helplessness, not Remus. Jealousy of James Potter 10 Current Progress 10. The system's announcement caused Eve to tilt her head. Could it be that she had been too close to Lily? Or did she feel she shouldn't have called his name, fearing it might alienate her from Lily? Yet, why would Potter be envious of a girl? Chapter 15. The flight lesson not abandoned. Indeed, it was inappropriate to call his name, and even if she did, it did not signify the closeness of their relationship. A cold voice emanated from beside the bed. It was then that Eve noticed Sirius standing there as well. The boy had his arms crossed defiantly before him, his brow etched with irritation, leaning against the window of the infirmary with one foot impatiently tapping the bed's edge. She nearly forgot that there was another good friend here, envious of her because of James. "Oh, I know I actually." James quickly scratched the back of his head, his proud tuft of hair now drooping. He truly wished to deepen his bond with Eve, though he was uncertain as to why this feeling stirred within him. Lily narrowed her eyes dangerously. Black. If Potter hadn't rescued Eve, Do you truly believe that with your reckless, childish antics, any girl would deign to spare you a glance? After uttering these words, she defensively shot a glance at the two boys, her cheeks puffing up, evidently prepared with a plethora of weapons for further verbal assault. However, following that statement, the surroundings fell into an awkward silence. James rubbed his nose, attempting to tame his unruly black hair, and obediently settled into a chair, exhibiting a level of docility never before seen. Remus maintained a courteous smile, slightly leaning back, as if striving to distance himself from Sirius and James. Sirius's leg, which had been kicking the edge of the bed, abruptly halted, as if struck by lightning. His lips parted in reluctant protest before closing again, and he turned his head slightly to gaze out the window, though his gray eyes darted sideways towards Eve and Lily. He resembled a chastised puppy, simultaneously defiant yet observing his masters from the corner of his eye. When Madame Pomfrey approached, she beheld this peculiar scene. The three boys stood as if frozen in place. There's nothing to worry about. A simple restorative will suffice. Madame Pomfrey placed the back of her hand against Eve's forehead, confirming that her temperature had not risen due to shock, indicating that Eve was fit to leave the infirmary. Eve. Just as Eve was about to rise, the sound of the door creaking open and hurried footsteps reached her ears, accompanied by Narcissa's frantic voice. Narcissa brushed past others, disregarding decorum, and almost teleported to Eve's bedside, wrapping her arms around Eve's neck. Cough, Narcissa, I'm fine. Eve indicated that Narcissa was holding a tad too tightly. Lily discreetly rolled her eyes. This seemingly elegant, reserved, and aloof blonde girl was, in truth, a certain dangerous creature who adored being close to Eve. Lily's emerald eyes shifted away from Narcissa and looked back. Of course, more dangerous than Miss Black were the two looming behind her. Apologies for the delay. Our Eve has caused you all some trouble. The platinum-haired boy strolled over, chin raised, his gray-blue eyes scanning the room's occupants. He appeared to deliberately pause between Eve and the rest of them, then quickening his pace, he positioned himself to block the boys' gazes directed at Eve. The blue-eyed boy behind Lucius stiffened momentarily when he heard his housemate mention Eve's name. When he noticed Sirius's piercing glare, the momentary stiffness in his expression swiftly dissipated, returning to a composed and courteous demeanor as he slightly nodded towards the Gryffindors. Gentlemen, and this lady, we will take Eve with us. Prefect Malfoy and I shall escort her back to the Slytherin common room. You may return to your classes with peace of mind. Flint is also one of our classmates. We possess the capability to assist and care for her. Remus, who had remained silent thus far, suddenly spoke up, addressing Flint with a calm yet firm gaze, then turning to meet Lucius's cold stare. Madame Pomfrey has also stated that she is fine. I believe we can allow her a bit more time to recover before returning to class. Lucius remained motionless, merely tilting his head slightly, his gaze towards Remus growing increasingly frigid. Mr. Lupin, I fear you lack the capacity to adequately care for her. The platinum-haired boy arrogantly scrutinized Remus from head to toe, his gaze lingering particularly on Remus's patched robe and somewhat worn shoes. A wave of indescribable shame surged within Remus, causing his face to flush as he lowered his head. Lack the capacity? Where were you when Flint was in danger? James could no longer bear to see his friend suffer indignities and sprang up from his chair. So she won't face such dangers again. Lucius narrowed his eyes, regarding James as one might a mere spectacle. Eve will no longer attend flight lessons. I have received permission from Flint's father to apply for her exemption from the school's flying class. What? James shot up even higher. Sirius, meanwhile, clenched his fists, gritting his teeth fiercely, crouching slightly like a ferocious little beast, glaring at Lucius and Flint. By what right? The whites of his eyes tinged with red. By what right can you decide everything for her? By what right do you manipulate others' lives as casually as his mother, Walburga? Ah, Mr. Black? Lucius raised an eyebrow with feigned interest, a mocking glint flashing in his gray-blue eyes, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Your mother, Mrs. Black, instructed me to inform you. Enough, Lucius. A melodious voice suddenly echoed through the smoke-laden air. The distinguished Prefect Malfoy, though somewhat taken aback, slowly closed his lips. This was the first time he had been so abruptly interrupted. Yet he felt no ire, for her calling his name was enough to soothe all. Potter, Black, and Mr. Lupin are my dearest friends. Please do not speak ill of them. They have treated me with utmost kindness, and each possesses qualities that are truly admirable. They are more than worthy. The silver-haired girl raised her head, her long curled eyelashes casting a gentle shadow beneath her eyelids, her silver eyes warm and serene, yet imbued with unyielding resolve. Furthermore, I will not abandon flight lessons. I shall explain this to my grandfather. Lucius regarded Eve, slowly curving his lips into a smile. I understand. Chapter 16. A curious familiarity. Upon hearing Eve extol the virtues of those boys, Mitchell's mask-like smile vanished into thin air, even if it were mere pleasantries. He could not bear to hear any commendations of other men escape the delicate lips of the young girl. An indiscriminate surge of anger welled up within him. "Can you get up, Eve?" Narcissa was indifferent to the boy's chatter. Her only concern lay in the well-being and happiness of the girl before her. Eve shifted her body and legs, the initial numbing sensation from fear long since faded. She propped herself on the edge of the bed, intending to leap down. However, the tall, platinum-haired boy standing before her suddenly lowered his wand and bent his traditionally upright spine. His long fingers, still encased in black half-gloves, reached out to embrace Eve. "Pardon my rudeness," a cool voice, tinged with a hint of chill, whispered in her ear. In the next moment, Lucius gently lifted the silver-haired girl. It was not an ambiguous princess carry, but rather a tender hold akin to that of a child. Allowing Eve to perch on his forearm, her chin resting comfortably on his shoulder, she caught a whiff of his cool, bitter orange scent, and felt a warmth radiating from his arm and chest that contrasted sharply with his icy demeanor. Lucius straightened his back once more, causing Eve to sway slightly with his movement. He glanced at the girl and softly suggested, "You may hold on to my neck." Close at hand was the collar of his shirt, tightly fastened at his throat, rising and falling with his words and swallowing motions. Eve's arm shifted, her fingers gingerly clutching the fabric of Lucius's outer robe at his left breast, carefully pinching a small crease into it. Lucius discreetly lowered his gaze. Observing the polite little hand, his eyelids half closed, concealing the emotions within his eyes. "Eve." Narcissa sprang to her feet, her gaze darting reproachfully at Lucius as she witnessed Eve precariously teetering near his shoulder. "Please be more careful." Lily observed the peculiar scene unfold before her. The overprotective Miss Black, the oddly expressive Knot, and the evidently overly attentive Malfoy. She then turned her attention to the trio from Gryffindor. Remus still kept his head bowed low, his usually gentle eyes squinting, obscuring his thoughts. James took a couple of steps towards Lucius and Eve, but was intercepted by Mitchell. "But Fleury can still join us for class," he shouted at Lucius's departing figure. However, upon seeing Eve turn her head and give a gentle wave, the bespectacled boy finally chose to retreat. Sirius remained motionless, his gray eyes unfocused as they rested on the bedside where Eve lay. She said they treated her well. Yet his every action and word paled in comparison to those insincere upperclassmen from Slytherin. He simply did not merit her praise. After the flying lesson, Eve succumbed to slumber in History of Magic class. It was hardly her fault. The subject was dreadfully dull for anyone. Just as her head threatened to descend onto the desk, Remus, seated closest to her, intervened to prevent an embarrassing thud. However, his overt action drew the attention of the entire class. Given her previous fainting episode, Professor Binns, with a face marked by compassion, permitted her to leave early. Upon returning to the dimly lit common room, Eve sank into the soft, emerald-green sofa, the professor's drowsy voice still echoing in her ears. Thus, the silver-haired girl stifled a small yawn and gradually slipped off the sofa, curling up beside the fireplace. A few minutes later, the door to Slytherin swung open once more, and the tall, slender platinum-haired boy walked in. As the head boy of Slytherin, Lucius had learned of Eve's early departure and found a suitable excuse to leave the astronomy classroom ahead of schedule. The Slytherin common room was not as bright as those of other houses, shrouded in a hazy gloom. A small silver figure lay draped across the sofa. The flickering orange flames illuminated the delicate silver, dispelling the room's shadowy atmosphere. Lucius slowed his pace, concerned that the finely crafted Chelsea boots he wore would creak and disturb the sleeping girl. He carefully sat down on the sofa beside Eve, gently draping a blanket over her. The candlelight flickered, casting light upon the side of his face as he gazed at Eve. The once rigid lines softened under the warmth, and even his typically indifferent gaze seemed to harbor a trace of tenderness, due to the shimmering silver before him. The blanket, the warmth emanating from the young boy, and the heat from the fireplace coaxed a murmur from the girl, prompting her to shift slightly in her sleep. Her arm, struggling to escape the blanket's confines due to the warmth, fell upon Lucius's thigh, trembling slightly from the tautness of his muscles. Lucius stared at the arm resting on him. The cuff had come undone, curling up due to its looseness, revealing a slender, pale wrist adorned with faint blue veins. His gaze fixated on that wrist, suppressing an inexplicable urge to encircle it. Gradually, his eyes traveled up to Eve's face. Lucius had seen Eve as a child. He could only vaguely recall her as a headstrong, oblivious little girl. Yet, upon seeing her again, she seemed different from the memory he held. Strangely, this new visage felt even more familiar. Familiar enough that he knew she would first mischievously wink at him before breaking into a gentle smile. She was akin to a fledgling bird in early spring, pecking softly at his heart, which was encased in a seemingly impenetrable shell. That hard exterior easily fell away under her tender touch, revealing an unrefined softness that perhaps only she could unveil. The crackling of the fire startled the girl, causing her porcelain-like face to momentarily scrunch up. Her long lashes fluttered, and her soft eyelids, restless for a moment, soon succumbed to slumber once more. The warmth of his gaze began to envelop her, as the boy's chest rose and fell. Unable to resist the urge to reach out, he gently placed a finger upon her wrist, cool, soft, fragile, akin to the finest silk, lingering on his fingertips. "Eve," the young boy murmured softly. Chapter 17. To strike is to care, to scold is to love. Eve heard the system proclaim that Lily and James would eventually become an enviable couple. Yet, she could not perceive it at present. More often than not, it was James who would play pranks on the Slytherins, led by Snape, prompting Lily to scold him, which would then invite Snape and Sirius to join in, leading to a fierce doubles match of verbal exchanges. Provided her task scores remained intact, Eve would usually find herself idly observing. However, exceptions occasionally arose. Such was the case in the current History of Magic class. Eve had carefully selected a cozy corner, basking in the warm sunlight, perfectly suited for napping. She nestled in her seat, languidly leaning against Lily, her eyes blissfully squinting shut. On such a beautiful and refreshing morning, it was astonishing that Fleury could also manage to sleep. James, seated ahead of them, turned in astonishment. He could not fathom how anyone could sleep during the day. Perhaps it was a residual effect of the dreary, damp Slytherin common room that had deprived her of adequate blood flow to the brain. Sirius turned his head as well, fixing his gaze on Eve's face, his tone laced with a hint of sharpness as he retorted. However, upon witnessing the girl slowly closing her eyes, his mocking tone noticeably diminished. "Flea, don't sleep," James exclaimed softly, cupping his hands into a trumpet shape and directing his voice towards Eve. "Potter." Lily placed her hands on either side of Eve's ears, raising an eyebrow. "I suggest you cease your chattering immediately. Otherwise I shan't hesitate to deliver the punch I was unable to throw in our last class." James, grinning mischievously, made a zipping motion across his mouth with his hand. Yet in the next moment, seizing the opportunity while Lily was momentarily distracted, he reached out and gently pinched Eve's soft cheek. His fingers had been itching to do so since earlier. The sunlight was exceedingly bright, and the girl's fair face, bathed in its glow, resembled a delectable, juicy peach. As his fingers prodded, the texture was warm and smooth, akin to creamy frosting. Her tender skin rebounded against his fingers, compelling the boy's long fingers to linger affectionately before he withdrew his hand. "Potter." Lily bent her knuckles forcefully, producing a series of crisp cracks. She was determined to fulfill the threat she had just made to James. However, just before she could act, Eve, leaning against Lily's shoulder, suddenly opened her eyes and, before James could react, uttered a binding spell. The boy was rooted to the spot, his doe-like eyes widening in surprise. He watched as Eve extended her hand, pinching his upper and lower lips together, contorting them into a duck shape and shaking them side to side. She only ceased when she had successfully transformed James's mouth into a pout. With a flick of her wand, she aimed it at the now bewildered James and raised an eyebrow at the clearly stunned Sirius, before shifting her gaze back to James. "Potter, be a good boy. Heed Lily's words, and refrain from engaging in actions that may lead to punishment." Her long lashes fluttered as she lazily smiled at James, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. The bespectacled boy touched his reddened lips, blinking in disbelief as he muttered defiantly about why he should listen to her. Then, his eyes lit up, and he lunged toward Eve. "Flea, are you upset? Have you finally recognized my dashing and cool essence?" Lily gritted her teeth and inhaled sharply. At that moment, Sirius finally discerned that his brother's thought process was rather flawed. "Don't be foolish, James. Who would interpret someone being angry with them as a form of intimacy?" James tousled his hair, causing a tuft at his forehead to stand up at an impossible angle, then narcissistically raised his finger and gave it a little shake. "You don't understand." Sirius, hitting his affection, scolding his love. Sirius let out a derisive snort. Amidst Lily's exclamation of "who's being affectionate, love?" and the sound of fists, the gray-eyed boy sulked, muttering to himself, "You call Fleece pranks intimacy? Don't you know how she—" Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he abruptly turned away, propping his elbows on the table and covering his ears in silence. Lily, unable to contain herself, delivered a punch to James. A system notification chimed in response. Sirius Black's Loyalty 5, Current Progress 25. Eve, since the last point addition. She had begun to struggle to comprehend Sirius's thought process. The candle flames flickered to life in Hogwarts that evening. After 9 o'clock, aside from the 5th and 7th year students still laboring in class, the rest of the school fell silent. Eve tugged at her robe and ascended the stairs. At the corner of the 4th floor, she encountered 2 boys lurking in the shadows. One turned cautiously, and upon spotting Eve, immediately stood up, attempting to conceal their recent activities. Flea, what are you doing here? Snape's dark eyes glowered at the silver-haired girl. His companion, Avery, also stood, scrutinizing the suddenly appeared Eve. Flea? Good evening, gentlemen. The girl, clad in a black cloak, with delicate and gentle features, appeared even more petite and frail under the dim candlelight. This prompted Avery to laugh brazenly. What brings you here? Were you bullied by the moving stairs and came to seek our help? He stepped forward a couple of paces, his tone laced with mischievous insolence. Or perhaps you've come to find me? As Avery noticed Eve, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly point her wand at him. Her beautiful lips remained still, yet his feet began to move against his will. His mouth was also glued shut by the spell, rendering him unable to resist as he descended the stairs. Eve watched as Avery disappeared from her sight, turning to face the uncertain Snape. The points within the system increased, and her spellcasting ability also enhanced, though they were merely minor charms that would soon expire, but causing Avery to become lost among the other staircases sufficed. Silencing charm, Flea. How did you accomplish that? The dark-haired boy flicked his slightly greasy hair, his eyes radiating an unmistakable fervor for magic. We can discuss that later, Snape. What are you doing with these poor little creatures? The girl's lips curled downward, her mouth pressed tight as she flicked her wand and pointed at the object that Snape had shifted 2 steps to hide behind him. Chapter 18. The Terrifying Blaze. It was a few deceased gray mice, their bodies marred by the scars of spells. Just a minor test. If Miss Flea were to scream or cry out in fear at such a trivial matter, it would be quite troublesome for me. Snape maintained his steady demeanor, yet for some reason, he lowered his head slightly under Eve's gaze. She focused on the pool of tainted blood, her tone gradually sharpening. So you and Avery are tormenting these innocent creatures with dark magic? For the past few days the tasks of Vera Snape's desire had been fluctuating erratically, vexing Eve. Especially since Lily's task had also been affected by Snape's, her frustration only multiplied. Realizing it was because Snape had begun to dabble in dark magic, she understood that the futures of the two were gravitating towards a predetermined tragedy. Lily and Snape's definitions of life as pursuits seemed starkly different at this moment. One gravitating towards light, the other pursuing darkness. Perhaps only when the one he cherishes most passes away will he realize what is truly significant to him. Thus, he would wander the path of loss and regret for the latter half of his life. Snape, the girl's expression was serene, her features becoming increasingly indistinct in the candlelight. What do you hope to achieve through dark magic? Power, status, or wealth? Her words seemed to evoke unsettling memories within the boy. He stared at the flickering candlelight in the corridor, his obsidian eyes increasingly ablaze with ambition. Like sparks igniting a desolate field, unleashing a terrifying inferno. I want to trample those who ridicule me, whether they be muggles or wizards. A low voice, heavy with resentment, flowed from his lips, but was abruptly interrupted by Eve's inquiry. And Lily? What will happen to Lily? Snape's expression fell abruptly, as if he had plummeted from a dream into harsh reality. Lily. The dark-haired boy repeated her name softly, imbued with a tenderness he was unaware of. I will, of course, always be by her side. Eve shook her head, dismissing his naivete. If you choose to pursue your desires, you will lose her. In that instant, Snape appeared as if he had been pierced by a sharp sword to his chest, doubling over as he roared. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you know? Eve interrupted Snape's low growl. I comprehend your situation, albeit without first-hand experience. However, Lily has confided in me about the profound suffering and hardships you endure. She has been consistently contemplating your well-being. She has expended her remaining points of stored energy, directing them toward that group of gray sacrifices. A faint green flame ignited, consuming those offerings until naught remained. A wave of fatigue washed over Eve as she beheld the pitiful, fragile flicker of flame, barely sufficient to incinerate mere rodents. The young girl stifled a yawn, stowed her wand, and descended the stairs, leaving Snape to ponder her recent words. Should you be inclined, the Pruitt family stands ready to assist you, of course, out of respect for Lily. However, the stipulation is to maintain a distance from Avery and his ilk. Even though she had just conjured fiendfire, demonstrating the Pruitt family's involvement in dark magic, Eve doubted whether Snape could fully absorb this information, let alone lower his proud head to beseech her for aid. If a gentle reminder proved ineffective, potentially hindering her progress on the task at hand, the girl's silver eyes glinted with a hint of darkness. She was not averse to employing alternative methods, though she was uncertain if she could outsmart the system. As she made her way down the corridor on the 3rd floor, she overheard a cacophony of chatter nearby. James, slow down. I'm going to be flung out of the cloak. Oh, someone's over there. I think we might have been overheard. Don't worry, he can't see anything. He'll think it's just his imagination. The last speaker, a boy, sounded exceedingly confident. Eve intended to pass by them as if she had heard nothing. But the mischievous trio denied her that opportunity. A hand slowly emerged from beneath the cloak, reaching toward her and tugging her hood down from her head. As the hood fell away, a dazzling silver light illuminated James's eyes. The girl deftly raised her arm, capturing the mischief-making hand. The bespectacled boy froze. As if time had been suspended, for the hand that grasped his was soft and petite, emanating the chill of night. It felt as if his palm cradled a delicate flower petal, and he feared that a mere squeeze might shatter it, or that any excessive movement would cause it to slip away from his grasp. Following James's motion, Eve traced the direction of his arm, her fingers brushing against the cool fabric, gently lifting it to reveal the two other boys, who stood dumbfounded. Good evening, gentlemen. Remus observed the girl as she retracted her arms, bowing slightly toward him and Sirius, her expression shifting from the customary polite smile to a charmingly mischievous grin, her silver eyes sparkling under the moonlight. The moonlight is truly enchanting tonight, perfect for a midnight stroll, wouldn't you agree? Pruitt. Sirius furrowed his brow, extending his arm as if to create more space between James and Eve. However, upon realizing his action, he quickly stepped back, his countenance remaining stern. James, upon hearing Eve utter the words midnight stroll, became particularly animated, bounding to the window and pointing down toward the castle's exterior. Indeed, Pruitt, you can scarcely imagine how beautiful the Forbidden Forest is under the moonlight. We intend to revisit it in a few days. The Forbidden Forest? The girl's gaze flickered, as if a thought had struck her. Are there any calamus roots? James faltered, for that was beyond his realm of knowledge. There are, the sandy-haired boy replied, his gentle, soft eyes fixed steadily on Eve. There are also liquid grass. Eve turned her gaze back toward Remus, a smile blossoming on her lips, radiating pure joy. That is simply splendid. James's eyes darted between Remus and Eve, observing the silent exchange of secrets shared between them that he was oblivious to. His previously enthusiastic hand, pointing toward the outside, drooped limply. This sensation left him uncomfortable, as if an invisible veil separated him from Eve and Remus, rendering him a mere spectator. He despised this feeling, especially since he had been the one to greet Eve first. James Potter's Jealousy 5, Current Progress 15. Chapter 19, The Gaps in the Mask. Filch is coming. Sirius heard the soft mewing of a cat, and the heavy footsteps echoing from the corridor's end. He quickly urged James to climb over the window and glance back at Remus. The sandy-haired boy's conversation with Eve was interrupted, and he displayed no excess emotion, simply lowering his head and standing at the back of the cloak. While feeling an odd sense of relief, Sirius inwardly scorned himself. It was merely a coincidence that friends had encountered a common topic with Pruitt and exchanged a few more words. He had no need to furrow his brow like a jilted lover, biting his lip, consumed by discontent. Wait, he was not a jilted lover. Sirius shook his head, casting aside all strange emotions, and swiftly dove beneath the cloak. However, as James rushed in, he inadvertently pushed Eve along with him. Hurry in, Pruitt. Don't let Filch catch you. Sirius raised an eyebrow. He wanted to argue that it hardly mattered if a Slytherin got caught and lost points. Yet, the next moment, he found himself at a loss for words. The four of them were crammed tightly under the cloak, and the girl's arm, propelled forward, softly encircled his waist. Although he was still wrapped in robes, he could distinctly feel the warmth of her breath against his shoulder and back, igniting an involuntary tremor within him. The gentle embrace around his waist both flustered and embarrassed him, mingling with an indescribable thrill, as if every inch of him anticipated more contact. Moreover, he acutely sensed Eve's gaze trailing from his waist up to his shoulder. Were it not for the limitations of human body temperature, his back would have surely ignited. Eve was somewhat dazed as she was pushed inside. She had initially intended to enjoy the invisibility charm on her own. Yet, she had not anticipated James's eagerness to share the cloak with her. However, it was far too cramped. She struggled to maintain her balance and, to prevent herself from toppling forward, she had no choice but to loosely wrap her arms around the boy in front of her. Sirius's reaction was quite amusing. As his body trembled violently, his tousled dark hair swayed, revealing his crimson ears. He slightly turned his head, his elegantly sculpted profile glistening with moisture, his pale skin dusted with a faint blush. He shot her a glare that seemed fierce, yet in truth it lacked any malice. Instead, when he met Eve's gaze, he appeared startled and quickly averted his eyes. Eve did not have the opportunity to consider his reaction. As the heavy sounds of Remus's breathing and heartbeat resonated behind her, she could even hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart. The girl cast a worried glance outside the window. It was still a crescent moon. Yet Remus's reaction gave her the impression that he might transform into a werewolf at any moment. Eve quietly returned to the Slytherin common room only to find someone waiting for her. Narcissa, still clad in her everyday robes, appeared pale. Her arms tightly crossed over her chest. Upon seeing the girl enter, she immediately rushed toward Eve. "Where have you been, Eve? It's been a full 5 hours since dinner." Narcissa's light golden hair was tangled, lacking its usual smooth sheen, as if it had been tugged by its overly anxious owner. She embraced Eve's shoulders, her palm pressed against the silver-haired girl's cheek, persistently checking her robe. "Sister, I am perfectly fine. It was merely a trivial matter that caused the delay." The young girl offered a soothing smile, gently placing her hand atop Narcissa's. "A trivial matter?" Narcissa lifted her head from Eve's shoulder, her gray eyes brimming with concern. "You have no idea, I am the prefect." "Enough, Black," came a low voice from behind them. Lucius rose from the sofa, the flickering light of the fireplace illuminating his platinum hair. Otherwise, Eve would have been oblivious to Lucius's presence all along. The young man held a pocket watch delicately between his long fingers, glancing down at the time before raising his gaze coldly towards Eve. "It is already 11 o'clock, Miss Flea." He addressed her by her surname with an icy tone. "You have severely violated curfew, and if Mr. Filch catches you, it would reflect poorly on the school." Narcissa turned, gazing at Lucius with surprise. His earlier demeanor had not been like this. Upon realizing Eve was missing from both the common room and the dormitory, his usual indifferent facade had cracked, revealing profound unease and worry. Now, however, it seemed he concealed such feelings once more due to her presence. The silver-haired girl huddled pitifully in the corner, lowering her head as her voice took on a soft, apologetic tone. "I am truly sorry, Lucius." Narcissa's expression softened considerably at Eve's tender apology. Being slightly taller than Eve, she bent down slightly, cradling Eve's small, downcast face with her hands. "Eve dear, I am simply very, very worried about you. Please, do not do this again, all right?" Eve nodded gently, her face nuzzling against Narcissa's fingers. "There won't be a next time, Black. Moreover, you should return to your dormitory now. It is quite late." Lucius pressed his pale lips into a straight line, striding over, his black robe billowing slightly with his agitated movements. He raised his chiseled chin, gesturing towards the direction of the dormitory, signaling Narcissa to leave promptly. "Malfoy, Eve already realizes her mistake. Do not make it harder for her." Narcissa furrowed her brow, finally breaking her usual composed demeanor. "Narcissa." Her roommate emerged from the dormitory, pulling the still fuming blonde girl along, reassuring her as they walked back inside. "Do not worry about Flea. As for you, do not oppose the next head of the Malfoy family. You know very well that your future betrothed is likely to be him. Angering him would not bode well for you." Narcissa lowered her eyelids, crossing her arms in reluctant defiance. I know. The black girl had been marked from birth, except for her sister Andromeda, who married a muggle. Her ultimate fate had been expulsion from the Black family. The charred hole on the family tree once filled Narcissa with dread, for maintaining family ties was the duty of the girls. Yet now, she suddenly felt otherwise. Silence enveloped the common room, leaving only Eve and Lucius. Eve stood in the corner, quietly lifting her head to steal a glance upwards. The platinum-haired boy stood against the light, his tall figure casting a shadow that enveloped the silver-haired girl completely. Eve raised her eyes, observing Lucius shrouded in darkness, his features obscured, save for his gray-blue eyes, which sparkled with a peculiar light. After a moment, a deep voice resonated. Each word flowed with a slow, elegant rhythm, as if he savored each syllable with his tongue and teeth, relishing the impending moment. "Eve, come here." Chapter 20. A perfect match? The silver-haired girl kept her head lowered. Lucius's aura was overwhelming. She could feel his scorching gaze without lifting her eyes. He was a figure of strong will and dominance. A typical first-year student, or even his future wife, would heed his command and obediently approach him, acknowledging their errors. However, to earn Lucius's pride, she needed to make different choices. "No." The silver-haired girl shook her head, her thick eyelashes casting delicate shadows over her defiant eyes. "No." Lucius raised a pale brow. His gaze shifted from Eve's tightly clenched hands gripping her skirt to her freshly bitten, rosy lips. Such a stubborn girl. Had it been anyone else, he might have already frowned or cast a binding spell. Yet, gazing at this girl before him, he only wished to indulge her slightly. The boy softened his cool demeanor, moving closer. The rustling of his robe accompanied the crisp scent of bitter oranges as he approached her. Then came his clear voice. "Eve, look at me." To comply with his request would be absurd. After all, there were no penalties incurred. Eve chose to stubbornly turn her head to the opposite side he desired. She seemed to hear a soft chuckle from above her. When she turned back, she beheld a cascade of platinum hair. The opulent dark green robe pooled around him as the noble boy knelt slightly, lifting his gaze to meet hers. This left Eve with no avenue for escape. This was the first time Eve viewed the one deemed cold, arrogant, and proud from a perspective of superiority. Due to his towering height, she had always looked up at him. Yet this time he raised his head, allowing Eve to see his face and the subtleties of his expressions in their entirety. There was no doubt that Lucius was a strikingly handsome young man. His classic alabaster face held smooth lines, transitioning from youth to young adulthood with sharp angles. His cool, pale brows and eyes concealed a wealth of emotions and thoughts within their gray-blue depths. Those eyes, elongated with slightly upturned corners, exuded a beguiling yet fierce contradiction. His lips, soft and crimson, bore a striking contrast to his otherwise aloof demeanor. In short, it was a magnificent visage that rendered her momentarily speechless. Upon noticing Eve's expression, the handsome boy could no longer suppress a smile. His narrow brows formed an alluring curve, and even his light golden lashes were tinged with a soft, lively hue. "You've looked at me again, Eve." "Lucius," the girl replied, her voice melodic as her round, light-colored eyes curved with his smile, appearing even more tender and charming. "You should smile more. It suits you well." "Suit me well?" The young man paused, momentarily taken aback. The future head of the Malfoy family had no need for such a smile. He sought greater power and wealth, adopting a proud and indifferent facade to exclude unnecessary individuals from his social circle, while also serving as a weapon to maintain his family's image. However, smiling for her sake seemed harmless enough. The boy's smile lingered on his beautiful face for a moment before gradually fading. The familiar seriousness returned, darkening his expression, and his voice dropped to a low tone. "Eve, Black is right. You have caused everyone to worry. Therefore, you must assure me that such behavior will not occur again." The girl rolled her eyes, mumbling a vague promise, her reluctance evident, along with a certainty that there would indeed be future transgressions. She resembled a stubborn little creature who knowingly defied the odds, especially with her silver eyes occasionally glinting mischievously, while at other times appearing innocently misty, much like her true self, seemingly gentle and soft, yet inherently mischievous. However, when Lucius observed Eve feigning innocence with her downcast lashes once more, he surprisingly rubbed his forehead, deciding to indulge her. He resolved to assign several Slytherin students to accompany her, ensuring she would not encounter danger. He exhaled softly, fixing his gaze on Eve as she nervously toyed with her delicate lips, his fingers twitching slightly. He yearned to substitute his fingers for her diminutive, pitiable lips, allowing her teeth and damp tongue to languidly tease his fingertips. Ideally, he wished to leave an indelible mark of her bite. Just as the youth was on the brink of succumbing to exquisite reverie, he resolutely turned his head, skimming past Eve's visage, his gaze settling on her now relaxed, slender fingers, which bore a tiny wound. "Eve." Lucius gingerly cradled her hand, pinching her delicate fingertip, directing his wand towards the minute injury, healing as if it had never existed. A cool sensation swept over her fingertip, and the insignificant wound vanished in an instant. However, Lucius's brow remained stoic, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation. "At the very least, you must promise me not to inflict harm upon yourself again." The silver-haired girl grasped his elongated fingers, giving them a gentle shake, her eyelashes fluttering as her soft lips curled slightly. "What if I don't?" If she chose not to, Lucius deftly flipped his palm, skillfully capturing her mischievous hand, successfully encircling her wrist. The girl's wrist was both slender and delicate, her bones so petite that he felt he could easily break them with a mere lift of his hand. What if I do? Should he confine her to a cage? Absurd. He derided the peculiar thought that had unexpectedly surfaced. Then, steeling himself, he deliberately shifted the conversation, his tone growing serious. "Eve, you are far too thin. I shall inform Miss Black, and from tomorrow onward, she will ensure you consume more during breakfast and lunch." Eve. Indeed. Narcissa and Lucius were a perfect match in certain respects. Chapter 21, Secrets. Professor McGonagall's classroom was quieter than those of other professors. At least, under the formidable aura of Professor McGonagall, James and Sirius had reined in their mischief somewhat. Nevertheless, James redirected his talents elsewhere. The task for this lesson required the young wizards to encourage the teacup before them to grow legs. James took an unconventional route. His teacup not only sprouted legs but also grew long arms. Consequently, all eyes were on the teacup as it leaped onto the podium, knocking over other teacups in its wake. It bounded towards the hanging lights, grasping the rope and swinging out the window, resembling a teacup-shaped marionette. Eve suspected James had somehow merged with this teacup. To this Snape remarked, Only a mind so utterly devoid of depth would conjure such a uniquely personal transfiguration spell. The result was that his teacup was toppled by Sirius's teacup. The two teacups commenced a brawl on the table and floor, until they shattered into pieces upon colliding. Lily kicked the two broken teacups away from her, retrieving her wand to cast a spell on her own cup. Compared to the two wobbly, spindly legs of Eve's teacup, hers sprouted robust limbs. From first year until now, Eve had no doubt about Lily's capabilities in spells, flying, potions, and various other subjects. This red-haired girl even outperformed pure-blood students who had received extra tutoring at home prior to entering Hogwarts. Therefore, Eve was perplexed by the character introduction system had provided her. Why would such a emotionally stable, straightforward, and impeccable girl choose a path of marriage and motherhood right after graduation? She seemed far more suited to carve out a niche in the social sphere. Eve, your teacup is about to topple. Don't just sit there daydreaming. Lily waved her hand in front of Eve, cheerfully pointing at her teacup, which was on the verge of collapsing in silent distress. With a flick of her wand, Eve removed the legs from the teacup, restoring it to its original form. Lily, have you ever considered what you'd like to do in the future? The beautiful redhead propped her chin up, her azure eyes sparkling in the gentle sunlight. I want to be an Auror, she beamed, flashing a radiant smile at Eve in the early winter classroom. Why should Aurors primarily be boys' work? If it were me, I would perform far better than those foolish boys. That smile was so pure and fervent that Eve narrowed her eyes. So, why should Lily Evans be destined for such a tragic and sorrowful fate? If only she could. The silver-haired girl shook her head, shrouding her eyes in shadow once more. She ought not to, and could not, think too much. She merely needed to complete her task. When Mitchell reappeared, Eve was genuinely startled. She had never acclimated to the uncanny ability of the young not to appear and disappear at will. From the time of her nocturnal wanderings until the end of the charms class, Mitchell had been absent from Hogwarts. It seemed his father, Howard Knott, had granted him leave. What he had been up to remained a mystery. When Eve, feeling disheartened, returned early from her flying lesson, she caught sight of the glimmering blue eyes in the corner, causing her hair to stand on end. The youth's eyes were a chilling ice blue, concealing a dangerously deep undercurrent, like a dormant, merciless beast, poised to pounce and tear at the throat of anyone who approached. However, upon recognizing Eve, his blue eyes brightened with delight, as if some great creature had caught a whiff of a familiar scent, encountering a familiar person, thus instinctively abandoning its hunting stance. Eve pressed a hand to her thumping heart, halting her advance. Mitchell, when did you return? She furrowed her brow, raising her lashes to cast a reproachful glance at him. You startled me. Her monotonous tone sounded unexpectedly soft in the youth's ears. The slight elevation in her voice's pitch resembled a playful tease. Although Mitchell was well aware that these were merely figments of his imagination, this cunning silver-haired vixen always approached with intentions only she knew. Thus, he should be a prudent hunter, moving neither too quickly nor too slowly, until he ensnared her in the web he had spun. Why the silence? Eve's voice began to take on a defensive edge. The figure lurking in the shadows chuckled softly, leisurely rising to his feet, and stepping into the light. Only when he stood did Eve realize what was amiss with Mitchell. The youth's complexion was pale, and beneath the dark fringe of his hair, the shadows of insufficient rest lingered under his eyelids. As he approached, the faint scent of pine wood emanating from him could not completely mask the subtle hint of blood. Eve blinked. What had Mitchell been up to? What could have caused him harm? Could this be Mitchell's secret? You're hurt? The girl's usually gentle voice rose slightly, perfectly conveying her anxiety and concern. Her soft, slightly cool hand brushed over Mitchell's arm, guiding him to a brighter spot. The youth obediently followed Eve, sinking back into the plush sofa. Beside him, the couch dipped as Eve settled next to him, her lashes fluttering as she glanced at his face. Mitchell. What on earth happened? Eve chose her words carefully, striving to conceal her curiosity, while emphasizing her concern for him. She scrutinized Mitchell's expression, his lips pressed together, brows furrowed, her slender fingers lightly tapping on the back of his hand in a teasing manner. It is worth noting that the Knott and the Pruitt families were long-standing acquaintances. Eve subtly introduced the topic of family. Mitchell is the person closest to me aside from my family, so if you've suffered any grievances or injuries, I would be extremely worried and saddened. The youth lowered his lashes, and upon hearing her express concern and sorrow, he suddenly raised his eyes, fixating on her face. Those eyes no longer radiated coldness, but instead glimmered with an oddly fervent warmth. They resembled ice melting, luring those nearby with a fade of warmth, but once approached, one would be ensnared within the icy depths, forever frozen in its embrace. Little Eve is worried about me? The youth tilted the corners of his lips, his pallid cheeks flushed with a sickly hue. This stirred a profound sense of emotion within me. Amidst the casual yet delightful banter, that cold, pale hand, with its prominent sinews, suddenly grasped the hand of the girl, playfully tapping his knuckles. The boy's slender fingers moved with dexterous grace, leisurely gliding over the base of her fingers before gradually entwining them tightly, refusing to let go. Eve leaned back, attempting to pull free, yet found herself ensnared more firmly. While a warm whisper reached her ears, "Given this, I believe Eve would be quite willing to assist me in tending to my wounds." Chapter 22, Temptation. Outside the dormitory window, the aquatic plants twisted and turned. Eve watched as the boy raised his arm, unhurriedly loosening the buttons of his white shirt at the neck, revealing the once concealed, solid prominence of his Adam's apple. His fingers continued to descend, methodically unfastening the deep brown buttons, discarding the bothersome silver-green tie to the side. As the white shirt slowly peeled away from his form, it unveiled an expanse of porcelain-white skin. A gruesome wound lay across Mitchell's shoulder, exposing raw flesh, its edges marred by a charred ring, reminiscent of a burn. The sight was agonizing. Eve gently poured the white medicinal serum he had given her onto his injury, causing the boy's body to tremble violently, his jaw clenched tightly. Without the shirt's concealment, the veins in his neck tautened, pulsating with her ministrations. "Little Eve, be gentle," he murmured, successfully diverting her gaze from his wound to his face. His brows were furrowed, revealing delicate creases in the center. The pain caused his enchanting eyes to narrow slightly, the corners tinged with a faint blush. His lips bore the marks of teeth, exhibiting a seductive crimson hue, exuding an alluring fragility. The soothing serum seeped into Mitchell's skin, emitting a disconcerting sizzling sound. Eve observed as a small patch of skin visibly healed, her attention drawn to the boy's lips, still stained with vibrant red and deep bite marks. After a moment's contemplation, she finally spoke. "Mitchell, you are enticing me. Such wounds could heal swiftly, yet you brought them to school for her to see. This cunning fellow is doing it on purpose." The boy chuckled softly, his grip on her hand unyielding, gently caressing her finger's side. "So have I successfully enticed little Eve?" As he spoke, he leaned forward. The boy's physique differed from that of a robust man. His shoulders and neck were slender, lacking the dense, muscular build, instead draped in a delicate layer of flesh, yet with clearly defined contours. That layer of alabaster skin was supple, capturing her fingertips as she applied the ointment, allowing her to distinctly feel its silken texture, soft yet perfectly firm. Mitchell relaxed his previously knitted brow, allowing his features to soften towards Eve, his eyes melting into a spring-like warmth. He resembled a figure shedding the confines of a restrictive garment, revealing a vibrant inner self akin to a resplendent fox. Suddenly, the silver-haired girl smirked, withdrawing her fingers from his grasp, trailing them slowly up his slender forearm. Her body leaned toward Mitchell's side, eventually bringing her lips close to his ear. "Perhaps, but you must try a bit harder." The warm, moist breath caused the boy to shiver involuntarily. "How so? For instance? Tell me more about yourself." Her playful fingers withdrew from his arm, leaving behind a faint, wistful chill. "About myself?" The boy entwined the silvery ends of Eve's hair around his fingers, toying with them nonchalantly as he continued. "The Knot family is particularly stringent regarding the inheritance of dark magic. You are aware of my father's fervent obsession with it." He leaned closer to Eve, nuzzling her smooth cheek like a large feline. "Thus, I must return to the estate for rigorous training under the Knot family." Eve remained still, permitting his proximity. "Is that why you bear so many injuries?" Not only was his shoulder marred, but his chest and abdomen were also stained with blood. "According to my father, pain helps one remember more vividly. But pain can drive one to madness." Whether it was due to familial ties or the obsessive study of dark magic, his father had descended further into insanity after his mother's death. She had been a tether, a reminder of his father's humanity. Yet, with her passing, he seemed to shed the last remnants of restraint, resembling a beast unbound, prowling through every corner once shared with his beloved. In his increasingly erratic state, his father regarded him merely as a vessel for the Knot family bloodline, compelling him to ceaselessly practice various dark incantations. Had he not encountered Eve, he might have succumbed to madness long before his father. He once believed he would transform into a merciless beast, ready to lash out at anything that threatened to shatter his sanity. The moment he caught a glimpse of the silver-haired girl in the garden of Fleury, he found the tether that restrained him. The stagnant world around him began to swirl, the gears of time grinding within his mind. Everything suddenly held significance. He instinctively yearned to draw closer to her, a sensation reminiscent of something he had once known. The fireplace crackled cheerfully. Mitchell pressed his cheek against Eve's silken strands, inhaling deeply. She exuded a rich, sweet fragrance that conjured images of soft, ripe peaches or raspberries drenched in syrup. He pondered whether taking a bite would unleash a cascade of sweet juice. His blue eyes darkened in a place where Eve could not see, swirling with countless unarticulated emotions. Yet with little Eve here, no matter how many wounds I bear, the pain dissipates. Eve tilted her head, extricating herself from Mitchell's half-embrace just before he could draw her back. She pressed her finger against his lips, silencing his playful words. The boy, seizing the opportunity, placed a gentle kiss upon her fingertip. His enchanting eyes curved in delight as a low, husky laugh escaped him. Eve shot him a sidelong glance, flicking her wand lightly, causing the white shirt to flutter back onto Mitchell's form. Put this on. The other students will be returning soon. With a hint of disappointment, she rose from the couch, her enchanting silver eyes now blinking irritably. She had believed she had uncovered Mitchell's secret, and had attempted to input the answer into the system. Despite her mental preparations, she felt disheartened when the system indicated an error. After all, she had invested considerable effort in enticing Mitchell to divulge details about himself. Unconsciously, she puffed out her cheeks, prompting the leisurely dressing boy to squint his eyes, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Did he not realize that little Eve was attempting to extract information from him? Moreover, he had no qualms about sharing his story, for it was hardly a secret. It appeared that this cunning little silver fox had underestimated her. Perhaps next time, he should do something to mislead her, ensnaring this delightful creature in her own trap. Chapter 23, Halloween. On October 31st, Halloween, the castle was awash with an overabundance of pumpkins. Even the knights bore pumpkin heads and spear tips, providing the mischievous spirits ample ammunition to hurl pumpkins at passing students. I hereby declare my disdain for pumpkins from this moment forth, Lily stated flatly, expressing her sentiments. In a swift and graceful motion, she seized a bronze shield from the grasp of a knight statue, effectively blocking the pumpkin assault launched by the mischievous Peeves. The poor knight, bereft of his shield, was met with a face full of pumpkin. The red-haired girl adjusted her costume to ensure everything was in place, and once satisfied, she gleefully pulled Eve towards the direction of the hall. Today Lily's attire was notably different from her usual ensembles. Eve had dedicated considerable effort to Lily's ensemble for Halloween. She had transformed Lily into a golden-red sprite, complete with magical wings that fluttered animatedly as if alive. The knee-length gown, adorned with shimmering golden sequins, sparkled under the light, casting flickering golden stars that danced with her every movement. The hall was already brimming with eager little witches and wizards, particularly the first-year students who had just joined the festivities. Among them, a few stood out prominently, especially James Potter, who donned a tight-fitting red costume embroidered with spider webs. A matching hood obscured his head, featuring white eyes that allowed him to see clearly. As he hopped around the hall, he pinched his thumb and forefinger together, mimicking Spider-Man's signature web-shooting gesture. However, instead of webs, a horde of toys and real spiders erupted from his hands, successfully scaring off a group of seated girls. This also elicited a series of creaking sounds from the little sprite beside Eve, who was clenching her fists. Snape, trailing silently behind them, offered a scathing remark, a hairless, red-skinned, jumping monkey. The red-skinned monkey sprinted towards them, his tight costume leaving nothing to the imagination, accentuating his lithe figure with elongated proportions. A thin layer of red fabric subtly outlined the youthful contours of his chest and abdomen, tapering down to a trim waist and a striking mermaid line, adorned with floral boxers. This flamboyant monkey extended his magical claw, exclaiming, "Evans, watch out." Before he could finish, Lily's wand jabbed forward, nearly piercing James's white mask. "Potter, if you dare unleash spiders upon Eve and me, I will transform your head into a spider and hurl it out of the window." James immediately cried for mercy. He swiftly removed his stifling hood, tousling his damp black hair back to reveal a smooth, exceptionally pale forehead. His round, hazel eyes sparkled with joy, reflecting the warm glow of candlelight like sweet milk chocolate. Eve observed him with curiosity as he grinned and stuffed candies into Lily's small bag. She wondered how someone with such a sweet, warm-hearted visage could engage in such peculiar antics. She was genuinely intrigued by how James managed to win Lily's affection. "Evan, your dress emits golden lasers," exclaimed a bespectacled boy, pointing excitedly at Lily's gown. Such a crude observation. James then shifted his gaze to Eve, who today had eschewed her flowing robes in favor of a sleek black leather skirt. Her slender waist was accentuated, and a small tail swayed behind her, complemented by a headband adorned with black horns. Behind her, a pair of small bat-like wings, covered in a leathery membrane, completed her enchanting look, while her lips were painted a striking crimson. James blinked in excitement, turning to call out to his companion, "Hey Sirius, you all look splendid today." The silver-eyed boy, languidly lounging on the long table with his legs crossed, raised his chin and glanced back upon hearing James's voice. Upon spotting Eve, his gray eyes lit up. Yet he maintained an air of aristocratic aloofness, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his tailored trousers as he sauntered over. Today he was clad in a lavish, medieval-inspired ensemble, featuring a white silk shirt beneath a half-length black double-breasted coat that accentuated his slender waist. He forewent horns, instead opting for a pair of impressively crafted fangs. His slightly curled, shoulder-length black hair framed his porcelain-like face, casting a soft shadow over his unruly gaze. As he approached, many girls' eyes were glued to him. Despite their contrasting costumes, Eve as a little demon and Black as a vampire, Lily regarded Sirius with a blank expression as he approached, silently voicing her dissent. James blinked again, wishing to rebut Lily but found himself at a loss for words, grappling with an inexplicable sense of selfishness. Although his brother appeared remarkably suited to stand beside Eve, he suddenly, perhaps due to a moment of whimsy, found himself reluctant to acknowledge it. Sirius glanced at the suddenly silent James before turning his attention back to Eve. His gaze flitted between her swaying tail and horns, a hint of an itch in his throat prompting a light cough. Upholding his cherished tradition of contradiction, he leisurely voiced his opinion, tinged with an inexplicable delight. While I can't say I find Freely's outfit particularly appealing, it does somewhat resemble Lily's in style. Lily's fists clenched in indignation. What do you mean it's not appealing? Eve is undeniably beautiful. All right, Lily, Eve interjected, her eyes twinkling, showing no signs of displeasure. We girls should wear what we like. Why cater to others' preferences? Eve found it challenging to assess Sirius's contradictory nature, especially after hearing the notification. Sirius Black's loyalty to current progress 27. If one finds something beautiful, they should express it openly. Being tsundere can easily alienate girls. My dearest little demon, are you waiting for me here? A melodious voice chimed from above their heads. The blue-eyed boy stood behind them, offering a gentle smile. Mitchell, dressed in a dark, form-fitting tailcoat, appeared even more broad-shouldered and long-legged. His tousled black hair, swept to the top of his head, revealed a polished forehead, exuding elegance and nobility. He too sported a tail and horns akin to Eve's, as if to declare to all, see? This is true coordination. Sirius ground his teeth, adjusting his shoulders as he subtly compared himself to Mitchell. He was not as tall, but that was inconsequential. He would still grow. His face might not be as handsome. Yet he could not fathom why the girls nearby were squealing at naught. He mused that Mitchell merely possessed an added flair that appealed to the girls. What was so great about it? Stealing a glance back at Eve, he found her attention elsewhere. As she playfully flicked her tail and arched her lovely brows at Mitchell. Dear demon, do not play tricks before me. She placed her fingers atop Mitchell's outstretched hand, temporarily departing from Lily and Sirius as she made her way toward the Slytherin table. Lily watched as Sirius returned to his seat with a dazed expression. Forgetting about the spiders in his bag, she quietly scoffed, thinking that stubborn pride had no future. Turning her head, she discovered that James had vanished from the hall. When she spotted him again, the bespectacled boy had changed back into his original wizard's robes, sitting at his seat and devouring pumpkin pie with gusto. Where's your tight costume? James. Mark, seated beside him, draped an arm around his shoulder and laughed heartily. James tilted his head back, finishing his pumpkin soup, and mysteriously raised a finger. Shaking it. One must always evolve. As he stood before the two boys and the girl, clad in his tight-fitting red attire, an unexpected wave of absurdity washed over him. It seemed that, apart from himself, everyone else had shed their childish appearances during their brief school years. This realization abruptly instilled a sense of shame within him in Eve's presence. Compelled by this feeling, he hastily fled the hall, scrambling to the restroom to remove the tight garment. It was as if, in that fleeting moment, he had experienced a subtle maturation. Chapter 24. The Gift. Freely. A voice called out to Eve as she exited the hall, halting her in her tracks. Remus, who had not participated in the Halloween costume party, remained in his old, tattered robe. His light brown eyes sparkled with an eager light, as if he had discovered something truly delightful. He approached Eve with rapid steps, his chest rising and falling in quick succession, summoning the courage to speak. Happy Halloween, Freely. I wish to present you with a Halloween gift. Upon uttering these words, his face flushed crimson, as if he had just consumed a fiery chili pepper. Eve, sensing his discomfort, did not allow him to linger in embarrassment. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes brimmed with laughter. What is it, Lupin? Remus extended his hand, revealing a cluster of fresh, dew-laden grass, still imbued with the chill of the forbidden forest. His hand bore traces of grayish mud and tiny scratches from the serrated leaves, evoking in Eve the illusion that what she held was not merely a handful of grass, but a tender, fragile heart. In contrast to Remus, her delicate, fair fingers gently pinched the base of the grass, cautiously gliding over the boy's palm to indicate the wounds. You need not injure yourself on my account, Lupin. The feather-light touch of her fingertips sent a shiver down his spine, not from pain, but from a sweet, tingling sensation. His hand instinctively recoiled, clenching into a fist. Such minor injuries were of little consequence. They were a common occurrence for him. Whether from the terrifying wounds sustained during his transformation into a werewolf, or from the disdainful slurs hurled at him as an ordinary human. Yet, in Eve's presence, he yearned to present the best version of himself. The wounds on his hands, along with the dirt beneath his nails, were unsightly, unworthy of her gaze. Perhaps he was merely a facade, draped in an unremarkable human guise, striving to mask the ugly truths within. What do you mean by not minding? They are bleeding. Eve gently pulled Remus's hand closer, tapping his clenched fist to coax him into opening it. His face was now a deep shade of crimson, extending even to his neck and the skin beneath his collar. He kept his head lowered, yet his light brown eyes dared to glance up at Eve, who held her wand with grace. The girl's lips, painted a vivid crimson, were pressed together, glistening under the light with a translucent sheen, shimmering enticingly. It beckoned those who beheld it to imagine the sweetness that might linger if they were to kiss or nibble at them. Thus he stole a glance, only to shy away once more, focusing instead on the coolness of Eve's hand as it enveloped his fingers, her warm breath mingling with his. The stinging pain of his wounds had vanished. All that remained were his rough, unsightly fingers resting in her soft palm. Just as he contemplated withdrawing in embarrassment, a delicate silk pouch slipped into his palm, heavy and revealing hints of colorful candy wrappers. No Halloween pranks for Mr. Lupin this year, she said, lifting her gaze slightly, her lips curling into a playful smile, her voice both cunning and tender. These are all the candies I prepared, just for you. She playfully placed her finger against her lips and winked mischievously. Remus found himself entranced, his gaze fixated on her luminous, supple lips. He belatedly realized that his fingers were unconsciously squeezing the bag of sweets in rhythm with her lips' movements. With utmost care, he placed the bag into the inner pocket of his robe. This was something that belonged solely to him. Eve. She had taken only a couple of steps forward when a new, deep voice called out to her once more. She wondered if she had stumbled into a character-driven dialogue game, triggering new conversational quests. The platinum-haired boy emerged from behind a pillar outside the hall. His light brows furrowed tightly, his lips pressed into a straight line. Were you just speaking with that Gryffindor? His tone carried an unmistakable hint of impatience. It's Remus Lupin. He's a good person. The silver-haired girl relaxed, her eyes brightening as she recognized the figure behind the pillar, transforming her earlier tension into ease. This awareness brought a measure of calm to Lucius, though his gaze remained fixated on the departing Remus and Eve, particularly as he observed Eve pulling out a bag brimming with sweets, all of which she bestowed upon the impoverished Gryffindor boy, who immediately wore an expression of having discovered a treasure. How ridiculous, he mused. It's only a bag of candy, such a naive fellow, utterly unacquainted with the world. Yet he hadn't received a single piece from Eve. Lucius inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. The girl from his house was still far too young, too innocent in certain aspects, just like that insufferable boy, who had offered her nothing but common herbs, and in return, she had given him everything she possessed. It was perilous, and he began to worry for Eve's future. What if one day, she fell for some smooth-talking rogue who would easily charm her away? Eve. The platinum-haired boy inclined his head slightly, speaking to her in a gentle tone that could astonish even Abraxas himself. You are still too young to understand that not everyone is as they appear. Before him, the silver-haired girl continued to smile with unwavering trust, inching closer to him. But Lucius is good, isn't he? Lucius hesitated momentarily. Is he? Most of the praise surrounding him was built upon the wealth and power of the Malfoy name. Among his followers, how many genuinely admired him for who he was? Few, if any, stood before him to speak well of him. Not even his father. He was acutely aware of his own avarice and coldness. Thus, it seemed highly likely that this little girl was simply deceiving herself. Lucius. Eve shook her head, her silvery locks cascading over her shoulders and cheeks. Leaning closer, she opened her palm to reveal a pumpkin-shaped brooch, plump and capable of changing colors when touched. Even if you don't tell me, I want to give you this. Isn't it adorable? I made it myself. The little girl stood proudly with her hands on her hips. The boy's gray-blue eyes flickered with a myriad of emotions as he reached out, his pale hand closing around the chubby pumpkin. Thank you, Eve. His gaze fell, lingering for a moment on her slender waist, accentuated by the leather skirt, and the delicate skin of her knees before he swiftly blinked his golden lashes. The serpent staff swung forcefully, causing Eve's diminutive wings to be dislodged, clutched in Lucius's hand, fluttering wildly. Draped over her shoulders was Lucius's wizarding robe, excessively oversized, nearly enveloping her entirely. The boy turned his head stiffly to the side, yet with a sense of cherishment, pinned the pumpkin brooch to his chest. The vicinity near the entrance was somewhat chilly, and your attire is too insubstantial for this weather. He averted his gaze, peering at his pocket watch with a tone befitting a prefect. It is almost curfew. You ought to return, Eve. Chapter 25, Domination. The first-year defense against the dark arts class was significantly less rigorous compared to others. They delved into fundamental theoretical concepts, encompassing what dark magic is, its scope, and the potential dangers it poses. Practical lessons commenced only after Halloween. The first spell they learned was Disarm, a classic and highly practical incantation. Eve perceived a certain resemblance to mischief. Both required taking advantage of the unsuspecting or diverting their attention to seize their wands. She speculated that James and Sirius must excel at this spell. In fact, her intuition was spot on, as Sirius was at a distance, wand aimed at her back, his face flushed with embarrassment. It seemed the Black family possessed an innate sensitivity towards dark magic and defensive arts. Sirius learned the spell almost instantaneously, and took great delight in using it on James and Remus. James experienced an unprecedented sense of frustration. It wasn't merely due to excitement transforming him into a toad. Rather, it stemmed from being continuously disarmed and having to chase after his wand, passively becoming a toad. As Sirius played on, his gaze drifted afar. There, a young girl elegantly waved her wand, successfully disarming Lily before returning the wand to the red-haired girl, simultaneously affectionately ruffling Lily's hair. Insincerity, he scoffed, yet could not help but touch the sleek tips of his dark hair. A fleeting thought of mischief crossed his mind. Swiftly captured. He was curious about the expression Eve would wear if he disarmed her. Would she furrow her brows in reproach? Or would she rise on her toes? Reaching for her wand he held high? Regardless of the outcome, she would turn to look at him. Without further contemplation, he pointed his wand at Eve. Disarm. After a prolonged moment, there was no response. How peculiar. It had worked effortlessly on James and Remus moments before. He swung his wand again, this time with greater force, nearly shouting the incantation. After 2 attempts, he still failed to disarm Eve, instead attracting the attention of James and Remus, who observed his crimson face with amusement. Are you casting a spell on Evans, mate? James, holding Remus's wand high, followed the direction Sirius's wand was aimed, finally regaining his confidence in his duel with Remus. The bespectacled boy, with his brown eyes, gazed at Sirius's flushed visage, and with a modicum of emotional intelligence, he patted Sirius on the shoulder, adopting a motherly tone. Sirius, there's no need to harbor such disdain for her. Though she is a Slytherin, she is not ill-natured, brave and kind. James halted mid-sentence, his gaze catching Eve's profile, and suddenly fell silent. His golden brown eyes narrowed slightly as he deftly snagged Sirius's wand from him. Could it truly be broken? He muttered, pointing it at Eve. Disarm. Eve's wand quivered slightly in her grasp, bobbing up and down, only to return to her hand. However, Lily's terrifying glare was already aimed in their direction. Hi, Evans. James chuckled awkwardly, throwing her a futile flirtatious glance. Lily responded with a fierce glare. So gentlemen, are you experimenting with the wand I lent to Black? Eve crossed her arms, observing Remus cautiously inspecting Sirius's wand. The ringleader, Sirius, stood silently by, his expression dark and peculiar, his gray eyes clouded with an inscrutable mist. Oh. It's nothing, just a coincidence, James said, rubbing his head where Lily had struck him, chuckling nervously. What coincidence? Lily seethed. It might indeed be somewhat ineffective. At that moment, Remus, ever the shy mediator, swiftly interrupted Lily's impending outburst, saving James from a minor catastrophe. He cast a quick glance at Eve, his lips curling gently as he inquired. Evans, if you wouldn't mind, may I give it a try? After some attempts, Remus could only push Eve's wand aside, unable to disarm her, let alone seize it. Lily snatched the wand, skeptically aiming it at Eve. Disarm. Eve's wand remained steadfast. It truly is broken. The green-eyed girl shot a sidelong glance at James, who wore an expression of I told you so, acknowledging the reality. Eve accepted Sirius's wand from Lily. From the wand's texture, the system deduced it was cedar wood, paired with a strong character and extraordinary loyalty. Loyalty, indeed, Eve mused, tracing her fingers along the wand's surface, tapping it lightly from top to bottom, before giving its tip a gentle twist. Be good, she whispered to the wand, which appeared as obstinate as Sirius himself. Sirius's eyes had not strayed from Eve. He watched as she held his wand, her delicate fingers caressing its length. A strange tingling sensation surged up his spine. As if her hand were not caressing his wand, but rather himself. The boy let out a muffled sound. The electric sensation exploded through his body, washing over him completely. From head to toe, he nearly lost his footing. As the girl poked at the tip of his wand, the feeling became particularly pronounced. He could almost sense the moisture of her fingertip, the smoothness of her skin, and the warmth radiating from her, trailing down his abdomen. Eve waved the wand. Remus's wand was easily disarmed and fell into her grasp. The silver-haired girl scrutinized the wand in her hand, then glanced at the wide-eyed onlookers. "It's not broken." Before she could finish her sentence, the gray-eyed boy snatched the wand from her. The boy's cheeks flushed crimson. Even his typically sardonic eyes glistened with unexpected moisture. Clumped together, the corners tinged with varying shades of red. Sirius Black's loyalty 3 current progress, 30. When Sirius Black's loyalty exceeds 20, all his possessions will correspondingly reflect that loyalty. Hence, Sirius's wand was reluctant to attack the object of its master's loyalty, especially under the influence of cedar wood. The still-flushed boy deliberately turned away, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, casually remarking to James and Remus, "I have more than one wand. I can simply switch." Yet, he dared not look towards the silver-haired girl, who was smiling at him. So what was truly behind Sirius's reaction? Though Eve was not entirely sure, she found it fascinating. She focused on his still blushing ears, a mischievous smile creeping upon her lips. Chapter 26 Christmas. Sirius did not, as he had claimed, switch wands. He suspected that Eve had discerned his disarming spell the moment he cast it, prompting her to retaliate in such a manner. In the ensuing days, he found himself surreptitiously fixated on the silver-haired maiden, save for the hours of slumber at night. This obsession caused Lily, seated nearby, to sneeze multiple times. "My brother's mind seems to have unraveled after his history of magic class," Remus, James remarked. Remus, slowly realizing something was amiss with Sirius, wrapped an arm around his shoulder. His expression one of profound concern, as if preparing to hold a memorial for the state of Sirius's mind. Silently, Remus tugged the napkin from Sirius's grasp just as he was about to bring it to his lips, offering a gentle smile. "No, James. We should have addressed this much earlier." At last, Sirius seized an opportunity during Professor Flitwick's charms class. He discreetly nudged his wand towards Eve, subtly shifting her own wand aside. He watched intently as her delicate fingers picked up his wand. Should she employ her usual tactics against him, he would be caught unawares. Instinctively, he clenched his fist and closed his eyes. Yet, nothing transpired. Upon reopening his eyes, he was slightly dazed and bewildered to hear Eve exclaim softly, turning to return his wand. Her expression was innocently cheerful as she said, "Black, is this not your wand? It seems to have accidentally found its way into my possession." He dazedly accepted it, proceeding through the remainder of the class in a haze, and during lunch, he clumsily attempted to feed himself with the napkin, only to have it snatched away by the vigilant Remus. "Remus, we truly ought to take Sirius to the hospital wing," James finally voiced his concern. Emulating the poignant farewells from films, he embraced Sirius, wiping away tears and snot from his face that had been induced by the spicy food. "My dear brother, what is amiss with you?" Finally, under the assault of mucus, Sirius regained his senses, his finely sculpted brows furrowing as he endeavored to feign anger. "I suspect Flitwick is playing a prank on me." "Who? Flitwick?" James perked up, his hazel eyes glimmering with an unusual curiosity. His tone tinged with an air of something concealed. "What has she done to you?" A strange sensation, one he wished to forget, surged within Sirius as he coughed discreetly to mask it. "Actually, it's nothing of great consequence," he murmured, his voice wavering. "Merely my conjecture. And if she has done anything, my curse would not spare her." "Then that implies nothing has happened," James concluded with an air of satisfaction. After all, Flitwick was hardly the type to be humorous or sociable like them. Slytherin was notoriously dull and dreary. He happily patted Remus's thigh, who was seriously listening to Sirius. Lost in thought. Despite the fervent slap, Remus exhibited no reaction. The boy with the light brown eyes seemed momentarily sluggish, brushing off the crumbs from James's trousers with a gentle smile, nodding in agreement with James's conclusion. Meanwhile, Remus cast a sidelong glance at Sirius, whose dark hair partially concealed his crimson ears. Even if she had done something, the alleged curses Sirius had stammered about were likely mere idle talk. When Christmas arrived, the snow fell heavily. The Flitwick estate buzzed with life once more due to Eve's return. Roland Flitwick adorned the corners and halls of the estate with Christmas trees, festooned with plush toys, colorful stars, and beautifully wrapped gift boxes. Had it not been for Eve's adamant refusal, Roland intended to place a row of Christmas trees in her bedroom. On Christmas Day, guests began to arrive at the Flitwick estate. The golden-haired maiden removed her heavy cloak, revealing a black corseted dress underneath, elegantly handing it to a servant. Yet, upon catching sight of the silver-haired maiden standing within the hall, she hurried over. "Eve, you look truly splendid today." Narcissa grasped Eve's hand, suppressing the urge to embrace her tightly in front of the other guests. The silver-haired maiden smiled brightly. Clad in a deep blue gown, the fitted skirt design rendering her both playful and gentle, akin to the shimmering sea under moonlight, calm and soft. "Merry Christmas, lovely ladies." A warm voice interrupted Narcissa's desire to caress Eve's cheek. Beside them, a dark-haired youth leaned in with his charming eyes, his gaze fixed intently on Eve, his icy blue irises sparkling with gentle light. Narcissa wrinkled her nose. This cunning not always interrupted her at crucial moments. Moreover, she scrutinized him from head to toe. His deep blue suit, complemented by a matching tie adorned with silver patterns, not only accentuated his tall, athletic frame but also hinted at something more. "Mitchell, it seems we are both clad in matching colors. How fortuitous," the silver-haired maiden remarked playfully, causing Mitchell's smile to take on a flirtatious warmth. "Indeed, we appear quite complimentary. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Black?" He cast a nonchalant glance at Narcissa, raising an eyebrow in a clear challenge. Narcissa's fingers twitched. She suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to cast a curse at naught, disregarding her ladylike demeanor. "Eve," a deep voice called from behind them. Lucius seemed to have only just noticed Narcissa and Mitchell, nodding politely yet coolly. "And Miss Black, Mr. Knott." The platinum-haired youth, clad in a black suit that accentuated his tall, slender frame, held a dark green rectangular gift box adorned with a silver bow in his pale hands. Lucius presented it to Eve. "Merry Christmas," he said softly, his expression neutral yet his gaze fixed on Eve. "Mr. Malfoy is quite busy, even to have his gift delivered by owl in advance," Mitchell remarked, his charming demeanor unchanged, though Narcissa caught a whiff of a faint tea scent. Lucius remained expressionless. His eyes locked on Eve as she held his gift. "I merely wished to present the gift to Eve in person. As for being busy..." He finally cast a superior glance at Mitchell. Perhaps not as busy as Mr. Knott, who recently took a leave of absence. Before Mitchell could alter his expression, Eve interjected. "Thank you for the gift, Lucius. I would be delighted with anything you have chosen." Her tone was sweet and warm, instantly softening Lucius's previously cold demeanor. "That dress is truly beautiful, Narcissa." In the drawing room of the Flitwick estate, Narcissa, who had been sitting upright, now reclined softly against the sofa, sighing contentedly as she observed the silver-haired maiden holding up the new dress she had gifted her, measuring it against her form. The golden-haired girl, fingers wrapped around an enamel cup, sipped her red tea, casting a doting smile at Eve. Lucius, seated with crossed legs in a large armchair, watched intently as Eve unwrapped his gift, his long fingers tapping the armrest. A myriad of exquisite jewels and vibrant gemstones lay heavily and meticulously arranged within the gift box, dazzling Eve's eyes to the point of discomfort. Is this the extent of the Malfoy family's wealth? Compared to other offerings, such blatant currency in the form of gifts undeniably caters to the mundane desires of almost everyone, including herself. Thus, she harbored a genuine fondness for this present. Narcissa's lips curved downwards as she returned the porcelain cup of abruptly soured tea to its saucer. Merely a ploy to delight a young girl, she mused with a tinge of bitterness. Indeed, Knott's words rang true. This seemingly extravagant and diverse gift was likely hastily cobbled together. Yet, as she watched Eve extract a shimmering diamond necklace from the box, such thoughts evaporated. The chain, though delicate, was intricately adorned with dozens of sparkling diamonds, forming the crest of the Black family. At its center lay a translucent gemstone, tinged with a rare grayish-blue hue. The exceptional value and meticulous craftsmanship were self-evident. Lucius quickened his rhythmic tapping on the armrest, for the young girl had already adorned herself with the necklace. Her complexion was a tender shade of pale pink, with a graceful collarbone and elongated neck. The fine, glistening necklace nestled delicately between her soft, petite collarbones, enhancing her skin's luminescence and delicacy. The platinum-haired youth abruptly ceased his tapping. He had personally caressed the back of the gemstone, placing it himself within the lavish gift box. Though the warmth of his fingertips had long dissipated, he seemed to retain a lingering illusion. His fingers could almost replace the gem, pressing against her beautifully arched collarbone, sinking in to evoke a delicate blush. Her breathing patterns, the tremors of her voice, or even the slightest swallow would be firmly within his control. It was as though he held her soft, slender neck in his grasp, savoring every sound, every breath that belonged to her. His long fingers, which had been momentarily still, resumed their movement, the sinews of his broad palm taut, his fingers tightening to the point of nearly piercing the leather armrest. Lucius Malfoy's Pride 10, current progress 50. In a corner unseen by Eve, Mitchell's expression darkened. That Malfoy, seemingly an unyielding stone creature, unmoved by anything beyond wealth and power, was in truth not so different from himself. Both diligently concealed their murky, monstrous desires, tainted and grotesque. Knock knock. A subtle yet rhythmic tapping echoed from outside the door. Upon receiving Eve's permission, the door cautiously opened. A small face with gray eyes and black hair peeked in. The visage bore a striking resemblance to Sirius, yet the expression was entirely different. Regulus, clad in a formal, antiquated suit, with his hair meticulously slicked back, wore an expression of solemn formality. Eve suspected that not even a fly could perch upon his impeccably styled hair. Miss Fry, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Knott, Miss Black, the young boy, resembling a miniature adult, nodded as he presented the gift box. Miss Fry, this is a present my mother asked me to deliver. It was less a gift from Walburga than a means for Walburga to encourage Regulus to engage more with Eve. A union between the Blacks and the Freys would be most desirable. Prior to his departure, his mother had forcefully smoothed down a few unruly strands of hair atop his head. You are all that remains. He was the sole heir capable of perpetuating the Black family's pureblood ideology. He could not follow in his brother's footsteps. Eve observed Regulus standing awkwardly at the door, hesitant to advance a single step without her further invitation. She suddenly recalled the system's previous account of Regulus's demise. A self-serving adherent to the pureblood doctrine, he had chosen to sacrifice himself in the face of encroaching death within the wizarding world. Truly a being of both contradiction and tenderness, or so Eve believed thus far. Regulus felt the sweat pooling in his palms, maintaining a level gaze while discreetly surveying the lounge. Here congregated the future heads and ladies of the most powerful families in the wizarding realm. Yet the atmosphere was not one of solemnity and decorum. Rather, it was imbued with a relaxed disregard for formality. Even his cousin sat comfortably on the sofa like a pampered feline rather than in the staid, painful posture demanded within the family estate. And the next generation of Malfoys wore faint, understated expressions of ease. The girl across from him arched her brows and smiled gently, her demeanor reminiscent of a rose just blooming in spring, fragrant and delicate. Young Mr. Black, she extended her hand, gently tugging at his sleeve after accepting his gift, drawing him into her world. The silver-haired maiden winked at him, her long lashes glimmering in the glow of the fireplace. Would you care to join us? Chapter 28. Disputes and Concealment. It was a game passed down through the Muggle world, a realm in which Regulus would never tread. What he had known for years were the creaking, ancient cabinets within the Black estate, the opals that would curse those who touched them, and the small heads of house elves still reeking of foulness and blood after centuries. Yet in this bedroom dominated by white and pastel hues, everything was illuminated by the orange-red glow of the fireplace, with wind chimes and roses still blooming in the corners, exuding a sweet fragrance. Most importantly, the silver-haired girl sitting lazily on the thick, soft cushions, smiling radiantly at him, intertwined with everything around her, was like a splendid and warm dream woven just for him. Perhaps as a proud, disdainful Black, he should reject this game. However, Walburga's insistence on his proximity to Fry at this moment transformed into his utmost priority. Thus the dark-haired, gray-eyed boy clutched the playing cards, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lucius grasped his serpent staff, proudly declaring his disinterest in Muggle games. Yet his peripheral vision betrayed an intrigue as he glanced at every card held by the others. Oh dear, that was a mistake. I didn't intend to play that card, Narcissa said, reaching for a card already played, intending to retrieve it. Cicely, no regrets. Eve chuckled softly, capturing her hand. Although the two were a team, such behavior was decidedly unfair to Regulus and Mitchell. Yet as Eve's fingers intertwined with Narcissa's, their hands nearly clasped, the blonde girl's expression shifted from frustration to immediate reassurance. Mitchell pressed down the card bearing the king insignia onto Regulus's. His gaze lowered, leveraging his height advantage to scrutinize the younger Black. His tone lowered and infused with an undeniable cadence. I beg your pardon, young Mr. Black, although we are on the same team. I should not raise the stakes after you have played your card. However, he flashed a sudden smile, devoid of any sincerity or friendliness. Your hand can go no further. The blue-eyed boy's fingertips menacingly poked at Regulus's cards. Narcissa rubbed her temples in exasperation, trying to protect her cousin. Please don't go around acting jealous. Regulus is still just a child. Moreover, she doubted whether Regulus could ever hope to contend with this unpredictable and dangerous serpent. Yet the gray-eyed boy straightened, meeting Mitchell's gaze. Regrettably, I do not believe this hand's outcome is predetermined to be so. His fingertips pressed against the opposite end of the card that Mitchell was holding down. The excessive force caused the boy's shirt to stretch taut against his supple muscles. The corner of Mitchell's lips curled into a chilling smirk, his fingers remaining immobile upon the card. until a spade fell into their hands. The silver-haired girl stood up, her skirt unfurling like a flower bud, tilting her chin to gaze down at them. Her silver lashes fluttered, her bright eyes shimmering as if they contained fragments of flowing light, blossoming into a haughty smile. She resembled a diminutive queen of a kingdom, compelling all present to bow in submission. Regrettably, gentlemen, I am the victor. Naturally. Mitchell's tone ascended a few notes as he gazed at this imperious little princess, his voice softening by several degrees. Little Eve will always be my queen. Narcissa discreetly made a face. A low incantation of cleansing wafted from behind them, causing the contentious playing cards to vanish. Lucius tapped his serpent staff against his palm. His lips pressed into a straight line. Do not speak of such matters in front of Eve. She is still very young. And there is no need to discuss these things. Before the platinum-haired boy's words had fully settled, Narcissa perceptibly furrowed her brow, for the acrid scent of gunpowder that had been quelled by Eve began to thicken once more. She gracefully rose, excusing herself to fetch some afternoon tea, pulling Eve along with her. Yet as they approached the door, Mitchell's provocative words reached their ears. Mr. Malfoy, so, are you waiting for something? The lounge door slowly closed, and Lucius fixed his gaze on Eve's silver hair as it vanished at the threshold, replying in a vague and curt manner, perhaps. After a tumultuous period, the Flea Manor finally welcomed a moment of tranquil respite. Eve changed into a soft nightgown, exhaling deeply. Dealing with the inscrutable Slytherins proved exhausting, and she found herself yearning for the chattering company of James and his friends. Feeling somewhat parched, she refrained from troubling the house elf Momo for assistance, and instead carried a candlestick downstairs. However, as she descended the staircase, an eerie rustling sound emerged from the rear. A mouse. The rustling faded, replaced by a faint whimper, akin to a human sound. Eve's hair stood on end, but the next moment, a small head peeked out from the stairwell, and upon hearing the system's notification, her fear transformed into exasperation as she rubbed her forehead. Task: change young Barty Crouch's beliefs. A pair of pale golden eyes blinked twice before quickly retreating back. Young Barty Crouch wiped the sweat from his palms, contemplating for a moment before straightening his now crumpled shirt. He had made a mess of things. At the flea banquet, he not only spilled a bottle of fine caviar sauce, but also shattered a wine glass. Barty. His father's eyes bulged with rage, his thick mustache nearly curling in fury. Predictably, his father's familiar voice, laced with sarcasm and anger, rang out. Listen, if you embarrass me again today, I'll leave you in the wilderness for the wolves or bears to take. Just don't be my son any longer. Yet, he once again sullied his father's reputation, failing to utter a single word during the family introductions, due to the nervous twitch at the corner of his mouth. Thus, he made the boldest decision of his 9 years. Before his father could cast him away, he would vanish on his own accord. Yet lost and unsure of the way, he could only quietly hide in the stairwell of Flea Manor. After all, no one would care about him. The boy wrapped his arms around himself, feeling the cold darkness seep into his very being. A flicker of candlelight ignited above him. The silver-haired girl emerged from the staircase, her eyes crescent-shaped in the orange glow as she smiled at him. Gotcha. Miss Flea, the boy stammered, his voice barely above a whisper, as his throat and lips dried from habitual anxiety and embarrassment, subconsciously licking his upper lip. The girl descended the stairs, holding the candlestick aloft. The silver moonlight cascaded over her shoulders, her soft, light blue gown swaying with her movements, revealing her delicate, glistening calves. For a moment, young Barty felt as though he were dreaming, as if the moon had transformed into a beautiful maiden entering his slumber, until she reached his side, crouched down, her silver hair cascading in front of him. Mr. Crouch, why are you hiding here? Her almond-shaped eyes remained bright, adorned with the galaxies he adored. Are you playing a game of hide-and-seek? But it's quite late. The one playing the seeker has already left. So you needn't be afraid. You can come out now. She spoke softly, her voice sweet like the most succulent pink peach he had ever stolen a bite from. The boy's voice was hoarse, gravelly as if rolling over stones. I don't want to go back. I've disappointed my father. I'm a worthless failure. The injustice and sorrow surged forth like a tidal wave in response to her gentle inquiry. Young Barty lunged forward, banging his head heavily against the wall. Yet, he felt no pain, for the disappointment and loathing in his father's eyes hurt far more than any physical ache. Eve finally managed to grasp him with all her strength as he struck his head a third time. The boy was strong. Pulling him felt akin to wrangling a rebellious calf, and a weeping one at that. Who could have imagined that this tear-streaked boy would one day become a neurotic and fervent Death Eater, venerating Voldemort as his most beloved father, striving to fulfill any demand, even at the cost of his true father's life? If every father could genuinely listen to their child's heart, and choose to love them, perhaps there would be far fewer troubled youths. All right, young Barty. Eve firmly cradled his cheeks in her hands, finally halting his self-recriminations. The small boy's mouth was squished into the shape of a duck, staring blankly at Eve. The girl, flustered, felt a faint blush tint her fair cheeks. Her large silver eyes gazing deep into his, as if attempting to see through him entirely. I will not allow you to speak of yourself in such a manner. You are so exceptional and unique, just like. Eve quickly recalled details about young Barty's personality and traits. This afternoon, I saw you turn a twig into a teacup in front of Mr. Flint. It was truly remarkable. Just as he had excelled in transfiguration, disguising himself as Moody in the year to come, displaying extraordinary skill both in public and behind the scenes. The boy's withdrawn emotions finally flickered upward, his pale golden eyes momentarily brightening. You saw that? Yet in an instant the light in his eyes dimmed again. Father says that's just useless showboating. The girl puffed her cheeks, seemingly indignant on his behalf at his father's criticism. He is mistaken. Her finger gently poked the boy's pale, slender face. You should learn to praise yourself more, and then become your own belief. This is something everyone is prone to overlook. The miracle that appears when one is on the brink of mental collapse, plummeting to the depths, is not those so-called devout prayers or the supposed sincere faith. In reality, it is the relentless, unyielding self that refuses to give up. If young Barty cannot achieve that, then let me lavish praise upon you. I will ensure you recognize just how remarkable you truly are. Really truly? The boy lifted his gaze, the damp unease slowly receding, gradually enveloped in a layer of warm purity, like a younger version of the neurotic future Barty. His hand rested upon Eve's, and though he was a year her junior, his grasp enveloped her hand with a size that dwarfed hers by twofold, leaving her with no opportunity to withdraw. Can I really seek out Foyf? Barty's hoarse voice faded, replaced by a saccharine yet obsessive youthful tone, reminiscent of a venomous serpent yet to mature. Of course. Upon hearing Eve's promise, Barty's eyes finally sparkled with excitement, and he eased his grip on her hand, allowing Eve to stand and relieve her numbed legs. After a moment's contemplation, she called for Mo. After all, Barty was still reeking of alcohol and dirt, and the sounds of his hunger were unmistakable. Chapter 30, Devotion. As Barty stood in the pristine guest room, perfumed with the scent of roses, he felt somewhat dazed. He had just indulged in a hearty meal in Frilly's small kitchen, and savored a warm bath in the cozy bathroom. Aren't you going to sleep, young sir? Hearing Eve's inquiry, the boy, standing awkwardly in the middle of the room, nervously tugged at his silk pajamas, both fitting and comfortable. I can't sleep. The tremor in his voice hinted at a fragile, impending breakdown. Could you keep me company, Eve? He extended his hand toward the silver-haired girl, his youthful visage contorted into a pitiable expression that he knew would soften Eve's heart. Indeed, she sighed lightly in resignation, retrieved a children's book from the shelf, sat beside the bed, and lit a white candlestick. So Noah and his family lived happily ever after. Eve read aloud from the 32nd page of the fable, stifling a small yawn. However, the boy beside her gazed at her with wide, expectant eyes, compelling her to turn another page. Yet, after a long day filled with events, she found herself utterly exhausted. Her voice dwindled, softening to a whisper, and her silver head gradually tilted, finally resting against the pillow as she succumbed to slumber. After a moment of silence, the venomous little serpent slithered closer. His piercing gaze seemed tangible, greedily tracing her gently quivering eyelids, lingering on her delicate lips and pristine neck. The boy crawled slowly along the edge of the bed until he was beside Eve, gently brushing her silvery lashes with his fingers. Long, thick, and soft. That subtle, ticklish sensation set all his nerves alight, prompting an oddly peculiar smile to grace his lips. Barty Crouch Jr. was deliberate in his actions. Whether it was spilling wine or faltering in speech before others, it was all in pursuit of a more fitting excuse to hide in the stairwell, awaiting Eve's discovery. As for the reason, he recalled the visceral urge that surged through him upon first seeing her at the banquet celebrating her recovery. It was an insatiable desire to possess her. Like a soulless body yearning for a living, pulsating heart, or thorny vines seeking a tender blossom, or stagnant, decaying waters instinctively longing to ensnare a pure, sweet spring. Everything felt so justified. Barty's fingers descended, yearning to caress Eve's soft cheek. Yet he halted abruptly. Her delicate, porcelain skin resembled white, creamy marshmallows. A mere poke could ruin it. This brought to mind the tender flowers he had crushed in his fits of rage, their juices spilling forth, their torn petals staining his fingertips with a damp, decayed scent. Yet, the exquisite thrill of destruction and the satisfaction of desire it engendered ensnared him in endless indulgence. Perhaps he was simply born a deviant, drawn to beauty. His fingers, aching to touch Eve, were abruptly seized by the other hand of the boy, who gripped tightly and expressionlessly, nearly threatening to snap them. His tongue once again flicked from his lips, as if savoring the essence of her proximity. The sweet aroma of peaches and roses enveloped him, intensifying his thirst. Yet he knew he must refrain. He ought to gaze upon her with reverence and fervor. Following her lead. Change Barty Crouch Jr.'s belief. 50 Current Progress 50. Chapter 31. Arrogance. Mr. Crouch arrived the following day to collect Barty. Before the man could raise his brows in admonition, Eve grasped Mr. Crouch's robe, accepting all blame herself. This caused Mr. Crouch, who had intended to reprimand sternly, to close his lips slowly, ultimately offering a rare, gentle pat on his son's head. This was a treatment Barty had never experienced in his memory. It left the boy feeling both anxious and profoundly grateful as he cast a glance at her. Change Barty Crouch Jr.'s belief. 10 Current Progress 60. With a smile, Eve watched the Crouch father and son depart, exhaling a heavy sigh. Barty Crouch Jr.'s belief was progressing far faster than she had anticipated, which only heightened her trepidation. She had not slept soundly the previous night, sensing something amiss with Barty just before awakening. That boy was far from the innocent facade he presented. She lowered her gaze, shivering as goosebumps erupted upon her skin. Did the heirs of the Sacred 28 possess any semblance of normalcy? Sirius's rebellion had finally pushed Walburga to her breaking point. At Christmas, he defied his family's demand for him to leave school and return to the ancestral home for various pureblood galas, even speaking rudely to Walburga. This stern mother finally erupted. On the day after students returned from Christmas break, she penned a scathing letter. The crimson, fury-laden missive exploded at the Gryffindor table that morning, echoing with the unyielding shrieks of a woman's wrath. Sirius Black, if you remain obstinate, insistent on this path, I shan't hesitate to take matters into my own hands and remove your name from the family tree. The parchment disintegrated into countless fragments, some of which drifted into Sirius's milk bowl. The rebellious boy merely scoffed, plucking the shattered bits from his bowl. Yet not everyone would be as considerate of Sirius's feelings as his friends. Some, in fact, relished in pricking at his wounds. Like hyenas scenting blood, they thrived on the agony of their prey. Bang! As Sirius slammed his fist onto the ground, a girl collided with him, erupting into raucous laughter. Alecto Caro, though in her second year, bore the robust physique inherited from her family, weighing a hefty 140 pounds. When she maliciously barreled past, even an adult would be toppled. Pathetic little Black, she chuckled, her coarse features twisting into an unsightly grimace. No, soon you won't even be a Black, you'll just be a mangy mutt. Sirius pressed the sore elbow he'd scraped on the floor, slipping his hand into his robe pocket, donning his habitual provocative grin. A mangy mutt is better than some dog drooling at the heels of others, tethered by a leash, and ultimately gaining nothing. The Caro family had recently found themselves in dire straits due to tax issues, practically begging the Malfoy and Folly families for assistance. Upon hearing this, Alecto's complexion paled, her robe swirling as she quickly drew her wand. Bang! The spell struck not Sirius, but Alecto. The sturdy girl was summarily flung into the air, executing a full 360-degree spin before being unceremoniously hurled back down to the ground. Alecto, nursing her sore backside, let out a furious roar, glaring at the still unarmed Sirius. Who was it? Her vigilance heightened as she scanned her surroundings, hearing the hurried footsteps approaching from the corridor, growing louder with each passing moment. A silver-haired girl, her face etched with urgency, sprinted towards Alecto. Caro, she called out weakly, her eyes wide with alarm as she glanced over her shoulder. We need to go. Potter and the others are coming this way. Alecto muttered an oath under her breath, shot a menacing glare at Sirius, and fled in the opposite direction from Eve. However, Eve did not follow Alecto. Instead, she approached Sirius, bending slightly to extend her hand toward him as he remained seated on the ground. He looked up to see her crescent moon eyes gleaming with mischievous delight. Aren't you getting up, young sir? The ground is quite cold. You did this, he retorted, refusing to take her hand and instead exposing her earlier actions. Indeed, otherwise, would you have preferred to be struck by Caro Curse? When Sirius did not accept her hand, Eve remained unfazed, propping herself on her knees and maintaining her cheerful gaze. And if I were hit, what of it? Sirius defiantly replied. I won't cower like you Slytherins, daring to act yet afraid to speak. He noticed her smile gradually fade from her face. So, you wish for me to tell Caro it was I who did it, thus ensuring a future rivalry during our school years? Slytherin, at times, is indeed not like Gryffindor. A mere brawl suffices. Familial ties complicate relationships among students. Therefore, sometimes self-preservation is the wisest course of action. Yet she chose to assist him. Sirius was fully aware of this. However, his stubbornness prevailed overall. You clearly needn't have done so. After all, We have no real connection. He circled back to the original topic, deliberately distancing Eve from himself. Yet inside, his heart twisted painfully at the words he uttered. What was he even saying? She had aided him, and he should at least express gratitude, rather than behaving as he currently was. Yes, indeed, it is of no consequence. Hearing Eve's soft agreement, the dark-haired boy glanced up, somewhat flustered. He was well acquainted with Eve's eyes. When her silver almond-shaped eyes were devoid of mirth, the corners drooped gently, innocent and delicate. Now, however, disappointment glimmered in those eyes, the long lashes drooping wearily against her lower eyelids. He suddenly froze, and before he could react, his heart, reflecting his subconscious, let out a faint crack, as if something had become lodged within him, erupting in sharp pain. Sirius opened his mouth. But the dull ache in his chest caused him to pause for 2 seconds, during which Eve interrupted him. But why must you utter such hurtful words? Is it merely due to your absurd prejudice? No, he stammered, I simply do not wish to admit my feelings toward you. The boy's lips quivered. Ignoring the pain in his arm, he struggled to rise, but Eve straightened and turned her head away coldly. So this bothersome Slytherin shall no longer be in Mr. Black's way. She rarely spoke with such sharpness, and as she left his side, her icy tone pierced through Sirius's already aching heart like a hardened icicle. Moreover, he suddenly realized that Eve almost never referred to him as Black in his presence. Perhaps she had long ago sought to preserve his fragile pride. The loyalty of Sirius Black 10, current progress 40. Chapter 32. He seems like a dog. Did you have a one-sided argument with Black? Lily inquired incisively during Charms class. Eve lowered her wand slightly, causing the feather to dip as well. Her expression was a peculiar mixture of a smile and a smirk, indicating she was not truly upset about her earlier conflict with Sirius. Is it that obvious? Of course, she was indeed not angry. In fact, she felt rather pleased. Not only had she unveiled a fraction of Sirius's arrogance and bias, but she had also subtly allowed him to realize that she held a somewhat special place in his life. Some troubled youths in England truly require a firm push. Otherwise, their arrogance might lead them to forget who they are. It was evident that while she could still manage a glance at James and Sirius during their usual antics, this time, she had completely ignored Sirius. Lily pinched the bridge of her nose, resembling a detective whose glasses glinted at a critical moment. But that Black fellow is different. He seems to glance over here every few minutes as if nothing's amiss. The girl with the emerald eyes observed Sirius turning away once more. The boy's once beautiful brows now drooped in disappointment, and even his usually smooth hair lost its luster. He seems like a dog, Lily ultimately remarked. Remus's condition deteriorated with each passing day as the full moon approached, his complexion growing increasingly pale and unhealthy. This was his most agonizing time. Initially, he would shatter every mirror reflecting his face in fits of frustration and resentment. However, conversely, his senses of smell and hearing sharpened during this period. Even now, in potions class he sat in front of Eve. Despite the cacophony of voices, the bubbling of potions, and the jarring sound of lids being twisted open, he could distinctly discern Eve's voice. Her words flowed like a gentle spring, soothingly caressing his ears, sending tremors throughout his body. It was as if her voice possessed soft lips and tongues, gliding wetly along his limbs and skin. And then there was her scent. A sweet aroma of peaches intertwined with the rich fragrance of roses. His keen nose effortlessly distinguished this scent from the surrounding chaos, allowing him to draw it into his very being, letting her essence linger within him, infecting his very core. It felt as though this could fuse his cells with her fragrance. This was the first time he found solace in his identity as a werewolf. Eve listened to the system's fluctuating prompts. The task, eliminate Remus Lupin's claws, oscillated dramatically as the full moon approached, and with the many full moons throughout the year, Remus's task points had been on a continual decline. Notably, on the day of the full moon, the deductions were particularly harsh. Currently, the points had dwindled to almost nothing due to Remus's emotional turmoil. Furthermore, as Remus aged and his awareness expanded, the inconveniences of being a werewolf in life and society would remain an inescapable shackle. Thus, she needed to act swiftly. At the very least, she aimed to alleviate some of his negative emotions to minimize point deductions. As she calculated, she deftly added the leaves of the lavender, transforming the potion in the cauldron to a soft lavender hue. This prompted Slughorn's round face to flush with excitement. Splendid. Miss Free. Your potion exemplifies the innate sensitivity to potions characteristic of the Free family. Eve hoped Slughorn's effusive praise would impress Lucius. Chapter 33. The Night of the Full Moon. On the day of the full moon, the boy with light brown hair arrived early at the Shrieking Shack, sitting cross-legged on the slightly warped wooden floor. The ground was somewhat cool, but he paid it no mind. After all, the sensation would soon fade away. He could hardly recall the last time he beheld the full moon with clarity, or perhaps he had forgotten the feeling of admiring it with a light-hearted spirit. The winds of February, heralding the arrival of spring, remained fierce, pounding against the sealed windows with a resounding thud. Accompanying this sound was a faint, rhythmic patter. It was the sound of footsteps. Rames immediately rolled over and sprang to his feet, alertly concealing himself in the darkest corner of the room. Despite the presence of the willow that could strike, and the eerie tales of the screaming shed that had spread due to his own cries, surely no one would dare approach this place. The footsteps drew closer, soft yet marked by a familiar rhythm, along with a scent he recognized well. Rames's mind was blank for a long while, until the figure descended the staircase. The barren light of dusk spilled through the nailed boards, illuminating her silvery hair. Mr. Lupin. Eve removed her hood, tilting her head as she regarded the boy nearly wedged against the wall. Is this a newfangled game of hide-and-seek? The boy's face flushed instantly, seemingly due to his acute awareness of his identity as a werewolf. Rames had a profound fondness for sunlight, particularly that dazzling, unclouded golden radiance. It felt as though basking in the sun for long enough could incinerate the vile, loathsome affliction he bore, whatever it may be termed. Thus his skin bore a faint, sun-kissed hue. The blush that crept across his cheeks blended into a unique shade of tawny and crimson shyness. Miss Free, he called out modestly, his voice tinged with bashfulness. Before his brow furrowed sharply, as if awakening from a peculiar dream. You shouldn't be here, it's dangerous. His tone grew low and serious as he took 2 cautious steps toward Eve, only to be thwarted by the overwhelming sweetness of her fragrance, which caused him to retreat. The aroma was so potent that it stirred his senses, causing saliva to pool in his mouth, a sensation that made him question whether, subconsciously, he wished to consume her. Yet the girl remained still, merely crouching down to place an orange-red glass vial on the ground, allowing it to roll toward Rames. He swiftly bent down and seized it. The Wolfsbane potion, Mr. Lupin, is a new version I devised for my friend. However, upon hearing her words, Rames froze for an extended moment, long enough for Eve to contemplate that he had transformed into some sort of stone statue. The flush that had adorned his face dissipated entirely, leaving behind a pallid hue that rendered his already pale complexion even more ghastly. Indeed, he murmured, his voice hoarse and dull, as if Eve's words had transformed into a sharp dagger, piercing his chest and cleaving his being in two, before emerging from his throat with a stab. The boy squeezed further into the corner, as if he intended to find a crevice to cast a transformation spell upon himself. Eve, you knew what I was the moment you saw me. She had contemplated various ways to present the Wolfsbane potion to him, ultimately deciding to do so face to face. She lifted her long lashes, observing the hesitant, curled-up Rames. At times, she questioned the Sorting Hat's decision. This boy was humble and gentle, more akin to a Hufflepuff than a Gryffindor. Moreover, as he approached his 30s, he always chose to curl up rather than take a step forward in the face of impending love. Thus, in certain situations, he required someone to pull him along to progress. She crouched down to mirror Rames's posture. Rames, the girl called his name, causing the boy, still curled up, to perk up his ears, his hazel eyes glistening, filled with blood vessels and moisture. I understand my friend well, and I deeply empathize with his suffering. Therefore, when I discovered you were akin to him, I could not let you go. Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with concern. I wish for the gentle and diligent Rames not to be constrained by any labels, to be as confident and expressive as all boys ought to be. Rames found it challenging to articulate his emotions. His identity as a werewolf was an insurmountable source of shame. He could not, would not, and did not wish to share this secret with anyone. The mere thought of shedding this unsightly veil, and exposing himself to the public scrutiny and scathing criticism that would ensue filled him with an overwhelming desire to flee, from himself, from others, from this world. Yet the girl before him remained so tranquil, as if he were merely an ordinary person destined to spend a night in this shabby shed. I do not wish for such a gentle Rames to torment himself over this minor issue. So do not be afraid, Rames. She smiled tenderly at him. I will always be here with you. Chapter 34. The Madman. The boy revealed a smile that resembled a cry. Unscrewing the cap of the glass vial Eve had gifted him, and draining its contents in one swift motion. For the first time, Rames felt that the process of transforming into a werewolf was no longer entirely agonizing. He had intended to frighten Eve away with his most terrifying form before losing his sanity. He was terrified of harming her. However, his mind remained surprisingly clear. Yet, as the full moon ascended, he transitioned into his werewolf form with an unusual lucidity, still feeling immense pain. The sudden transformation of his bones was excruciating. Deep brown fur pierced through his skin, growing rapidly, while the features of his face were brutally compressed, distorted, and reformed, ultimately becoming the visage he loathed most. Moreover, his senses of smell and hearing became exponentially sharper. He could hear Eve's heartbeat, the rustling sound of the wind through her silver hair, and even the sounds of her swallowing and the fluttering of her lashes. And the overly sweet scent enveloped him, as if his nose had plunged into a thicket of roses and peaches. Eve, the deep brown tongue of the werewolf, faltered, slurring her name before he fell silent. The moon had risen high. The silver-haired girl, nestled against the wall, had fallen asleep. Rames lowered his head, observing his muscular, fur-covered limbs with their oddly stretched dimensions in stark contrast to the girl's pale, delicate and graceful form. He also heard his own hoarse, wolf-like growl. Even without a mirror, he knew the extent of his grotesque appearance. He bowed his head and quietly crawled to the farthest corner from Eve, fearing that his monstrous self might soil her. Micah had not slept a wink, nor had Lucius. The previous night, their little girl had stealthily slipped out, only returning at midnight. When they discovered Eve was missing, Micah could hardly contain his emotions, ready to turn Hogwarts upside down in search of her. He would have no qualms about demolishing the house's common rooms. If anything were to happen to Eve, he might very well kill everyone. It was only when they watched the girl sneak back into her dormitory without a sound that the two boys erupted. Lucius impatiently flicked his serpent staff. Yet he still endeavored to maintain his aloof composure, even though sparks were already leaping from the tip of the wand. The Hogwarts caretakers were utterly ineffectual. Dumbledore had truly lost his wits, employing such a useless buffoon. Lucius snorted disdainfully. If it were any other Slytherin student, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks, followed by a severe punishment wielded with the authority of his prefect status. However, in the presence of Eve, the platinum-haired boy merely emitted a haughty snort, pivoted on his heel, and strode confidently towards Dumbledore's office, entirely indifferent to the fact that it was 3 a.m, and the poor old professor might still be in slumber. How pretentious, Mitchell sneered from the shadows. Yet, it was indeed a time for restraint. He recalled the conversation he had with Narcissa a few days prior, during Eve's absence. Suppress your temperament, not. Rail is not your adversary. The blonde girl sat poised on the sofa, frowning as she scrutinized him. As long as he refrained from indulging in trivial thoughts, I would certainly choose to ignore him. He deftly toyed with his wand, allowing the tip to emit a dangerous crimson glow. Even if thoughts did arise, they would depend on Eve and not on you. If you continue on this path, she will only grow to despise you more. It is important to recognize that Eve is an astute child, Narcissa said slowly. The wand ceased its rotation, the red light extinguished. Indeed, little Eve has always been remarkably clever. Narcissa sighed, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Moreover, you must understand that one day, Eve will marry. And her husband, she cast a furtive glance at Mitchell, may not necessarily be you. The boy chuckled softly, leaning forward to gaze intently at Narcissa. It matters not. His icy blue irises glinted with a chilling sheen in the dim light. Then he casually laughed. I could be her lover. Though the Knott family has upheld pure bloodlines, some pureblood families in medieval Europe intermarried with Muggle aristocrats to maintain their absolute status and wealth. He was not oblivious to the sordid, dark, and unspeakable tales that accompany such arrangements. Lovers, mistresses, some even had more than one. He did not mind assuming such a role. As long as she could acknowledge that a part of her affection was exclusively his, it would suffice to grant him a fleeting tranquility. Of course he grinned, revealing a hint of his pearly white teeth. As long as they were strong enough not to be taken by the madness of the Knott family. You are truly mad. Not. The blonde girl closed her eyes, choosing not to look at him any longer. Chapter 35, Eve's Birthday, Part 1. After Easter, a palpable tension of review permeated the campus. During this period, the first-year wizards, having just acclimated to school life, were on the brink of their demanding final examinations. Although more than a month remained, the Ravenclaws had already immersed themselves in their studies. In their spare time, they buried themselves in their desks, memorizing the content of magical history and practical techniques, even foregoing trips to the lavatory. It resembled the fervor of high school students preparing for exams, embodying a sense of desperation. Naturally, there were stark contrasts to the diligent Ravenclaws. In a charms class, James draped an arm over Sirius's shoulder, nonchalantly waving his wand while muttering about the 3 essays assigned by Professor Flitwick. I believe we should be enjoying our adventurous and joyful childhood lives as first years, shouldn't we? Sirius? Children would feel embarrassed because of him, Snape whispered from behind Eve and Lily, his exceptionally dark eyes scrutinizing James with open disdain. His intellect likely rivals that of a juvenile troll. Fortunately, as he spoke, James accidentally sent a Slytherin classmate soaring towards Professor Flitwick's head with a levitation spell. Otherwise, This troll-like child might have given Snape a taste of true troll strength. However, Eve was certain that James was increasingly distancing himself from the definition of an adorable child. In nearly a year, he had grown nearly 10 centimeters. And even his once round face now bore discernible angles of handsomeness. Though he constantly acted like a mischievous imp, his appearance continued to attract many girls. His youthful, sweet visage, with doe-like round eyes, a charming smile revealing delightful dimples, and sharp little canines, was quite appealing. Severus shifted his gaze from Lily to Eve. Recently, he had occasionally observed her, subconsciously sensing that the calm exterior of this girl concealed an intricate enigma, particularly when this somewhat dangerous mystery drew near to Lily. Eve's birthday fell after Easter. She had put forth considerable effort to dissuade her grandfather from launching an extravagant display of fireworks at Hogwarts, arranging for the house elves to perform during breakfast, and persistently suggesting the idea of a scrolling magical message proclaiming happy birthday to my dearest Eve on the teaching board and bulletin board. Each of these endeavors could be deemed hellish. Nevertheless, the owls at breakfast remained industrious. Numerous owls swooped in, settling on Eve's table, adeptly depositing gift boxes at her feet before taking flight once more. Fortunately, Narcissa assisted Eve in organizing the gifts. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed by a mountain of presents. Flitwick is truly popular, James remarked, chewing on steak, his hazel eyes blinking. Her popularity rivals mine. To be honest, she ought to join Gryffindor. Remus chuckled but remained silent, offering him another piece of steak. What a pity she is a Slytherin, James lamented, shaking his head as if mourning a brilliant student who suddenly chose the arts over sciences, and thus would be deprived of the warm gifts of our Gryffindor house. Upon uttering this, his friends fell into a sudden, harmonious silence. Little Eve is indeed immensely popular. In the Slytherin common room, a boy with blue eyes sat on a sofa near Eve, smirking as he squinted at the pile of gifts on the floor. Narcissa suspected that Mitchell was not only being sarcastic, but also harbored a desire to set the mountain of gifts ablaze. Lucius had once again bombarded Eve with an array of jewelry and gemstones, delivered in crates. Narcissa gifted her a set of hair accessories she had crafted herself, including a lifelike little fox hairpin that could even move due to magic, and a complexly designed gold-plated hair ornament. Mitchell presented Eve with a complete set of rare herbs, including various plants essential for the potion known as wolfsbane. When Eve turned towards Mitchell, the boy returned her gaze with a meaningful smile. It seemed that many of her subtle actions had not escaped his notice. Observe as Narcissa unwrapped a pink parcel, which contained an anonymous letter of confession that made her stomach churn. As she unfolded the letter, a glass vial tucked inside fell out, rolling off the sofa and shattering on the smooth marble floor. The bright pink liquid splattered out, some even landing on Eve's robe. "Scythe, are you hurt?" Eve retrieved her wand, glancing back at Narcissa before cleaning up the mess. However, before she could react further, the blonde girl had discarded the peculiar letter and nimbly lunged towards her. Chapter 36, Eve's Birthday Part 2. A sweet aroma blossomed in the air. Narcissa had always known that Eve possessed a certain sweetness, not the cloying sort that irritates the throat or clogs the mouth, but rather a subtly cool essence that exuded a delicate fragrance. If one were to take a gentle bite, the fragrant juice would flow forth, saturating the tongue and teeth. The soft skin, marked with rosy imprints, would spring back towards the bite, yielding a tender, moist and sugary delight. "Scythe." It seemed that Narcissa had not heard Eve's inquiry, as her black cloak slipped halfway down her shoulder during the languid motion, revealing the white shirt beneath. Her pale golden locks shimmered with a glistening radiance, cascading beside Eve's face, intertwining with her silver strands, creating a scene both enchanting and resplendent. Her eyes lacked focus, clouded by a deep gray mist that obscured further revelation from Eve. Supporting herself with her slender hands, she gradually descended towards Eve. The golden-haired maiden's full lips visibly flushed to a vivid crimson, slightly parted to reveal her soft, damp tongue. As Eve felt an odd sensation, she also pondered why the two beside her displayed no reaction whatsoever. Michel was immobile. The moment the scent of the love potion wafted through the air, he capitulated to its allure. It was Eve's fragrance. He detected the gentle sweetness that always lingered at her fingertips and the tips of her hair, reminiscent of petals scattered in spring, cascading over him. It felt as if he were submerged in a damp, syrupy liquid, each breath resonating with delightful tremors. He inhaled deeply, nearly wishing to drown in the sensation. Cleared and renewed, Lucius's husky voice slowly resonated within the eerie tranquility of the room, shattering the boundary between fantasy and reality. The noble platinum-haired youth remained seated, his chest rising and falling with urgency. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, trickling down his sharp jawline. He blinked vigorously, striving to erase the visions clouding his mind. Yet his trembling fingers, the exquisite hue of his lips, and the hoarse timbre of his voice all conveyed an emotion that was difficult to process. Narcissa, her face flushed, sat upright, daring not to glance at the expression of the silver-haired girl beside her, until Eve gently touched the back of her hand. Is everything all right? Those silver eyes widened with concern, devoid of confusion or disdain for her actions, only worry. Shall we head to the hospital wing? Are you feeling unwell? The golden-haired girl shook her head, her tousled locks concealing her expression, tightly clasping Eve's hand in return. Lucius lifted his hand, deftly fastening the button he had unconsciously undone, then subtly adjusted his tie until it was devoid of creases. Minutes later, he slowly rose from the sofa, using a summoning spell to grasp the letter, his gaze lowered. It appeared he needed to have a serious discussion with the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He regarded the letter with the expression of one observing a deceased individual, before coldly incinerating it to ash. Concealing something, he hastily exited the room. Do you not care about me, little Eve? In stark contrast to Lucius, Michel nonchalantly left his shirt collar open, revealing his strikingly beautiful collarbones. His skin was pale and smooth, exuding an almost ethereal quality under the light, paired with the deep hue of his hair, imparting an aura of unattainable allure. However, the effects of the love potion had yet to fully dissipate, leaving a faint blush on his cheeks and lips, reminiscent of an enchanting sprite. Eve, mirroring Michel's boldness, tilted her head and unabashedly gazed at him until the tips of his ears flushed crimson, at which point she squinted her eyes and smiled like a cunning little fox. Michel, you look splendid. How sorrowful it is that little Eve does not care for me. The boy feigned heartache, covering his chest dramatically, but upon seeing Eve's indifference, he narrowed his enchanting eyes and smiled tenderly at her. Chapter 37, Eve's Birthday Part 3. Miss Frivel, Remus sometimes felt fortunate that there was only Eve among the first-year girls of Slytherin, which emboldened him to call out to her in the empty stairwell. The boy's face flushed crimson as he hesitated for a moment with his hands in his pockets, finally producing a neatly wrapped gift box adorned with silk ribbon. Remus was a person of extreme diligence, particularly towards those he cherished and those who had aided him. He had agonized over this small gift for a month, practicing the art of wrapping paper and bows for another fortnight. Though he could have opted for gift wrapping services, he felt it necessary for Eve's gift to be imbued with sincerity and care. Happy birthday, Frivel. His delicate lips were tinged red from being bitten, and his light brown eyes shimmered with moisture under the cover of night, reminiscent of a shy, playful puppy he had once encountered. Thank you, Lupin, I am delighted. She offered a genuinely surprised smile, reaching for the gift. However, the nervous boy forgot to release it, clinging tightly as he bowed his head. Speaking in a rush as if reciting a script. I wanted to give you a gift because I am immensely grateful to Frivel. I've always felt so afraid. Afraid that everyone would despise me, reject me, that they would find me repulsive and terrifying, but that night you. A sudden noise erupted from beside them, startlingly loud in the quiet space. Remus immediately fell silent, his skin turning pale from the sudden fright. Frivel, Ramus. The bespectacled boy scratched the back of his head, waving from the stairs. He stretched lazily, causing his already disheveled white shirt to completely slip from his trousers, revealing a hint of his toned waistline. I truly did not intend to interrupt your conversation, my apologies. James did not fully descend the stairs but leaned over, his gold-red tie swaying with his movements, his eyes squinting with a smile that revealed charming dimples. Eve began to understand why the Potter couple dote on James so much. Yet, she found it difficult to comprehend that James could ever feel shy. She believed this boy could perform a pole dance in the castle hall before everyone without batting an eye, perhaps even asking his best friend to record it. James. Remus released a breath of relief, grateful that he had not inadvertently disclosed more information during their earlier conversation. He still lacked the courage to let his brother in on this matter, but in the next moment the tension returned. The bespectacled boy suddenly leapt upward, his feet curling around the stair railing as he flipped himself upside down, raising an eyebrow at Eve while presenting her a crumpled box. Here, Frivel, happy birthday. His shirt had completely flipped down, exposing his lithe yet muscular abdomen, the alluring freshness and vitality emanating from him. Eve began to understand why, despite his antics, girls of all ages were drawn to James. She accepted the crumpled box, extending her delicate fingers to gently nudge his sliding glasses back up to his nose. What a unique way to present a gift. The girl chuckled softly and warmly. But thank you, Potter. Her sleeve brushed against his nose, allowing him to catch a faint whiff of her sweet scent, a fragrance he occasionally caught, but could never quite grasp. For a moment, it rendered him weak at the knees, nearly causing him to tumble down the stairs. Thank you for what? He waved his hand dismissively, using his waist to bounce back onto the stairs, his playful antics prompting Eve to wonder if she was indeed witnessing a clown. Regardless, since Remus is good friends with you, it is only fitting that I present you with a gift as well. He propped his arms behind his head, his hazel eyes gazing up the staircase. Isn't the one who made that noise earlier going to come out? Chapter 38, Eve's Birthday Part 4. Sirius concealed himself on the opposite side of the staircase, acutely aware that Eve would traverse this direction after her class. Thus he chose this position to await her arrival. As the sound of her footsteps drew nearer, his heart raced in tandem. Since the events following the cursed child incident, it had been several days since they had exchanged words. He had rehearsed numerous lines and alternative phrases, yet found them all woefully inadequate. Should he confess that he had never harbored discrimination against her because of Slytherin, but rather, from the moment he first laid eyes upon her, his heart had ached and raced? Such a declaration would surely come across as the ramblings of a madman. Just as he resolved to intercept Eve, thrust the gift into her hands and flee, he heard Remus's voice. There was a subtle difference in Remus's tone compared to their usual conversations, softer, gentler, more mindful of his words, as if he were a young lad besotted, keenly aware of his image before a girl. Upon this realization, a wave of bitterness washed over him, akin to swallowing a multitude of freshly sliced lemon wedges. When he heard Remus reminisce about that particular night, it dawned on him that the bond between Eve and Remus had blossomed in ways he had previously overlooked. Even James could occasionally jest with Eve, while he found himself stagnating, if not regressing. This realization felt profoundly disheartening, so much so that he momentarily forgot he was hiding in the stairwell and inadvertently bumped into a nearby statue, producing a noise loud enough to alert Eve and Remus. To his astonishment, James was also present. They truly were the best of friends, even occupying similar spots. As James greeted Eve, Remus remained quietly by her side. He had grown accustomed to the radiant presence of James and Sirius, who shone like the sun, fiery, rebellious, and imbued with dazzling hope. He was grateful for their existence, which allowed him to momentarily forget his own identity during their time together, granting him the illusion that he could be someone like James or Sirius. However, at that fleeting moment when James appeared, Remus felt not joy but rather a sense of despair. His friend was cheerful, handsome, and possessed enough wealth to rightfully stand beside Eve, unlike himself, impoverished, introverted, and scarcely a complete individual. He truly felt unworthy of gifting her anything. His palms grew clammy, and the small, simple gift lingered at his fingertips. He suddenly wished to retract it. He felt diminished, almost to the dust. Yet the instant Remus attempted to withdraw, Eve deftly snatched the gift from his slick fingers. "Lupin, such an exquisite present. Now that you've given it to me, it belongs to me," she smiled, winking at him before gently smoothing the creases in the ribbon he had pressed down out of anxiety. The act of gifting her had transformed it into her possession. The youth's light brown eyes blinked slowly, as if recalling something, and his cheeks flushed anew. The staircase gradually filled with more students. "James, freely, perhaps we should," Remus suggested, indicating they might leave for the hall before the throng of students arrived. But he noticed James furrowing his brows, gazing upward into the stairwell, prompting him to swallow his words. "What's up there, Potter?" Eve tilted her head, following James's line of sight. "Nothing," he hastily averted his gaze. He scratched his head as Eve continued, "just a cute little creature. Come on, Potter, Lupin, it'll find its way out on its own." After dinner, Eve bid farewell to Narcissa, who hoped she would soon return to the common room, and settled into a window seat on the third floor to study. The room was tranquil, save for the soft scratching of quills from the Ravenclaw students. Suddenly, a few dull thuds emanated from the window, reminiscent of a small creature playfully tapping against the glass. Eve opened the window a crack. On the windowsill, illuminated by the night, lay a glimmering silver box adorned with a silver note that read "Happy Birthday" in elegant script, yet bore no signature. The girl's fingers gently caressed the surface of the gift, akin to stroking the fur of a small dog. "What a timid yet prideful little thing," she mused. Chapter 39, An Accidental Date. The exam season arrived as expected. The sight of some Gryffindor students grimacing while studying made certain Ravenclaw eagles worry that they might inadvertently blow up the school. Even Filch likely shared this sentiment, as he watched the Gryffindors swarm into the study hall with unusually intense scrutiny, leaning forward as if ready to suppress any potential stink bombs they might deploy. Thus, when exam week commenced, Eve observed Filch appearing several years older. She successfully passed her flying class, and Professor Hooch generously awarded her a commendation. As she descended from the sky, the usually stern woman approached and ruffled her hair. "Well done, Lupin," Hooch remarked. "Everyone has fears, myself included. But the moment you persevered through flying class, you demonstrated more bravery and strength than most. And you deserve a reward far greater. Eve realized she was not acrophobic. She merely dreaded the sensation of mounting a broom, reminiscent of a past experience where she had fallen from great heights. Yet this description felt insufficient. It was more akin to losing something profoundly significant while on the broom. But what could that be? She queried the system. Upon completing the task, you may wish for what you desire, including this memory. How stingy. Professor Flitwick's charm examination required the young witches and wizards to enter the classroom one by one, casting a spell to make a pumpkin dance jazz across a table. After receiving Flitwick's praise upon exiting, she spotted a boy waiting outside the classroom, seemingly for her. However, upon seeing Eve, he immediately turned away, striding past her. Aren't you going to wait for me? The girl called softly, her voice not loud but delicate, like a fine thread, gently tugging at Sirius's ear, both ticklish and electrifying. He abruptly halted, yet felt hesitant to turn around. Sensing his timidity, the girl quickened her pace, tapping lightly beside him. He tilted his head and glimpsed her petite brown shoes stepping beside his own. Compared to his black shoes, hers made his appear disproportionately large. So tiny, he thought, instinctively noting that her little round-toed shoes might not even be the size of his palm. Moreover, not only were her feet small, but her face was also diminutive. He could easily cover her entire face with one hand. Lost in his thoughts, Sirius suddenly noticed those charming little shoes nudge against his own, causing his heart to leap. And he instinctively stepped back. What are you doing? His gaze darted around, ultimately landing on Eve's face, the very face he had secretly wished to measure with his palm, now adorned with a sly and triumphant grin. Since you've been staring at my shoes, I thought you might want to greet me with them. Not at all, he retorted defensively. I wasn't trying to greet you. I just happened to be outside. Very well, Eve shrugged, puffing out her cheeks. Then I shall take my leave. Wait, hold on. Before Eve could take a step in the opposite direction, Sirius called out to her hesitantly. He grasped his dark hair, pressing his lips together, his long-fingered hand nearly twisting a hole into his own robe. After all, the next exam is in the potions classroom, so let us walk there together. He spoke in a halting manner, feeling as if his throat might smoke from the effort of uttering just a few brief sentences. The small leather shoes approached him once more, each step landing squarely on his heart. All right, she smiled, her eyes curving like two delicate crescent moons. Sirius felt as though the path to the potions classroom had never seemed so short. He was constantly tempted to glance back and catch a glimpse of her face. Her hair had grown long, the wisps obediently swaying at her cheeks, gently brushing against her slightly pointed chin. Adolescence comes swiftly. He now often felt the growth pains in his knees and shoulder joints during sleep. Once, he had only been able to look her in the eye, but in just a year, he could nearly see the top of her head. Are you looking at my necklace? Cough cough, what did you say? Eve's sudden question caused Sirius to choke on the saliva he had swallowed. Following her cue, he glanced towards her neck. There, a slender and fair section was concealed within the tightly tied collar of her shirt. He fleetingly cast a glance before attempting to turn away, only to be drawn in by her shaking finger, adorned with a silver necklace shaped like a small star, one he was intimately familiar with. It's beautiful, I assenti it? Although I don't know who gave it to me, I truly like it. She playfully elongated her words, her fingers gently twisting the star's points, tilting her head slightly to reveal a smile that seemed a touch mischievous. She clearly knew, whether it was out of consideration for his feelings or simply teasing him was uncertain. The young man's proud shoulders trembled slightly, and if one were to look closely, they would see his neck flushed with a gentle pink hue. It seems rather ordinary, but the color is nice. Of course, if you prefer something else. He leaned back slightly as if unable to bear the weight of her small affection, feigning nonchalance before replying to Eve. If she liked it, he wouldn't mind gifting her a few different styles, as his pocket money was sufficient, and occasionally presenting her with small tokens was no trouble at all. Having the means to bestow gifts upon others was nothing to scoff at, he thought, stubbornly pretending his heart was equally resolute. I do not want it. He heard Eve respond, and just as the fervor within him was about to cool, the girl laughed again. This one is my favorite. His blood surged. As he pondered how to respond with feigned indifference, laughter echoed in the corridor. In front of them stood 3 or 4 first-year Slytherin boys, wands in hand, wearing malicious grins as they pointed at something encircled by them. As they drew closer, it became clear that the trembling figure was that of a small, scrawny boy. His deep brown hair was unkempt, and his gaping mouth revealed protruding teeth that could scarcely be hidden, while his small, mouse-like eyes darted around, pitifully seeking the newcomers. Peter Pettigrew. The system informed her. Chapter 40. You are more important. After a brief introduction of the diminutive Peter, the The system fell silent, indicating he was not the target of her task. Eve cast a sidelong glance at the hapless, scrawny fellow. He was evidently a character who navigated this world, pushing the plot forward at crucial moments. Yet he had somehow escaped being the target. Perhaps it was due to his inconspicuousness, rendering him forgotten by the system, allowing her to only notice him at the semester's end when he became a target of disdain. As the small fellow squeezed through the wall of Slytherins and spotted Eve and Sirius, his eyes brightened momentarily. This is bad. Just as Sirius swiftly reached for his wand, ready to charge at the Slytherins, he heard the girl beside him softly murmur. Her silver lashes concealed her eyes, and though her tone seemed casual, the slight droop of her gaze betrayed a peculiar coldness. He found it difficult to discern whether she referred to the Slytherins or the crumpled figure on the ground who bore little resemblance to a Gryffindor. It was only when she occasionally displayed this cold demeanor that he truly sensed she belonged among the Slytherins. Much like the moon, seemingly radiant and luminous, yet concealing a void of desolation. Yet he, like some instinct-driven beast drawn to the moon, was irresistibly captivated by her. The tall Slytherin boy at the forefront raised his head, catching sight of the two at the corridor's end. Alecto Caro thought he must be mistaken. The traitor of the Black family and the daughter of the Pruitt family were walking together. How absurd. I wish Not and Malfoy could see this. Perhaps this Black will meet a grim fate. He chuckled, his laughter laden with ominous undertones. Pruitt Black? What a surprise to see you both. Indeed surprising. I never expected your family's penchant for banding together to malign others would be so openly displayed. Sirius raised an eyebrow, expressionless, extending his wand forward, nearly pressing it against Alecto's forehead. And you, Black, a mongrel so lost that you cannot even trace your family's faults? Alecto retorted with a cold smirk, his hand reaching for his wand. Caro. The girl beside him suddenly interjected. Alecto turned to her, noticing the cool, silver gaze fixed upon him, and he suddenly smiled faintly. Your sister's twirling in the air is truly a sight to behold. So it was you. The tall boy's veins bulged as he raised his muscular arm to strike, but he merely brushed past Eve. Do you think that because Not and the others are protecting you, I want to retaliate? Is it merely protection? Eve countered, her voice soft, yet laced with venom like a serpent. Alecto's muscular arm recoiled, crashing against the wall beside him. Pruitt. He ground out through clenched teeth, pounding the wall before finally managing to utter, You'll all pay for this. He shot a resentful glare at Eve and Sirius before begrudgingly departing with his companions. You've made an enemy of the Caros. Sirius weighed his wand thoughtfully, observing Eve as she reverted to a more gentle expression. Indeed, she nodded nonchalantly, her tone casual, as if discussing what to eat for dinner that evening. But there's nothing to be done. His insults were too harsh. And compared to offending a family, you are more important. You are more important. Hearing those words, the gray-eyed boy froze. His eardrums rang with a cacophony, akin to the thunderous beating of drums, while his heart raced like a derailed train, almost struggling to escape his throat with a piercing cry. He felt his face flush crimson within mere seconds. Stop with the nonsense about me being the most important. Sirius raised his palm to shield his face, attempting to salvage the last remnants of his pride. Eve, considerate, averted her gaze from him, kneeling down to examine Peter's injuries while softly saying, I understand you. People become a family purely due to the profound and inextricable bonds that tie them together. However, first and foremost, she extended her hand and lightly tapped the shoe print on Peter's clothing. We are individuals before we are part of a family. The family cannot wholly represent us, nor can it transcend our very essence. When this truth is overlooked, family transforms into a shackle, potentially leading one into a spiral of despair. Take the Caro family. For instance, years of indulgent nobility have rendered them destitute. Yet, they refuse to lower their pride, maintaining an illusion of grandeur. Thus one day, their lofty towers will crumble, and the anthills of their downfall shall emerge, restoring the status quo. Peter's wound brought a soothing coolness, and this exquisitely doll-like girl paid no mind to his disheveled state. Her gaze upon him was peculiar, akin to a blend of pity and a strange familiarity, yet he dared not dwell on it. The slender, frail boy resembled a mouse concealed within the darkened corridors, humbly bowing his head, too timid to emerge from the shadows or to hope for a glance at the silver moon suspended in the sky. Sirius slowly covered his eyes with his palm. The reasons he yearned to escape the clutches of the Blacks were articulated by a pure-blooded girl. No one is inherently averse to their family. It is merely the repetitive cycle of disappointment and pain that incites such feelings. He was the son of Walburga, not the so-called heir to bloodlines or family honor, but simply himself. Sirius's throat felt tight with emotion. Amidst a torrent of sentiments, he longed to utter her name. Yet someone preempted him. Eve. A cold voice resonated from the corridor ahead. The platinum-haired youth approached them with deliberate grace. Lucius stepped before Eve, extending his hand, signaling her to place hers in his palm. The potions exam was about to commence, and Professor Slughorn had been seeking her. Fortunately, someone informed him of her whereabouts. His demeanor was nonchalant, as if he regarded Sirius and Peter as mere air. Hey. Sirius stepped forward, attempting to bypass Lucius to speak with Eve. However, the tall platinum-haired boy sidestepped, shielding Eve from Sirius, leaving him grasping at nothing. Lucius slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Sirius, the corners of his lips curling in a faintly mocking smile, as if silently branding him a lost dog. Chapter 41. She is still young. Sirius, like a proud and sensitive creature, held his chin high, his lips curled disdainfully, his gray eyes narrowing dangerously. Malfoy, put away that pretentious facade. The large platinum beast retorted languidly, compared to me, Mr. Black is likely incapable of even feigning pretense. Allow me, an unadorned individual disinterested in pretense, to enlighten you on how to converse with respect and decorum. Enough, gentlemen. Eve's delicate face was on the verge of a forced smile. She placed her hand into Lucius's palm, and as he gently grasped her fingertips, she seized his wrist with her other hand, pulling him towards the far end of the corridor like a small fox tugging at the fur of a leopard. Time is of the essence. I believe Professor Slughorn is quite eager to see me. She waved back at Sirius. See you in the classroom. I hope you two will grant me some favor and refrain from fighting. Sirius halted, snorting disdainfully, and begrudgingly shoved his wand into his pocket. For the sake of Fred, he would let Malfoy off this time. He vigorously ruffled his dark hair, and leaped onto the stair railing, sliding down with agility and flair. Truth be told, he was reluctant to admit it, yet he could not suppress the anticipation of seeing Eve again. On the other side of the corridor, Lucius's tightly pressed lips gradually softened. Following Eve, he allowed her to lead him forward, somewhat relishing the sensation of being held by her, as if he were cherished and needed. However, just as the girl was about to release his hand and turn towards the classroom, he called out to her, Eve. She hurriedly turned back, her wrists still ensnared by his fingers. With a gentle tug, she found herself colliding with his shoulder. The boy had already bent slightly, awaiting her gaze. She had not anticipated the force of her momentum, leaving her unable to halt before meeting him. She closed her eyes, bracing for the impact against his broad, firm arm, but found instead a soft, warm sensation where her cheek met his palm. Looking up, she saw Lucius's hand shielding her face. Observing her delicate visage pressing against his hand like a cream puff, a subtle smile graced the boy's features. Be cautious while walking. Do not always be so reckless. Eve replied, You were the one who caught me first. And what is this paternalistic admonition? She deliberately elongated her voice, raising the hand he still held to signal that he could let her go. Yet the boy's smile deepened, and he did not relinquish her. Next time, I shall catch you even better. Then his expression shifted, growing cold. Eve that his gaze fixated on the delicate chain around her slender neck, as if he wished to dissolve it in an instant, is far too flimsy and ill-suited for you. He had given her numerous necklaces of various styles and colors, yet she chose to wear another's. This. The girl lifted the silver star with her fingers, a playful smile gracing her lips. I happened upon it and decided to wear it. She lightly shook the small pendant, hiding the star behind her fingertip, appearing nonchalant. But honestly, I feel most at ease without any adornments. Even the lightest material feels somewhat uncomfortable. Lucius followed her gesture, noting the faint red marks on her delicate neck. He was aware of how sensitive her skin was. Even a gentle grip on her wrist could leave slight impressions. His fingers brushed against her cool, soft skin once more before he slowly released her. Indeed, Eve was still young. Being unadorned suited her best. Chapter 42. Collective Indulgence. The final exams had finally concluded, and Eve had received all her report cards, with the exception of her flying and history of magic classes, which were satisfactory. Eve, you have done wonderfully. In the common room, Narcissa brushed Eve's silver hair, turning her face to look at the girl with her head bowed, offering gentle reassurance. These are truly excellent results. Occasional missteps are merely matters of luck. The adorable little Eve will always be the best in my eyes. May I offer my candidacy, given that my performance in history of magic has always been exceptional? Mitchell sat beside Eve, playfully flicking the ends of her silver hair and smiling at her. I have an entire summer free to enjoy delightful lessons with little Eve. No need. Lucius interjected almost immediately, opposing Mitchell's suggestion. He gripped Eve's report card as if he intended to bore a hole through it. It is Professor Binz's teaching methodology that is at fault, his outdated, tedious, and attention-draining style indeed fails to inspire students' interest in history of magic. His gray-blue eyes narrowed sharply. I had long suggested to my father that he propose the replacement of that old fellow at the board meeting. Indeed, it is imperative that he be replaced. Narcissa nodded in agreement. Allowing Eve to lose interest in the history of magic course is a grave oversight on the school's part. The platinum-haired youth gently flicked the report card with his finger. The Malfoy estate boasts the finest private tutor for history of magic. I could either recommend him to Mr. Freely or arrange for Eve to attend lessons here. More classes during the summer? Eve, who had been bowing her head, finally stirred. She merely feigned displeasure to garner extra points from the system, but how did the focus shift to her needing remedial lessons? She was not one to relish studying like a Ravenclaw. Thus, the silver-haired girl sighed and nestled into Narcissa's embrace. Narcissa, I have worked hard enough. I no longer wish to touch those history books. The sweet and soft little body snuggled into the blonde girl's arms, causing Narcissa to momentarily cast aside all thoughts of academia, wrapping her arms around Eve's delicate waist and soothing her in a gentle tone. It is all the fault of those professors and history books. It has nothing to do with little Eve. She tenderly ruffled Eve's soft hair, racking her brain to elicit a smile from her. How about a slice of tiramisu? My dear darling? As Eve's voice of feigned grievance echoed, Lucius began to contemplate anew. He ought to persuade his father to propose the abolition of this course that brought Eve such unhappiness. Long time no see, old friend Roland. A man clad in a deep crimson suit, with a wide and hearty smile, enveloped Roland freely in a grand embrace. Mr. Potter's hug was so fervent and genuine that it elicited a cough from Roland. Flement, you still possess that boundless enthusiasm. It has been years, nearly a decade since we last met, hasn't it? The man grinned broadly, eyeing Roland with a mock solemnity before shaking his head in disbelief. It appears time has left no mark on you. Or have you concocted some miraculous youth potion? He glanced to Roland's left, catching sight of a silver-haired figure tucked behind him. The girl smiled and nodded at him, dressed in a pale yellow dress, the layers of her sheer skirt fluffed up, making her resemble a delectable lemon cake. I see an angel, Roland, Flement exclaimed dramatically, removing his hat and bowing to the little lady with the utmost chivalry. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Eve Freely. Eve lowered her head, executing her greeting with impeccable grace. I am equally delighted to meet you, dear little sweetheart. I am Flement Potter. Flement smiled at Eve, winking playfully, his demeanor reminiscent of a middle-aged version of James. Your granddaughter is so adorable that I might be tempted to steal her away and raise her myself, he sighed exaggeratedly. But alas, the one in my household is not a gentle angel, but a mischievous little devil. Speaking of which, Jamie should be in the same year as Eve. He hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Eve smiled politely at the mention of trouble. Speaking of trouble, at the end of the final exams, James truly lived up to his usual reputation, nearly blowing up the school. He and Sirius had launched a barrage of dung bombs in the first-floor hall, successfully incapacitating Filch and a group of Slytherins. Thus, Gryffindor was penalized 50 points, continuing the tradition of deducting points from Gryffindor for yet another year. It seems Hogwarts does not have a custom of informing parents about such matters. Of course not, sir, the silver-haired girl beamed sincerely. Young Mr. Potter possesses an insatiable curiosity, a relentless spirit of endeavor, and an extraordinary sense of innovation. Freely, I never imagined you understood me so well. A youthful voice chimed from behind her. James stood behind her, his hazel eyes wide with excitement. Upon noticing her turn to face him, he broke into a radiant smile. Chapter 43. She is the most special one. James always felt that Freely was quite different from other Slytherins. She was gentle, rarely lost her temper, and never looked down her nose at anyone, always greeting others with a smile. She was also exceptionally clever. Even with newly learned spells, she could wield her wand with ease, unlike certain pretentious and hollow Slytherins. There was something uniquely captivating about her, especially when he caught a whiff of her fragrance from her sleeve, reminiscent of an everlasting rain, shrouding his heart in mist. Moreover, seeing her always brought him joy. Just like today, James spotted her from afar. The yellow dress made her complexion appear exceptionally fair, and her silver hair, tied with a matching ribbon, resembled a soft and fluffy caramel pudding, sweet enough to spark his desire to take a bite. He approached her excitedly, only to hear her soft voice praising him. Though it may have been mere pleasantries, she articulated her compliments with such detail and sincerity that it filled him with happiness. This delightful sensation was akin to savoring that piece of caramel pudding, sweet enough to make his heart tremble. Indeed, Freely was different from those Slytherins, or rather, she was unlike anyone else. She was the most special one. Freely, I knew you understood me. He walked towards her, grinning with unrestrained joy. Observing the black-haired boy whose smile seemed to stretch to the back of his head, Eve couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. Sometimes, pleasantries need not be received with such earnestness. Flement laughed heartily, tousling James's dark hair, making the rebellious tuft stand even higher. Truly, my son. They were indeed quite self-absorbed, a testament to their father-son bond. Special materials? James mused, stroking his chin. In truth, Eve had no intention of divulging her plans. However, the young Potter was particularly persistent, and she could only inform him that it pertained to materials needed for a special potion from the Fleury family. She had already strolled through Diagon Alley with Roland, but there had been no progress regarding Remus Lupin's task. Suddenly, the boy snapped his fingers, a mischievous grin illuminating his face, making his sweet chocolate-brown eyes sparkle with excitement. I know a great place. It might have what you seek. Nocturne Alley. The entrance to Borgin and Burke's was shrouded in dust, dim and eerie. It seemed as though sunlight had not graced this place in years, the air cooler and more humid than that of Diagon Alley. I came here with my father once. There are many items not available outside. Perhaps what Freely needs is within. The dark-haired boy stood tall in front of Eve, then turned, extending his hand towards her, inviting her to take it. Do not worry or be afraid, Freely. With me here, nothing will happen. His smile was so bright and pure, unmarred by even a trace of shadow, that not even the gloom of the alley could cling to him. The warmth of his presence reminded Eve of the comforting scent of cotton basked in autumn sun, soft and cozy. She began to understand why Sirius and Remus were drawn to James. Those who had lingered in dark and twisted corners could hardly resist the allure of someone as radiant and genuine as him. It felt as though, in his company, all unpleasantness would dissipate, and all difficulties would resolve effortlessly. Freely? James waved his hand in front of the daydreaming girl. Eve snapped back to reality, blinking. Let us go inside. She had a premonition that this place indeed held what she needed. Chapter 44, Little Ancestor. The shop was even darker than the alley outside. The surroundings were adorned with grotesque and bizarre mirrors, reflecting the boy and girl in peculiar shapes. Some antiquated and eccentric items lay neglected, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, which only heightened their aura of mystery and the imminent danger of decay. James consistently walked ahead of Eve. While his youthful curiosity mingled with apprehension, it was predominantly his concern for the fragile girl behind him that occupied his thoughts. She was so delicate, he mused, like a flower on the verge of wilting in the spring breeze, as if a mere gust could cause her to wither away. It was as though he had witnessed her demise before. Thus, he instinctively treaded with utmost caution. Have you discovered what you seek? James murmured, quickening his pace. We must leave this place. The temperature is far too low. A sudden chill could easily shatter her. Eve bypassed the desiccated skull on the counter, the terrifying props affixed to the walls, and the blood-stained black cabinet, ultimately halting before a display case. Eliminate the claws of Remus Lupin 10, current progress 40. Before her lay a necklace, ominously dark, adorned with black rust. Is this it? Is this it? James raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering quizzically on Eve's soft, pale visage. In the dim light, the profile of the girl appeared extraordinarily luminescent, her fluffy, silvery hair seemingly imbued with the moon-esque glow, shimmering like ripples on water. Her silver eyes were fixated, almost entranced by the trinket before her. The surroundings were serene and vacant, shrouded in darkness, with only her emitting a faint silver radiance. In a daze, James felt as if he were gazing upon a painting that was both eerie and exquisite. In that moment, darkness and she were unexpectedly harmonious. Eve was somewhat perplexed. Despite the system identifying it, the necklace appeared unsuitable for amalgamation into the cauldron. She suspected that if it were to be incorporated into a potion, it would not be the claws of Remus that would be eliminated, but rather Remus himself. Her slender fingers gently grazed the edge of the necklace, feeling its cold, smooth surface. Flee. James's pupils dilated. Did this naive noblewoman not realize that certain items, especially those concealed within a shop of dark magic, should not be touched indiscriminately? In a flurry, he reached out, entirely forgetting that he too could be susceptible to dark magic, desperate to snatch the necklace from Eva's grasp. He had promised her he would protect her. Just as his hand was about to make contact with Eve, her other hand deftly flipped, her fingers closing around his thumb. The future Quidditch star's hand was larger than she had anticipated, her fingers encircling one, pulling back slightly. Mr. Potter, one must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Even if you desire it, it already belongs to me. A playful smirk curled at the corners of her lips, her pink-tipped fingers brushing against the soft skin of his palm, yet she did not relinquish her hold. James's thumb quivered under her grip, as if an electric current surged through that small patch of skin, rendering his arm muscles tense and numb, even igniting a warmth at the nape of his neck. No. I certainly do not want such a thing. Release it quickly. There may be a curse. He grasped her entire hand within his own palm. The girl stubbornly extended her arm in the opposite direction, refusing to allow him access. The dark-haired boy grew frantic. His muscles tensed as his calloused hand traveled up Eva's arm, gripping her shoulder, pulling her close to envelop her entirely, effectively restraining her every movement. With his other hand, he tightened his hold on her wrist, attempting to persuade her to let go. Please, I beseech you, just set it down. Chapter 45. The Serpent. His head nearly rested on her shoulder, his cheek almost brushing against her ear, his warm breath tickling the side of Eve's face, prompting her to shiver involuntarily. Mr. and Miss, kindly refrain from flirting here. Furthermore, if there is indeed a curse, you may find yourself cradling her corpse. A low, gravelly voice suddenly resonated from behind the counter, the owner of the voice lifting his greasy golden hair, observing them with keen interest. Only then did James become aware of their proximity. As he swiftly took a step back, he realized his hand was still clinging to her wrist, and he hastily pulled it away. It was as if that hand possessed a will of its own, unwilling to part from her. He also became acutely aware of his rapid breathing, akin to having just played a vigorous Quidditch match. The heart within his chest thumped violently, as if it had just soared from one end of the pitch to the other, exerting itself to strike a bludger. Yet, a bludger would not land in his arms, nor would it feel soft like a doll he had occasionally squeezed in his childhood. Moreover, she felt rather too slender, the bones at her shoulder protruding, causing a slight ache in his chest. If only she were a tad heavier, it would be far more comfortable to hold her. No, what was he even thinking? James tugged at the tuft of hair at the back of his head, striving to redirect his errant and peculiar thoughts. Perhaps his longing for the Quidditch pitch had led him to perceive Eve as a bludger. His affection for Quidditch was indeed profound. The bespectacled boy ultimately reached a conclusion he deemed reasonable. Eve clutched the necklace, which the system had confirmed bore some spells attached, although it could not ascertain whether they were malevolent. With the task concerning Remus Lupin at hand, the system had granted her a protective measure. Hence, she had deliberately avoided allowing James to seize it. However, the boy's reaction had exceeded her expectations, direct and impulsive, truly befitting a brave Gryffindor, passionate yet somewhat reckless. So, you intend to purchase it? The shopkeeper behind the counter adjusted his greasy hair, revealing a disingenuous smile. Yes, may I inquire as to the price? 30 galleons. Eve retrieved the coins, tucking the necklace into her bag, which she had cast with a disillusionment charm. Wait a moment. James hastily approached Eve, his hand nearly brushing against her fingers clutching the coins. 30 galleons? Surely she must realize he is overcharging. Before James could intervene, a sudden chill enveloped him from behind, akin to a sharpened blade poised at his throat, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. It was as if a venomous serpent coiled behind him, poised to strike with its fangs. He had not yet turned when a cold, white hand fiercely gripped his wrist, applying a force that threatened to crush the very bones within. Yet the newcomer's voice was soft and sweet, imparting a disquieting sense of disconnection. Little Eve. What a coincidence to encounter you here. Chapter 46. His Little Fox. James abruptly wrenched his hand free, stepping aside. His wrist throbbed painfully, and without needing to look, he knew it was a vivid red. The blue-eyed boy before him merely smiled, harmless and unassuming, as if they had merely exchanged a casual greeting. If my memory serves me right, is this not Master Potter of Gryffindor? His tone dripped with sarcasm. James furrowed his brow, for this was what he detested most: pretentiousness, hostility veiled in subtlety, the insidious nature of Slytherin. Cloaked in a facade of elegance, it nonetheless harbored toxic waters capable of corruption. When exactly did he incur the ire of this Slytherin? Was it simply because his fame at Hogwarts attracted unwarranted attention? Yet, as Mitchell stepped forward, entirely shielding Eve from view, he seemed to grasp a fleeting realization. Surely, he could not be perceived as a Gryffindor secretly tormenting a Slytherin with whom he simply did not resonate. If you must address me, please refer to me as the future Quidditch superstar, the illustrious Mr. Potter, who shall dominate the magical realm. Moreover, could you refrain from imposing your convoluted and shadowy thoughts upon me? I find myself far from your level of tedium. James tilted his body slightly aside. The Slytherin before him stood a tad taller, blocking his view of Eve completely, which inexplicably vexed him. I am merely accompanying Flitwick on a shopping expedition. There is no need for such overt hostility directed at me. Furthermore, Flitwick is a splendid individual, and I harbor no ill will towards her. The youth opposite him, obscured from Eve's sight, had already twisted his lips into a disdainful sneer, his eyes dark and brewing a tempest of danger. Of course Eve is splendid. She is unparalleled. No matter the expression she wears or the stance she takes, she remains incomparable. Yet, hearing such praise from the lips of another man incites a visceral urge to saw that person's mouth off. Mitchell's expression was ominous, in stark contrast to the normalcy of his anxious tone. No ill will? So you bring her to such a perilous place? Do you comprehend the multitude of dangers lurking in Nocturne Alley? One who genuinely cared for her would never act so recklessly. James rubbed his brow. Indeed, Slytherins seldom exhibit any semblance of normalcy. The mental state of the individual before him appeared rather precarious. In Flitwick's presence, he wore a soft and serene demeanor. Yet in her absence, he exuded an aura so terrifying it nearly compelled James to take drastic measures. Meanwhile, he maintained a veneer of feigned civility, even embellishing his words with the scent of tea. It was as if he sought to cement the long-standing enmity between Gryffindor and Slytherin, deliberately casting Eve into harm's way. Enough of this, Mitchell. Eve finally emerged from behind Mitchell's impenetrable barrier. She gently poked the tense young man's taut arm, squeezing out from behind his protective stance. It was I who requested Mr. Potter to accompany me here. She also nodded apologetically at James. Mitchell is my childhood friend. Previously my health was frail. Hence his concern for my safety and well-being. The young girl's gaze shifted, noticing Mitchell walking toward her, and she imperceptibly frowned at him. The boy obediently halted, returning her a compliant smile. It appears he may be overly anxious in this regard, Eve continued, her tone and manner undeniably impolite. Thus, I sincerely apologize for my inappropriate words, Mr. Potter. Mitchell elongated his tone at Eve's behest, his smile lacking sincerity. James felt as though he had struck a fist against cotton. What was ostensibly an apology felt more akin to a veiled provocation. However, he was not one to dwell on trifles, and he was far more concerned that Eve had not been harmed by that necklace and had acquired what she needed. Very well, he loftily inclined his chin. For Flitwick's sake, I shall forgive you. Instantly, the gaze from those blue eyes across from him turned sharp once more. You little rascal. Come back here. One moment of distraction, and you've vanished without a trace. Flitwick's voice came from outside, fraught with exasperation. As Eve turned to pay the last galleon to the shopkeeper, he made a face at Mitchell before darting out. That fellow's surname is not, if memory serves. It seems my future mischief targets have multiplied. James cast a glance backward. The boy wore a gentle, sweet smile as he whispered softly to Eve, who reciprocated with a smile that seemed painfully bright. She addressed him as Mr. Potter, yet called Mitchell by his first name. Those unspoken gestures alluded to a closer bond between her and Mitchell than with him. It stirred within him an odd, slight pang, leaving his mouth tasting bitter. As if that caramel pudding had suddenly turned, leaving only a lingering bitterness on his palate. So bitter, he murmured. In the shop, Eve's actions momentarily faltered. Indeed, she intentionally spoke to James in a detached tone, while augmenting her gestures with Mitchell. This confirmed some of her earlier suspicions. Quite troublesome, she thought, as the corners of her mouth tightened before curving slightly upward. If that is the case, then let us proceed down this uncharted path. After all, in the end, she would. Little Eve. The boy called out to her, his smile bright as he gazed at her. Although he was unaware of her scheming, her deliberate display of their closer relationship, before that Potter was sufficient to please him. Moreover, those silver eyes were now directed at him. He relished the feeling of her focus upon him, even if her intentions were otherwise. Mitchell, what brings you to this shop? Eve asked him candidly. If you wish to know, the boy lightly tapped his cheek, and Eve must kiss me. Surely not his secret. Never mind. She immediately turned away, her concerned expression evaporating like dew, eliciting a soft laugh from Mitchell. It seems she is no longer so easily deceived, my little fox. Chapter 47, Privilege. In August, England's humid winds blew, occasionally graced by sunlight, yet most of the time, it remained shrouded in dreary rain. The Lestrange estate, a somber gray matching their hair, seemed perpetually overcast, even on such a momentous day, with even the decorative white lilies, daisies, and mistletoe failing to dispel the gloom. On the lawn stood a pair of newlyweds who appeared rather mismatched. To say they were mismatched does not refer to any significant disparity in appearance. On the contrary, the bride donned a sleek, form-fitting black gown, exuding an air of cold elegance. However, her expression was indifferent, her gaze haughty, her gray eyes constantly scanning the crowd below as if searching for someone. The groom wore a white suit, his gray hair tied back, his countenance weary, as though today were not his wedding but rather a preparation for a funeral. The expressions on Black and Lestrange's faces resembled those of revolutionary comrades, hardly fitting for newlyweds, more akin to strangers passing on the street. Eve sat in the front, overhearing two noble young ladies behind her whispering and chuckling mockingly. Narcissa wore a gown of the same color as her sister Bellatrix's wedding dress, and she merely curled her lip at the sounds. Indeed. She spoke in a tone only Eve could hear. Bellatrix hardly cares whom she marries, as long as they are pure-blooded nobility, provided it does not hinder her pursuits. She abruptly halted mid-sentence. The Flitwick family refrained from interfering with either side of the conflict, and Eve was still young. She ought not to be exposed to such unpleasant realities. Winnie, the silver-haired girl, seemed oblivious to her pause and the bitterness in her tone. Instead, unwrapping a piece of candy and pushing it toward Narcissa's lips, declaring the candy delicious. Narcissa stared at the finger beside the candy for a moment in silence, before finally allowing the translucent, ruby-red confection to rest upon her tongue. "Is it sweet?" the girl inquired with a smile. "Very sweet." The candy bore a hint of lemon and plum's tartness, though fleeting, leaving only sweetness behind. However, how much of life is truly sweet? Narcissa shifted slightly, pressing herself against Eve's side. She wished that Eve could remain in this carefree age forever, untouched by the burdens of adulthood. The ceremony finally concluded. A pair of indifferent guests descended from the altar, while the attendees began to rise and make their way to the dining area. "Miss Free," called a boy with gray eyes. Regulus stood upright, as if the impeccably tailored, rigid suit confined him within a model named Black. He had intended to greet Miss Free earlier, but had found no opportunity in the men's section. The boy offered a shy yet courteous smile. Eve gazed at his face, feeling a sense of novelty. After all, having observed Sirius's visage for an entire academic year, she recalled that he preferred to regard people with his nostrils and chin, his eyes brimming with rebellious mockery and anger, occasionally lighting up with joy at James's pranks and jokes. The extremity of that boy, deliberately charting a path entirely distinct from the Black family, starkly contrasted with the current boy. Eve found it rather amusing to see a similar face adorned with a demeanor of decorum and politeness. Narcissa tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tone unexpectedly assertive. "Regulus, did Aunt Walburga send you?" The boy met his cousin's gaze with quiet dignity before turning back to Eve with a smile. "Once yes, but from now on, it is solely my own desire to approach Miss Free." As he spoke, the rigid suit seemed to relax, fitting more comfortably around his waist. "Mr. Black," Eve waved at Regulus. The boy obediently approached. Her hand brushed against his forehead, playfully tousling the hair slicked down with gel, causing a few strands to fall softly against Regulus's cheek, lending him an air of naturalness and ease. She had previously worried that such a hairstyle might lead this boy to premature baldness or a receding hairline. "This looks much better, Mr. Black," the girl said with a cheerful smile. "Even more handsome." The boy's fair cheeks flushed a delicate pink at her words. "Thank you, Miss Free," he stammered, and then heard Eve softly say beside him, "There's no need to adhere to so many rules and expectations in my presence." She winked playfully. "After all, we still possess the privilege of being children." "Children?" He paused for a moment. Within the old estate, he was more accustomed to the portraits of his ancestors, his mother's teachings, and the enforcement of family rules, all of which instilled in him the need to become a competent and responsible Black. Yet, no one had ever told him he was still a child. "Eve." Just as Regulus was about to speak, a bright, cheerful voice interrupted him. A boy clad in a light gray suit dashed toward them. His suit was carelessly unbuttoned, and even his light golden hair was tousled by his hurried movements. Young Barty Crouch swiftly reached Eve's side, subtly clutching her arm, forcing Regulus to sidestep. Consequently, he found himself distanced from Eve. "I've been searching for you everywhere. I almost faced my father's wrath for breaking the rules." Barty bent slightly, allowing him to gaze up at the girl from a lower angle, his large light golden eyes wide and pleading as they fixed on Eve. "Have you been hit again?" Eve furrowed her brow, glancing over the boy's body. There were no visible injuries, and she noted he had grown taller. His previously round face had lost some baby fat, revealing a pointed chin and prominent nose. "No. Ever since you stood up for me last time, my father has been much kinder," Barty replied sweetly, making an effort to shrink himself closer to Eve, pressing his arm against hers. Only after he nestled closely to her did he seem to notice Regulus, appearing somewhat timid. "Mr. Black, long time no see." His golden eyes darted to Regulus's clenched fists, and then back to Eve's still empty plate, his long golden lashes batting innocently. "I thought Mr. Black had already served food for Sister Eve, but it appears not." "Allow me to help you with your meal, sister." Regulus narrowed his eyes, struggling to suppress the tension threatening to rise on his forehead, and managed a composed smile at young Barty. Narcissa pulled Eve closer, exchanging a knowing glance with her cousin. "Use the child's privilege to feign weakness and innocence, along with some green tea rhetoric. You have much to learn, Regulus." Chapter 48. Hatred. Eve rubbed her aching ankle. Even with the modest 5-centimeter block heels, they could hardly support her after standing for most of the day, engaging in various aristocratic dialogues and occasionally transitioning between events. Fortunately, Narcissa had intervened to pull Barty away earlier. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to extricate herself from this clingy and precarious little creature. Under the pretense of having matters to attend to, Eve sought out a secluded spot to rest. The Lestrange estate was larger than she had anticipated. The wedding decorations adorned the front courtyard, while the inner and back courtyards boasted nearly the size of a football field. She nestled in the shade beneath the grapevines, savoring the gentle breeze. The verdant vines climbed the intricately designed copper railings, enveloping the entire corridor densely. Many tendrils dangled down, naturally obscuring the exquisitely carved stone table in the middle, creating a purely natural barrier. Thus, she did not immediately notice that someone else was seated there. The sound of pages turning drew the girl's attention. This person sat across from her at a stone table, the thick vines swaying gently in the breeze, only allowing her a glimpse of the lower half of his face. His medium-length, slightly wavy black hair was neatly groomed, his skin pale and cool, glistening like jade under the scattered light. He possessed a high, straight nose and lips as red as blood. "I apologize. I did not intend to intrude upon your solitude." His voice resonated like the sound of a harp, deep and melodic. "It's quite all right." Eve shook her head, her cascading, voluminous silver hair swaying with her movement. "I hope I haven't disturbed your reading." "Not at all. This place is quite secluded. I dislike overly boisterous environments. Too much noise gives me a headache," he replied, his fingers gliding down the pages, revealing their pale, slender form, with visible bluish-green veins. "I share that sentiment. However, a wedding is certainly a cause for celebration, and a bit of liveliness is preferable." Eve rested her arms behind her, allowing half her body to bask in the sunlight, feeling inexplicably chilled. Indeed, the man inhaled deeply. Yet there are always some discordant interludes. Nevertheless, it matters little, for the hosts are exceedingly warm-hearted, and I hold them in high regard. Eve was certain that Rodolphus Lestrange was not the warm-hearted type, displaying little enthusiasm even for his own wedding. As a peculiar sensation washed over her, she subtly shifted backward. The man perceptively noticed her movement, chuckling softly as he slowly closed the book. "It seems I have indeed disturbed your repose." His long, crossed legs slightly bent, indicating he intended to depart. The book he had been reading bore no title on its cover, only a strange, deep blackness. For reasons unknown. As she observed him preparing to leave, Eve felt a slight sense of relief. However, the man paused momentarily after rising, his black leather boots not striding towards the corridor's exit, but instead advancing in her direction. He brushed aside the drooping tendrils of vine, revealing the upper half of his face. His elongated, slightly upturned eyes and pure black pupils were suffused with a deep crimson hue, reminiscent of the most profound terror of the night, as if concealing a chasm of unfathomable darkness. Eve found herself momentarily entranced, not solely due to the gaze shared with the man, but more so from the system's notification. Task: eliminate Voldemort. Eliminate? Before she could ponder further, she heard his soft voice. "I see your gaze lingering on this notebook. I thought you might appreciate it." The man extended the black book towards her. "Thus, I present it to you, dear lady." Eve gazed at the notebook for a moment before accepting it. Upon contact, she felt an unseasonable chill emanating from it. As if summer itself could not penetrate its coldness, its surface was coarse, seemingly worn down significantly. "Thank you, sir," she replied, her voice soft and measured. From a distance, an eager call broke the stifling silence enveloping the two. It was the indifferent bride from the wedding. For the first time, Eve witnessed Bellatrix display a fervent, frenzied joy, as if the person she was about to confront was the entirety of her existence, or perhaps even more significant than her very life. Bellatrix knelt on one knee, humbly bowing her head. "We have been searching for you." Voldemort emerged from the corridor, his pure black wizard's robe billowing like the wings of a demon in the wind. He shielded his eyes from the sudden sunlight, revealing an inscrutable smile. "Indeed, it is a fine day, Bella. However," his voice turned suddenly sinister, the crimson hue in his black eyes sharpening, as if flickering with a red glimmer. "I cannot believe a repugnant mudblood insect dares to appear here." Bellatrix nearly prostrated herself on the ground. "This is our oversight. That reporter concealed his identity. I thought he was." "No matter, Bella." The man's voice regained its calm and melodic tone, as if the fury expressed moments before had not belonged to him. "Today is your wedding. As a member of pureblood aristocracy, we should indeed show some mercy. You understand my meaning, do you not, dear Bella?" "Why, yes," she stammered, retreating tremulously. The so-called mercy likely referred to a swift avada, rather than a protracted demise after countless agonizing torments. More individuals approached. But the atmosphere was not vibrant as at the wedding. Rather, it was a silent stillness, echoing Voldemort's earlier words. Eve. Roland hurried to her side, head bowed, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, attempting to shield her with his aged frame. My apologies, my dear. My granddaughter is unaware of your presence here. Eve had never seen this usually jovial elder display such a countenance. Panic and concern radiated from him, his entire arm trembling. Yet he held her tightly as if this alone could ensure her safety. It is quite all right, my dear Flea. I understand your predicament and empathize with your choices. The man strolled over slowly, bending slightly, his obsidian eyes fixed intently upon her, smiling. Your granddaughter is truly delightful. I have taken quite a liking to her. The girl glanced up and smiled at him, momentarily catching him off guard. Yet, after a fleeting moment, he merely chuckled briefly, straightening and turning to survey the crowd like a sovereign surveying his subjects. As Voldemort turned away, Eve's smile faded, her silver eyes coldly observing the scene. The lies of pureblood supremacy, the coercive oppression, wove a tapestry of power and the pursuit of immortality, silencing the magical realm in his wake. A selfish, foolish, and arrogant individual. His ruthless and autocratic rule would inevitably ignite an uncontrollable inferno, a tidal wave that would swiftly lead to his own demise. An unbidden surge of loathing and hatred coursed through her, rendering her vision momentarily hazy. In a fleeting moment, she felt as though she were gazing down upon everything from the man's perspective. Eve. The elder's hand gripped her tightly, his kindly silver eyes reflecting deep concern. The girl opened her eyes, softly reassuring her grandfather that all was well before slowly lowering her gaze. System. How much progress value is required to attain power comparable to his? Approximately 80% of all progress is near completion, for your reference. The system continued. There is no need for the host to act alone, as there are others, including the White Wizard Albus Dumbledore, among us. I understand. Her silver eyes narrowed, concealing the chilling darkness within. Chapter 49, 40,000 pounds. Cokeworth, Spinner's End. A middle-aged man dressed in a simple business suit walked along the winding, trash-laden river. He entered a brick pathway constructed on a slope, checked the address, and knocked on one of the doors. A drunken man opened the door, staring at the gentleman who seemed out of place amidst the filthy, dilapidated surroundings reeking of decay. The well-dressed man with a briefcase smiled and nodded at Tobias Snape. Good day, Mr. Snape. I am Aaron Green, representing the Prince family. Inside, Eileen meticulously folded the clothes drying outside, placing them in a chipped cabinet. Weary. She gazed at the chimney outside, emitting thick black smoke. She had lived here with Tobias since their marriage. A dilapidated living room, a small parlor, and a kitchen comprised her home for 13 years. Born into a pure-blood wizarding family, she was not lacking in suitors. Yet she had met Tobias on her way to a Muggle working-class area, and had swiftly fallen in love, as if under the spell of a potent love potion. The horror of it left her too afraid to recall the trials of each day and night since her marriage. Eileen, hearing her drunken husband yelling outside, she tightly shut her eyes, wincing at the pain that tugged at her mouth's corner. The bruise on her eye from Tobias's blow had yet to heal, and she dared not venture out for fear of further abuse at this hour. Yet, the man had already forcefully kicked the door open, seizing her hair and dragging her towards the entrance. Eileen Snape. Tobias flung her into a chair, gripping her chin to force her to look at a piece of parchment laid on the table. I see you wear a perpetual frown. Disdainful of me yet unwilling to leave. It seems this is the reason. What was her husband saying? Eileen felt the tug on her scalp, her vision blurring as she caught glimpses of the writing and numerical symbols on the parchment. Aaron Green dusted off the parchment he had brought from the table, and recounted its contents. In fact, your Aunt Catherine Prince has passed away, leaving behind a will stating that if you divorce, 40,000 pounds will be given to your husband. Should you remain with him for life, this sum will be bequeathed to your son. Aaron added, I believe your aunt wished for you to find happiness, which prompted such a decision. How could that be? The Prince family despises her. She is their stain, a burden, a shameful traitor. How could they leave behind such an odd-conditioned fortune? She had no time to ponder further. As soon as Aaron left the small dwelling, the man who had been her companion for 13 years could hardly contain his impatience. He stood up, slammed her head onto the table, and yanked her hair, forcing her head against the surface with great force. Eileen Prince, from this day forth, we shall divorce. A boy meandered leisurely along the riverbank. Strands of black hair clung greasily to the side of his face, and he irritably brushed them aside, tucking them behind his ear. Severus Snape was reluctant to return home, and dared not seek out Lily. He had just endured a beating from the man who, in biological terms, was called his father. His arms and back throbbed painfully, and his face was likely adorned with a multitude of bruises. At times he would lament over Eileen, questioning why she had chosen such a wretched man to bring him into this world, denying him the chance to grow up as a simple, carefree Muggle child. The cramped, dark little living room, the charred layers on the rickety wooden table from cheap cigars, the scattered glass bottles, and the incessant barrage of curses and blows filled him with loathing. He despised everything. The Tobias who had sired him yet had no intention of nurturing him, and Eileen, who lacked the courage to leave. Thus, when he discovered he was a wizard, a profound joy surged within him. However, this elation was fleeting, vanishing upon his arrival at Hogwarts. As a half-blood in Slytherin, he felt like a mongrel dog forever unable to raise its head, the target of ridicule and scorn from certain purebloods. In the eyes of other houses, he was even less than a dog. Despair and bitterness welled up within him. What a dismal, wretched life. He yearned for strength, for respect from all. The sun gradually sank below the horizon. Severus picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully into the river. The stone plummeted into the water, sending up glimmers of silver. Suddenly he recalled the girl. Graceful and beautiful, always at the center of attention, with silver hair and silver eyes that sparkled like the moon. She was the antithesis of his dark hair, dark eyes, and penchant for obscurity. Yet he sensed she was not as she appeared. Occasionally, her indifferent expression, the dark magic she wielded that night, reminded him of a lovely yet perilous mandrake. Never mind, he muttered to himself. After all, he had little connection with her. The boy walked back along the riverbank, frowning as he pushed open the dilapidated iron gate. There lay his frail mother, half her face bruised and bloodied, unconscious on the ground. Mother! His pupils dilated. I'm sorry I cannot entertain you at home, Eve. The red-haired girl looked down, her eyes cast low in sorrow as she sat on the creaking swing. My sister is still quite sensitive about magic. I haven't been able to help her fully accept it yet. Whenever I mention it, she often becomes very upset. Lily recalled Petunia's expressions. Fear, disgust, and a subtle hint of envy and jealousy. It's all right. Things will gradually improve. Eve sat on the opposite swing, letting the wind play with her soft skirt. She reached out to touch Lily's delicate hair. Lily's hair was a vivid red, radiant in the orange-yellow light, resembling a warm little sun. Eve cherished this warmth, not too intense but sufficiently passionate and gentle. The swings creaked as the girls swayed. Lily squinted, feeling Eve's gentle hand weave through her hair, brushing her cheek lightly, tickling yet soothing. Suddenly, the hand that caressed her hair stilled, and Eve gazed behind them. They were seated in a tidy street, with clean houses and friendly neighbors, but just across a narrow river lay the filthy, dilapidated workers' quarters, exuding a foul stench. Lily followed Eve's gaze. Severus lives over there. She glanced at Eve anxiously. She knew that although Eve and Severus were in the same house, their relationship was quite ordinary, with little interaction in words or glances. Yet, she still felt concerned. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Severus in 2 days. I wonder how he is. Should we go see him? I can accompany you. The silver-haired girl's fingers gently twirled the ends of Lily's hair, revealing a cryptic smile. Chapter 50 Fading Love. Is there a life worse than his? Severus thought numbly. The boy's frail body shielded the unconscious woman. Each blow from the drunken man struck his back with heavy thuds. The man, wearied from his exertions, grasped a bottle from the table and took a deep swig. His drunken eyes half closed, he shifted in his still relatively clean-pointed shoes, purchased with money stolen from Eileen, the wretched woman who dared claim it was for a month's worth of meals. He couldn't care less. To his surprise, she proved somewhat useful. Tobias's greedy eyes darted to the parchment on the table, before coldly fixating on the boy's emaciated back. But you dark and useless little wretch, are merely a hindrance to me. The pointed shoe struck his spine. The boy curled up tighter, clutching his mother closer. If only he possessed enough strength and power, he thought. He longed to level this wretched place. He wished to make this man feel the agony he and his mother endured. He also yearned to return the seething rage that simmered within him to all who had tormented him. The fragile, decaying iron door was forcefully flung open. Compared to the deafening sound of the door crashing, the girl's low, cool incantation seemed almost feeble, yet it was sufficient to reach Severus's ears. He slowly turned his head. The silver strands danced lightly in the wind, and the girl's usually gentle expression bore a chilling intensity that he could not ignore. Eve. Severus felt a moment of disorientation. Why was she here? Was she angry? About what? Lily, upon witnessing the scene inside and Eileen's plight, stepped forward in alarm, only to be pulled back by Eve. Damn cursed wizard. Scum. A coward scurrying around like a rat. Tobias continued to hurl insults. But as Eve approached him step by step, her wand pointed at his nose, he fell silent. Healing was but a drop in the ocean. Eileen bore too many wounds. Eva's spell was merely a palliative, yet it was enough to rouse her slightly. Severus. As a mother, her instinct prompted her to embrace her child upon waking. Mrs. Prince, a pleasure to meet you. I am Eve Folly. Amidst the chaos, the silver-haired girl maintained her composure, bowing her head slightly to Eileen. I apologize for the destruction of your door. I shall ensure it is repaired afterward. Furthermore, I may have to undertake actions that you might find displeasing, but rest assured, I will restore everything to its original state once all is accomplished, causing you no trouble. Eileen stood in a daze, watching the girl in the black dress take another step toward Tobias. She spoke softly, still wearing the smile she had shown Eileen moments ago. Tobias stared blankly as the tip of her wand emitted a bright green light. A sudden, excruciating pain erupted from his fingertips. Ah! Tobias screamed in agony. Starting from his rough fingertips, the skin peeled away inch by inch from his flesh, a thin layer of skin falling beside his pointed shoe, along with the muscle and blood vessels of his fingers, transforming into a sticky mass of blood and gore, disintegrating with the horrific curse, ultimately revealing his bones, white and trembling, precariously hanging from his still intact wrist. The horrifying sight, coupled with the intense pain, nearly caused Tobias to faint. Yet Eve tapped her wand again. Does it hurt, Mr. Snape? She asked with a smile. It's all right. I will help you heal. Please bear with it a little longer. She pointed at the foot that had just aimed to kick Severus. Crippled, the pointed leather shoe was torn asunder by an invisible force, simultaneously shredding his foot into countless bloody, mangled pieces. Tobias opened his mouth, emitting a silent, agonized scream, feeling as if he had already traversed the realm of death. Miss, please, I beg you. His tongue, unbeknownst to him, had been bitten and mangled, rendering his words a mere incoherent murmur as he writhed on the ground like a wretched maggot. What do you seek from me, Mr. Snape? This is of your own making. The girl tilted her head, appearing exceedingly pleased with her handiwork. The healing was as good as new. The shattered limbs resembled a puppet torn apart, awkwardly reassembled by a mischievous child, still oozing blood and flesh. What a pity, Mr. Snape. My healing arts are still somewhat lacking, yet fret not. I shall ensure it returns to its original state. Thus she pointed her wand at his right foot. Eve. A small hand firmly clasped her arm, swiftly climbing up to encircle her neck, warming her somewhat chilled cheek. The red-haired girl's eyelashes were damp. That is enough. There is no need to invite unnecessary trouble over such a wretched individual. Eve slowly blinked, the warmth of the little sun enveloping her neck and arms, causing the sudden surge of violence and destruction to ebb away like retreating tides. Lily was anxious that the Ministry of Magic might bring her trouble over the incident involving the miner's trace. Eve lowered the tip of her wand and gently patted the red-haired girl's head. Truly adorable, and you are not frightened by this affair. So there is no need to forget her entirely. Tobias had long since succumbed to the pain. Eve reinforced the healing spell, allowing his hands and feet to finally possess a semblance of healing contours. She approached Eileen, squatting down to regard the battered woman with a serious expression. Miss Prince, do you wish to leave this place? Of course, if you still harbor feelings for him, I retract my statement. Love. Eileen fixed her gaze upon the once handsome, now rotund man. On the night she bore Severus, her love had likely already faded. The agonizing pain of childbirth was followed by his indifferent drunkenness, and the infant's cries were met with endless curses that disturbed his slumber. Occasional flickers of hope that he still loved her were extinguished amid countless instances of verbal and physical abuse. The wounds scabbed over, thick layers accumulating. Yet each time they were pricked, blood would flow freely. For the first time in 13 years, the daughter of the Prince family shook her head vehemently, expressing a deep-seated hatred she had never revealed. No, I do not love him, but I can no longer leave. The silver-haired girl's eyes sparkled as if she had been awaiting this very admission. Retrieving a piece of parchment from her small bag. This is the address of a mixed-blood family that has separated from the Prince lineage. If Miss Prince has the time, you may visit. They would welcome your presence. She then produced a set of keys. Or you may choose any of these residences. Of course, I would require a modest rent. Noticing Eileen's gaze unconsciously shift towards Tobias, Eve's tone grew somewhat more indifferent. He may be charged with grievous bodily harm and intentional injury, but the decision lies with you, Miss Prince, including the complete healing of his injuries. Thank you. Eileen's cracked lips parted slightly, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. Why do you wish to help me, Miss Freely? The girl blinked, her gaze drifting from Eileen's face to the dark-haired boy lost in his thoughts. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Because I wish to borrow Severus from Miss Prince. Chapter 51 Tresses. The great hall of Hogwarts buzzed with excitement. Eve leaned against Narcissa, shielding her face with her hand as she lazily stifled a yawn. She felt somewhat fatigued, uncertain if it was connected to her recent possession of Voldemort's diary. Upon acquiring that diary, she had received the System's notification. Acquired Voldemort's Horcrux 1, the diary. She had known from the outset that anything obtained for free was rarely of good quality. Upon understanding the nature of Horcruxes, Eve inquired about the locations of the other Horcruxes, receiving the curt reply, "A task must be completed." How miserly. Eve had attempted to write on the blank pages, but in her indecision, the quill had merely dripped a large inky blot upon the yellowed parchment. A response swiftly emerged, exquisite calligraphy gradually materializing upon the page. "Hello, I am Tom Riddle." She snapped the diary shut with a sharp clack. It felt akin to a high-end boutique attendant, polite and flamboyant, yet devoid of sincerity. First-year witches and wizards formed two lines. Emerging from the chamber, and standing in the aisle between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables, Regulus was the first to don the sorting hat. Undoubtedly, he was sorted into Slytherin. Sirius crossed his arms, a perpetual smirk adorning his face as he watched Regulus remove the hat, and stride towards the Slytherin table. That old hag had molded Regulus into her ideal specimen. Rigid, obedient, a proponent of blood purity. One glance at his hair plastered with gel confirmed that. Wait a moment. Sirius's gray eyes widened in disbelief. His brother's gelled hair had vanished, replaced by a tousled soft crop. It was not left at an awkward length like his own but styled to a perfect length, revealing the boy's handsome features while leaving a few rebellious strands framing his forehead, lending him an innocent yet playful air. The youth glowered at his brother, who shyly approached the silver-haired girl. The latter's eyes crinkled in delight as she patted the soft top of his head. Seemingly pleased with the texture, she indulged in a few more rubs before withdrawing her hand. Sirius unconsciously ground his teeth, tugging at his own mid-length black hair, glaring resentfully at Eva's hand. James had sidled over when Regulus donned the sorting hat, keenly comparing the two brothers' faces. "Not to say, you two do look quite alike." He chattered incessantly into Sirius's ear until he finally fell silent upon witnessing Eve's gentle smile as she stroked Regulus's hair. Hazel and gray eyes lingered on Eva's hand for a considerable time before James finally spoke. "Sirius, my hair is also quite fluffy and soft, isn't it?" Remus patted James on the shoulder, thoughtfully placing 2 pieces of salmon on his plate. "This should make your hair softer." He casually glanced at Regulus's hair, running a hand through his own locks. A minor commotion erupted during Barty Crouch Jr.'s sorting. The boy had barely set the hat upon his head when he suddenly leaped up and dramatically flung the hat to the ground. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he placed the hat back on, only to hear it bellow indignantly, "Slytherin." Eve was quite curious about where the sorting hat had intended to place young Barty initially. However, the blonde boy had already broken into an exceedingly joyful smile as he dashed towards her. Just as he was about to reach her side, he was intercepted by the nearby Mitchell. "Mr. Crouch, please mind your demeanor." The blue-eyed youth offered a polite smile, yet his taut, imposing arm muscles betrayed his lack of courtesy. "Eve." Barty pouted, casting his gaze in Eva's direction. "Standing here will only cause Eve discomfort, Mr. Crouch. I trust you are someone who considers her feelings, correct?" Mitchell straightened up, effectively blocking Eve from view. Little Batty cast a reluctant glance at Eve's seat, observing as the girl nodded in agreement to Mitchell's words before she begrudgingly settled down beside Regulus. "Very well." Lucius, seated opposite Eve, assertively uttered a concise phrase that would bring an end to all disputes. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately falling upon Eve's plate, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. "Eve, no selective eating," he admonished, ladling some tender beef into her dish, while also nudging her small cake to the side. "Meat is essential as well." Eve felt as though she were gazing at her father across the table. Severus Snape sat at a distance, his habitual silence and brooding demeanor rendering him almost invisible to others. The tattered, smoke-scented robes he once donned were now replaced with a clean, neatly fitting garment that bore a faint fragrance. His once greasy hair, matted and unkempt, now cascaded smoothly behind his ears. His dark eyes fixated on the girl in the crowd, his raven-like lashes casting shadows over his gaze. Was she truly smiling? Was she genuinely happy? These thoughts had frequently occupied his mind of late. During the summer, she had aided both him and Eileen, under the condition that he would assist her in discovering a potion formula that could fully restore werewolves to their human forms. How could he possibly manage that? He was no master of potions, merely a first-year student. "Of course, I believe you can," she had replied with a cheerful smile, never once addressing him with the surname that often grated on his nerves. Nor did she feign intimacy by calling him by his first name, as she had in front of Eileen. Yet, astonishingly, he felt a genuine sense of being needed. All he could do was hasten his search for the formula, eager to repay the kindness she and Eileen had shown him. Those past 2 weeks had flown by. Each morning, he awoke from the comfort of his soft bed, enjoyed a steaming breakfast, and then immersed himself in the Flitwick family library, poring over every book concerning werewolves. The changing room held pristine robes, and even the shampoo had been swapped for the Flitwick family's brand, a far cry from the Potter brand he had once scorned. It was only when he inadvertently mentioned something related to hair that he noticed the girl's delicate face light up. Her silver irises shimmered, her black pupils reflecting his shadow. And her eyes, with their graceful arches and curled lashes, danced as she nodded, the corners of her lips raised, revealing a sweet dimple he had rarely seen. The boy found himself momentarily entranced, slowly realizing, she is truly happy this time. This subtle emotion felt like a flickering flame, rapidly igniting an indescribable sense of fulfillment within his chest. It was the first time amidst his dismal, hellish existence that he felt genuinely acknowledged and needed by another, experiencing a fragment of joy. It also bestowed upon him a peculiar sensation that could only be described as happiness. However, when he returned to the Slytherin long table and saw Eve skillfully smiling while tousling Regulus's short hair, he instinctively touched his own locks, realizing they were far from smooth, lacking nourishment and appearing dull. She would not appreciate his hair. Chapter 52, Polyjuice Potion. Eve had recently noticed something peculiar about Lily. During their classes together, everything seemed normal. Yet after parting ways, her task value fluctuated erratically. On the day in Spinner's End, Severus Snape's wish surged by 40, reaching a progress of 50, while Lily's happiness also increased by 30, attaining a score of 40. Despite the frequent fluctuations in value, Lily's expression revealed no hint of distress. Eve attempted to subtly inquire, but was met only with Lily's cheerful assurance that she was doing well. This left Eve feeling somewhat uneasy. Thus, following another wave of fluctuations, she made a small decision. She drank the prepared Polyjuice potion, transforming into Amanda Feynman, a third-year student from Gryffindor. Knowing the fat lady's password was not difficult. Once her transformation was complete, she stepped through the hole opened by the portrait. The Gryffindor common room was a stark contrast to Slytherin's. Soft crimson and gold cushions were piled everywhere. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows, and a cozy fire crackled in the hearth. Students gathered in groups, some reading, others chatting, while a few could not contain their energy, engaging in a mini Quidditch match indoors. In a corner, Eve spotted Lily and her classmate Rose. She occasionally worried that Lily might be ostracized by other Gryffindor students for her close association with her Slytherin friend. But it did not appear as dire as she had imagined. "So Carlo is bothering you again?" Rose inquired. "That foolish oaf thinks he can intimidate me with just a few words. It's quite laughable," the red-haired girl scoffed. "I think," Rose hesitated before speaking, "it would be wise for you to keep your distance from Flitwick. While I believe she is a good person, most of the Slytherins have a tendency to be troublesome. You've seen the poor relationship between Flitwick and Carlo. He even threatened you to distance yourself from her. If you continue associating with Flitwick, Carlo might genuinely harm you. He appears quite dangerous." Lily Evans's happiness 3, current progress 37. "I'm not afraid of him," Lily said, stroking her wand. "If he dares to attack me, let him experience the new curse I've been practicing. Moreover," she whispered, "Eve needs me." On that day in Spinner's End, Lily had witnessed another side of Eve, one filled with chilling intensity and deadly peril. Regardless of which aspect was presented, she felt an undeniable attraction towards Eve. Lily sensed that Eve harbored secrets, emotions akin to trauma that even she was unaware of. That silver-haired girl, wand raised, a cold smile gracing her lips, softly spoke, "Look, Lily, the love of those men is worth so little. Therefore, always remember to love yourself." Lily still vividly recalled Eve's frigid expression. She did not feel fear, rather, she felt an immense pang of compassion. Thus, regardless of how fearsome Eve's spells or chilling words might be, she yearned to embrace her immediately, to let Eve know that she was there for her. The red-haired girl caressed the delicate pink bracelet adorning her wrist, exquisitely crafted and engraved with lifelike lilies. "You're fiddling with it again," Rose remarked, exasperated. "Hee, Eve gave it to me." Lily beamed for the 100th time, then turned serious. "I will not abandon Eve. She needs me, and I care for her." Lily Evans's happiness 3, current progress 40. At that moment, a brown-haired girl rose from behind them, seemingly passing by them by chance. Eve felt slightly flustered as she tucked a few strands of brown hair behind her ear. It was so warm, it almost overwhelmed her. Like a small sun radiating warmth, it baked her cold heart. It was as if a little bird circled around her, chirping melodiously. Eve traversed the cushions and passed by the crimson and gold sofa. A boy seated behind the sofa, engrossed in a novel, instinctively lifted his head, sniffing the air. He would recognize that sweet fragrance anywhere. This person was not Amanda. Eve maneuvered around a small cluster of people, passing through an archway formed by columns and walls. A tentative voice called from behind, "Feynman?" Before Eve could immediately respond, a large hand grasped her shoulder, pulling her back into the shadows of the archway. The boy with dark hair and gray eyes locked his gaze onto hers. "Flitwick." He spoke with a tone of certainty. The disguised brunette girl revealed a smile reminiscent of Sirius, a smile he found familiar. "How perceptive you are, sir. I am quite curious about how you discern my identity." The dark-haired boy fell silent for a moment, his hand gripping her shoulder loosening and then tightening again. Finally, he replied in a tone that was both dry and harsh. "Your expression is different, your gait is different. Even your style of dress is unlike hers." He was aware that Eve was delicate. Even a slight tightening of her tie would cause her discomfort. Hence it was always loosely yet elegantly draped around her neck, allowing her exquisite collarbones to occasionally peek through. He knew that when Eve was not smiling, her features bore a chill akin to ice and snow, only warming when she offered a slight smile, reminiscent of the gentle thaw of early spring. Moreover, he was attuned to her walking pace and rhythm, unhurried yet imbued with a cadence of her own unconscious design. Occasionally, he would close his eyes, and through the sound of her footsteps he could tell it was Eve approaching. At some point, he had become intimately familiar with every aspect of her being. "Who are you looking for? James? Remus?" the boy asked her in a gruff voice, his tone sour as if he had just consumed a bucket of fresh lemons. Eve blinked. "What if I said I came looking for you?" The boy before her was indeed somewhat charming, and she mischievously teased him. The youth suddenly glanced down at her, his pupils dilating, his beautiful lips curling up ever so slightly before he pressed them down forcefully. Yet upon witnessing Eve's playful smile, a veil of profound disappointment clouded his gray eyes, and his hand gripping her slender shoulder tightened slightly, as if he wished to confine this mischievous girl within his grasp. "Liar." The word squeezed from his lips, as if he longed to crush her between his teeth. "Don't be so dull, sir. I am merely jesting. I came to see Lily. Once I ascertain she is well, I can leave with peace of mind." Feeling a slight ache in her shoulder, Eve attempted to pat Sirius's hand, but he ignored the gesture, his brow furrowed as he fixated on the tips of her hair. A small group of students chattered nearby, about to pass by them. The boy leaned forward abruptly, his hand that had been on her shoulder sliding to the nape of her neck, descending along her spine. He pressed his shoulder forward, his arm encircling her waist, nearly enveloping her entirely in his embrace. "You," she struggled to lift her face from the crook of his neck, only to have his other hand abruptly cover her mouth. Chapter 53. Bitterness. Eve found herself pressed against the wall, nearly suffocated by Sirius's broad back, which concealed her completely save for a few strands of silver hair. One of his arms was raised, elbow resting against the wall, his long fingers and wide palm almost entirely obscuring her face, leaving only her misty silver eyes visible. His long legs, clad in suit trousers, pressed against the wall, pinning her delicate legs beneath her pleated skirt. Though still a youth, the body bearing down upon her was firm, covered by a thin layer of muscle, enveloping her with a forceful embrace. Even through his robe and shirt, she could feel the fervent warmth of youth emanating from him. The hand covering her face gradually tightened, and Eve felt as though she was on the brink of asphyxiation. She made small attempts to tap against his side, but to Sirius, it felt like a cat scratching at his collar and robe. As the small group of students passed by, Sirius finally released her, allowing Eve to breathe once more. He wanted to tell her that her potion had worn off, that her striking silver hair was now exposed, necessitating his protective cover. However, when he looked down at Eve, he found himself at a loss for words. Her skin, initially a cool white, had taken on a rosy hue beneath his palm, most pronounced at the slightly downturned corners of her eyes, which glistened with a vivid crimson, dew clinging to her lashes. Even her nose and lips bore a flush, as if he had truly done something to her. Sirius's breath caught in his throat, his deep gray eyes nearly swallowed by the dim light. He hesitated, his fingers twitching as if to wipe away the moisture from her lashes, yet he refrained from making another move. "Mr. Black," Eve said, lifting a hand to smooth her chest in an attempt to steady her breath. "Before the Gryffindor students discover us, I might very well be smothered by you." Sirius gazed at her delicate pink fingertips trailing up her robes, teasing the silver-green tie, gliding along the gently undulating fabric of her white shirt. He inhaled sharply, abruptly turning his face away. "Without me, you would have been discovered long ago. This is your own fault," he argued childishly, trying to divert the topic further away. "Let them discover me, then." Eve shrugged. "I merely wished to have a discreet glance at Lily's condition. Now that I know, being found out is of little consequence." "But Sirius began, yet his words faltered, swallowed back. He almost confessed that he did not want Eve to be discovered. "Sirius, what are you doing standing there?" A familiar, boisterous voice called from behind them. James approached, draping an arm around Sirius's shoulder, while conversing with Remus. "Remus, our brother has finally made something of himself. No longer lounging on the couch reading novels, but standing here chatting with someone." He wore a proud fatherly smile, ruffling Sirius's hair with vigor, then turned with a cheerful gaze toward Eve. The moment he caught sight of the silver-haired girl, his smile vanished, especially upon noticing the vivid redness of her lips, her eyes still glistening with moisture, and the lingering flush from her neck to her cheeks. What were they doing just now? James pondered in bewilderment. Before he could fully process the situation, the bitterness he had experienced during the holidays returned, flooding his mouth and throat, leaving him with a parched sensation. A cement-like fluid churned in his stomach, causing him discomfort. While freely, he forced a smile, but the awkwardness led Eve to believe he was making faces at her. James Potter's jealousy 20, current progress 45. His gaze flitted between the two, then he compelled himself to display a broad grin. Sirius, you two." He slapped Sirius's back with enthusiasm, as if he might propel him into the next room. "You didn't even tell us." "James," Remus interrupted as James's speech began to take a bizarre turn. Remus's previously tense jaw relaxed as he caught sight of Eve's puzzled expression. At the moment he saw Eve with Sirius, he had assumed that Sirius had kissed her. Although Eve's expression was not entirely clear, Sirius's reaction was unmistakably evident. The moment they had been spotted, the soft expression that usually graced the gray-eyed boy transformed, revealing the coldness that arose from an instinctive fear of having his possession discovered. Freely, Remus smiled gently at Eve, stepping subtly toward her. "You are here to see Evans, aren't you?" The girl tilted her gaze toward the boy with light brown eyes. Though there was a small interruption, "I truly did come to find Lily." "Oh. You are looking for Evans?" James's face shifted from a grin back to a beaming smile. Even Eve could see a rainbow breaking through the clouds on his face. He nearly bounced out of the room in excitement, calling for Lily to come over. The red-haired girl rushed towards Eve the moment she laid eyes on her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. In response, Eve reciprocated the hug, her expression blank as her gaze fell upon the silver-green tie encircling her neck. All while the notification chime of Lily Evans's Happiness 5, current progress 45, echoed in the background. Chapter 54, The Deviant. Alecto Caro felt particularly unfortunate of late. Whether it was performing a belly flop in the corridor, or consuming plates in the dining hall, his misadventures seemed relentless. He suspected that the red-haired Gryffindor he had previously threatened had summoned a cadre of pranksters to torment him. Thus, he lingered behind a pillar in the hall leading to Gryffindor after dinner, plotting his revenge on that mudblood. He intended to unleash every vile curse and dark spell he had recently learned upon her. However, instead of Lily Evans, he found himself face-to-face with Eve. The silver-haired girl perched upon the high windowsill, her calves clad in combat boots swaying lazily back and forth, exuding an air of nonchalance. "How's the food, Caro?" she inquired softly, looking down at him with an air of casual curiosity. The burly boy initially froze, a look of sudden realization morphing into a furious glare. He pointed his wand at her swaying form, a cruel anticipation glimmering in his eyes as he prepared to cast his spell. "I knew it would be you. Traitor of Slytherin." "Traitor? Because I assisted the Gryffindor you threatened? What a narrow-minded and vile notion, Caro." "Salazar Slytherin would be ashamed to have a student like you in his house," Eve retorted, struggling to comprehend the mindset of certain Slytherin students. The noble house of Slytherin was meant to pursue grander ideals and greater honors, not to stagnate in exquisite selfishness and the blind pursuit of pure blood through the machinations of power. Caro sneered at her response. "You're in no position to lecture me, Free." He glanced around, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. "No one is here now. If I were to kill you, no one would know." With a sudden flourish of his wand, he twisted his features into a grotesque snarl and shouted, "Crucio!" Excruciating pain. But a deeper voice cut him off. Compared to Caro's gruff tone, the other voice was smoother and colder. An arrow shot through the air as the spell struck Caro with precision. The boy's wand slipped from his grasp as an invisible force constricted around his neck, causing his veins to bulge in a violent hue. He emitted a soundless scream, thrashing wildly, clawing at his own face, leaving deep crimson trails in his wake. He writhed on the ground, limbs bending in unnatural directions, joints cracking as if they had dislocated. "Killing you would be easier than squashing an ant, Caro." A boy with ice-blue eyes emerged from the shadows, moonlight illuminating half of his face, revealing a restrained indifference. The other half remained obscured, but his wolf-like eyes shone with a murderous glint. Caro had already succumbed to the pain, his consciousness fading, while the bones within him continued to crack ominously. "Mitch." Eve furrowed her brow in his direction. In Hogwarts, the act of murder was far more complicated than it would be outside its walls. Moreover, she must not allow Mitch to spiral out of control due to dark magic. It would complicate her ability to manage him, much like Tom Riddle, who had been consumed by his own darkness. The boy noticed the delicate furrow of her brow, his wand pausing mid-incantation. Eve, are you not going to kill him? Eve rested her chin on her arm, contemplating for a moment. No, Mitch. Erase his memories from the past month, and ensure he does not approach Lily again. The boy's grip on his wand tightened, his muscles tensing with a surge of violent emotion. Evans? Little Eve, do you truly have such fondness for that Gryffindor? Fondness? Not at all. It's merely for the sake of the mission. It's just that little Lily is quite warm-hearted. Mitch leaned against the windowsill beside Eve, tilting his face to study her porcelain features. So, I am still your favorite, am I not? He smiled enticingly, though his eyes remained cold as ice. That mudblood. If she were to die from cardiac arrest during the Christmas holidays, no one would notice. Mitch. Eve tilted her head, gazing into his eyes. Suddenly, she reached out, gripping his neck. Her delicate fingers tightened gradually, pressing into his soft, pale skin. A small patch of flesh seemed to break under her touch, igniting a wave of sharp discomfort. Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts, she whispered. If you intend to harm Lily, I wouldn't hesitate. Kill me? The boy's eyes sparkled with a fervent, insane, almost pathological light, as if he had just heard the happiest news. He grasped Eve's wrist, his long fingers encompassing her hand, controlling her grip around his neck, tightening it incrementally. Eve, my life belongs solely to you. Only you have the power to take it. His neck flushed crimson under her grasp, yet he refused to relinquish her hand. Eve struggled momentarily before finally freeing her hand. If Tom Riddle was the first deviant, then Mitch not undoubtedly claimed the title of second. Don't be so presumptuous, Mitch. I want to kill you instead. She tapped her wand against her temple. I shall cast a forgetting spell, but only to forget you. The boy fell silent, the frenzied light in his eyes dimming as a mist of moisture gathered in his blue gaze. Little liar, he murmured, gently cupping her hand and placing a kiss against it. You won't. You never will. The words slipped from his lips, uncertain whether they were meant for her or himself. Chapter 55. Her slumber. Eve had recently become quite the somnolent creature. This was common knowledge among all Slytherin students this academic year, as both the head of Slytherin and the house's eccentric had racked their brains over her excessive slumber. The common room had undergone a transformation. The dark-hued table and matching wooden chairs that once occupied the space were removed. In their stead, a circle of plush silver-green sofas lined the walls, perfect for a certain girl who might suddenly wish to take a nap. Narcissa had once spent 2 nights by Eve's side, worrying for her slumber. However, she was soon threatened by Mitch, forbidding her from keeping Eve company any longer, as she couldn't resist the urge to gently stroke Eve's cheeks and hair while she slept. Chissa, stop it. The drowsy silver-haired girl spoke in a sleepy, sticky manner, reminiscent of a sweet, steamed rice cake that one would wish to savor. The blonde girl hesitated to bring her lips too close, instead opting to gently caress Eve's lips and cheeks with her fingertips, while also draping a warming charm-infused light blanket around Eve's waist. Her gaze inadvertently drifted downward, following the blanket's descent. Eve wore a long, dark green nightgown which, though modest in design, took on a playful quality when draped over her form. Her slender waist sank slightly as she lay on her side, forming a noticeable indentation. This caused Narcissa's heart to skip a beat. She reluctantly tore her gaze from Eve's delicate figure, spending another hour toying with her hair and face before finally ceasing her actions. On the 3rd day, she found herself intercepted by Mitch outside Eve's dormitory. His long black hair obscured his icy gaze, one arm propped against the wall, blocking the entrance. Miss Black, I believe you are of no assistance to Eve's slumber, so please cease your companionship from today onward. Not, you aren't planning to monitor Eve all night, are you? Of course not. I simply believe that Eve would perhaps enjoy a more restful slumber in the absence of Miss Black. Narcissa fixed her gaze upon those ominous blue eyes, momentarily diverting her attention before turning away. Not, you truly are a pervert. Likewise, Miss Black. Lucius has been troubled of late. Upon returning to the common room this academic year, Eve would collapse onto the small sofa near the fireplace, finding it particularly to her liking. Initially, he would occupy the opposite end of the sofa, perusing the Malfoy family's business daily to pass the time while awaiting her awakening. However, he soon discovered that as long as he refrained from rousing her, she would sleep uninterrupted until the following morning. He had contemplated employing the levitation charm to transport Eve back to her dormitory but hesitated, concerned that her neck and limbs floating in midair might cause her discomfort. Thus, he ultimately chose to carry her from the common room to her dormitory. During the first instance, Lucius felt somewhat at a loss. The girl was exceedingly soft. The delicate strands of her hair entwined around his fingers, her pale calves draped over his arm, and despite his efforts to form a protective fist around her waist, he could not help but feel the softness of her abdomen against his knuckles, especially when Eve, having grown accustomed to this warm embrace, would curl up and clutch the interior of his robe. These moments would imbue the usually aloof platinum-haired youth with a hint of rosy embarrassment. Goyle, observing his superior's careful movements and the unusual expression upon his face, could not suppress a quiet scoff. It's merely an embrace. Not. A cold voice suddenly erupted in Goyle's ear, causing the rotund boy to tremble in shock and fear. Had his superior heard his inner thoughts? Get up. The chubby boy stood up, his head bowed low. Lucius, witnessing his lackey's foolish demeanor, furrowed his brow, with his hand gently covering the sides of Eve's ears. He resumed speaking. Send the swiftest owl to summon Dr. Horn to Hogwarts, so he may ascertain what troubles Eve. Lucius suspected that Eve was concealing something from him. Yet he feared alarming her. He did not trust Pomfrey of the hospital wing either. Lucius pressed his lips together, standing still for a moment in contemplation. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed his foolish lackey still staring at him in a daze, which made his temple twitch slightly. Forget it, I'll write it myself. When it came to matters concerning Eve, he preferred to take matters into his own hands. In the afternoon, the young man with light golden hair quietly entered the Slytherin common room. Upon spotting Eve nestled on the soft sofa by the fireplace, his pale golden eyes brightened. Young Barty Crouch cautiously scanned the surroundings of the common room, ensuring no one was present before swiftly approaching Eve. Ever since Eve had taken to sleeping in the common room, aside from Nott, Malfoy and Black, nearly no one could draw near her, especially Nott, who, like a dragon guarding a precious gem, unleashed fiery glares at anyone daring to approach Eve. Barty scoffed. Eve was not solely his to guard. Kneeling beside the sofa, he propped his chin on his arm, staring intently at Eve's sleeping face. She appeared deeply asleep, yet her complexion was pale, and her brow was slightly furrowed, devoid of the rosy hue often associated with slumber. The boy gazed at the tiny lines etched on her forehead, extending a finger to gently touch her soft skin. However, fearing she might awaken, he quickly withdrew his hand. Did you dream of something unpleasant, Eve? He murmured to himself. He leaned in closer, able to see her delicate eyelids fluttering as her pupils shifted restlessly beneath them, her silvery lashes quivering, their breaths intertwined, creating a sense of connection that felt almost otherworldly. It was as if they belonged to one another. This intense longing was something he had never experienced with anyone else, not even that esteemed adult. He admired that figure greatly, yearning for their gaze, for that man possessed an almost unattainable power. Sometimes, the expressions he wore were more relatable than the stern demeanor of his father. He found it difficult to articulate that feeling, akin to sensing the essence of kinship, an instinctive desire to draw closer and learn more. They shared similar expressions, both harboring an underlying sense of unease and danger. The difference lay in the fact that while that man sought more power, he craved a connection, a bond that would tether him to another soul, inseparably intertwined, such that even the desire to part would be futile, for their very skin, flesh, and bones would be fused together. Perhaps only death could extinguish his obsessive yearning. He had once projected this desire for connection onto that adult, yet now his thoughts had shifted. Eve, I could. The firelight from the hearth illuminated the boy's somewhat twisted expression, casting an eerie glow. If only it were possible, he would become her skin, her limbs, her organs, any part of her that could not be severed, thus ensuring they would remain together forever. Unbeknownst to him, he slowly leaned forward, his crimson lips nearly brushing against her pallid ones. In the next moment, the girl's eyes fluttered open. Chapter 56, Temptation. Young Barty stumbled backward, nearly toppling to the ground. He reacted swiftly, immediately adopting a pitiful, woeful expression. His pale golden eyes blinked once, quickly glazing over with a layer of moisture. I was worried Eve might catch a chill, and I wanted to cover her with my robe. He attempted to remove his robe, only to hear the girl on the sofa let out a cold laugh. Cover her? This pretender of goodwill. Please keep your vile thoughts and grotesque expressions as far from me as possible. This tone was unlike anything Eve had ever used before. Young Barty slowly raised his head, finding Eve sitting upright, her legs crossed on the sofa, her slender fingers meticulously examining her wand. Noticing the boy's gaze, she shot him a glance, her crimson lips parting as each word dripped with venom. Do I need to be more explicit? Get lost. Barty stood up, cautiously stepping back. You are not Eve. Who are you? A flicker of red light shone in the girl's silver eyes. What a vigilant golden-haired rat you are. She chuckled lightly. But the next moment her expression turned cold and menacing. I have already warned you. Keep your distance from her. You are nothing but a disgusting creature, clinging to Eve. How revolting. The sweet voice that belonged exclusively to Eve vanished, replaced by Barty's low, chilling tone. He raised his wand at Eve, his teeth gritting fiercely, as if facing a sworn enemy. Revolting? Ah, if she were to discover your true nature, she would feel not only repulsed but also filled with hatred and disdain for you. Eve would never despise me. As long as I play my part well enough, I shall forever remain her obedient and compliant one. Her? Eve interrupted. You can never be hers. The girl's expression darkened, the flicker of red intensifying within her gaze. She will not look at either of you, for she is already in my grasp. In an instant Eve's wand pivoted, emitting a blinding red light, Cruciatus. As the incantation reached its climax, her other hand seized the one casting the spell with a vice-like grip. Tsk such softness. Eve glanced at her two struggling hands. Letting out a cold huff, she attempted to maneuver the arm that was casting the spell, but the other hand held steadfast. What does he have that is worthy of you? Eve shot a menacing glare at young Barty, reminiscent of a fearsome, gigantic venomous snake. The golden-haired youth instinctively shuddered, gripping his wand yet hesitating to utter any incantation. This was the body of Eve, who is truly in control. I or you, my lady. Young Barty heard Eve's soft voice. He observed her display a peculiar, resigned smile. Then, with a flick of her wand, she uttered, "Obliviate." The boy struck by the spell trembled violently, as if all his memories had been meticulously erased by an eraser. He fell to his knees, futilely shaking his pained head until his disordered thoughts were reassembled. At that moment, the girl had already stowed her wand away, her energy seemingly drained, as she languidly closed her eyes and slumped back onto the sofa. When young Barty groggily reopened his eyes, he found himself kneeling beside Eve. Yet he had no recollection of how he arrived there. Strange, I distinctly remember. His knees remained pressed against the cold marble floor, which sent a sharp chill through him. Yet the boy appeared oblivious, maintaining his kneeling posture as he slowly inched closer, seemingly wishing to confirm the girl's well-being. However, just as his fingertips were about to brush against Eve's silken hair, a cold voice interrupted. "Mr. Crouch, please return to your dormitory. Now immediately." Young Barty turned to find Lucius standing behind him, his icy blue gaze fixed downward, the tip of his wand nearly touching Barty's back, suggesting that a single movement would provoke Lucius to strike without mercy. The dormitory. Lucius gently laid the girl upon the pale lavender bed. "Mr. Malfoy, doctor." Horn assessed Eve's condition. Miss Free is stable. However, both her body and spirit appear weaker than usual, seemingly linked to her previous magical outburst. The boy's gaze darkened. Then why has she been so lethargic this term? Horn retrieved a potion from the nearby table, its surface shimmering with the translucent sheen of high-quality elixirs. The Free family's talent for potion-making is unparalleled, yet overexerting oneself to brew potions inevitably leads to issues of fatigue. He cautiously glanced at young Malfoy's expression. "I will concoct a nutritional elixir. With consistent intake, Miss Free will improve significantly." The boy pondered for a moment, then slowly settled back at the edge of the bed, focusing intently on Eve's sleeping visage. "Thank you for your efforts, Horn." "It is merely the duty of a healer," Horn replied, swiftly diverting his gaze from Eve to the bedside Lucius, astutely slipping out of the bedroom. The rare afternoon sunlight penetrated the thick water, refracting through the glass window of the bedroom, creating a dance of shimmering waves that rippled with a captivating warmth. Eve's chamber was enchanted with a temperature-regulating spell. Yet Lucius found himself feeling uncomfortably warm. Although he was thoroughly familiar with Eve's room, he always felt a sense of disquiet upon entering. The sweet fragrance that lingered in the air, emblematic of the girl, enveloped him, infiltrating every pore of his being. Each object he touched seemed to cling to his skin, compelling him to clench his robes tightly in an effort to regain composure. If only everything here belonged to him. His gray-blue eyes, weary, fluttered shut momentarily before reopening, revealing a cold, cracked surface that exposed the dark, unfathomable depths beneath. If it were his, he could effortlessly cast out that insufferable boy who had dared to touch Eve. If it were his, he could hold her tightly in his embrace without the need for elaborate justifications. The reflected, rippling patterns danced upon Eve's closed eyelids, glimmering with fragmented light. Lucius Malfoy's Pride 10, current progress 45. The proud youth gradually lowered his head, seduced into a half-kneeling position beside her bed, his platinum hair cascading down his shoulder to rest against the girl's neck. Narrow beams of sunlight spilled in, causing the boy's shadow to inch closer to the girl, gradually overlapping on the smooth mahogany floor. Chapter 57. A self-inflicted torment. His lips, adorned with beautiful marks, pressed against the girl's fair cheek. Her skin was as sweet as her scent, soft and cool, reminiscent of a rich cream cake. The boy gently parted her delicate silver strands, placing a tender kiss on her tender earlobe. It seemed overly sensitive. In an instant, the small, rounded lobe blushed a cherry red. Even her soft body quivered slightly in response. The delicate sound that escaped her lips was imbued with a sweet, nasal tone. Utterly adorable. Lucius chuckled softly, lifting his head from her neck. He needed to wait a little longer. She was still too young. Straightening his disheveled robes, the boy prepared to rise, only to be pulled back by her slender arms. The still sleeping girl nestled her head against his abdomen, wrapping her arms tightly around his slender waist. Like a groundhog, she nuzzled with her small nose, pausing at his pelvis, turning her head to press against the side of his trousers. The warm, humid breath that escaped her nostrils, filtered through the thin fabric of his trousers and shirt, made him grit his teeth. A faint pink hue spread from the corners of his cold eyes down to his long neck. He glanced down, noticing her soft, pale face pressed against the side of his robe. She was so close that the outer buttons of his robe were nearly imprinted upon her face. The boy's long fingers reached out, gently separating her face from his robe, unable to resist caressing her cheek. Truly a self-inflicted torment. He mockingly smirked, his lips a rosy hue. Eve's tolerance for this cursed diary had nearly reached its limit, especially after the last incident when she had fainted in the bedroom, waking up clinging to Lucius like a koala. Thankfully, the boy had shown mercy, allowing her to cling to him for nearly 5 hours instead of casting her aside. Yet, as Lucius departed, his steps were noticeably unsteady, and his gait appeared somewhat peculiar. He had also declined Eve's offer of assistance, leaving without a backward glance. Even the illustrious and graceful prefect could suffer from leg cramps and not wish to reveal his embarrassment. Eve thoughtfully pondered this for a moment, before her attention was drawn back to the ill-fated notebook. She spread it out on the table, her quill poised above it, scratching with a hint of fierce malice. Even without communicating with it, she could sense her vitality being slowly siphoned away. Thus her body grew increasingly weary. She boldly inscribed several letters on the first page of the diary, the final stroke pressed with nearly enough force to tear the paper. Simultaneously, the boy within the diary glanced at a shallow, swiftly healing scratch on the back of his hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It seemed he had managed to provoke her ire. I believe you are upset about the midday incident. Please forgive my indiscretion. However, that boy's rude actions compelled me to take such impulsive measures. To me, your safety is of utmost importance. The beautiful cursive, laden with false tenderness, resembled a sudden arrival, an angelic figure regarding her as the center of the universe, yet capable of jealousy, her virtual paper boyfriend. Eve harbored a suspicion that had the recipient of the coveted item been another young girl, rather than herself, she would likely have fallen prey to the honeyed words of this silver-tongued rogue, perhaps even succumbing to his seductive persuasion and engaging in perilous acts. You won't harm me. You know that better than anyone. You are merely seizing this opportunity to test your control over my body. Eve continued to write. Alas, you have failed, for in the end, it is I who governs this vessel. Is that not frustrating for you, the future Lord Voldemort? The diary fell silent for a brief moment. Such a clever young lady of the Riddle family, so what will you do? Annihilate me? Choosing to stand against the ideals of pureblood supremacy in the name of love and justice? Eve envisioned a humble, gentle figure, transformed in an instant into a charismatic villain, an actor in a dark narrative. The neat, textbook-like handwriting morphed into a flamboyant script that radiated personality. Why must you oppose the pureblood families? The soul within sensed Eve's hesitation to write, as the pace of her handwriting slowed, becoming ornate, akin to the serpent that tempts in the Garden of Eden. Not only will I refrain from causing any harm to Miss Riddle, but I will also aid you in achieving many things you cannot accomplish alone. With her gaze lowered, Eve delicately tapped her quill and penned a line. Shall we discuss this? As the final line vanished, the yellowed pages of the diary fluttered without wind, flipping faster, until one page halted abruptly, emanating a dazzling yellow light. The brightness compelled Eve to shut her eyes, and in the next moment, she felt a gust of wind lift her, spiraling her into the ancient diary. Miss Riddle. A soft, youthful voice resonated beside her. Eve opened her eyes to find herself in a familiar setting, the Slytherin common room. Yet there was a slight difference. The walls of the room in the diary were adorned with the crests of the sacred 28 families. A boy clad in wizarding robes stood beside her, gazing at her with gentle eyes. His pitch-black hair cascaded softly over his pale forehead, while his striking, deep-set features framed onyx eyes that were slightly upturned, and between the stark contrasts of white and black lay lips of a rich crimson hue, subtly curled, as if he were an alluring enigma in his own realm of pure monochrome. Miss Riddle, a pleasure to meet you. I am Tom Riddle, the future Lord Voldemort. The boy's brows arched in a charming manner. Eve fixed her gaze upon his eyes, which glimmered with a faint reddish glow, and sensed that even if a mere dog stood before him, he would regard it with such profound affection. Chapter 58. Then I entrust this to you. Tom Riddle possessed an unwavering confidence in his looks, although he would never deign to voice it. His deceptive appearance had nearly caused all the girls at school to swoon over him, particularly a second-year student. Yet it seemed he had miscalculated. When the silver-haired girl first beheld him, she did not exhibit the foolish blush of infatuation. Instead, her expression remained impassive, unabashedly revealing her disdain. She pinched her delicate chin, as if surveying a heap of potion refuse. At least she was young and polite, far preferable to that unpredictable adult ogre. Eve gestured pointedly at Riddle. An ogre? The corners of the boy's mouth twitched. I believe you misunderstand, Mississippi. His lips curled with a hint of mischief. This is my soul's realm, and your body and soul have been drawn into it. Therefore, before I become angered, I advise this lovely yet disobedient young lady to refrain from uttering anything that might provoke my wrath. What words? Eve inquired playfully, meeting his dangerously narrowed eyes with a smile. For instance, that the great Lord Voldemort is a half-blood, or that regardless of how many Horcruxes you create, you will ultimately lose your supreme power and face death? Riddle's fingers twitched nervously. The notion of pureblood supremacy was merely a fade for his pursuit of power, strength, and immortality. Yet the girl had precisely struck at the heart of his every concern. In his quest for eternal life, he had torn himself apart, condemning a fragment of his soul to remain forever in this desolate realm. Yet she mocked him with the certainty of his demise. The boy's smile gradually faded, his obsidian pupils expanding like ink in water, until they consumed the entirety of the whites of his eyes. The once serene space of the common room twisted and contorted, as if it were being violently shattered into a myriad of pieces. The world was collapsing, emitting a terrifying wail. Riddle beckoned with a finger. Feeling an invisible grip tighten at her neck, the girl was propelled forward, instantly standing before Riddle. He tilted his head, scrutinizing her, and suddenly reached out, grasping her throat. While I am unsure how Miss Riddle has come by this knowledge, I have changed my mind. I believe it may be more reassuring to let you perish here rather than collaborate with you. The delicate neck beneath his fingertips was slender and fragile. With a mere twist, he could easily end her life. Dying here would not be without consequence. The silver-haired girl raised her gaze to him, smiling gently. But I would be quite lonely should no one accompany me in death. She lifted the wand she had clutched tightly, its tip igniting with a terrifying green glow that flowed down the length of her wand, licking towards Riddle's side. Fiendfire. It was the very thing the fragmented soul feared most. Have you lost your mind? Igniting this place will lead to your own demise. He released her, recoiling as if from death itself, avoiding the green flames. Have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? The system, previously mechanical and detached, roared in her mind for the first time. The overlapping voices nearly ruptured Eve's eardrums. How fascinating. She shook her head and smiled. Very well, Mr. Riddle. If I have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize. Riddle stared at the girl who beamed with delight, devoid of any remorse. In truth, I came here merely hoping you could enlighten me as to your estimations regarding the remaining Horcruxes. Do you think I would divulge such information? Why not? From the moment you were severed from your soul, you became an independent entity, willingly sealing yourself in this silent void, subject to the whims of your primary soul. Are you truly content with that? Sweet talk absurdities. The boy's eyes resumed their stark contrast, discarding the guise of gentleness, and coldly scoffed at her. How could that be? Eve glanced at Riddle's handsome face, which bore a mocking smile, and blinked. I speak only the truth, including regarding the so-called eternity of life. She extinguished the green flames of her wand, the flicker of green vanishing abruptly, leaving a faint trace in her silver eyes, akin to elusive thoughts that slip through one's grasp. Even the love you disdain is not eternal. Nothing is eternal. She flashed a mischievous smile at the boy, indicating that their pleasant conversation would end here. I shall not speak of these matters to anyone else, so might you allow me to return, dear Mr. Riddle? The sinister boy regarded her, shadows casting at an angle beneath his pronounced brow. It is too late, Miss Riddle. Even if you plead with tears, I shall not relent. Please, dear Mr. Riddle. The silver-haired girl clasped her hands together, playfully beseeching him. Riddle's fingertips twitched. Perhaps it truly is best to end her life. Very well. He heard himself utter. What? Riddle stared in disbelief at his own moving hand. He had no intention of sparing her, yet his mouth and actions contradicted his desires, leading him to perform the unexpected. With a gentle flick of her animated fingers, A tender breeze enveloped the girl, whisking her away from the realm of the diary. It was only when Eve had utterly vanished within the pages that the erratic motions and strange sensations finally ceased. What on earth was happening? Beneath her blood-tinged gaze, her raven-like lashes gradually closed. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse a peculiar afterimage, a faint, pale outline that sketched a slender figure. He heard a mellifluous voice, fragmented yet enchanting, reminiscent of the soothing melody that once flowed from a music box he had unknowingly opened in his childhood. Or perhaps the gentle rustle of the black lake stirred by the evening breeze, a warm trace etched upon the blank and mundane canvas of his existence. Yet it was ephemeral, dissolving into the void in an instant. Only he retained a memory of that strange echo. Tom, I entrust this to you. Chapter 59. A Wish on a Weekend Morning. The library lay in quiet desolation, save for a few Ravenclaws. The dark-haired youth, in a fit of agitation, pinched his aquiline nose and halted before a row of bookshelves, shuffling the volumes cradled in his arms aside. Miss Freely, he remarked, his obsidian eyes fixed upon the girl leaning against the shelves with a smile. How extraordinary it is to see a young lady who usually rises at such late hours, up and about on a Saturday morning. Thank you for being so attuned to my schedule, Severus, Eve replied unperturbed, blinking her eyes as she cast a glance at the concealed tomes beside him. Titles such as The Mysterious Code of Werewolves, Unraveling the Secrets of Werewolf Lineage, and How to Identify a Werewolf caught her eye. It's not that I'm interested in you. It's that Black discovered you still abed, languishing in the common room with sighs. Otherwise, why would I care to know your affairs? The boy's pale visage flushed crimson. Yet he suppressed his irritation, lowering his voice, though his earlier bravado evaporated. Sensing Eve's gaze on the books beneath his arm, he quickly shifted a stack behind him. However, upon realizing she had spotted the volumes, Severus resignedly brought them back to his front. Indeed, his sole intent was to repay the favor Eve had rendered during the summer. Just as Lucius Malfoy had advised him at the beginning of the academic year. Mr. Snape, congratulations on your escape from that place. The platinum-haired youth towered over him, his icy blue eyes casting a cold, disdainful glance, lips curling in a feigned smile. Yet Lucius's serpent-tipped wand leaned forward menacingly, as if disdaining further discourse. While he averted his gaze, I trust you understand your position and refrain from aspiring to the impossible. Severus, fixating on the restless serpent wand and the pale fingers adorned with a silver family crest ring, mimicked Lucius's smirk. I certainly grasp your meaning, Prefect. He felt utterly unworthy of Eve Freely. What she had done during the summer merely resembled a noble act of kindness, like rescuing a wretched mouse from the claws of a cat. A trivial gesture for a wealthy and powerful noblewoman. The keys she had tossed aside could have afforded him and his mother a life free from worry. Yet she chose instead to stand beside him as equals, forging a pact of supposed equivalence. This only deepened his unease. He did not deserve her generosity. He was utterly devoid of worth. Surely, she harbored ulterior motives, much like her suspicious gentleness towards those detestable Gryffindor brutes, or her unique affection for Lily. Thus, he resolved to complete his potion swiftly, driven by a decision born from intense contemplation. This urgency compelled him to dash into the library during any spare moment, rifling through any valuable texts he could find. Actually, Severus, Eve interjected, fingering the thick tomes, I was hoping to inquire about something else. Have you come across any books regarding potions that replenish life or magical energy? Or have you considered developing such potions recently? She had resolved to nurture the rebellious fragment of soul trapped within the diary. The system had astonishingly consented to allow her to exchange acquired task progress points for additional life energy, evidently anxious about her succumbing before completing her tasks. Nonetheless, to ensure her own vitality and vigor, she sought to concoct some potions as a precaution. Originally intending to browse the library for reference materials, she had fortuitously encountered Severus. Adhering to her principle of relying on others' intellect rather than her own, she casually posed the question. It seems Miss Freely has finally begun to contemplate whether her frail body can endure until the age of 20. How commendable, Severus remarked, scrutinizing Eve's somewhat pallid countenance with a teasing tone. A person who consumes but a small bowl of oatmeal for every meal has finally started to fear death? Severus. I appreciate your concern for my dietary habits. Eve chuckled lightly, but with such a manner of speaking, you might find yourself destined for a lifetime of solitude. Taken aback by her unrelenting retort, the boy's dark locks swayed against his cheek. Eve noticed that his hair no longer appeared as unkempt as before but was gradually revealing its true nature. Smooth and soft, cascading like beautiful black satin. A distorted family background, a warped environment, and an overbearing pride had encased this boy in a thick shell of coldness and acerbity. Even as he distanced himself from that squalid life, Like his now clean garments and fragrant hair, the latent scars from his upbringing remained unmasked. This made it difficult for him to confront his own feelings, expressing them clumsily and aggressively, which ultimately harmed those he cherished most. What of being solitary? The boy's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. He had no intention of passing down such wretched genes. Yet he recalled Lucius's warning and the expression that accompanied it, his pointed chin raised but his jaw clenched. As if some primal creature sensed a looming threat, flaunting its vibrant coat to ward off any potential rival for its ambitions. At the time, he found it laughable. But now, an inexplicable nuance washed over him, akin to a stray cat arching its back and hissing at a girl, only to be effortlessly lifted and gently prodded on its damp nose by her tender touch. She consistently empathized with his emotions, rarely retaliating with harsh words for his own. Much like how Eileen had departed from his father Tobias, yet the Prince family, while being removed from the family tree, had cast a spell that rendered the original surname irretrievable. Eve had keenly perceived this and refrained from addressing him as Snape. It truly made no difference. However, Eve noticed Severus's bony fingers gripping the book covers tightly, almost crumpling the rigid spines. She merely wished that this boy could sheath his sharp thorns when faced with someone he cherished, expressing his emotions with sincerity. At the very least, perhaps there existed a sliver of possibility that he would not have to hold that lifeless body in his arms under the cloak of night, lamenting in despair. It might even serve as a pathway toward fulfilling Severus Snape's wish. I simply hope to realize your wish, Severus, the girl responded. Sunlight filtered through his dark hair, shimmering brilliantly upon her silver strands. She offered him a faint smile, her silver eyes sparkling with fragmented light. It seemed as though he had cast countless stones into the lake, each falling silently and without a trace. Yet finally, one had stirred a gentle yet profound echo. The depths of the boy's onyx eyes were illuminated by flickering silver, yet it appeared as though he could neither bear the weight of contemplation nor wish to engage in it, for he tightly shut his eyes. Chapter 60, Danger. Are you certain this is the correct direction, Potter? Lily, clutching her books, gazed at the black-haired youth leading the way, her lips pressed into a line of extreme restraint. The reason she had refrained from delivering a couple of well-deserved punches to James was that she was still holding Eve's hand. Since the beginning of their second year, elective astronomy classes had commenced. Eve had initially chosen this course with the intention of slacking off, only to discover that it entailed far more studying and memorization than she had anticipated. It was akin to believing one had signed up for a physical education class, only to find oneself in a calculus lecture instead. Of course, Sirius and I have roamed this castle several times since our first year, James proclaimed, one foot planted on the step above, his hands proudly on his hips. That's why our house's points have dwindled year after year, Lily retorted coldly. That's not just a coincidence, Evans. This year will be different, James declared, executing a mock batting motion, his well-defined arm muscles straining against the thin fabric of his shirt. Once I take to the Quidditch pitch, you shall witness me securing a vast array of points for Gryffindor. His chocolate-colored eyes sparkled under the flickering candlelight. Undoubtedly, both James and Sirius had secured the positions of beater and chaser in the Quidditch tryouts. However, Eve harbored doubts that he might end up in a fierce confrontation with the Slytherins, ultimately leading to a significant loss of points. What she found more impressive was that while she was yawning incessantly, barely mustering the energy to ascend the staircase, these Gryffindors remained vibrant and spirited, as if fueled by 10 bottles of energy potion. At that moment, if Lily hadn't been holding her, Eve felt she might simply slide down the staircase and collapse. Lily, expressionless, stepped down to join the drowsy Eve, placing a hand beneath her arm as if to assist a child, gently lifting the half-asleep girl to lean against the banister. Come on, Eve, let us keep our distance from the unreliable egotist. The red-haired girl's gaze shifted from James to Sirius, who, stranger than James, was thoughtfully toying with the ends of his dark hair. He seemed to have invested effort into his hairstyle, the glossy, voluminous strands curling slightly as they gracefully framed his jawline, cascading down his neck in a soft arc. Yet, this was not the most peculiar aspect. Even more odd was his deliberate positioning across from her and Eve, leaning against the staircase with his legs stretched out as if mimicking a pose from a magazine cover. Though Lily had to concede that Sirius was the school's acknowledged heartthrob, such a posed demeanor felt exceedingly bizarre in the current urgency of needing to attend class. Indeed, it seemed that those who associated with James might experience a decline in intellect, as if under some kind of radiation. Hey, Sirius, Evans is actually questioning our capabilities, James exclaimed as he bounded down the stairs, plaintively clinging to Sirius's shoulder and disheveling his hair in the process. I believe we ought not to squander further time on this matter, James, Sirius retorted, his hair in disarray. As he extricated himself from his friend's embrace and smoothed down his dark locks, Astronomy class has already commenced. He glanced casually towards Eve as he spoke. I must remind you, we have already wasted 15 minutes on this staircase, Remus interjected gently from the back of the group, speaking only once everyone had quieted down. He had originally stood beside Sirius, but had slowed his pace upon noticing Eve swaying precariously on the stairs. If she were to tumble down due to fatigue, Remus thought, he would immediately catch her. Even if he failed to do so, his presence below would prevent her from sustaining any injuries. Thus, the boy with warm brown eyes fixed his gaze intently upon Eve's swaying figure until all had halted, and Lily safely placed Eve on the step. Eve truly lacked the energy to engage with them. She was utterly exhausted. She even contemplated the notion of simply sleeping right there, given that she was already late. All right, Eve, Lily prodded her swaying face, firmly assisting her to rise. Even if we must skip class to sleep, we should at least find a common room or a classroom. No sooner had she spoken than the staircase shifted, clattering as it settled into place on the 5th-floor landing. The staircases of Hogwarts had their own temperament. James was the first to leap up, quickly surveying their surroundings, draping an arm over Sirius's shoulder, and pointing toward the depths of the corridor. I remember we have been here before, Sirius. Sirius glanced into the shadowy depths of the passage, furrowing his brow, instinctively looking toward Eve. It seems rather dark, James. Perhaps we should. However, I recall this leads to a shortcut to the astronomy tower. We might just arrive before class begins, James asserted, illuminating his wand as he knocked on the nearest door. Not this one. The staircase beneath them vanished, shifting to another floor. Remus raised his wand and took a few cautious steps forward, positioning himself closer to the two girls while scanning their surroundings warily. Lily wrapped her arms protectively around Eve, who lethargically yawned and leaned against Lily's shoulder. Eve's lethargy shot skyward the moment James opened the next door. Behind that black door stood a ghoul. It resembled a diminutive troll, its murky yellow eyes glistening with a sticky bluish slime. Its lips twisted into a grotesque grin, two short, yellowed fangs protruding outward. It wore a tattered studentess robe, apparently scavenged from somewhere. Do not be afraid, James reassured as he positioned himself protectively before Eve and Lily, turning to them. These creatures are rather dull-witted and timid. I once had one in my aunt's home. It scurried all over in fright when I chased it. James, Remus suddenly shouted. The so-called dull-witted ghoul, with a fierce glare directed at them, crouched low and lunged toward James. Chapter 61, Hidden Character. A figure stepped in front of James. Sirius shoved James aside, taking the brunt of the ghoul's attack and being slammed against the adjacent wall. The gray-eyed youth tumbled to the ground, clutching his abdomen, a small stain of crimson seeping through his white shirt. Remus rushed over, half dragging, half supporting Sirius to the corner of the wall. Damn it, this is no ordinary ghoul. Has it ingested all of Slughorn's potions for alertness and enhancement? James crouched low, wand raised before him, striving to draw the creature's focus onto himself. Isn't Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place in the world? With you around, Hogwarts appears to be growing increasingly perilous, Lily quipped, simultaneously chanting healing spells with Eve. As a green light enveloped Sirius, his wounds experienced a slight alleviation. However, James found himself overwhelmed by the ghoul's relentless advance. The ghoul exhibited an alarming combination of agility and resilience. Even when afflicted by petrifying and binding spells, it relentlessly surged toward James and the few individuals behind him. Was this truly not just a diminutive giant? The raven-haired boy, his visage pale, incessantly unleashed spells. Yet the ghoul drew ever closer. Eve tilted her gaze toward the end of the corridor. Lupin, she urged, pushing Lily toward Remus while grasping James's arm and darting in another direction, simultaneously casting a binding spell to divert the ghoul's attention. Take Lily and Black and flee. I'll lead it away with Potter. She tugged James's arm, propelling them deeper into the corridor. Eve, the red-haired girl, was caught by Remus behind her, eyes wide as she watched the ghoul abruptly halt and pivot, trailing after Eve and James like a wolf scenting its prey. Sirius, the pallid-faced boy, his expression grim, observed as James and Eve rapidly vanished from sight at the corridor's end. Sirius Black's loyalty 5, current progress 60. Eve and James had reached the corridor's terminus. The ghoul's sharp claws sank into the wall, causing the figures in the mural to shriek and recoil. There was only a tightly shut window and a small balcony. James forcefully cast a spell to wrench open the window. Flee to the balcony outside. I'll distract it. Yet the girl behind him remained motionless, quietly asserting, you can't divert it alone. Just moments ago, she had expended considerable magical and mental energy, yet she still felt compelled to act bravely before her. She could not comprehend this reckless prioritization of his own safety over hers. Foolishness, Eve thought coldly. Were it not for James's usefulness, she might have reconsidered. Flee. Don't be afraid. The boy suddenly turned to face her, his hazel eyes shimmering with a soothing gentleness intended to reassure her. His lips, usually stretched in laughter, now curled upward in a calm and tender smile. Before Eve could respond, he stepped forward, encircling her waist with one arm, drawing her toward the window frame while wielding his wand in the other hand, relentlessly casting spells at the encroaching ghoul. If we cross here, there's a ladder on the other side to climb down. His strong arms briefly tightened around her waist, then, as if it were merely her imagination, relaxed as he withdrew from her side. James noticed Eve's peculiar expression as she tilted her head, staring at his face. Just as he was about to inquire, he felt the sudden surge of power from Eve's wand. The wind stirred by the wand toppled him, slamming him against the wall before he slid down to the ground. The ghoul charged directly at her. Eve raised her wand, channeling all her magical energy into the tip. The enhanced magic from the system could temporarily subdue the ghoul, allowing her and James to escape through the window. Had it not been for her desire to accumulate Sirius's progress points, she would have employed it before they separated. However, as the ghoul approached within half a meter of Eve, it abruptly halted. It made no move to attack, merely standing there. Its yellow, murky eyes gradually became clear, shimmering with an eerie calmness. The ghastly mouth twisted unnaturally, attempting to form a smile. Was it imitating human behavior to greet her? Did it only attack others because they obstructed her? This bizarre scene caused Eve's one to falter for a few seconds. In the next moment, James appeared behind the ghoul, lifting the heavy iron axe he had wrested from the knight statue high above his head, and crashing it down onto the ghoul's skull. The unsuspecting creature was struck squarely. Green blood and white brain matter erupted from the fissures, splattering the boy. Unfazed, he wiped his glasses, exerted all his strength to withdraw the axe, and swung again. The dull iron collided with flesh and bone, producing a horrifying crack. Blood sprayed, yet the creature remained silent, as if fulfilling some grim task, reverting to the timid, obtuse being James had described, which merely whimpered when slain. The moonlight climbed, casting a deep green shadow of the boy, whose axe cleaved through flesh and bone, reducing it to a viscous pulp, even shattering the skull, sending the yellow eyes tumbling from their sockets to roll at Eve's feet. It was as if James intended not merely to eliminate a monster, but to crush it into dust, ensuring it vanished completely and cleanly. Flee. The boy, now drenched in dark green blood, gently set the axe aside, his hazel eyes momentarily reflecting a strange brilliance as he offered her a radiant smile. Look, it's dead. It can't harm you anymore. Don't be afraid, flee. A heavy wave of exhaustion and drowsiness washed over him as he stumbled unsteadily toward Eve, repeatedly and obstinately reassuring her. Don't be afraid, Eve. He leaned forward, resting against her shoulder, yet maintained his protective posture with outstretched arms. Succumbing to slumber. Warm breaths brushed against her neck as Eve lowered her gaze to James's sleeping profile. It was gentle and soft, his raven-black lashes resting peacefully, devoid of the earlier sickly and eerie demeanor. She pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a slight headache. James's hidden side was beyond her expectations. And there was more. She glanced at those yellow eyes, which seemed to retain some perception, still fixed on her. The tasks, this world, and even this system were not as straightforward as they appeared. Chapter 62. The Abilities of Slytherin. When Lucius carried Eve out of the infirmary, the little girl offered no resistance nor uttered a word, merely clutching his robes and resting her delicate silver head against him. Seeing her so docile, Lucius resolved to refrain from mocking the pallid-faced black and the soundly sleeping Potter within the infirmary, even if Eve explained that those two Gryffindors had rescued her. The moment her little head rested softly on his shoulder, with her slender arms encircling his neck, the ember of anger ignited within him extinguished instantly. Yeah. A sense of unease creased his brow. It was a sensation only Eve could evoke in him. Whenever she vanished from his sight, he would find himself uncontrollably wondering what she was doing, whether she was paying attention in class, if she had encountered conflict with students from other houses, or if, for even a fleeting second, she thought of him. Eve, Lucius inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his emotions. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Although Madame Pomfrey had already examined Eve, and confirmed she bore not a single wound, not even a lost hair, Lucius remained inexplicably anxious. No. The little head did not lift but instead shook slightly against his neck. The exposed skin was tickled by her silken strands, causing his throat to constrict slightly. Do not engage in such perilous acts again. Lucius lowered his golden lashes, his tone soft and measured. He had never contemplated or noticed that he devoted the last remnants of his patience and tenderness to Eve, even being cautious with his words of comfort and admonition, fearful of rendering her even more distressed. Let the Gryffindors handle these dangerous affairs. You merely need to stand behind them, ensuring your safety as best as you can. It would be ideal to keep a considerable distance from those reckless and thoughtless Gryffindors. The girl shook her head slightly, her forehead resting against his neck. No. I wish to convey to them that Slytherin possesses not only courage but also ample capability. Eve lifted her gaze from Lucius's neck, her cheeks slightly puffed, as she peered into the depths of his slate-blue eyes. It was as if the heart of the platinum-haired youth had been struck by a soft, endearing creature, sending ripples of emotion through him. Pride of Lucius Malfoy 10, current progress 55. He discreetly tightened his arm that cradled the girl, drawing her body closer to his. What of Scorpius and Mitchell? His hold faltered momentarily before resuming its steadiness. They await us in the common room. Hogwarts, under the cloak of midnight curfew, allowed only the prefects the privilege to traverse between the houses. However, he doubted whether certain individuals would adhere to the school's regulations and the prefect's directives. Moreover, ever since he had carried Eve out of the hospital wing, a chill had clung to his back. If his instincts were correct, not come forth. The dimly lit corridors of the subterranean realm were tranquil and still. A low, rich chuckle accompanied Lucius's voice, as the tall, slender silhouette of the dark-haired boy gradually emerged from the shadows. Our esteemed prefect possesses a keen eye. Mitchell's lips curled slightly, yet his azure gaze bore no trace of mirth. He scrutinized Lucius's arm that supported Eve, lowering his lashes to conceal the tumult of emotions brewing within. Lucius, please set me down. Eve gracefully leaped from Lucius's embrace, stepping before Mitchell, and signaling for him to bow slightly in her direction. The proximity of her cheeks allowed him to distinctly observe her silver lashes, soft and pale as flower petals, and catch a whiff of the sweet fragrance that enveloped her. If he were to extend his hand now, he could effortlessly pull her into his embrace, capturing her delicate chin in his grasp and unabashedly claim her lips. Even if she struggled within his hold, he would remain unmoved. Fortunately, the gentle murmur of the silver-haired girl interrupted his sticky, humid reverie. Mitchell blinked in surprise, a chuckle escaping his lips. He understood her thoughts. She was concerned that he might silently retaliate against those Gryffindors after her departure from the hospital wing. Thus, his little Eve was merely ensuring that he bore no lingering traces of bloodshed or unquenched malice. How naive! He had myriad ways to keep her oblivious. Moreover, he would never engage in actions she disapproved of. Even if it defied his nature, he would willingly shed all his fangs and crawl beside her. Are you so close to me, little Eve? Merely to invite a kiss? The youth leaned down, his exquisite face drawing nearer to Eve's. The icy veneer of his gaze melted away, revealing a resplendent, enchanting blue, tinged with a dangerous delight. As he tilted his head, their lips, rosy and tantalizingly near, seemed poised to unite in the very moment he had long yearned for. Mitchell. Eve's finger reached forward, intending to press against his lips as she had done before. Yet the boy behind her was quicker. The platinum-haired youth's serpent staff bore down with unyielding force against Mitchell's shoulder, pushing him back, while Lucius's other hand, restrained but insistent, gently grasped Eve's slender shoulder, guiding her a step in the opposite direction. Not cease this futile jest with Eve. Lucius's voice, usually devoid of warmth, now bristled with a hint of barely contained anger. Mitchell raised his hands in surrender, his smile vanishing completely. And you too, Mr. Prefect. Do not abuse your authority for self-serving ends. When the day arrives that Eve no longer requires the Malfoy family, I may just whimsically sever the arms that have embraced her. Chapter 63, The Puppeteer. Those Gryffindors only know how to stir trouble. In the common room, Narcissa draped in a robe, her light golden hair styled loosely, cascading upon her shoulder. She pressed Eve into the sofa, tenderly squeezing her wrist, meticulously checking her over until Eve yawned sleepily, prompting her to release her. Cicely, I assure you I'm fine. And it has nothing to do with Potter and the others. They were the ones who assisted me. Eve rubbed her eyes, a faint blush gracing the corners, rendering her appearance both innocent and pitiable. The identical explanations she offered to Lucius and Narcissa were a testament to their compatibility, their expressions of concern eerily similar. Eve. My dear, you are far too gentle with them. You ought to distance yourself. Narcissa paused mid-sentence. Among the second-year girls in Slytherin, Eve was the sole representative. While all the second-year boys had been thoroughly intimidated by Lucius's words and glances, none daring to approach her. If Eve were to distance herself from that red-haired Gryffindor girl, who would accompany her to class, the mere thought of the silver-haired girl, head bowed and alone in class, shattered Narcissa's heart. If it pleases you, Regulus, who had been quietly seated nearby, spoke softly, turning to Narcissa and nodding toward Lucius. Eve could join us in our classes. The boy with gray eyes had waited in the common room since hearing of Sirius's injury, only relaxing once he learned from Eve that his brother was essentially unharmed. I fear that may not be feasible, Lucius replied, his lips curling downward with a coldness reminiscent of a father fretting over his daughter's reputation, safety, and academic achievements. Eve's first-year results are quite exceptional. I doubt the school would permit her to repeat a year. Furthermore, the Blacks and even the Crouches have their eyes fixed on her. I cannot allow Eve to grow too close to Regulus. Then what should we do? Narcissa enveloped Eve in her embrace, lamenting the age gap that separated her from Eve, wishing she could always be by her side. Eve, Lucius lowered his voice, gently calling her name, if you wish. The second daughter of the Greengrass family is in her second year at Beauxbatons. I could write to Mr. Greengrass and have her transfer to Hogwarts to accompany you. The platinum-haired youth's gaze upon Eve shimmered with a soft, enchanting glow beneath the moonlight. Narcissa regarded those deceitful gray-blue eyes with a silent, scornful smile. The daughters of the Greengrass family resembled puppets of old Greengrass, obedient and compliant, yet proficient in dark magic with a frightening execution. In this way, Lucius could render a favor to old Greengrass, clearing a debt in exchange for a dutiful shadow to remain by Eve's side, thus eliminating any potential threats encroaching upon her. The astute Malfoy never engaged in transactions that would lead to loss. I do not desire this, the silver-haired girl murmured softly. She lifted her pale face from Narcissa's shoulder, her almond-shaped eyes drooping, blinking wearily as transparent tears began to well up, trailing down her softly flushed cheeks. I do not want Greengrass. I only wish to have you all by my side. Her delicate form trembled with a stifled sob, only to be enveloped tightly by the golden-haired girl. Narcissa Black's affection 10 current progress 70. Do not cry, my darling. Narcissa's heart felt as though it were a parchment soaked with Eve's tears, heavy and aching as it sank, rendering her voice hoarse. We shall not do anything that you do not like, my dear Eve. In a flurry of panic, she sought to retrieve a handkerchief to dry Eve's tears, only to abruptly change her mind. She gently cradled Eve's face, her forehead resting against Eve's. As her slender fingers meticulously wiped away the tears that had streamed down, her voice soft and tender. Eve, my dear, your weeping shatters my heart. Narcissa lifted her gaze, her finely shaped brows knitting together as she spoke to Lucius. Mr. Malfoy, we shall not proceed with this, shall we? Out of decorum, and in an effort to maintain amicable relations with the Malfoy family, the blonde girl spoke with a tone that was always subdued and reserved. This marked her first instance of expressing her anger towards Lucius so candidly and coldly. Yet Lucius felt no ire towards her. He merely stared blankly at the remnants of transparent tears on Eve's delicate face, and the silvery depths of her eyes still glistening with moisture. Was she truly saddened by his words? Did she genuinely desire his companionship, rather than that of a gentler, more amiable peer? He had never realized that a girl's tears could weigh so heavily. Those crystalline droplets felt like sharp icicles, threatening to pierce his heart. He was also unaware that a single utterance could wield such power, filling him with a buoyant joy that she needed him. A tumultuous amalgamation of emotions intertwined, leaving the usually proud future head of the Malfoy family utterly flustered. For the first time, his typically sharp tongue faltered, and his perpetually composed visage betrayed a hint of disarray. Eve, the noble platinum-haired youth, anxiously stepped forward. In Narcissa's surprised gaze he half knelt, earnestly observing Eve's silver lashes still adorned with tiny droplets and her eyes shimmering with sorrow. I apologize for the impolite suggestion I made earlier. I shall no longer broach any topics that may distress Eve. Therefore, might you smile at me as you once did, rather than shedding tears that pierce my heart? You are not at fault, Lucius. It is I who have lost my composure. Eve tilted her head, gently nuzzling Narcissa's still outstretched hand like a small creature. Leaning towards the platinum-haired youth who remained half-kneeling, she allowed a soft smile to grace her lips, reminiscent of fragile petals adorned with dew. I merely feel that I am sufficiently happy as I am. Happy? Lucius's lashes fluttered at Eve's words, his gaze lowering, eyelids half closed. Regulus's fingers unconsciously twisted his emerald silk handkerchief with fervor. His gray eyes clouded with a murky haze, fixated on the slender hand that Eve extended towards Lucius. For the first time, he acutely felt the disparity between himself and Lucius. Moreover, he noticed his seemingly gentle and indifferent cousin revealing a deep-seated possessiveness in Eve's presence. Micah buried himself in the adjacent sofa, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at the tear stains on Eve's face. Crocodile tears, little deceiver. He was well aware of the little games Eve played. Yet, watching her weep for such reasons ignited a furious tempest within his chest, roaring to shatter everything around him into fragments. Indeed, even if she cried, it should only be for him. She ought not shed a single tear for anyone else. The boy with azure eyes parted his thin lips, his tongue grazing the roof of his mouth. He yearned to taste those deceptively sweet tears and wondered if they would be as rich and fragrant as her essence. However, upon witnessing Narcissa wipe them away, Micah felt an even greater agitation. One must wait until Eve no longer needed them. He might then contemplate their demise. Chapter 64. The function of the necklace. Full moon. As dusk descended and night approached, the shrieking shed fell into silence. Remus awkwardly clutched his robe, standing in the farthest corner from Eve. Though the potion she had given him alleviated the excruciating pain of his transformation and preserved his sanity, it could not rid him of the overwhelming feelings of inferiority and trepidation. "Lupin, if it still hurts, remember to tell me," the girl said. Seated upon the thick cushion Remus had prepared for her, her elbows resting on her chin, gazing earnestly at him. There was no trace of fear in her demeanor, only concern and care for him. "It won't hurt at all," the boy with light brown eyes replied, shaking his head in a flustered and bashful manner after swallowing a vial of potion. Realizing halfway through his words that he would say too much, his complexion flushed. He nearly revealed the hidden thoughts of his heart. Not only would he not feel pain, but he might even experience a secret joy. He had never anticipated that a day would come when this silver-haired girl would safeguard his secret, striving to alleviate or even eradicate the source of his suffering, and accompany him on a night of the full moon. Once fearful of the night of transformation, he now felt less dread. As darkness enveloped them, the boy's visage swiftly faded, his bones contorted, and fur erupted. Until the moon ascended, he had transformed into a werewolf, crouching in the same corner. His massive form struggled to curl into a ball, yet his light brown eyes cautiously regarded Eve, like a peculiar, oversized dog. Eve rose from the cushion and approached Remus, her small black shoes creaking on the weathered floorboards. "Lupin, I believe we can attempt further." The large dog-like creature panicked, struggling backward as if wishing to carve a hole in the shed's wall. "Fleem, don't come near me." After transforming into a werewolf, his teeth and tongue seemed to clash when he spoke, his voice low and growling, as if issuing a threat. Thus, after uttering a few words, he swiftly closed his mouth, gazing at the girl with desperate anticipation as she continued to approach him without hesitation. Eve stood before the werewolf, extending her hand to touch the coarse, dense fur covering Remus. "Do not be afraid, Lupin." She sensed the tension in the werewolf's body, every inch of fur and muscle conveying his panic and shame. The fur beneath her touch was coarse and bristly, pricking her delicate palm. Remus tightly shut his eyes, refusing to gaze upon this soft little being before him. The werewolf's vision could capture every detail of its prey, estimating the softness of its skin, muscles, and even bones, determining where its sharp teeth and claws might breach the surface before devouring it whole. How dreadful! The young werewolf desperately sought to conceal his sharp teeth, twisting his limbs together to suppress the primal instinct to seize her. He hopelessly realized that from the moment he first saw Eve in first year, he had longed for her deeply. The emotions suppressed by his human form transformed into an insatiable love and desire upon becoming a werewolf. They clashed violently within Remus's being, amplifying every sensation. Even Eve's gentle touch spread rapidly from the tips of his fur to the surface of his skin, deep within his muscles, pulsing through his organs, and ultimately bursting forth in his mind like fireworks. "Eve." The young werewolf murmured her name slowly, like a predator poised to hunt, hidden within a comforting illusion, gradually opening his eyes filled with longing, his powerful leg muscles tense, brimming with latent strength. If only she would lean her small face a tad closer, he could. A click echoed sharply in Remus's mind. It was Eve who placed a necklace around his neck. The frigid chain seemed to possess a peculiar power that compelled him to submit, causing the chaotic and perilous thoughts to recede like a tide, vanishing without a trace. It appeared that nothing had changed. Oblivious to the earlier danger, the girl examined the necklace while pinching her chin. Eve had believed that this necklace would allow Remus to temporarily regain his human form, or, at the very least, mitigate the extent of his mutation. Yet it seemed that no transformation had occurred. Could it be that the method of application was incorrect? Observing Remus's expression shift subtly, Eve assumed that the necklace was causing him discomfort. She lowered her head slightly, her fingers tracing the direction of the necklace in search of the clasp to release it, all the while explaining to Remus, "I apologize, Lupin. I thought this necklace might assist with your transformation, but it seems my assumptions were misguided. I shall help you remove it now." As her fingers reached out, the wolf's head with its light brown eyes shifted in response, revealing a long, crimson tongue that extended from its mouth filled with sharp teeth, swiftly licking her fingertip. The slightly coarse surface of the tongue grazed against Eve's skin, eliciting a tiny sting. "I am truly sorry, Fluffy. I did not mean to." The werewolf, flustered, immediately closed his mouth. Were it not for the thick fur obscuring his features, his face would surely have flushed with embarrassment. The sensation was peculiar. It felt as though he had transformed into the pet dog he had once owned as a child. eagerly yearning to express affection through licking at every approach of his master, a behavior utterly beyond his mental control. Eve observed the awkward expression on Remus's wolfish visage. One so mortified it seemed he could dig a new scream shed into existence right there. His actions made her feel as though she had adorned him not with a necklace, but rather a collar meant for a pet. "It is quite all right," Eve remarked, her eyes crinkling with amusement, finding his demeanor rather endearing. Nevertheless, as she attempted once more to remove the necklace, the werewolf's tongue audaciously wrapped around her wrist, licking upwards along her palm and fingers, leaving them damp. Remus's expression appeared on the brink of tears. "Eve, could you please refrain from getting too close?" He could no longer restrain his tongue and nose, which began to sniff and nuzzle into Eve's sleeve. Eve merely sighed, certain that the necklace's functionality had transformed a wolf into a mere dog. Chapter 65 Madness. "Dear Mr. Tom Riddle, I have a favor to ask of you." Eve tapped her quill against her journal. Since their delightful face-to-face encounter within the journal's realm, Riddle had remained utterly silent. Prior to their meeting, he would occasionally whisper insidious, alluring voices into her mind, but now it was as quiet as an unremarkable notebook, save for the vanishing ink of her own writing. The script sank into the pale yellow parchment, yet no reply was forthcoming. After pondering for a moment, she penned another line. What a disheartening response. Surely Mr. Riddle can forgive a heartbroken little girl for acting in a manner that is quite reasonable, such as accidentally presenting it before Professor Dumbledore, or inadvertently dropping it into the green flames. Her handwriting faded, replaced by elegant cursive that gradually emerged. Miss Fluffy's melodramatic threats are quite theatrical. In comparison to the esteemed Lord Riddle, my degree of wickedness is still far from sufficient. The ornate script did not rise in response to Eve's retort. Instead, the pages of the book rustled as if stirred by an unseen fury dwelling within. After a dizzying sensation akin to holding a key to a door, Eve opened her eyes to find herself within the library of the journal. The dark-haired youth sat with his long legs crossed, engrossed in thick volumes. As if just realizing her presence, he slowly closed the book, lifting his raven lashes to reveal piercing, inscrutable eyes, his crimson lips curling into a chilling smile. "So, Miss Fluffy, what is it you wish to convey to me?" The silver-haired girl approached Riddle's side, her fingers gliding over the spine of the book he had just closed, her pale nails tapping idly against the hard cover. "I wish for you to replace the Master Soul." "Replace?" Riddle shifted the book away from her fingertips, scoffing. "You wish for me to destroy my own soul? It seems Miss Fluffy has yet to awaken." "No, I mean to consume it, to make it a part of you. Or rather, to reassemble the fragments of the soul." The casual demeanor of the dark-haired boy vanished, his eyes flashing with a dangerous crimson light. "You are deceiving me. Only through atonement can the soul be mended." Yet Eve gently seated herself beside him, her silver locks cascading with her movement, spilling onto the pages of his book. "You know deep down that you do not believe there is only one way, Riddle," she whispered playfully in his ear. "Otherwise, you would not be so relentlessly seeking an exit from this phantasmal realm." Eve reopened the book, pausing on the page Riddle had just covered, which detailed the creation of Horcruxes and the stitching together of soul fragments. It was a tome he had once extracted from Slughorn's lips, discovered in the restricted section, within this illusion constituted by the realm of souls. "But I can draw upon your life force, along with others, and thus be reborn." The youth leaned closer to Eve, his dark eyes glimmering with a captivating light, his thin, crimson lips curving as if gazing upon a beloved. Yet lurking in the air was Riddle's chilling intent to kill. "You know full well that you cannot achieve this. Otherwise, the Master Soul would not have entrusted the journal to me." The girl blinked her silver lashes, mimicking his smile. Voldemort had bestowed the journal upon her not only as a means of control, but also to observe whether the fragment of his soul would harbor ambitions of ascendancy. "And you have realized that even if you drain my life force, you still cannot dominate me." The system generously converted the progress she had earned into excess life force, preventing it from being consumed by Riddle's siphoning. In fact, upon her first escape from Riddle's illusion, it had informed her of another method of soul binding beyond mere repentance. "Do you have performance metrics, dear system? So concerned am I that I might perish midway through the task?" she had humorously queried. "I genuinely worry for your life, for you have demonstrated self-destructive tendencies within this illusion." "That was merely an act on my part." "No." The system denied her assertion but fell silent thereafter, offering no further commentary. Riddle's lips curled downward with icy resolve. He indeed could no longer control her, no matter how much life force he drained. It would not disturb her physical condition or mindset. Moreover, should he attempt to siphon too much at once, an invisible force would obstruct him. His subconscious, along with that strange power, would jointly inform him not to harm her. "Since you wish to assist me, What do you seek to gain from me, Miss Fluffy? Riddle grasped her small hand that had been leafing through his book, intending to cast it aside without mercy, yet he halted midway. It was warm, soft, and delicate. A stark contrast to his own cold, ethereal hand gathered from the essence of souls. A bizarre thought surged into his mind, displacing all violent urges to cast her off. Riddle furrowed his brow, attempting to extinguish these conflicting and intricate thoughts. Ultimately, the dark-haired youth sighed unconsciously, gently shifting her hand back to her side. Eve observed Riddle's murderous expression, juxtaposed with his unexpectedly gentle demeanor, and she couldn't help but blink her eyelashes in amusement. What if I were to say that I harbor no ulterior motives, but merely a simple disdain for him? She mused, resting her delicate wrist against her finely sculpted chin, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded the cold-faced boy. I find your gentle and discerning nature far more appealing than that brute of a lunatic who tosses around the killing curse without a second thought. Riddle's lips twitched slightly. He always felt as though she was simultaneously praising him and chastising him. Chapter 66. The Puppy. This was abysmal. Sirius sighed as he concealed himself amid the underbrush. He and James had concocted a new prank intended to astonish everyone on Halloween, but he never anticipated that he would be the first victim. It was avoidable. Yet he hadn't expected James to leave that contraption in a place he wouldn't suspect before being summoned by Filch. Fortunately, no one had yet discovered his predicament. Thus, he could remain hidden in the bushes until the effects of the prank potion wore off. Eve occasionally sought refuge in the shade of the trees in front of the castle. The Slytherin common room had grown increasingly damp and chilly as winter approached, and even Lucius's efforts to keep the fire in the hearth ablaze could not dispel the penetrating cold that seeped into her bones. Hence, she cherished the warm autumn sunlight all the more, along with the sensation of a dry, mildly warm breeze caressing her cheeks and hair. However, this time, a small companion joined her in basking in the sunlight. He believed he was undetected, with his rear end sticking out from the bushes. It was a young black puppy. A small, dark bundle that appeared somewhat conspicuous amidst the sunlit yellow-green foliage. He lay quietly, his tiny paws clutching at the roots of the bushes, exuding an air that was both pitiable and amusing. Eve had no aversion to small animals. In fact, she adored them. Their affections and dislikes were so clear-cut that she did not need to ponder their intentions, which made her feel at ease. She delighted in the soft, silky fur of those furry little creatures, relishing the sensation of kneading their plush, warm bellies and gently scratching beneath their chins, eagerly listening for their satisfied purrs. However, this particular one seemed rather reluctant to let her approach. Detected, Sirius Black. The system's voice rang out abruptly. He is here? Eve glanced around, puzzled, but saw no one. So if her guess was correct, Sirius Black had arrived. She drew her wand and softly uttered a spell directed at the puppy nestled in the bushes. Sirius, hidden among the underbrush, caught sight of Eve. The girl reclined comfortably against the tree, her silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. He stared for a moment, transfixed, before realizing how dire the situation was. He could not allow her to discover him in such a state. Yet, as this thought flickered through his mind, an unseen force yanked him entirely, sending him flying toward Eve. He landed directly in her embrace. The softness and fragrance of her hold overwhelmed him, and his heightened senses, sharpened by his transformation, sent him reeling. He struggled to lift his head, his forepaws clinging to Eve's arm as he attempted to wriggle free, only to find himself seized by her grasp and hoisted aloft. Eve's eyes sparkled with pure delight as she praised him, a look Sirius seldom witnessed. This was not the Eve who wore a mask of feigned politeness or frowned in response to his deliberate mischief and arrogance. Instead, she radiated warmth and openness, her demeanor disarmingly gentle. He found himself momentarily captivated, his struggles pausing in disbelief. The small creature before Eve, with round gray eyes wide open and shimmering with youthful innocence, sported a damp pink nose and floppy ears that hugged his face, resembling a plump seal. Unlike other puppies, his limbs were long and sturdy, hinting at the imposing black dog he would eventually become. She cradled the puppy's soft forepaws, seated on the grass beneath the tree, and gently pressed him onto her lap. Before Sirius could comprehend what was happening, her mischievous hands glided down his smooth, warm fur, teasingly scratching his warm belly. The perfect balance of muscle and softness sent waves of indescribable comfort through him. What is she doing? Sirius felt utterly exposed, as if every inch of him had been thoroughly examined. Her delicate fingers, fragrant and nimble, roamed over his sensitive back and chest, occasionally pinching his chubby cheeks. He almost forgot to resist, as if drowning in a pool of sweet berry wine. His mouth slightly parted to reveal a glimpse of his bright red tongue as he inhaled Eve's scent. It wasn't until she lightly pressed her lips against the soft contours of his ear that he instinctively jolted. Sirius Black's loyalty, 5 current progress 65. Upon hearing the system's notification, Eve squinted her eyes in satisfaction. She intended to return the soft little puppy to the bushes before Sirius transformed back, when suddenly, with a crack, the puppy vanished. The black-haired boy materialized out of thin air, his pale cheeks still flushed, his gray eyes unfocused as they gazed at Eve. His tall, lithe form leaned forward, collapsing against her shoulder. She struggled to bear his weight, swaying precariously until his arms secured her firmly, preventing her from toppling onto the grass. His soft, dark hair tumbled over her face and neck, tickling her skin, while the warmth of his chest pressed against her, allowing her to feel the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat through his shirt and outer robe. Black, Eve exclaimed, her expression one of surprise as she attempted to nudge him away with her elbow. However, his watery gaze drifted upward, landing on her delicate ear, which was partially hidden by her silver hair. She had bitten him earlier, so he felt it only fair to reciprocate. He lowered his head in a daze, parting his lips to gently nibble on her dainty earlobe. The warmth and dampness sent a shiver coursing through her. Black, she called softly, repeating his name in vain. But he showed no sign of awareness, his breaths growing heavier. It was only when she tremulously uttered Sirius that he abruptly jolted, snapping back to reality. He quickly scrambled off her, retreating like a startled puppy, nearly colliding with a tree trunk. His face was a deep crimson as he stammered. Do you not know that you shouldn't touch stray dogs by the roadside? Only after speaking did he realize that his usual sarcasm fell flat in Eve's presence, and he would rather insult himself than utter a single word against her. The silver-haired girl before him broke into a radiant smile, her slender fingers brushing back her hair to reveal her flushed, slightly marked ear. Indeed, one shouldn't touch them indiscriminately, she replied, her voice laced with barely concealed laughter. After all, adorable little wild dogs can bite. Gazing at the delicate bite marks, a surge of bashfulness and an undeniable sense of satisfaction washed over Sirius. He stammered. Who told you to bite me first? I merely returned the favor. Indeed, Mr. Black always prided himself on fairness. Eve harbored no resentment. In fact, she nodded earnestly in agreement, feigning seriousness. The young boy opened his mouth and then closed it again, pressing his teeth against his lips, grinding them together with fervor, before finally glaring fiercely at Eve and declaring, so the next time you encounter an animal that should not have appeared, you absolutely, unequivocally must not touch them. It is best if you don't even glance at them otherwise. Otherwise what? Eve interjected with a cheerful smile, completing his thought. Otherwise, be prepared to head to the medical wing. As if recalling something, the boy with gray eyes pouted his full lips downward and, as if retreating, strode away from Eve with purpose. His footsteps grew slower as he turned a corner of the castle, ultimately halting and leaning against the gray-tiled wall. Veins of a pale blue hue stood out on the back of his hand as he abruptly covered his eyes. Damn it! He was certainly not cursing Eve's fate of going to the medical wing, but rather the individuals who had deliberately approached her. Perhaps, akin to when he transformed into a dog, he would instinctively leap at those ill-intentioned individuals before they could reach Eve, tearing them to shreds with ferocity. Chapter 67, Halloween Zoo Part 1. This year's Halloween lacked a costume game. Instead, an extraordinary ghostly stage play was presented. When Nick, nearly headless, reenacted the moment of his beheading, Narcissa swiftly covered Eve's eyes. I truly do not understand why they would perform something so gruesome, violent and tedious. The blonde girl murmured quietly, pressing her body closer to Eve's back, and letting her hair brush against Eve's cheek. It's all right, Narcissa, I won't be frightened. Eve reassured her with a smile, placing her hand over Narcissa's. At times, Narcissa's protective instincts were even more fervent than Lucius's. I really cannot fathom the thought processes of the Blacks and Malfoys. Do they treat Fleury as if he were a mere 3-year-old? Alec Tokar observed Narcissa tightly embracing Eve, draping his arm over his brother Electo's shoulder, grumbling in a coarse voice, that Fleury is nothing but cunning and dangerous. Her words suddenly faltered mid-sentence, as if a sticky lump had lodged in her throat, ensnaring her tongue and rendering her speechless. Alec Tokar's freckled face flushed crimson, as she awkwardly reached into her throat, attempting to straighten her tongue. However, she heard a soft chuckle nearby. The boy with ice-blue eyes rested his chin on his hand, glaring at her, the tip of his wand glowing red and pointed threateningly at her throat. Tokar, if you wish to keep your tongue, I suggest you shut your mouth quietly, Mitchell warned, each word causing his frosty gaze to darken further. Moreover, should I hear you utter anything about Eve from that ugly mouth of yours, it may not just be your tongue that disappears. His chilling voice provoked veins to bulge on Alec Tokar's forehead. She clutched her throat, gasping, while furiously hitting her brother Electo beside her. Yet, the stout boy beside her exhibited an infinite degree of panic and trepidation. He even hunched down, desperately curling into a ball behind Alec Tokar, attempting to diminish his presence before Mitchell. This pathetic display nearly sent Alec Tokar into a fit of rage. As the performance concluded and Professor Dumbledore announced that everyone could indulge in Halloween delicacies, Eve sensed that matters would not be so straightforward. The notorious prankster duo of Gryffindor could hardly let this quirky holiday pass without mischief, especially when she noticed that Sirius and James stealthily slipped into the hall from outside just after the food was served. She squinted her eyes. So, what would their prank be this year? Eve, why aren't you eating? Is the Halloween pumpkin platter unappealing to your palate? Narcissa inquired, placing small cuts of lamb on Eve's plate. Eve stared silently at the pumpkin sauce atop the lamb for a moment. The combination of pumpkin sauce with lamb struck her as bizarre, much like pairing granulated sugar with boiled eggs. Narcissa carefully scrutinized Eve's expression, resembling an anxious mother fretting over a picky child, as she attempted to maneuver other food items in front of Eve. Pumpkin cake, pumpkin souffle, pumpkin cheesecake, and a small heap of distinctly unique egg yolk marguerite cookies. Upon seeing Eve's gaze linger on the round, flat cookies, Narcissa promptly presented them to her. Would you like to try this? I just had a few, and the flavor is just perfect. No sooner had she finished her sentence than, with a loud pop, the blonde girl suddenly vanished from the spot. In her place, where Narcissa sat, appeared a graceful and beautiful golden peacock. Those gray eyes that still belonged to Narcissa gazed down in bewilderment at her fluffy wings and long tail feathers, displaying an expression of shock that even Eve could discern. Narcissa? Eve called her name, and in the next moment, she instantly comprehended Sirius and James's prank. They must have sneaked into the underground kitchen and, while the house elves were distracted, mixed in these transformable marguerite cookies with the dining table's offerings. Narcissa, flustered, flapped her wings, creating a gust that nearly caused her to topple over. Eve, beside her, quickly wrapped her arms around Narcissa, gently helping to smooth her feathers that had been ruffled by the sudden display of wings. Do not be afraid, Narcissa. This time, it was Eve's turn to comfort Narcissa. The peacock obediently leaned its head toward Eve, gently pecking her cheek with its soft golden beak. In the expansive hall, the sounds of transformations echoed continuously. Curiosity piqued. Eve glanced upward. The Hufflepuff table appeared tranquil. Numerous classmates transformed into lambs, calves, and rabbits were blissfully nibbling on pumpkin heads with their eyes half closed. A few who had turned into badgers mimicked the movements of the little badger on their house banner, while emitting cheerful squeaks. The Ravenclaw table was serene. Classmates transformed into golden monkeys, cats, and dogs were calmly continuing their recitations, occasionally interrupted by the frustrated chirps of those who had become birds, struggling to turn the pages of their books. Only the Gryffindor table was bustling with excitement. Monkeys scampered atop elephants, racing throughout the hall, while tossing pumpkins at other students. Several transformed into squirrels attempted to gnaw at the wooden table with their newly grown teeth. One had turned into a woodpecker, pecking at the table leg with a speed undetectable by the naked eye, cackling with wild abandon, embodying a sense of liberated madness. Meanwhile, a few who had not transformed into animals gazed dumbfoundedly at the sudden emergence of this animal kingdom. James inadvertently locked eyes with Eve, who wore an enigmatic expression. He quickly averted his gaze, whistling innocently. Lily, annoyed, passed by two spitting llamas, slamming her wand down on the table as a threat. Professor Dumbledore has already glanced this way. It seems Gryffindor's points are not only destined to plummet, but also to incur a hefty debt of negative scores. Following Sirius's gaze, she noticed Eve had lowered her head. Are you wondering why Eve hasn't eaten those cookies? She shrugged. It's because she prefers soft, moist cake and detests dry items. So that's it, James exclaimed, clapping his hands in dismay, casting a curious glance at Lily. But how do you know that so well? After all, they are quite far from the Slytherin table. I of course know. It's quite normal for girls to discuss desserts. The red-haired girl inexplicably flushed. She would never admit how many times she had envied Narcissa sitting next to Eve. Sirius, seated beside James, remained transfixed, his gaze unwavering from the Slytherin table. It seemed he had spotted something, his gray eyes fixated intently in the direction of Eve. Chapter 68. Halloween Zoo Part 2. A golden little snake slithered along the length of the table, stealthily pausing beside Eve's arm. Its pale golden, bead-like eyes rolled around before it flicked out its bright red tongue, attempting to slyly coil its tail around Eve's arm. However, the peacock spotted it instantly. With a swift and decisive flap of her wings, she delivered a resounding blow to the little serpent. The snake immediately coiled up, its body displaying indignation as if to report its grievance to Eve. The peacock blinked in disbelief. Was it really necessary to be so petty? If Narcissa were in her human form now, She would surely twist Eve's face to ensure she could only look at her, all the while shooing the snake away. Little Barty? The silver-haired girl recognized him at first glance, causing the little snake to joyfully flick its tongue, persistently trying to climb onto Eve's robes. Yet in the next moment, a black paw forcefully swatted it aside. The snake was sent tumbling several times before it managed to hook its tail around a candlestick, preventing itself from falling off the table. It raised its serpentine body, glaring at its aggressor, only to find a pair of ice-blue eyes emanating a chilling light, fixated upon it as if it were a doomed creature. The paw that had struck it away was raised menacingly, showcasing the sharp, glinting claws. In an instant, the golden snake's body sagged like a noodle boiled to oblivion. Little Barty quickly retreated, hiding behind a mound of fruit, leaving only its triangular head to cautiously peek in the direction of the creature that had attacked it. It was a young black wolf, poised between adolescence and youth, gracefully leaping down from the long table. The powerful contours of its muscles and its narrow, sinewy waist were on full display as it descended. With narrowed eyes, it walked slowly towards Eve. Just before reaching the silver-haired girl, it used its muzzle to sweep the peacock off her lap. Narcissa flapped her wings, forced to land on the ground. Once on the ground, she instinctively took a few steps back, for at the moment the black wolf had dislodged her. She sensed its jaws slightly ajar, revealing a row of sharp teeth. It felt as though if she lingered near Eve, he would not hesitate to open his mouth and bite down on her wings. Seeing the peacock prudently step back, the black wolf's tail perked up in satisfaction as it gave a gentle wag. It then rested its head upon Eve's lap. Michael, Eve furrowed her brows at him, pinching his damp nose. Don't bully sissy. The black wolf let out a soft whine, seemingly expressing submission, or perhaps affection. It did not retract its slightly pinched nose, but instead extended its tongue to lick the small hand resting on its nose. The advantage of being an animal was an extraordinarily heightened sense of smell. Michael adored the sensation of being enveloped by Eve's scent. He savoringly chewed, as if relishing her fragrance, and extended his snout to deeply inhale the fabric of her shirt resting at her waist. Just as the greedy wolf was about to lift his head and gently sniff around Eve's cheek, a pair of strong hands reached from behind and lifted her high. With a flick of Lucius' serpent staff, all the animals before him were immobilized. His gray-blue eyes cast a cold glare at them. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Sprout are preparing to reverse the transformation potion. Please, remain quiet and do not engage in behavior detrimental to the reputation of Slytherin House. Casting a glance at the black wolf, who was frozen in place with eyes gleaming with cold light, Lucius coldly curled his lip. I will escort Eve back to the common room, he continued, observing Regulus, who was poised to devour a marguerite biscuit, and Severus, who was watching them with a shadowy gaze. It appeared that this was not a safe environment. The platinum-haired youth raised his arm, firmly enveloping Eve in his embrace, positioning her chin against his shoulder, so that she could not see anyone present. Lucius, it's quite safe here. No one will harm me, Eve attempted to explain, even as the arm encircling her waist tightened further. She struggled slightly, realizing she was immobile. Lucius turned his face towards her, the curvature of his brow remaining unchanged, yet a tenderness surfaced in his golden-hued eyes, subtly revealing itself in the delicate arch of his brows. Eve, be obedient, he spoke in a gentle yet unarguable tone. Lucius, I can walk by myself. After leaving the hall, Lucius finally loosened his grip around her waist, albeit still stubbornly holding on to her. As they passed an empty staircase terrace, Eve could not help but prompt him. The platinum-haired boy glanced down at her, his pale lips pressing together, as if some thoughts had lingered in his mind for quite a while before he could no longer contain them. Is the peacock beautiful? Or does Eve prefer the wolf that pretends to be a loyal dog? These pretentious, melodramatic words did little to mask the faint bitterness underlying them. Eve blinked her eyes. I simply adore animals because they are all so incredibly cute. The young man let out a soft, cold snort. Cute, is it? Has she grown so fond of them that she forgets their true forms? His expression momentarily shifted, and he abruptly halted his steps. He turned towards the bench on the terrace, carefully placing Eve down. His cold white hand delved into the pocket of his robe, hesitating for a moment before slowly revealing his palm, which held the round, flat marguerite biscuits. Will Eve be curious about what animal I might transform into? Would she, like with them, pet me in animal form? Lucius inquired, feigning indifference, though the tips of his ears, not concealed by his platinum locks, had already taken on a faint hue of red. Eve's eyes widened in delight, brimming with anticipation. Leaning towards the bowed platinum-haired youth, she resembled a siren enticing sailors. If it were Lucius, I would adore any animal form he took on, very, very much. The girl delicately picked a biscuit from his palm, and brought it to her pale lips. Lucius swallowed hard. She merely spoke of her fondness out of curiosity. Yet he slowly parted his lips, consuming the biscuit at her hand, savoring the moment. At that instant, even if she offered him poison, he would gladly accept it. The terrace echoed with a thud as the platinum-haired youth vanished. Emerging from the mist was a young, pale golden leopard. With its icy blue eyes still retaining their cold clarity, Eve reached out her hand towards him. The leopard hesitated for a moment, then lowered its chin onto her soft white hand. Its short, plush fur was not at all prickly. Instead, it reminded Eve of Lucius's soft, golden locks, smooth and silky. She gently scratched along its jawline, applying just the right amount of pressure. The leopard involuntarily squinted in satisfaction, emitting a soft, uncontrollable purr. Eve had imagined Lucius in animal form, but the leopard indeed suited him well. It possessed immense explosive power, acute senses, a timely aloofness, and the inherent pride characteristic of felines. As the silver-haired girl spoke softly, a mischievous smile graced her lips. She lifted the leopard's front paw, repeatedly kneading the soft pink pads, while playfully poking at the fine fur between them. The paw being held twitched in response. However, Lucius chose not to withdraw from Eve's grasp. Instead, he diligently strove to control his sharp claws, slowly retracting them. The cheetah leaned closer to Eve's cheek, displaying a quintessentially Lucius expression of resignation. He opened his mouth, only to slowly close it once more. Even in the guise of an animal, he dared not utilize his animal form to convey any semblance of affection. To lick her cheek would risk scraping her delicate skin with the barbs on a feline's tongue. Furthermore, she might flee from him as swiftly as the antelopes pursued by the cheetah. A skilled hunter must possess ample patience. Chapter 69, The Truth. A month ago. A casual request in the library. Eve had not anticipated that Snape would truly take this matter to heart. Fleury. The brooding boy called out to her at the corner of the fifth-floor staircase before astronomy class, appearing to have waited there deliberately for quite some time. He had not only mastered the route Eve would take when arriving at the tower alone, but he had also chosen a corner that would go unnoticed at night. I have prepared the rejuvenating potion you inquired about earlier, he stated, his bony hand extending towards her, palm open, revealing a small glass vial within. The vial contained a swirling, pale liquid. The girl turned her head, momentarily scrutinizing his inscrutable gaze with cautious intuition, before swiftly breaking into a polite smile of gratitude. "That's wonderful, Severus," she exclaimed, her demeanor brightening as she lifted the vial from his palm. "I knew you were the best at potion making." Snape observed her insincere grin, and let out a soft scoff. Eileen had repeatedly urged him in her letters to maintain a good rapport with Fleury, to appreciate the changes she had brought into their lives. Indeed, ever since the beginning of this academic year, his circumstances had markedly improved. The Slytherins were aware of his connection with the Fleury family. Gradually, almost none of the pure-blooded Slytherin families dared to insult him as a half-breed. Even the wretched Gryffindors, due to Eve's influence, rarely troubled him in class. Naturally, he ought to repay her. "Are you not inclined to try it?" "I believe the effects of my potion are quite remarkable," he remarked, his gaze fixated on Eve's fingers gripping the vial. Eve caressed the smooth surface of the bottle, silently querying the system in her mind. "Mr. System, I recall you granting me the privilege to detect potions, correct?" It was uncertain whether Snape had sensed her subconscious wariness towards him, prompting the boy to desire that she consume the potion to validate his abilities, or if he indeed harbored deeper secrets. If she refrained from drinking, it would evidently diminish this sensitive and suspicious boy's trust, complicating the completion of future tasks. Detected significant enhancements to vitality and mental acuity. Upon hearing the system's assessment, Eve beamed at Snape. "Of course, Severus. Especially since I have that tedious astronomy class coming up. This is precisely what I need right now." She twisted open the vial and drank it down. The cool, minty essence, interlaced with the fragrances of jasmine and rose, cascaded down her throat. After a moment of clarity, an overwhelming sense of joy and an urge to confide surged within her. Warning: components of euphoria and truth serum detected, along with, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Eve exclaimed, momentarily pressing her forehead, realizing that the boy shrouded in darkness had moved a fraction closer to her. He had carefully measured the dosage, incorporating a hint of euphoric and truth serum. This quantity would only compel her to speak the truth for a limited time, posing no harm to her body. The supplementary effects of the two potions would ensure she would forget everything she uttered during this period, believing it to be merely a standard potion. "Tell me, Fleury, what do you truly desire?" His concealed face gradually emerged under the flickering candlelight, his black eyes glimmering intensely. He had been driven nearly mad by these thoughts of late. At times, a mere smile from Eve would elicit a fleeting joy, only to be swiftly followed by profound irritation. By instinct, he felt she must be scheming something, seeking to gain his trust. Was this merely a game of idle amusement for a pureblood, offering him fleeting hope and false dignity, only to cast him into an abyss of despair? Was she leveraging this to blackmail Eileen, holding him in her grasp, compelling his submission? Or was it simply the trivial possessiveness among girls, perceiving that he had stolen some of Lily's attention, thus retaliating against him in this manner? He had grown up in a mire filled with malice. Whether it was a moldy piece of bread worth a penny or a child sold for a mere pound, everything in this bleak world bore a clear price tag. How could there possibly exist an equitable exchange? And as a shrewd Slytherin, how could Fli not comprehend this truth? Once he unraveled the reality, exposing her true nature, the boy clenched his jaw tightly, taking a step back. He suddenly found himself unwilling to hear the girl's confession, to learn the truth about to be revealed. How many more times would he have to endure that gut-wrenching sensation of despair? Chapter 70, Long Life. The girl lifted her gaze. The shadows danced, casting a warm orange glow upon her fair cheek. Her lovely, pale lips curved upwards as she took a step toward him. I wish for Severus Snape's desires to be fulfilled. Her melodious voice resonated through the stillness of the space, akin to a drop of crystal-clear water cascading from a morning petal, plummeting into a lifeless lake, bestowing it with newfound vitality in an instant. But is there more? How could it possibly be so simple and foolish? The boy's dark pupils constricted sharply, his hands trembling. He reached out, yearning to touch Eve, to grasp her and shake her shoulders, but halted in mid-air. Is there more? The girl slowly shook her thoughtful little head, her eyes narrowing lazily. I too have wishes. But fulfilling Severus Snape's desire is the prerequisite for my own. What does that mean? Unable to contain himself, he urgently seized Eve's wrist, pulling her closer. What the hell is this wish? Fli, tell me, do you intend to toy with me like a dead rat, to control me, to humiliate me, and ultimately cast me aside like a pile of rotting potion remnants? His elongated eyes widened, fixated unblinkingly on the girl before him. Even with the truth serum, he wanted to observe every one of her movements, as if only then could he ascertain that she would not lie. No, Severus, there is only that one purpose. Eve winced slightly as her wrist was gripped painfully, her brow furrowing momentarily, only to smooth out swiftly due to the effects of the trace amount of euphoric serum. The small section of her wrist trembled slightly, and Snape suddenly noticed how unintentionally close they had become. He abruptly released Eve, nervously tugging at his own dark hair, disheveling it further. Letting go of his hair, his trembling fingers traced along his cheek, unconsciously digging deep, shallow scratches into his skin with his nails. How can this be? How can it be? She is clearly a Slytherin. How could her intentions for approaching him be so simple and pure? He speaks of placing his desires as a prerequisite for fulfilling hers, as if to suggest that his affairs hold greater significance than her own. Impossible, Severus? The silver-haired girl smiled, trust evident in her outstretched arms. I shall tell you everything you know. This sensation was utterly dreadful, Severus thought in a muddled haze. When did the 5th floor become so suffocatingly cramped, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe? And the candlelight? Why was its glow so scalding that it brought him to the brink of tears? I don't want to know. He stumbled back several paces, instinctively seeking refuge in the shadows. It was too much. He had merely harbored a sliver of hope that she would reveal to him that her assistance was a fleeting whim. That was the most favorable outcome he could envisage. Yet such a revelation was almost unbearable. His chest felt as if it were stuffed with some potent emotion. It was akin to having consumed stale, rancid bread for over a decade, only to suddenly find it transformed into a soft, sweet honey cake. The once barren and desolate chest, filled with flames of rage, was suddenly drenched in gentle spring rain, unveiling the realization that beyond desolation, hope could flourish in verdant hues. Fry. He belatedly recognized the extent of his transgressions. Eve. A familiar girl's voice echoed from the staircase below. Lily ascended, her brow furrowed as she observed the incessantly smiling silver-haired girl, and the shadowy figure of the dark-haired boy nestled in the corner. Why are you loitering here instead of going to class? She approached Eve, pressing her cheek against hers, noticing the unusually dilated pupils of her friend. Severus. What's wrong with her? Her previously gentle tone suddenly turned stern as she cradled Eve's delicate face and glanced toward Snape. But the boy was lost in his thoughts. Oblivious to her inquiry, Eve tilted her head, grasping Lily's hand. I merely ingested a small dose of a euphoria potion and a truth serum, she said, swaying slightly as she indicated the quantity with her fingers. Do not worry about me, Lily. I shall return to normal very soon. And your hand is so cool. I adore it. Like a curious creature, she sniffed the hand resting against her cheek and nuzzled it affectionately. Wait a moment, Eve, Lily said. Momentarily dazed by the warmth radiating from the silver-haired girl, though she quickly furrowed her brow. Merlin, you took a truth serum? Her cerulean eyes suddenly glimmered with frost, piercing through to Severus. Severus, did you give Eve that? I did, the boy replied gloomily. I wanted to understand her motives for approaching you and me. Lily, you know she is a cunning Slytherin. So, did you uncover the reason? I fear it may not align with your expectations. Her eyes brimmed with a fury Severus had never witnessed before. Both Eve and I have been striving to assist you. But that does not justify making baseless assumptions about others, especially not about Eve. Lily's hand delved into her pocket, grasping her wand. I do not wish to see you now. Please leave. One hand supported the still blinking, smiling Eve while the other gripped her wand tightly. Do you not wish to know, Lily? The boy's jaw tightened. I know those shrewd Slytherins better than anyone. Perhaps her intentions are to bring you happiness, the girl leaning against Lily softly interjected, echoing Snape's words. With a slightly dazed blink, Eve mirrored Lily's gesture, cupping her face and resting her forehead against Lily's, revealing a sincere and hopeful smile. I wish for my Lily to find happiness, to be spared from danger and suffering, and never to weep over loss. The silver lashes brushed gently against Lily's skin, allowing her to glimpse the shimmering galaxy within Eve's almond-shaped eyes, glistening with clear, soft waves. She smiled with such purity, delicately cradling Lily's cheeks. I hope Lily lives a joyful life enduring for many, many years. Longer than anyone, longer than nearly headless Nick. Eve, the red-haired girl chuckled, her emerald eyes sparkling yet misty. Why do you wish for me to live so long, to grow old and unattractive? Eve stubbornly corrected her. No, to live for a very long time. Chapter 71. Severus felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. The effects of the potion he brewed were unfaltering, having undergone numerous trials. He had conjured countless dark and twisted theories for Eve's behavior. Yet never did he anticipate the truth to be so innocent and naive. The moment he recalled Eve smiling as she expressed her desire to fulfill his wishes, a complicated tapestry of embarrassment and confusion pricked at his temples, causing a dull ache to throb at his brow, and Lily's expression and reaction. Upon hearing Eve's words, she exhibited a blend of laughter and tears, embracing Eve tightly, as if fearful he might rush forward to snatch her away. How absurd! Why would he ever wish to harm Eve? He merely sought to unveil her true nature. Yet now everything had unraveled. Once Eve recovered from the potion's effects, Lily recounted the entire sequence of events to her. However, she simply coldly took Lily's hand and turned to ascend the staircase, bestowing not a single glance in his direction. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. No more approaching him with a smile, attempting to rescue him with feigned kindness. Yet at the moment she turned away without mercy, his nerves coiled tightly, his muscles and bones freezing into a rigid, chilling state. Was Hogwarts truly this frigid in early winter? The boy hugged his slight frame, curling beneath the staircase. Trembling and with eyes shut, he resembled a child in the shadow of Tobias's wrath, a familiar occurrence. Mr. System, should you make such a blunder again? Eve coldly addressed the system while fiddling with the telescope. I shall die for you. She had little with which to threaten it. Uncertain if the system had any metrics or yearly performance indicators. His potion formula is intricate and requires extensive analysis. Noticing the girl's nails irritably tapping against the telescope's brass stand, the system wisely ceased its discourse. Understood. I will handle it more adeptly next time. It cautiously added. What shall we do next regarding Severus Snape's wish? It sensed the tranquil fury simmering beneath Eve's impassive expression. It was entirely natural for a snake to strike unexpectedly, for she knew his character and background would not allow him to trust her. However, Eve lowered her gaze to adjust the lens. I am not magnanimous enough to accept the backlash with a smile, so I shall return Severus's venom to him. Eve, are you still angry? Or feeling unwell? The girl beside her had been silent for a while, prompting Lily's concern. Not at all, Lily. The delicate, cold visage bore a gentle smile as she lifted her gaze. Lily scrutinized the curve of her lips, but refrained from speaking, merely adjusting the telescope that had been skewed by the biting wind. During their first year, she had been deceived by Eve's smile, but now, behind that serene expression, she could catch a glimpse of Eve's slightly turbulent heart. You two are quite late today. You almost caught the attention of Professor Sinistra. James peeked around the corner, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. You weren't sneaking off for a midnight adventure, were you? Do not assume that everyone possesses a mind as uniquely intricate as yours, Potter. Lily adjusted Eva's scarf snugly around her neck, casting a disparaging glance in his direction. I even assisted you in fine-tuning the telescope's focus beforehand, James remarked as he approached, inspecting their telescope. Evans, this has been refocused. Actually, it was I who made the adjustments. The silver-haired girl turned her head to face him from within Lily's embrace. This focus is quite adequate. It allows for a splendid view of the stars. James naturally acquiesced. Bowing his head to gaze into the lens, Sirius is quite clear. The star bearing my brother's name is indeed as handsome and radiant as he. Thank you for the compliment, James, Sirius replied softly from his shadowy perch against the wall. Habitually, he inclined his head towards Eve, forcing himself to redirect his gaze. Many names have been bestowed upon my ancestors. They are merely the epithets passed down through the black lineage, lacking in significance and uniqueness. Sirius scoffed. This name, which means burning in Greek, merely attests to the noble blood of the blacks coursing through generations, in stark contrast to those who lovingly bestow names upon their offspring. Yet, at this moment, the Sirius I behold is truly one of a kind. Eve took the telescope from James's hands, seemingly indifferent as she spoke. Time marches onward. And Sirius, located 86 light-years from Earth, too changes with the passage of time. Thus, the Sirius of this moment signifies solely one individual. A star that belongs uniquely to this day in early winter of 1972, Sirius Black. One of a kind? The boy's gray eyes sparkled remarkably against the deep night sky. He struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips, swaggering from the shadows to drape his arm over James's shoulder, his tone imbued with a playful arrogance. Pa, it's just a star. Perhaps even you, Frilly. Wouldn't he know which one it is? He encircled James's neck, leaning closer to Eve's telescope. Let me reveal to you that singular star of its kind. I find Eve to be far more melodious. Lily abruptly lifted her gaze from the telescope, interrupting Sirius's subtle pride. She shot him a sidelong glance. Her lips pressed into a straight line, extending her arm to pull Eve away from James and Sirius. A mere compliment. And it seems a star is about to sprout a comet's tail. Lily murmured, rolling her eyes. Pay them no mind. My telescope offers a clearer view. Eve poked Lily's puffed cheek, resting her chin on her hand. In truth, I have always found it somewhat desolate. Dusk signifies a night that will never end, heralding an endlessly distant dawn. Just like her soul, forever adrift at the boundary of twilight, seeking a direction that prevents her from fading into oblivion. I believe, Remus quietly interjected from their periphery, that dusk is quite beautiful. The descending rays of the sun will filter through those soft clouds, revealing a splendid array of colors. It is the most exquisite moment in the sky. He shyly glanced over, his smile pure and gentle. Thus I cherish dusk. Chapter 72. Either win or die. After uttering this phrase, the boy with hazel eyes suddenly realized something, his face flushing red. What I mean is I adore dusk, not, he stammered, unable to finish his thought. What student doesn't he appreciate dusk? James suddenly materialized beside Remus. Aside from those eccentric Ravenclaws, which student would not relish the dusk that signifies the end of classes? He raised his voice, mimicking the bell that would announce the conclusion of lessons. But in the stillness of the night, his voice sounded more like a banshee's wail. This elicited an immediate response from the surrounding Gryffindors and Slytherins, who aimed their telescopes at one another, as if expecting the other to transform into a werewolf at any moment. For heaven's sake, Potter, silence yourself. Lily's iron fist, having endured for 25 seconds, finally struck without mercy. Lucius was somewhat taken aback when he encountered a bustling Narcissa in the Slytherin common room on Saturday. Although she occasionally rose early, she typically slipped away to Eva's dormitory rather than stuffing items into her bag, which had been rendered unnoticeable by a disillusionment charm. Watching as Narcissa crammed 2 cushions, 3 coats, a tablecloth, assorted cakes, sandwiches, napkins, and cutlery into her already overflowing bag, he seemed to grasp something. Black. What are you doing? The blonde girl continued her task without pausing, her head remaining downcast. Eve expressed her desire to attend the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. She tossed 2 woolen hats into the bag, exclaiming her bewilderment at the early start time, which deprived Eve of her chance for a morning's rest. By the time Narcissa finished her first sentence, the figure behind her had vanished. The sun shone brightly upon the pitch. As the players from Slytherin and Gryffindor took to the field, a tremendous cheer erupted from the stands. James grasped his broom, inhaling deeply, basking in the warm sunlight that enveloped him, invigorating his limbs with newfound strength. He casually swept back his dark hair, allowing it to stand defiantly, then flashed a roguish grin towards the audience. What splendid weather! My glorious moment of conquering the Quidditch pitch begins here. Though I admire your lofty aspirations, my friend. Sirius draped his arm across James's shoulder, his dark gray eyes glinting with mischief as he surveyed the Slytherin team, his eyebrows arched. I suspect this inaugural match may prove quite challenging. If Gryffindor's team resembles flourishing plants thriving in the sunlight, exuberant and unrestrained, Then today's Slytherin seems akin to the dark lake shrouded in dense clouds. Despair and a willingness to face death etched upon each player's face. The burly Goyle gripped his broom tightly, too fearful to glance at the Slytherin stands. For he truly believed he might perish. Goyle Crabbe. The platinum-haired boy in the Quidditch locker room fixed them with an icy stare. The two round, rotund figures attempted to shrink into the smallest possible versions of themselves under Lucius's gaze. I shall no longer pursue the errors you committed on the Quidditch pitch in the past, but his serpent-like wand thrust forward, striking the adjacent locker with a resounding thud. Today, I will not tolerate any failure. Even if you are struck by a bludger and suffer broken bones, victory must belong to Slytherin. Should you lose this match, I will not hesitate to employ extreme measures to ensure you comprehend the true meaning of despair. His cold, gray-blue eyes flicked to the other Slytherin players, finally settling into a menacing smile. Captain Flint, you will undoubtedly lead the team to victory, will you not? The tall, gap-toothed boy trembled slightly, his voice wavering. Yes, Malfoy. If we lose, I will surely perish, Crabbe. Goyle's chubby face contorted into a frown. Shoo. The captain forbids us from discussing this outside the locker room. Crabbe looked up, glaring at Goyle, then cautiously retracted his neck, casting a glance towards the Slytherin stands. Upon spotting the silver-haired girl, he quickly turned his head away. The reason their captain placed such weight on this Quidditch match was because of Eve Frilly. Slytherin must secure victory in her presence. The proud platinum-haired youth would not allow any glory of Slytherin to falter in the presence of the young lady, regardless of the cost. What a pitiful sight the Slytherins presented. Did that buck-toothed Flint give them a thrashing in private? Lily, seated amidst the cacophony of the Gryffindor stands, furrowed her brows as she inquired of her housemate Rose. However, Rose ignored her, propping her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at the two boys clad in crimson and gold jerseys. How had she never noticed how handsome Black and Potter were? One had a refined yet aloof countenance. His lips pursed haughtily, while the other had sparkling eyes and was energetically waving to the audience, blowing kisses. So charming. Lily rolled her eyes, realizing that both boys' gazes were fixed intently on the Slytherin stands. Following their line of sight, she observed Eve, who rested her chin in her hands, languidly surveying the pitch. TSK. Watching James's sudden beaming smile and Sirius's abrupt hair tousling, Lily emitted a cold voice, turning Rose's face away. What are they doing? Just a couple of show-off monkeys. Sirius, I can't believe I'm actually seeing Flint. How astonishing. I thought she had no interest in Quidditch at all. The boy with chocolate-brown eyes flashed a broad smile towards the Slytherin stands, completely unfazed by the expressions of disgust and retching emanating from the Slytherin students. Perhaps she is here to witness my inaugural Quidditch solo performance? Could it be that my prowess and skill have become widely acclaimed across the houses? For the first time, Sirius did not join in James's exaggerated declarations but instead turned away, his gray eyes unable to resist glancing towards the silver and green seats. He hesitated, almost hopeful, as if about to speak, but then abruptly changed his mind. It's probably just a pastime for the young lady. He turned his head away with a haughty air. Chapter 73. A stinging blow to pride. Eve cradled the warm cup of red tea that Narcissa had handed her, feeling the comforting heat against her fingertips. She squinted towards the pitch, where players clad in silver green and crimson gold had already mounted their brooms. Hasn't it started yet? She had been waiting for half an hour, during which Narcissa had already fed her an entire slice of cake and several butter biscuits. If this continues, she might become a chubby little hamster. It will begin soon. Darling. Narcissa offered her a cherry tomato. The silver-haired girl's cheeks were puffed out, looking rather pitiful. Blake, you shouldn't be feeding her such a large one. Finally, the platinum-haired youth seated behind them could no longer contain himself, propping his elbow on his serpent-headed staff, frowning as he spoke. Narcissa subtly pursed her lips. Beep. Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air. At that moment, a pair of large hands encircled Eva's face from behind, swiftly and gently covering her ears. Little Eve. Don't be frightened. The blue-eyed boy beside her winked as he shielded her ears. Just as Eve was puzzled by Mitchell's actions, she received her answer the very next moment. As all the players soared into the air like arrows released from a bow, the audience erupted into a thunderous cheer that was deafening. The roar was so loud that even through Mitchell's hands, she could hear the overwhelming cacophony. He should have simply cast a silencing charm on her instead. It was rather noisy. Narcissa draped a light blanket over Eva's legs, elegantly sipping her tea. Though occasionally glancing at the game wasn't such a bad idea. The Slytherin stands were unusually silent, with nearly everyone contorting their expressions, fists clenched, suppressing their emotions. Eve surmised that if it weren't for Lucius sitting there, they would have already erupted into chaos like the Gryffindors across the way. Perhaps they would exchange a few malicious curses and blessings with glee. She suspected that the hospital wing might be filled to capacity after every Quidditch match, with Madame Pomfrey's performance metrics greatly exceeding expectations. Moreover, Eve gazed towards the Quidditch pitch. Was this match truly alright? Were they playing a game or simply brawling? Goyle and Crabbe brandished their bats, closely pursuing Sirius. Just as the boy was about to strike the ball, the hefty lads surrounded him, one holding his bat firmly while the other viciously struck the incoming bludger. The ball collided with the arm of a Gryffindor player who was poised to intercept it, sending him reeling backward. In a desperate attempt to stay aloft, he grasped his broom, but his movements were sluggish, as though his arm had been shattered. Deliberate harm to an opposing player was a blatant foul. The outraged commentator suddenly halted mid-sentence. This was because Sirius had already raised his hand, the one that had lost the bat, and landed a fierce blow on Goyle's face. Blood instantly gushed from Goyle's nose as he let out an enraged roar, grappling with Sirius in midair. James swiftly descended beside the bludger, deftly evading several Slytherins intent on targeting him, clutching the ball tightly to his chest. The quaffle whizzed toward him, accompanied by several silver-green shadows rushing from all directions. Goodness! Is no one going to intervene with Potter? He looks as though he is in grave danger. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement, nearly stepping on the heads of younger Hufflepuff students. Bang! One of the Slytherins rushing at James was knocked aside by the quaffle, while the other two collided with one another, groaning as they rubbed their heads. The dark-haired boy who had been trapped in the middle emerged unscathed. It turned out he had swiftly adjusted his position just before the collision, hanging from his broom with one arm while securing the bludger with the other. What astonishing reflexes! Explosive muscle power, and physical agility. It reminded her of monkeys in the animal kingdom swinging nimbly from branch to branch. My apologies, Professor McGonagall. What I mean to say is Potter is simply magnificent. With hazel eyes, the boy's body twisted gracefully, limbs agilely shifting as he lowered himself back onto his broom, cutting through the air like a swift gust of wind, heading toward the goalposts with overwhelming momentum. Before the Slytherin keeper could even react, James, now a blur, had already sent the bludger soaring through the hoop. The crisp sound of a bell rang out, accompanied by the commentator's shout, as Gryffindor's Potter scored the first 10 points with astonishing speed. Amidst Gryffindor's jubilant cheers, the proud youth showcased a carefree smile. Yet, this also allowed Slytherin to identify the breach for their counterattack. They had now recognized the greatest threat to their victory. Nearly over half of them were on high alert, watching James's every move. James. Sirius finally broke free from Goyle's grasp, simultaneously snatching Crabbe's bat. His sleeve had even been torn to his shoulder, revealing a bleeding wound. Yet the gray-eyed boy seemed utterly unconcerned, his pale arm swelling with powerful muscles. Gripping the bat tightly, he swung forward with furious force, sending the bludger hurtling at the newly liberated James. Sirius, that was an excellent pass. James leapt from his broom, darting toward the Slytherin goalposts, catching the keeper completely off guard, and scored yet another goal. The boy turned back, awaiting another round of cheers for Gryffindor, only to hear the commentator's voice. The golden snitch finally made its appearance, and the Slytherin seeker dove down with reckless abandon. Hot on his heels was the Gryffindor seeker, Merlin's torn flowered trousers. The Slytherin seeker abandoned his broom and leapt into the air. I could hardly bear to watch. He would surely crash and burn. Yet astonishingly, he managed to seize the golden snitch, inadvertently sharing a kiss with the awaiting goalkeeper, Goyle. How utterly thrilling. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Slytherin for their victory. The deafening cheers erupted once more, but they were no longer for James. The bespectacled boy wore an expression of disbelief. He had been so confident that as long as he was present, Gryffindor would prevail. Yet reality struck him like a bludger, mercilessly shattering his pride. He instinctively glanced toward the Slytherin direction. What would she think? Chapter 74, You Matter. At Lucius's signal, the Slytherins sprang from their seats, cheering and hurling objects towards the opposing Gryffindor with a cacophony reminiscent of students liberated from the rigors of examinations, joyfully tossing their textbooks from the classroom windows. Mitchell swiftly escorted Eve to the back of the stands, shielding her from students eager to engage in a brawl with Gryffindor, while elegantly deflecting a few stray spells with his wand. In the brief moments between, Eve glanced at the pitch, where she saw James descending to the ground. The young man's back was turned to her, his posture still upright. Sirius followed closely behind, patting his shoulder. What are you looking at, Eve? Came Mitchell's voice, low and smooth, yet tinged with an edge. I'm observing Goyle, Crabbe, and Flint, who seem to be reveling in their narrow escape. For compared to Gryffindor's typical disappointment, the Slytherin players' reactions were decidedly peculiar. Two stout boys embraced, shedding tears like wide noodles. Flint wiped the sweat from his brow, clutching his broom tightly. Oh. The boy with ice blue eyes wore a knowing smile, for the Quidditch pitch could indeed be a place where life and death intertwined. The glory of Slytherin was paramount to its players. Their elation was entirely warranted. The platinum-haired youth strode over briskly, having reprimanded a few Slytherins for tossing bottles, and swiftly interrupted Mitchell. He cast a subtle, cold glance at Mitchell before returning his focus to Eve. We should make haste. The vicinity around the pitch post-match is rather perilous. Narcissa wrapped her arm around Eve, striving to suppress her inner sarcasm from spilling forth. She had heard Lucius mention this very word countless times before Eve. It was as though without his presence, Eve would be perpetually in danger. Perhaps only by transforming into his serpent wand would Lucius feel assured. Narcissa shuddered at the thought. If that were the case, Lucius would likely clutch that precious wand for 24 hours straight. The mere contemplation was quite disconcerting. On the pitch, James turned around, scanning the crowd until his gaze precisely landed on Eve, who was being escorted away by a throng of boys and girls. After the match concluded and Slytherin emerged victorious, she had not once glanced in his direction. James, it's just a game. Don't be so despondent. Captain Henry Wood, though a fervent Quidditch enthusiast, had never witnessed James, typically exuberant and overly confident, display such a countenance. The hazel eyes, once brightened by sunlight, were now clouded with a murky chill. His lips, usually adorned with a smile, now turned downward, rendering his youthful, sweet visage strangely cold and unrecognizable. Let us just sneak a few punches at them. We will surely triumph next time. Wood slapped James's arm with enthusiasm. Yet he saw the dark-haired youth lift his head, a mischievous smile flickering briefly. You're right, Wood. He seemed to revert to his former self, though a hint of Slytherin's essence lingered in his gaze. The boundless hope and dreams he had clung to on the pitch had morphed into a farcical illusion. The icy grip of failure clung to his shoulders, undermining his unwavering confidence. He was a failure. Thus, the courage to wave at her post-match evaporated in that moment. As he had envisioned, Eve's smile was faint and gentle, yet it was not meant for him. James Potter's jealousy 20, current progress 65. The system's notification chimed, causing the girl making her way to the castle to pause momentarily. A direct addition of 20, the power of Quidditch was indeed immense. Her decision to rise from her warm bed to witness this match, which held little interest for her, was not in vain. Life seldom unfolds smoothly. Countless failures are the norm. No one becomes the fortunate exception. Potter has been acting quite mad lately, Lily remarked dully during potions class. Ever since that match concluded, he has been pestering Wood, insisting he wants to be a seeker. Wood was nearly driven to the brink of madness, for the moment he refused. Potter would materialize wherever Wood happened to be. The red-haired girl skillfully ground the green leaves, sprinkling them into the cauldron. Finally, Wood relented, promising to let Potter try out in a practice match. I suspect if he had refused any longer, Potter might have snuck into his dormitory and whispered through the night beside his pillow. That would be terrifying. Eve nodded in agreement, casting a glance over her shoulder, imagining Wood lifting the covers at night only to be confronted by a leaping James, one who incessantly recited mantras, was a rather amusing thought. Perhaps Wood would be psychologically scarred enough to transfer to Durmstrang. As the silver-haired girl turned her head back, the two boys behind her seemed to activate some sort of radar. One moment they were engaged in a sticky battle with potions, and the next, they simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing in Eve's direction. One, with a furrowed brow, cast her a furtive glance before lowering his head again. The other, with large, doe-like eyes, smiled broadly, revealing a prominent dimple and small canine teeth. While truly astute in all senses, Lily rolled her eyes. Yet the next moment her gaze lingered on a spot for a fleeting instant before seemingly disinterestedly retracting it. In that corner sat Severus Snape. His hair had grown longer, obscuring his pale, gaunt face, rendering him rather ominous. He seemed to blend seamlessly with the shadowy wall, darkened by potion vapors. Upon noticing the two girls cast a glance in his direction, his lifeless black eyes momentarily flickered with life before dimming once more. You must not look at him, Lily admonished, pinching Eve's soft cheek, a look of exasperation on her face. After all he has done, you are not even the slightest bit angry. Of course not, the silver-haired girl replied, her small face marked with a slight blush from Lily's grip. Yet she smiled and leaned on her arm, watching her friend. For Lily had already vented all her frustrations on his behalf. Humph, Lily endeavored to maintain a fierce expression, but her eyes, gleaming with mirth, resembled the clearest of lakes, shimmering with affection. I already gave him a piece of my mind just yesterday. She wore a look of concern mixed with anger. I cannot comprehend or forgive the actions he has taken since arriving at Hogwarts, including practicing those dark arts. As she spoke, she began to grind her molars with a fierce intensity, intent on extracting the so-called truth that he had maliciously speculated upon. Eve observed the vivid expressions playing across Lily's face. She could comprehend why both James and Severus were so enamored with Lily in the original narrative. Indeed, she was truly delightful. "All right, Lily," Eve mimicked Lily's earlier gesture, gently pinching her cheek, indifferent to it all. Yet the red-haired girl raised her hand, placing it firmly over Eve's, grasping it tightly. "But I do care," she asserted, a hint of vibrant crimson creeping up her fair earlobes, as vivid as her fiery locks. The sincerity and tenderness in her gaze as she looked directly at Eve were palpable. "Because you are significant to me, Eve." Chapter 75, The Hallucinogen. After the two girls turned away, Snape experienced a fleeting moment of disconnection from his own existence. Ever since his relationship with Lily and Eve had soured, he felt as though he had become a gradually fading black void. A myriad of intricate emotions enveloped him, causing him to rot slowly in the pitch-black darkness. Only just now had a glance managed to dissipate a fraction of the fog that clouded his mind, granting him a momentary clarity amidst his recent stupor. However, when her gaze abruptly withdrew, he plunged back into the abyss. This was the first time he found himself lost in a daze during potions class, resulting in his cauldron emitting an acrid scent, prompting Professor Slughorn to shake his head in rare disapproval. As he rounded the corner of the underground corridor nearing the Slytherin common room, Snape encountered Eve. She appeared to be waiting for him, yet he dared not entertain such thoughts. After all, they had not spoken since that incident. "What's the matter? Not even a greeting, Severus?" The silver-haired girl squinted her eyes, smiling as usual. The boy's pale lips initially parted in disbelief, only to quickly twist into a sardonic smirk as he retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "If you've come to witness my misfortune, Miss Pruitt, you're sorely mistaken." Still, he instinctively stepped back, tucking away the singed strand of hair behind his ear to conceal it. Eve observed his hasty movements and clumsy words. His stubborn pride, his obstinate tongue, his relentless solitude ultimately led him to gaze into the depths of those familiar green eyes, mirroring Lily's, and stubbornly perish. He had once again overthought the malice of others. Shaking her head, Eve's radiant silver tresses cascaded down her back, and Snape's gaze involuntarily followed their movement. A small box obstructed his view of those strands, and he was jolted back to reality, frowning in embarrassment as he looked at the box she handed him. "A little early Christmas gift for you, Severus," the girl chuckled softly, her voice almost beguiling. "Aren't you going to take it?" The boy stared at her exquisite face for what felt like an eternity, his arm pausing midair as he hesitated before lightly touching the box. The moment his fingers brushed it, the box sprang open, spilling its powdery contents toward him. Caught off guard, he was doused in the substance. "What?" he wanted to exclaim, but instead, he found himself confronted with images he had never witnessed, hammering mercilessly into the depths of his mind. A man with a hooked nose, coldly sardonic, bore dark marks on his arms as he stood beside a cloaked figure, tormenting someone struggling on the ground. A red-haired woman, her face contorted in rage, struck him fiercely before parting ways. He had betrayed a secret. The dark figure's wand flickered with green light, and James collapsed lifelessly on the steps. In the final vision, he trembled as he cradled the cold, unresponsive Lily in his arms. It felt as though an invisible hand was forcefully submerging him underwater. The suffocating sensation of impending drowning and the metallic sweetness rising in his throat were alarmingly real. So much so that he believed he had fully lived out the life of the man in that vision. Yet, in a fleeting instant, he recognized that none of it was true. The images gradually dissolved into black and white specks, slowly fading away. The boy shook his head, only to realize he had unknowingly knelt on the ground, his elbows braced against the surface. Hallucinogen. His throat felt raw, as if bleeding, but the lingering images left him trembling. What were those visions, Eve? You might become the future version of yourself. Distorted, selfish, foolish, she observed from above, her smile chilling. Leaning slightly forward, her fingers delicately twisted the singed strand of hair. "What do you think I am, Severus? A soft, vulnerable creature to be bullied?" Eve's voice was light yet frosty, her smile vanishing as her slender fingers suddenly tightened, yanking that strand of hair from him. Those who offer help but wish to betray must inevitably face the consequences. So, how does it feel to endure the agony, loneliness, and regret in his world, Severus? That is false. The boy swayed as he steadied himself against the wall, his lashes drooping. His frail chest heaved with exertion as he abruptly reached out, grasping Eve's wrist, which held his hair, stubbornly repeating, "It's all a lie, because you are not in that illusion." His fingers, pale and slender yet possessing enough strength, drew her closer, compelling her silver eyes to meet his own. His dark gaze, bloodshot yet eerily bright, shimmered with hope and yearning. His grip tightened, as if he had seized a reality that offered him solace. She had promised to fulfill his wish. How could she possibly abandon him like that illusion, leaving him utterly alone? Chapter 76. The Mistletoe. Her wrist was gripped too tightly. Eve attempted to retreat, but Snape held her firmly in place. He appeared frail, yet he possessed an unyielding strength that she found difficult to shake off. "Let go of me," she urged, lifting her wrist slightly. Yet Snape stubbornly clutched her, as if releasing her would cause her to vanish without a trace. "You said you would grant my wish," he murmured hoarsely, his voice thick with insistence. Perhaps the recent vision had been too solitary and agonizing. The adult version of him had traversed a long, treacherous road alone after Lily's death. A path so arduous that, apart from his obsession, he scarcely knew how to continue living. He was a self-deprecating, twisted, and vile individual, desperately evading the warmth of light while simultaneously pursuing it in contradiction. "I'm sorry to interrupt you," a faint yet sharp voice echoed from around the corner of the wall. The dark-haired boy seemed to have finally emerged from his nightmarish state, his face stiffening as he released his hold on Eve. Standing at the corner was a short, plump boy whose reddish-brown hair had been clumsily styled with subpar gel, still appearing disheveled. He wore what seemed to be the only decent new robe he could manage, its carefully folded creases still evident. His small black eyes shifted from the arms of Snape, which had just fallen away, to Eve, who had taken a few steps back. Peter Pettigrew timidly approached, cautiously advancing a couple of steps before stopping 2 paces away from Eve. Bowing his head at a 90-degree angle, he extended his arms, presenting a silver box. I've always wanted to give you a thank you gift, Miss Pruitt, for saving me last year, but I never found the opportunity. This is my Christmas gift for you. I hope you will accept it." After a brief silence, the girl reached out to accept it, her gentle voice brushing against Peter's ears. "Thank you, Pettigrew, and early Merry Christmas to you." Peter looked up in astonishment, his small black eyes suddenly glistening with tears. She actually remembered his surname. A timid mouse dares to stand at the entrance of Slytherin House before you are frightened into a state of sheer panic. I would advise you to retreat back into that shadowy corner. Snape languidly rubbed his fingers together, softly uttering venomous words. This Peter has likely been lurking in that corner from the very beginning, waiting for the opportune moment to emerge when he might pose a threat to Eve. How many loyal dogs does Free have? He silently mocked. Even the timid grey mouse of Gryffindor would leap forth at the slightest hint of injustice toward its master. "Pay him no mind, Petey." A rustling sound emerged as the girl produced a small vial of potion from her robe, placing it into the still hunched hands of Peter. "I apologize for not having any additional gifts at this moment. I present this healing potion to you, though I sincerely hope you will not have to use it." Thank you, Miss Free." The boy's curved spine lifted, his dark eyes narrowing into slits of surprise. Snape scrutinized the small bottle that Peter clutched as if it were a precious treasure. What could possibly warrant such elation? Yet, his gaze could not help but linger on Eve's hand and the pocket of her robe, as if anticipating something. The overflowing, feigned benevolence bestowed upon that inconsequential fellow, Free. "Have you truly lost your wits over potions?" Snape coldly observed as Peter's jubilant silhouette vanished around the corner. He knew this mouse-like creature was likely still lurking, eavesdropping on their conversation. Do not underestimate anyone. The energy they harbor is far greater than you could possibly imagine. Eve turned away, leaving Snape behind. "And if you wish to avoid being discarded by me as you were in that illusion, I suggest you behave. Whether it pertains to dark magic or to me and Lily, arrogance serves as a perilous catalyst. Scorn, derision, and aloof indifference can become the final straw that breaks the backs of the weak. Once one tastes the intoxicating thrill of superiority, all past anger, insecurity, and dark madness may be unleashed in a vengeful torrent upon the world. Like a parasitic vine, once it has drawn warmth and moisture, it entwines and suffocates all living beings that stand in its way." The moment Eve gazed into Peter's eyes, she sensed, beyond the character details provided by the system, a profound understanding of this boy's nature and psyche. The pitch-black night echoed with a chilling shriek from afar. The sound of a broom slicing through the air drew nearer. A tall youth steadied himself on his broom, no longer the star-seeker who pressed his body low against it. Instead he sat upright, his broad, sturdy shoulders and back fully exposed, protecting the girl before him. His muscular arms encircled her waist, his large, warm hands resting firmly against her side. He enveloped her completely within his chest. The area on his back, marred by a curse, continued to bleed, while the shadow behind him followed closely. "James, put me down. You can do it without me." Her voice was frail and filled with despair. "Shoo," James gently interrupted. "Does Eve not trust the fastest Quidditch player in the world?" He tightened his embrace, urging the broom to pick up speed. transforming their surroundings into a blur of gray shadows. As they weaved through the low-hanging clouds, the world around them seemed to grow silent and serene under the cover of the mist. "Do not fear, my little fox. I told you everything would be all right." James turned his face, revealing his customary devil-may-care grin, his hazel eyes shimmering with youthful vitality, radiant enough to dispel any gloom. "Now let us," before he could finish. A low rumble erupted from the darkened sky, a shadow materialized before them, and a flash of green light darted past. Chapter 77. Heads and Gowns. James jolted awake from his dream, sticky cold sweat clinging to his back, goosebumps prickling his arms. The memories of the dream were hazy. He rubbed his aching forehead, releasing a long sigh. It was quite uncomfortable. The dream had felt akin to consuming honey laced with poison, deadly yet, at one moment, satisfying. Did you just have a strange dream? Only then did James notice Sirius standing by his bedside, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Remus, near the window, frowned as he swung his legs over the edge of the bed. It felt like a nightmare, or perhaps a dream of beauty, James mused, tugging at his hair in confusion, then playfully patting the still skeptical Sirius. "Truly, my good brother, you show such concern for me." Sirius's expression became inscrutable. "That's enough. You've said enough." He dejectedly returned to his own bed, and James heard Remus gently inquire, "James, you keep repeating 'do not fear Anne and Eve.'" However, like Sirius, he hesitated to utter her name, as if saying it would shatter the unspoken tranquility that enveloped them. "Do not fear? I do not believe I have feared anything," James remarked, his expression contemplative as he glanced out the window, catching sight of the sporadic snowflakes drifting down. "By the way, Sirius, are you applying to stay at school this Christmas?" "No, just thinking of the holiday brings a frown to my face. Dear Mrs. Black insists that if I do not return, she will come to the school to fetch me. This time, the old estate is hosting a pureblood soiree, and with her prideful nature, even in death, she would ensure my body is returned to maintain the family's appearance." Wow, James shrugged, offering a sympathetic yet incomprehensible expression before a thought struck him. Will Free be attending as well? The unexpected mention of the girl caused Sirius's full lips to twitch upward momentarily before swiftly flattening into a nonchalant facade. "Why do you bring her up?" James's fingers toyed with the strands of hair falling over his eyes, seemingly trying to recall the soft touch that had brushed against his nose in the dream. "She is rather timid, and considering your home is filled with so many house elf heads, she would likely be quite frightened." He ruffled the back of his hair, which had become tousled from sleep. "Just like last time when I accidentally crushed that ghoul, though I was unaware of how I fell asleep afterward." Madame Pomfrey said she was horrified. Remus silently tightened his grip on his robe. "Fear." The word had echoed repeatedly from James's lips, as if unconsciously. He had etched Eve's affairs into his very bones. "I will cover them all." Sirius's expression darkened more than when he spoke of his mother, as he cast a glance at James's disheveled quilt, recalling the scene where he and Remus had been startled awake. His typically jovial and carefree brother clutched his pillow tightly, his back arched as if guarding the most precious treasure. The muscles in his legs and arms bulged from exertion, and his angular features twisted, biting down hard on his lower lip. His murmurs were low and fragmented, as if he were tearing his body apart into bloody shreds, forging a bloody path for that girl in his dream. "Eve, do not fear." This morning, Mother saw that all the house elf heads on the second floor were covered with cloths and taped down. It enraged her. As Sirius stepped out of his room, he encountered Regulus walking down the corridor. Regulus turned around while speaking, momentarily taken aback by Sirius's attire. Rarely obedient, Sirius had donned the wizarding robes prepared by Walburga, meticulously arranging the front and hem, a stark contrast to his disheveled appearance from the previous night, when he had deliberately sought to provoke Walburga. "Why are you looking at me?" Sirius queried, adjusting his flamboyant bow tie in front of the corridor mirror before ultimately yanking it off in frustration. She wouldn't appreciate such an outdated look. "I thought you would oppose Mother and refrain from attending this soiree," Regulus observed softly, watching his brother diligently groom himself, lowering his voice to a whisper that Sirius could not hear. "Is it truly because of her?" Coughing lightly, he added, "Why are you holding the gift? You could have let Creature take care of it." Sirius turned away from the mirror, his wizarding robe half open, the hem of his white shirt tucked into his trousers, revealing the youthful slenderness of his waist and the length of his legs. With an exaggerated furrow of his perfectly sculpted brow, he fixated on the box in Regulus's hands. "That?" he questioned, blinking at his compliant younger brother, then shaking his head with a gentle smile, cradling the box in his arms. "Of course, I wouldn't entrust this gift to Creature." Regulus paused, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Some mischievous thoughts lingered at the edge of his tongue. At times, he He despised being Sirius's younger brother. Although he bore a striking resemblance to Sirius, he lacked his brother's exquisite beauty. Did he aspire to play Quidditch like Sirius? Perhaps he would excel even more, despite being younger, his temperament much gentler than Sirius's. His first-year grades matched Sirius's excellence. Whether it was the insincere compliments exchanged among the aristocracy, or the teasing remarks from classmates, he constantly found himself compared to Sirius. He was the second son of the Black family, the brother of the rebellious Sirius, the favored second son of Walburga Black in contrast to the eldest. Yet, at times, he merely wished to be known simply as Regulus Black. With this thought, Regulus tightened his grip on the box, pressing it against his chest. Because this is from Eve. It is intended for Regulus Black. He cherished the way she looked at him. Though perhaps not entirely sincere, in those silver eyes, there was undeniably only him. Chapter 78. Her servant. Fleece gift? Sirius's expression froze, and after a pause, he uttered the words. His demeanor darkened abruptly as he fixated on the box held by Regulus. Are you certain it is meant for you? Perhaps she merely sent a token gift to Mother. Casually appending the Black surname. Not at all, Regulus replied, a maliciously delighted smile gracing his lips. I received a message, clearly stating for Regulus Black. He emphasized his name with intent. What does that matter? It's just a gift. Sirius's chest heaved as he struggled to divert his gaze from the box concealed in Regulus's grasp. I don't care. He added. Perhaps Flea will personally present his gift upon arriving at the Black residence. Oh, by the way, Regulus seemed to sense his brother's thoughts, chuckling softly. The head of the Flea family will attend the banquet, but Eve will not be coming. Sirius's expression turned ominous, and he viciously tousled his meticulously styled hair, allowing it to fall messily around his face. Why wasn't I informed? In the Slytherin common room, she mentioned it herself. A dark satisfaction surged within Regulus as he observed Sirius's glum countenance. After all, you are not in Slytherin. He understood his brother's feelings for Eve. Yet he could also discern Eve's unusual attitude toward Sirius. She treated everyone kindly, but she exhibited remarkable patience and understanding towards his brother. However, it appeared that Sirius was not the most special person in her heart. Sirius's lashes fell, and he let out a disdainful scoff, not certain if he mocked Regulus or himself. Whether she comes or not, what does it matter to me? The handsome youth turned and swiftly brushed past Regulus, slamming the door behind him. Inside the room, Sirius glared at his meticulously arranged appearance, his gray eyes cold. With forceful determination, he yanked the robe from his body, almost self-abusive in his fervor. With a tearing sound, the fabric, which had been so delicately smoothed by his fingers, was violently ripped apart, leaving a deep mark on his pale neck. Yet Sirius seemed oblivious to the wound, intent solely on shedding the robe before burying his face into his pillow. Damn it, he muttered through clenched teeth, grumbling softly, why not tell me why even the gift? He curled up beside the bed, feeling utterly wronged as he repeated his grievances. I wasted an entire morning dressing up like a fool. The surrounding pines were blanketed in thick snow, glistening brilliantly under the dazzling sunlight. Petunia tightened her scarf as she walked down the path towards the station, though her parents showered her with extra attention and affection. Fearing she might feel inferior due to Lily's talent, each time Lily returned home and inadvertently mentioned something from the magical world, Petunia felt a sharp pang in her throat. Thus, she concocted an excuse about dining with friends for Christmas, and stepped out of the house. After all, with Lily around, her absence seemed inconsequential. She was just an ordinary girl after all. Petunia? A soft, sweet voice called from nearby. Petunia turned, somewhat bewildered, to see a silver-haired girl standing by the roadside, smiling warmly at her. Clad in a deep red cashmere gown, complemented by a black embroidered cloak, she stood beneath the closest tree. The intricate design of her gown, the aura of nobility, and her exquisitely delicate features created a striking contrast to the mundane Muggle world. It was as if she were the White Queen from Alice in Wonderland, and touching her would unlock a wondrous switch to a realm unlike this one, ethereal and beautiful. Eve Flea, Petunia murmured, repeating the name. The girl tilted her head and gracefully approached, the red boots crunching in the snow. Do you know me, dear Petunia? Eve inquired, leaning closer, her silver lashes fluttering. That's wonderful. What? Petunia suddenly snapped back to reality. She wanted to deny it, as if she could will away the magic she had once fantasized about, but could never attain. Yet, as Eve leaned in with her innocent face, Petunia found herself unable to voice those insincere words. Yes, the tall girl with crimson hair sighed in resignation, stepping back shyly. I've heard Lily speak of you. Moreover, on that day they went to Diagon Alley, after Lily had thrown a tantrum and abandoned her. She regretted it, fearing for Lily's safety. she had hidden around the corner, watching as the silver-haired girl appeared like a fairy, reaching out to take Lily's hand and guiding her into Ollivander's wand shop. In that moment, the feeling of jealousy had peaked. In the days that followed Lily's return home, Petunia listened intently to every detail of Lily's words, keenly seeking out Eve's name at the first opportunity. "Are you here to see Lily?" Petunia asked, burying her face in her scarf to conceal the overwhelming turmoil within her. "You just need to follow this road for a mile, and you will find her." "No," she heard Eve interject with a radiant smile, inching closer to her. "I am here to find Penny." Penny blinked, feeling a slight heaviness in her nose. She had always been an ordinary person, rather unremarkable and not particularly endearing. Unlike her sister, who embodied a stark contrast with her vibrant beauty, astute intellect, extroverted optimism, and a gift for magic. As if she had been particularly favored by the divine. On rare occasions, a pang of resentment would surface within her, contemplating how much less ordinary she might appear without Lily. Yet Lily was ultimately her sister, and even in moments of frustration, she would quietly knit a new scarf for her the night before Lily's return, baking her favorite cake. Therefore, when this silver sprite appeared before her on Christmas, personally declaring her choice of Penny over Lily, it was enough to evoke tears. It turned out, she too had moments of being chosen. "What do you want with me?" Penny sniffled, her voice low and heavy. "Aren't you Lily's friend?" "But Penny is my friend too, is she not?" Eve's long lashes fluttered in a feigned display of innocence. "And how delightful it would be to have Penny accompany me this Christmas." She extended her hand towards Penny, reminiscent of the time she had reached out to Lily. "Will you join me, Penny?" In a daze, Penny placed her hand in Eve's palm. "All right." Her mind felt hazy, as if she were ensnared in a peculiar Christmas dream. Entirely unaware of how strange and deliberate it was for a pureblood wizard to appear on a Muggle street. A crisp crack echoed. A tall figure materialized beside Eve. The boy, draped in a black cloak with ebony hair cascading over raven-colored lashes, turned his icy blue gaze, his crimson lips curling slightly. "Little Eve. So this is where you are." "Michelle." Eve subtly furrowed her brow. She had assumed her outing would go unnoticed, yet she had underestimated Michelle's perceptiveness and initiative. Nevertheless, she donned a smile before Penny. "Penny, this is Michelle, not." "Michelle, allow me to introduce Miss Penny Evans." The boy's gaze lingered on the hands intertwined between the two girls before he turned to Penny, offering a chilling smile. "A pleasure, Miss Evans. I am Eve's most devoted servant." Chapter 79, An Indelible Spark. "We are friends," Eve reiterated to Penny in Diagon Alley, tugging at her hand amidst the crowded Pimpernel's beauty potion shop. "Friends?" Penny raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference. She glanced at the boy standing in the corner of the shop, maintaining a careful distance while watching them intently. It appeared as though Knot was unilaterally declaring a status beyond friendship, yet shy of romance. His obsessive expression, pretending to be humble while exuding possessiveness, coupled with his unwavering gaze upon them, made Penny inexplicably sense danger lurking in him. "This color is lovely and suits you well." "Penny." Eve quickly shifted the subject, tiptoeing to apply a nude lipstick on Penny's lips. She was quite meticulous, her silver eyes focused intently on Penny's mouth. This reminded Penny of a serene lake shimmering with silvery light in spring, inviting her to dip her fingers into the rippling reflections. For some reason, she felt her cheeks flush suddenly, hastily glancing in the mirror, and ultimately deciding to keep the nude lipstick. "Then this one it is." She also snatched a pale pink lipstick from the counter, quietly clutching it in her hand. Michelle, after the two girls completed their purchase and exited, picked up a vial from the display window and placed it before Mrs. Pimpernel at the register. "10 galleons, this charming young sir," Mrs. Pimpernel remarked, holding the small bottle filled with a silvery liquid. "To buy this, you truly have an eye for quality." She noted how this handsome yet icy boy seemed out of place among the girls, his gaze fixated on the silver-haired girl, exuding a haunting obsession tinged with unfulfilled desire. Thus, she did not anticipate that he would purchase a potion for forgetting rather than, like some lovesick boys, secretly buying an infatuation potion. Moreover, he did not seem like someone who wished to forget that girl. Rather, he appeared to long to consume her entirely. Michelle smirked at Mrs. Pimpernel. He had no need for Eve's false affections. He only desired her unwavering gaze upon him. The purchase served as a reminder to himself. Should the madness coursing through his veins ever ignite completely, compelling him to forget everything, he wanted to subconsciously ensure he would always remember every detail about Eve freely. Thus, even in his subconscious madness, he would never harm her. "This place is just as I remember it, unchanged in the slightest." Penny pouted, standing before the window of the ink stationery shop, observing a quill that automatically inscribed words onto a notebook. "If you like it, I can buy it." Eve stood beside her, admiring the way her gray-green eyes sparkled with concentration. Compared to Lily, Penny's eyes appeared duller, lacking the vibrancy that characterized her sister. Ordinary. Unremarkable. These were the descriptors the original text assigned to Penny. This perpetually bred her feelings of inferiority due to her lack of magic, leading her to choose silence and avoidance, even casting a shadow over Lily's future offspring. Yet in truth, everyone possesses their own indelible spark. No, I can pay for it myself. Hey, the price seems incorrect. Penny scrutinized the price in the window, quickly realizing the discrepancy. How could it be 30? Indeed, Eve observed Penny's animated expression. Your math skills are truly impressive. That's because when my parents were busy with Lily, I was often left to buy things on my own. Penny abruptly closed her mouth in frustration. In Eve's presence, she always felt compelled to lay bare everything, including the bias and grievances she had faced before her parents. Thus, Penny remained brave, diligent, and intelligent, overcoming each challenge she encountered. The silver-haired girl enveloped her discomfort and grievances with the utmost tenderness. Well, of course it's no trouble at all. Penny, with a hint of pride, lifted her chin. Not manner. The estate seemed perpetually shrouded in a lingering gloom, with only a few wan rays of sunlight piercing the clouds to illuminate the dim windows. The vast estate, which ought to have flourished with vibrant and beautiful flowers, now lay barren, its roots withered, even the snow failing to conceal the desolation. Michelle, I distinctly told you to take us to the Fleury residence. As Penny wandered about the manor, Eve pulled Michelle aside, pinching the bridge of her nose, striving to appear composed. She had invited Penny to her home for a visit, thus asking Michelle to escort them. She had not anticipated that he would bring them to Knot Manor. Had she known, she would have summoned the little sprite, MOMO. What difference does it make to bring Miss Evans here, Eve? Michelle leaned against the window ledge, his beautiful brows lowered, feigning an innocent expression. Eve furrowed her brow, fully aware that every step Michelle took was calculated. I do not know your intentions, but if you, Before Eve could finish her words, Penny rushed over from one end of the mansion, enveloping her in a tight embrace, trembling with shock and fear. She heard Penny whispering, her voice quavering, about the opals crawling chaotically like cockroaches in the cabinet over there, the creaking skeletal claws, and the strange shadowed mirrors. This mansion is not normal. Such occurrences are commonplace in a wizarding family, Miss Evans, remarked a boy with blue eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, seemingly unfazed. Yet Penny, clutching Eve's neck, trembled and pointed behind her, asking if those eyes and those people were normal too. Before she could finish her sentence, several shadows clad in black hoods approached them along the porch of the Knot Mansion. Chapter 80. My master. Penny was momentarily stunned when Eve pushed her into a room to hide. She could hear the murmurs of those approaching in the corridor. Death Eaters. The Dark Lord, Master, Mudblood. She did not comprehend the meanings behind these terms, but her instincts warned her of danger. Outside the door, voices buzzed indistinctly. Who would have thought that the notorious Knot, known for his hatred of mudbloods, would dare to harbor one? The diminutive Death Eater's voice was sharp, dripping with unreserved mockery. The head of the Knot family summoned us to the mansion to prepare for a Christmas raid on Muggle streets. I certainly did not expect to witness such absurdity here. Mr. Avery, you are far from my equal. It is said that last week you, Mitchell, stood in the middle of the hall. Completely unfazed by the dark crowd's intimidation, he paused mockingly, only to be beaten by the Muggles on the street. I haven't even had the chance to inquire about your well-being. You insolent brat. Avery suddenly yanked down his hood, his speckled face turning a shade of red and green from Mitchell's words. You'd best hand over that mudblood. Otherwise. He abruptly fell silent, noticing the dangerous expression on Mitchell's face. Otherwise what? The dark-haired boy tilted his head, his icy blue gaze penetrating. In an instant, Mitchell let out a cold laugh. And the next moment, several wands were brandished. Yet within mere seconds, everything fell into silence. Several Death Eaters collapsed to the ground, while the blue-eyed youth stood unscathed. How intriguing, remarked the head of the Rowell family, concealed beneath his hood, casting a glance at the fallen Avery, Carlo, and Axley. Truly, the Knot family is renowned for their madness, talent, and peril. In that fleeting moment, the boy executed the stunning spell, the soul snare, and the memory reset simultaneously with an inscrutable speed. He was willing to risk his own soul's integrity to safeguard everything concerning that girl from the Free family. My apologies. The astute head of the Rowell family removed his hood, revealing his usual sincere smile. I did not mean to intrude upon the rendezvous of the young ones. He spread his palms to indicate his non-threatening intentions, then with a flick of his wand, levitated the unconscious men into the air. Rendezvous? The chilling blue in the boy's eyes flickered momentarily, as if suddenly encountering a ray of light, causing the hardened ice to crack slightly and reveal the warm currents beneath. It seemed that Raoul's words had activated some switch, awakening the bloodthirsty wolf's senses. "Ah, Mr. Raoul, you've misunderstood," Mitchell replied with a gentle smile, a stark contrast to his earlier terror. "I merely have a one-sided affection for Miss Free, and am pursuing her. Thus, I kindly ask you and the others, as you depart." He pressed his fingertip to his lips, signaling a shushing gesture, to exercise caution and not trouble Miss Free. Raoul regarded Mitchell's seemingly courteous reminder, noting the threatening red glow emanating from his wand. Of course, a silver-haired girl peered out from behind Mitchell, offering Raoul a sweet smile that mirrored Mitchell's essence. "And Mr. Raoul, do remember, there is not a soul in the Knot Mansion at this hour." Cough cough. The moment the Death Eaters retreated from the mansion, Mitchell erupted into a fit of coughs, covering his face with his palm. The rapid utilization of dark magic spells took its toll on his youthful body. "Do not worry, little Eve," Mitchell reassured the girl beside him, striving to steady his breath. The moment he cast dark magic, all the repressed savagery, cruelty, and anger surged forth, only to be followed by a backlash upon his soul. Particularly for someone of his family's disposition, the after-effects were more pronounced. Crimson veins spread across the whites of his eyes as he unconsciously glanced towards the wooden door, where Penny was concealed. The fleeting pleasure of unleashing malice overtook his mind, and he lifted his wand once more. Aside from Eve, he wished to eliminate all irrelevant individuals, believing that their world needed only the two of them. Mitchell. The voice he cherished grew increasingly distant as the wooden door loomed closer. Just one was all he needed. Suddenly, a gentle force tugged at his collar, akin to a rope ensnaring a tamed wolf, compelling him to lean towards his little master. The soft, sweet sensation brushing against his cheek belonged to the lips of his beloved little mistress. The tumultuous emotions of agitation and violence dissipated like morning mist the moment her tender lips grazed his skin, leaving only an overwhelming sense of bliss. It was as though countless fireworks exploded within his mind, or delicate currents of electricity coursed from his cheeks to his limbs, leaving him trembling. His unfocused gaze sharpened, landing on Eve's face before him. "Awake?" The girl tilted her head, her silver eyes clear and cold, her delicate fingers still clutching his tie. She had contemplated using a spell to restrain him, but in his current state, Mitchell would likely counter any spell with immediate aggression, rendering such actions perilous. The boy maintained his posture, bending his neck to bring his head closer to Eve's. He held his breath, fixated on her soft, rosy lips, his dark pupils dilating with delight. After a moment, he let out a gentle hum. She was so close that he could grasp her slender neck, tightly binding her hands, pressing their bodies together, and seal her lips with his own, eliciting only the faintest of struggles and the mingling of their breaths. However, the boy merely chuckled softly. He turned his face away, raised his arm, and covered the hand that clutched his tie with his palm, caressing her fingers with tender insistence until she furrowed her brow and released his tie. He drew Eve's hand closer to his lips and nose, inhaling deeply as if he were a fervent addict. With long, curled lashes lifted, the boy's eyes brimmed with greedy desire as they fixated on Eve. He tightly grasped her delicate fingers, pressing his lips against the back of her hand, kissing it gently and slowly, his voice a low, husky murmur. "This truly is the most splendid way to awaken my mistress." Chapter 81. Christmas gift. Eve offered Mitchell a gentle smile, withdrawing her hand from his firm grasp. In the next instant, that soft, pale hand struck the side of his face without mercy, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the stillness of the room. "Master? I don't recall having such a disobedient dog." The gentle smile of the young girl faded, her eyes reflecting a shadow of indifference. "Mitchell, do not take it upon yourself to make decisions for me." She was acutely aware of Mitchell's intentions in bringing Penny to the Nate estate. He had perceptively sensed her desire for Lily to mend the rift with her sister. Consequently, he unveiled the darker aspects of the magical world to Penny, intending to evoke her pity and concern for Lily. However, such reckless and audacious actions not only posed a danger to Penny and sowed seeds of distrust, but also risked damaging Mitchell's very soul. The essence of the Nate family was fragile and tenuous, akin to stark white paper or fine, transparent glass, easily shattered by dark magic. She had no desire to extract so-called secrets from the mouth of a madman, for it would be both troublesome and perilous. Eve's delicate fingers descended slowly, lightly brushing against the youth's slightly flushed cheek, her silver eyes transforming from coldness to a tender warmth. "Above all, I do not wish for you to harm your soul over something trivial." Mitchell raised his hand, covering Eve's with his own, gripping it tightly. Leaning closer, he pressed his face against hers, the crimson corners of his lips curling into a beguiling smile. "What a whip and a sweet date, my dear lady. Had anyone else dared to act thus towards him, that individual would have long since been reduced to ashes. Yet, with Eve, not only did he feel no anger, but an inexplicable pleasure surged within him. Whether it be lies or mere platitudes, her concern for him, those eyes focused on him, was sufficient. However, I must admit, I have not been considerate enough. He affectionately nuzzled her palm with his handsome profile before planting a kiss on her fingertips before she could withdraw. I shan't allow any perilous situations to arise before you again, little Eve. The youth's lashes fell, concealing the icy glimmer in his gaze. If at that moment, any curse had truly harmed Eve, even if he were to eliminate those who cast the spells, he would never forgive himself. As Penny returned to the street near her home, it felt as if she had awakened from a dream of the magical world. Only the slanting evening sun, and Eve standing before her affirmed that all that had transpired was real. Here, this is for you. She raised her chin, feigning nonchalance to mask her bashfulness. It was the lip balm she had purchased at Madame Prempeniel's beauty potion shop. The girl before her appeared somewhat unwell, her fragile form much slighter than her own, and her lips often bore a pale hue. If her fair complexion were to be complemented by a rosy tint, she would certainly appear even more beautiful. The silver-haired girl gazed in surprise at the gift in her hands, then lifted her head and smiled sweetly at Penny. Thank you. Penny. No need for thanks, Penny replied gruffly, feeling inexplicably warm in the face. She waved at Eve, hesitated, and could not resist voicing the doubts that lingered in her mind. Eve, if a war were to erupt in the wizarding world, would ordinary wizards, like my parents who are non-magical, also be forcibly drawn into it? She was no fool. Even in the bustling Diagon Alley, in the dim corners, she could see slogans and posters proclaiming the supremacy of pure blood, and the frightened glances of those who beheld them. Within the Nate estate, though she felt safe under Eve and Nate's protection, the atmosphere hinted at something amiss, discernible through Eve's feigned nonchalance and Nate's malevolent gaze. She noticed Eve's smile dimming. It is possible, Penny. One must understand that merciless wars inevitably touch everyone. However, I shall protect Lily and ensure she does not suffer from the ravages of war. Number 12 Grimmauld Place, 5th floor. That evening, the tightly drawn curtains remained devoid of candlelight. A gentle tapping echoed against the glass, but upon finding no one responsive, the knocking grew increasingly insistent. Only when Sirius impatiently drew back the curtains did it cease. As the brooding youth beheld the sight on the terrace, the previously dark clouds in his eyes parted, revealing a spark of brightness. 2 owls had delivered a large parcel, adorned with the intricate family crest of the Freelys. Eagerly, he unwrapped the package, his gray eyes widening in delight at the contents within. It was the latest model of a Quidditch broom, its sleek lines enhanced by unique gold and crimson graffiti at the end. Attached was a silver sheet of stationery. Sirius Black, Merry Christmas. The broom is a custom piece and somewhat heavy, hence it may arrive at dusk. I hope this potential showstopper of a gift brings you a measure of cheer. Eve Freely. Sirius cautiously placed the broom on his lap, cradling the soft letter in his fingers, examining it closely, lingering over both his name and Eve's. Humph, what a sluggish fellow, he muttered petulantly, flopping back onto his bed, fixated on the concise yet elegant English script. But thankfully she still remembers me. Sirius gazed at Eve's name, slowly lowering his arm, bringing the silver paper to his lips, and gently kissing the name of the girl. Chapter 82 Jealousy. In the first class after Christmas, Eve noticed that Lily bore an unusually joyful expression, even when James's antics in Transfiguration class resulted in the shattering of her teacup. She refrained from retaliating. Instead, she silently restored the cup, reciting an impressive Transfiguration spell in the process. Wonderful, Miss Evans. Professor McGonagall generously awarded her 10 points. You seem happy, Lily. Eve propped her chin on one hand, tilting her head as she playfully twirled a strand of Lily's vibrant red hair. Do I? Lily teased Eve's fingers that were toying with her hair, unable to suppress a soft laugh. Nothing could be hidden from Eve. Penny has been inexplicably worried about me lately, even following me around when I go out. Moreover, she no longer seems as sensitive to magical matters. Even when I inadvertently mention them, she merely frowns and sighs, as though I'm not attending a magical school, but some kind of battlefield. Lily shrugged, feeling a twinge in her nose. This concern from her sister was a long-forgotten sensation, one that made her feel overwhelmingly fortunate. Lily Evans's happiness 30, current progress 75. She initially found it difficult to accept, but sisters would always be sisters, Lily. The love of family would never be absent, Eve said, intertwining her slender fingers with Lily's. The soft, smooth skin of the girls made Lily shiver slightly, yet the sensation was inexplicably addictive. I envy you, Lily, for having an elder sister who cares for you. The silver-haired girl playfully puffed her cheeks, her delicate chin paired with her soft, round face instantly striking a chord in Lily's heart. She felt her heart race, perspiration beating on her palms. "I can love Eve too, albeit not in the same way as a sister," Lily murmured, uncertain whether she was speaking to Eve or to herself. Crabbe and Goyle knew their leader was in a foul mood, stemming from the fact that Lucius had not seen Eve at the Black family gathering during Christmas. As they reluctantly followed Lucius to the Folly residence, they were met with the cheerful Roland, who informed them that Eve had gone to find her dear friend. The platinum-haired youth wore his usual demeanor, calm, graceful, and gentle as he bid farewell to Roland. However, the moment he turned away, Goyle's corpulent form flinched at Lucius's expression. His grey-blue irises reflected the icy light of winter, exuding an aura of chilling desolation. The knuckles of his fingers, wrapped around the serpent's staff, revealed a pallor from excessive pressure, as if this platinum-hued serpent had long awaited the arrival of his canary, yet she remained elusive. In the Slytherin common room after the holiday, Goyle shivered again. Their leader had yet to catch sight of Eve, and thus the already cold and damp atmosphere of the room dropped another couple of degrees, due to Lucius's presence. The students huddled by the fireplace, trembling in silence, too afraid to utter a sound. The door to the common room creaked open, and a silver-haired girl entered, clutching a book. Ignoring the palpable tension in the air, she gracefully approached Lucius, seated in the center of the room. "Lucius?" she said, naturally lifting the robe from Crabbe's grasp and settling beside him, draping it over his shoulders while casting a warming charm. Even near the fireplace, it was prudent to wear the robe, lest he catch a chill. The moment Eve drew near, the cold hardness of Lucius's expression began to soften, the muscular firmness of his arms relaxing slowly. At the sound of her voice, nearly all the Slytherin students let out a silent sigh of relief, as the taut atmosphere dissipated with her gentle tones, leaving only a sense of warmth in the room. "Eve." Lucius murmured her name softly. For a fleeting moment, he felt the urge to question her, to inquire why she hadn't thought to see him even once during the holidays. Did he not matter as much as that nearly deranged knot, or that wizard who barely counted as a muggle? Yet as she settled beside him, all accumulated displeasure and sorrow evaporated. It was merely a holiday, he thought, lowering his lashes to gaze at the crescent shape of Eve's eyes. Their future together stretched long ahead. "You shouldn't wander about during the holidays. There are dangers outside." Eve. Lucius sighed gently, extending an arm to tousle her soft, fluffy hair. Perhaps she was unaware of how much restraint, concern, and jealousy he had surrendered with that tender gesture. "Don't worry, Michelle is with me," Eve replied with a soft smile. "You received many gifts from me on Christmas, right? I bought many while strolling through Diagon Alley, thinking of what would suit you. When someone cares for you, they will think of you no matter where they go." Suddenly recalling something he had seen in the entertainment section of the Daily Prophet, Lucius felt his throat constrict slightly, his long lashes fluttering, before he murmured, "I saw it. It indeed suits me." He lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then caressed his fingers. "So perhaps Eve could accept another Christmas gift from me." Turning toward her, he set aside his serpent staff and slowly removed a ring from his slender finger. This particular ring, in contrast to the others adorning Lucius's hand, appeared exquisitely delicate and small. Its pale golden base was etched with intricate patterns. He carefully took her hand and placed the ring, still warm from his touch, into her palm. "This ring is a bit too." Eve hesitated, about to decline, but Lucius swiftly interjected, "It's an inconsequential ring, merely a token in exchange for the Christmas gift you gave me," as if fearing she might reconsider. His other hand brushed against her fingertips, encouraging her to close her fingers around the ring nestled in her palm. Crabbe, standing nearby, gawked and audibly swallowed, hastily covering his mouth before Lucius's sharp gaze could pierce him. This was no ordinary ring. It bore the etched design of dragon scales, and within its band were inscribed characters. Its power and authority were equivalent to a direct decree from the next head of the Malfoy family. It was almost a blatant declaration of Eve's identity as the future lady of the Malfoy household. Goyle slowly surveyed the Slytherin common room, noting the expressions of envy, trepidation, and shock among his peers. Truly, their leader had unwittingly completed a miniature proposal ceremony. He pondered clumsily, lamenting that the Blacks and Knot were absent. Otherwise, they should witness this moment. Avery wiped the sweat that had inexplicably formed on his brow, glancing around. Fortunately, Knot was not present. Had he witnessed this scene, the entire Slytherin common room might have been blasted apart by his and Malfoy's spells. Chapter 83. Valentine's Day Showdown, Part 1. Sirius, with an impassive expression, used a cleaning charm to clear away the gift boxes cluttering his desk, feigning ignorance to the resentful gazes of the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor girls behind him. "I detest this holiday," he grumbled, furrowing his brow and glancing at the garish pink decorations adorning Professor Flitwick's ceiling. "What day is it?" There are chocolates on my desk. James, brimming with excitement, tore open an envelope, only to turn pale as he closed it again. This letter says she wants to eat my face? Is today Halloween? No. James, Remus chuckled, taking the letter from him. It's likely a metaphor, meaning she really likes you. James opened another package of bright pink chocolates, cautiously sniffed them, and, with a pallid expression, returned them to their place. Isn't it normal for someone to like me? After all, I am the most popular person in the school. Remus paused subtly, replacing the letter. After all, Valentine's Day held no relevance for him, nor did it significantly concern his two charming friends. Excuse me. May I trouble you for a moment? A voice interrupted from behind them. Remus turned in surprise to see a blonde Hufflepuff boy, Rand Macmillan. He held a gift box in his hands. The trio fell silent for a moment. Is that for you, Sirius? James broke the ice first. Of course not, Sirius scoffed. Don't look at me like that. Remus shrugged. Sorry, this gift isn't for you, Rand said, somewhat embarrassed, scratching his light blonde hair and smiling shyly. James breathed a sigh of relief, taking a large gulp from Sirius's drink. Then he heard Rand's voice, still cheerful. Actually, I intended to give it to Eve Folly. James promptly spewed his drink, drenching poor Peter's neck. Who did you say you were giving it to? Sirius, who had been lounging lazily, sat up straight at the mention of her name, his gray eyes darkening as they fixed intently on Rand. Well, I'm a bit shy about this. The Hufflepuff boy stammered, scratching his cheek. I'm not quite sure what she likes, and Hufflepuffs rarely share classes with Slytherins. I asked some of the Slytherin boys in our year, but they ran off upon hearing Folly's name. And Evans is a girl, so I felt awkward asking her. But I thought you two seemed to be close to Folly and might know what she likes. Rand blinked in confusion, his voice trailing off as he noticed the peculiar expressions on the three boys' faces. First came astonishment, followed by a moment of stunned silence, and then a shared unspoken understanding in their glances, particularly from Sirius, whose lips seemed poised to curl downwards to the ground. What does Freely like? James suddenly tugged at the dark hair at the back of his head, his tone peculiar. He admitted that he felt a flicker of pleasure upon hearing Macmillan claim he had a close relationship with Freely. However, apart from that remark, he felt a profound sense of irritation and discontent. How many others, apart from Macmillan, are fond of Freely? Moreover, he was genuinely unsure of what Freely truly liked. It was entirely rational to know that Freely wouldn't be presenting him with a gift today, yet he found himself inexplicably agitated. How am I supposed to know? Sirius replied with a sardonic tone. The things Slytherins fancy are always quite peculiar, and for a noble lady like her, only treasures of immense value would likely catch her attention, he scoffed, casting a derisive glance at the meager gift in Macmillan's hand. It was as if he were compelling the boy before him to withdraw. And what is there about her that merits your affection? Sirius's inquiries grew increasingly pointed. Admittedly, it was somewhat embarrassing, but Rand seemed oblivious to the subtle malice in Sirius's tone, chuckling as he scratched his head. I discovered in our first year that Freely is a remarkably gentle person. Huh, she's gentle? Sirius emitted another strange sound. She appears sweet and amiable. Yet in reality, her wickedness renders him perpetually gritting his teeth. Indeed, Macmillan replied with conviction. As if recalling something, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Sirius glared at his smile, his molars grinding audibly. Actually, it was Remus, who had been silent, who suddenly spoke. The boy with the light brown eyes offered an apologetic yet warm smile. Macmillan. While we are indeed quite familiar with Freely, she has never disclosed to us what she truly likes. His kind smile broadened slightly, and I believe it would be more reliable to ask her directly. After all, she is a gentle and accommodating person. You are quite right. Rand gently tapped the table, as if making a decision. Rather than engaging in futile speculation here, it would be far more direct to inquire with Freely, and in matters of affection, one ought to be a bit bolder. He patted Remus on the shoulder. Thank you for your suggestion, Lupin. You truly embody the brave spirit of Gryffindor. Macmillan dashed out of the classroom like a gust of wind, leaving three boys with troubled expressions. Boldness indeed? What a splendid mockery. Remus narrowed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the quill's feather tip with such fervor that he failed to notice the ink splattering. He merely repeated Rand's words silently. Should I call him back? I feel that the Slytherin crowd may not greet him warmly. James, for once, engaged in thoughtful contemplation. No need. Only by encountering rejection will he recognize the true nature of that fellow. Sirius replied coldly. How could Freely possibly have feelings for a Hufflepuff? She certainly would not. Yet Macmillan is not unappealing. Surely someone with her looks would not favor the meek type? Frustration and unease twisted Sirius's thoughts into a tangled mess as he forcefully tore page after page from his notebook, crumpling them into tight balls. What's going on? Lily inquired upon returning to the classroom, noticing Rose's somewhat peculiar expression. How to describe it? A concoction of jealousy, foolishness, scheming, and the earnestness of a straightforward individual. A veritable battlefield of emotions? Rose succinctly summarized, shrugging at Lily. I believe a storm among the Slytherins is about to brew. Chapter 84, The Valentine's Day Battleground, Part 2. Who are you looking for? Alecto Caro could hardly believe her ears. This audacious second-year Hufflepuff stood at the doorstep of Slytherin, inquiring about Freely's whereabouts. Whether he had lost his mind or she was hallucinating was uncertain. However, she rolled her eyes. Is this not a most entertaining scenario? Not only could she witness the spectacle, but perhaps she might also see those haughty individuals collectively face their comeuppance. The tall girl displayed a sinister grin, causing Rand Macmillan to shiver. Of course, this student, the enthusiastic Slytherin welcomes you. Why not come in and have a seat? Rand felt an illusion wash over him. It was as if he had not entered a common room, but a lair of serpents, reeking of venom. Who are you looking for? Sister Eve? A boy, slightly shorter than him with pale golden hair, circled around him, his similarly hued eyes glowering. If looks could manifest into physical forms, Rand would have been reduced to a sieve. Which foolish Hufflepuff knows a sister? Barty Crouch emphasized the term with disdain, discreetly gesturing and attempting to swallow the unflattering words lodged in his throat. Well, she might not know me. Rand politely smiled at Barty, clutching the box in his arms more tightly. Unlike the warm and inviting Hufflepuff common room, the Slytherin quarters felt cold and dim even in daylight, and Rand sensed beads of cold sweat forming along his spine. Not know you? Barty sneered maliciously. I fear my sister lacks the time to meet an unfamiliar face. I believe Mr. Macmillan has his reasons for being here, Regulus interjected slowly from the corner of the sofa, interrupting Barty's advance. Sister Narcissa has gone to fetch Eve. Barty furrowed his brow at Regulus, who subtly winked at him. Shattered to pieces. A deep voice echoed from the dormitory entrance. A red spell narrowly missed Rand's cheek, striking the wall behind him. The wall erupted with a bang, leaving a gaping hole where startled figures scrambled into other paintings. The Slytherin students, who had been quietly observing, scattered in an instant. Some bold ones pretended to focus on their homework, while the timid fled into the dormitories without a backward glance. A boy with blue eyes clad in a white shirt sauntered lazily out from the dormitory, leaning casually against the wall, smirking as he regarded Rand. Apologies. I have a habit of practicing spells in the common room. It is fortunate that Mr. Macmillan was not harmed. Mitchell's apology lacked any semblance of sincerity. Regulus suspected that had Mitchell not been concerned about Eve's potential displeasure over his actions, he might very well have cast a spell aimed at Macmillan's head. This gentleman. Rand finally could no longer suppress himself. While he was indeed a friendly Hufflepuff, it did not imply he lacked temper. Your apology lacks sincerity. Apologies, Mr. Macmillan. Another voice interrupted Rand, conveniently halting his attempt to draw his wand from his robe pocket. Lucius entered from outside, casting a sidelong glance at the smirking Mitchell, his serpent staff flicking lightly, restoring the wall to its original state. I, on behalf of Nott, once again apologize to Mr. Macmillan. Indeed, we Slytherins have failed to extend proper hospitality. He gestured for Rand to sit down as Crabbe and Goyle hurriedly placed the teapot and teacups on the table. Rand cautiously perched himself on the edge of the sofa, squeezing the box he held tighter. I had no intention of intruding. I merely wished to speak with Freely. He discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Not only Nott, but Crouch and Black, even the Malfoy before him wore an inexplicable, barely concealed hostility. It was as though he were a thief who had unwittingly stumbled upon treasures guarded by fierce dragons. Miss Black has gone to summon Eve. Lucius raised his chin slightly, resting the end of his serpent staff against the table. It is also unfortunate for Mr. Macmillan that Eve tends to sleep in on weekends. Her health had always been rather fragile, prompting us to pay close attention to her condition. Consequently, this concern led to some indiscreet remarks directed at Mr. Macmillan, for which we beg your pardon. Rand felt a sudden pang of guilt. I apologize. My visit indeed lacked proper consideration. The naive Hufflepuff fidgeted uncomfortably. Young Barty squinted his eyes. The formidable Malfoy effortlessly quelled the malicious words and actions of Slytherin with just a few utterances, using Eve as a pretext to gain the moral high ground over Macmillan, simultaneously hinting at their unbreakably close relationship. Poor innocent Macmillan. Eve, you can't just run outside dressed like that. You'll catch a cold. The voices of the girls grew nearer, the first speaker's tone laced with helplessness and concern. Worry not. Sissy, I have a cloak on, and it wouldn't be polite to keep our guests waiting too long. Another girl's voice, soft and slightly nasally from just waking. had a playful tone that could almost sweeten the hearts of all who heard it. The silver-haired girl appeared at the dormitory door. Lucius immediately turned his head, smiling at Eve, but in the next moment his brow furrowed, fingers tightly gripping his serpent-headed wand. She was still wearing a nightgown. The round neckline was not as modestly covered as her usual white shirt, revealing the delicate whiteness of her neck and the dainty contours of her collarbone. The hem of her pale yellow nightgown hung down, exposing a glimpse of her slender, alabaster calves. Miss Free, Rand suddenly stood up, striving to recall the etiquette and phrases from his father's pure-blood gatherings. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your rest. I came today to, coughing Goyle, sensing the unfriendly glare from his leader, distorted his face to play the villain. Sir, shouldn't you introduce yourself before greeting her? Otherwise, how would Miss Free know who you are? No, Goyle, the silver-haired girl smiled and nodded at Rand. I know who he is. It's Mr. Rand Macmillan. As Eve's words fell, Avery, who had been silently observing, swallowed hard. This was bad. He glanced at his house leader and the blue-eyed madman, fixating on the tips of their wands. Could the Slytherin common room truly be blown to bits, potentially resulting in casualties? He could already imagine the headline in the Daily Prophet. Chapter 85, Valentine's Day Carnage, Part 3. I never expected Miss Free to recognize me. Rand's eyes sparkled, a bashful smile illuminating his handsome face. That blossoming smile radiated pure kindness and gentleness, causing Eve to narrow her eyes slightly. Indeed, she replied with a smile. Mr. Macmillan once assisted Lily Evans with Mandrakes in herbology. She mentioned you to me. Moreover, with so few classmates in the same year, it wasn't difficult for Rand to recall the name of such an outstanding individual. Is that so? You flatter me, Miss Free. The blonde-haired boy's pure and ardent smile gradually faded, and he lowered his head slightly, attempting to suppress the waves of disappointment and melancholy that threatened to rise. He had hoped she remembered him for some more special reason, but it seemed he had overthought it. Young Barty let out a derisive snicker without restraint. Lucius, however, maintained an elegant posture, sitting cross-legged in the head boy's chair. Only his rigid shoulders and neck slightly relaxed, and the barely noticeable furrow in his brow softened. Eve was correct. Lucius spoke Eve's name with a slow and gentle tone, affirming that Mr. Macmillan was indeed quite remarkable. His grey-blue gaze turned to Rand, scrutinizing him with an air of superiority, yet his words offered no hint of disdain. I had the privilege of collaborating with Mr. Macmillan's father on a few occasions. He possesses an extraordinary acumen and control in the real estate sector. It appears that Mr. Macmillan will also excel in the future. The Macmillan family is one of the Sacred 28. However, at this time, the Malfoy family stood above the others. Lucius's fingertips lightly tapped the serpent-headed wand's fangs. If Eve had mentioned knowing Macmillan for some other, more unique reason earlier, he would not mind initiating the downfall of the Macmillan family's monopoly in real estate from this day forth. Narcissa slowly relaxed her grip on her robes, exhaling as she leaned back against the sofa. She had known that Eve would not be swayed by such a boy, but in the next moment, the golden-haired girl's meticulously manicured fingertips dug sharply into her palm. Yet in the future, Eve would inevitably find someone she liked. What would she do then? A tumultuous, obscure, and complex swirl of emotions enveloped her, rendering Narcissa oblivious to the pain of her pricked palm. Regulus observed his cousin's sudden pallor, his gray eyes narrowing as if recalling something, a faint, dark smile curling at the corners of his lips. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Malfoy. Rand lifted his head, a gentle smile returning to his face as he turned his gaze back to Eve. I came unannounced merely to tell Miss Free. He took a deep breath. The warm glow of Hufflepuff's gaze stood out starkly against the slightly chilling atmosphere of the Slytherin common room. I know Miss Free is well loved and cared for. The boy's cheeks flushed slightly, but he spoke with conviction. But I still want to say that I like you. Bang. A tremendous, terrifying crash echoed through the common room once more, as Avery watched in shock as a table before him was obliterated. The instigator lazily lifted his head, raising a bloodied hand that had been mangled by his own wand, seemingly oblivious to his own injury. Sorry, Mitchell shrugged at Rand, offering a grimace that barely resembled a smile. His icy blue eyes were filled with a chilling resolve, as if they were imbued with countless ice blades, ready to reduce this ungrateful boy before him to mere pulp. He genuinely wished to slay this Hufflepuff. Until now, whether it was the Malfoys, the Blacks, the Crouches, or those Gryffindors, everyone seemed to engage in a subconscious power struggle, achieving a subtle balance that allowed them to coexist in Eve's presence. Even if Eve would never fully belong to him, she should not belong to anyone. He would not allow such a notion to exist. And now, this hypocritical Hufflepuff had appeared before Eve, audaciously seeking her attention and affection with his ugly face and unseemly words. He ought to be damned. Damned. He should have acted before Eve had arrived, even if not to kill him. At least to cast a memory charm, and erase every trace of Eve from that worthless mind. Just as Rand was speaking to Eve, his girl seemed to sense his murderous intent. Her beautiful, cold eyes turned to him. He had not aimed the shattering curse at that damned boy's head. Avery gaped in shock, the chair toppling over, creating a dull thud in the oppressive silence. He quickly scrambled to his feet and fled the common room without looking back. No way. Who wants to stand beside a madman and watch the show? Mitchell. The silver-haired girl glanced in his direction, beckoning him with a finger. Come here. Everyone watched as the previously volatile boy suddenly calmed, his eyes shifting from dangerous depths to bright softness. It was as if he had heard his mistress's call, and he approached without hesitation. Eve. The blue-eyed boy affectionately called her name, watching as her delicate white fingers gripped her wand, casting a healing spell on his bloodied hand. I have reiterated countless times that one must not succumb to unwarranted anger. She sighed gently at him, then turned her gaze towards Rand. The poor Hufflepuff boy seemed yet to fully extricate himself from the malevolence that had just transpired. I overheard Mr. Macmillan's words. Eve tilted her head. I'm sorry, but I do not harbor feelings for you. Mr. Macmillan deserves someone far better. She rejected him with a ruthless candor, devoid of any hesitation. I understand. Rand pressed his lips together, pausing momentarily before, under Mitchell's piercing scrutiny, he extended his arm, offering the box cradled in his embrace to Eve. Inside are the most cherished treats of the woodland creatures near the Forbidden Forest, so you need not fret about them scurrying away unexpectedly. He had often observed her by the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where she would sit beneath a tree at dusk, resting her chin on her hand, quietly watching the little animals frolic about. Occasionally, a fleeting smile would grace her lips at the adorable antics of those young beings, revealing the genuine emotions hidden beneath her usual veneer of polite smiles. Some claimed that Freely was an approachable and gentle Slytherin, while others insisted her smiles were mere facades of insincerity, masking a cold and selfish heart. Yet, Rand perceived that her true self was neither gentle nor indifferent. She resembled a solitary shadow drifting from some unknown place, unsure of where to alight, more akin to a traveler without a discernible destination, longing to bring an end to her fragile soul. It appeared that she persevered not for herself, but rather under the compulsion of others. Just as in the Slytherin common room, where she would immediately smile and refuse his affections, seemingly concerned that he might face the wrath of Slytherin, Rand observed the silver-haired girl display a hint of surprise, then smiled as he subtly averted his gaze. What a contradictory yet gentle soul she was, he mused. It was no wonder he found himself drawn to her. Chapter 86 Malice. Late at night. Dear Mr. Riddle, I believe you must be an exceedingly gentle, generous, and wise individual. The quill danced upon the black diary, Eve's handwriting sinking deep as a large question mark slowly emerged. Question mark. So, could you assist me in composing my history of magic essay? It is rather lengthy, and as you know, I have been preoccupied with brewing the elixir of life, all in hopes of hastening Mr. Riddle's ascent to power. Eve tapped her increasingly fragile neck. The incident with Rand Macmillan had caused quite the commotion throughout the day, and she had exerted considerable effort to prevent Mitchell from taking his life on the spot. Judging by Lucius's demeanor and actions, she was fortunate her rejection had come swiftly. Otherwise, the entire Macmillan family would have suffered due to his reckless behavior. Yet the price was her history of magic assignment. There was simply no time left to write. However, she had recently discovered a most effective tool for dictation, one that had proven consistently reliable. With a mischievous smile, Eve penned the final word. As anticipated, beautiful calligraphy soon emerged. As the heir of the 28 sacred families, Miss Freely should strive to become an exceptional and wise Slytherin. Thus it would be more appropriate for this task to be completed solely by Miss Freely herself. Upon realizing that he could not deceive Eve's trust or manipulate her with sweet words and handsome appearances, Tom Riddle's actions epitomized the essence of a miserly and self-serving Slytherin. Yet, is it truly impossible? I implore you. After a moment's pause, the arrogant calligraphy morphed into a furious scrawl, rising with malice. Fine. Eve suspected that Tom Riddle's intention was not to craft beautiful letters, but rather to wish her demise. She opened the diary, placing a long, blank sheet of parchment beside it, and dipped her quill into the ink with care. The silver-haired girl rolled languidly on the emerald bedspread, cocooning herself in the blankets, surrendering to a deep slumber. As her breaths grew long and tranquil, a slender, bony hand emerged from the open diary, and soon, a dark-haired boy began to materialize from its pages. Elegantly, he descended onto the mahogany floor of the dormitory. Riddle lowered his gaze, fixating on his pearlescent, semi-transparent arm, gently caressing the diary that contained him. The rough texture elicited a dangerous and peculiar crimson glint in the handsome boy's dark eyes. At last, Riddle murmured softly, not sparing a glance at the blank parchment, but instead making his way to the bedside. His adorable yet foolish little mistress had finally afforded him enough essence to coalesce into a semi-corporeal form, enabling him to touch the tangible world. Now, no binding constraints remained to hold him back. A weak, cunning, and argumentative little creature dared to command the greatest Dark Lord? There was no longer any need to keep her around. He had endured long enough. It was time for the diary to find a more amenable host. The night was tranquil and warm within the bedroom. Only the gentle sound of water flowing past the window and her fragile breaths filled the air. The boy drew back the emerald curtains that hung by the bedside, gazing at the sleeping girl. The pale lavender nightgown that should have reached her ankles was hiked up due to her restless slumber, revealing her slender legs. Her silver hair cascaded over the bedding, reflecting a warm glow beneath the shimmering light. Perhaps she was dreaming of something unpleasant, for her delicate, pale face was scrunched up, her brows knitted tightly, and her soft lips slightly pouted, as if she had been wronged or was awaiting a kiss from someone. He sat silently at the edge of the bed, staring for a long while. What a restless sleeping position. She could catch a cold. This was the first thought that crossed his mind upon seeing Eve. Almost instinctively, the noble boy seated on the bedside pulled the poor blanket that she had kicked aside and draped it over her luminous, delicate legs, which he found too radiant to behold directly. The next moment, he suddenly shook his head, a malicious crimson light reappearing in his raven-colored eyes. When did he become so merciful? How laughable. He extended a hand, hovering cruelly above Eve's neck, scrutinizing her with a hint of brutality. What a slender and fragile neck it was, appearing almost too easy to snap with little effort. Or perhaps, to grip it tightly, forcing her soft body to struggle beneath his grasp. All it would take was to let his palm descend and clasp it with his fingers. Yet, Riddle found that his hand was disobedient to his will. No matter how much he strained, even as the veins on his hand bulged with effort, that rebellious hand could not descend even a fraction. Damn it! He ground his teeth in frustration, attempting to suppress the other hand, but in the next moment, he seemed to hear a soft sigh beside his ear. Do you wish to kill me, Tom? Yes, of course, he thought. But such words you would. What would that voice, soft and indistinct, like a gentle breeze weaving through countless branches in the woods, shatter before him? What would happen? Riddle murmured. As if complying with another decision deep within him, he raised his arm, effortlessly liberating himself from his constrained state. Ha, he covered his face, chuckling softly. His fingers, devoid of any malice, fell gracefully, brushing aside the stray locks of hair that clung to Eve's cheek. You sly, wretched little creature. He heard his cold voice soften in her presence. The girl beneath him stirred restlessly, seemingly sensing the weight of his intense gaze. Her closed eyelids slowly fluttered open to reveal her silver eyes, glistening with a faint mist. Riddle? She murmured sleepily. Chapter 87. Horcrux. Why are you sitting here in silence? The girl seemed still in a slumberous state, her speech languorous and sweet, akin to melted honey trickling down his nape, causing Riddle to involuntarily shudder. As if to awaken herself, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, the slightly drooping corners of her eyes tinged with a faint blush, rendering her appearance rather pitiable. Her soft, delicate neck was revealed as she stretched, and Riddle noticed the faint blue veins beneath her alabaster skin. The raven-haired boy remained silent, extending his hand to gently pull away her small hand, which was still rubbing her eyes. Her skin was already reddened from her incessant rubbing, a sign of her ignorance. Riddle's touch was cold and slick, reminiscent of a serpent's tongue brushing against her fingers. Eve suddenly widened her flushed apricot eyes. You can actually manifest into something tangible. She then arched her brows playfully. How does it feel to touch reality, Mr. Riddle? Not bad, the youth replied, lightly toying with his fingertips, his exquisite visage leaning closer to Eve. He delicately extracted her grapewood wand from beside her pillow, seemingly carelessly playing with it. Yet he felt the latent power of casting spells, such as soul extraction. His gaze remained fixated on Eve's face. She showed no sign of fear from his intimidation. Instead, her lips curled up in a delightful smile. Are you going to cast a spell on me, Riddle? Eve bent her knees, resting her elbows on them, her small hands cradling her face. Her light-colored brows drooped in an air of feigned sorrow, yet the curve of her lips remained unchanged, exuding a mischievous innocence. As if unable to maintain her act any longer, the girl burst into laughter. Riddle, you can't bring yourself to do it. Cunning little miss, Riddle replied coldly, extending his hand to return the wand to Eve. Their fingers intertwined. The chill of his touch contrasted sharply with the warmth of her delicate fingers, causing her to shiver. You are too cold. You could also let me warm up. The boy's voice was low and husky, imbued with a bewitching allure. He leaned closer to Eve's ear, his long lashes casting a suggestive shadow, his breath thick with a tantalizing intimacy. If you allow me to absorb a bit more, I could remain by your side, ready to do anything for you. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had once excelled in dealing with women. He understood what kind of voice they preferred, what sort of ambiguous words enchanted them, and what handsome visage captivated their hearts. This cunning girl before him had become the greatest obstacle in his schemes for the future. He had tried coercion, temptation, even contemplated ending her life decisively, but was thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Yet it was evident that she appreciated his appearance. He didn't mind lowering himself to capitalize on this, thinking he might find a way to rid himself of her later. A bit more? She appeared entranced by him, her pale face dusted with a light blush, soft and delectable like a strawberry cake. Her light-hued lips drew near to his crimson ones, and he could almost taste her sweet breath and warm dampness. What constitutes a bit more, Mr. Riddle? Her voice was as sweet as plum wine, and one could only discover the intoxicating peril of such sweetness by taking a sip. Her silver eyes glistened with moisture, reminiscent of the first rains of spring, shrouded in a mist that beckoned every traveler caught in the downpour. What does a bit more mean? The raven-haired boy's throat rolled softly, his obsidian gaze darkened. He raised his hand, his long fingers tracing the nape of her neck, entwining her soft, tousled hair. A bit more is. He lowered his head, pressing his lips down just as the girl's lips unexpectedly met his, biting down fiercely on his cheek. Eve spat and stuck out her tongue. The ethereal form coalesced into a corporeal entity, akin to mist condensing together. The moment of contact was chilling to the bone, accompanied by a sorrowful taste unique to a fragmented soul. It felt as if she had taken a hearty bite of the morning fog, empty and refreshing. After she had smoothly bitten the future Dark Lord, she swiftly leaned back toward the head of the bed, her fingers slipping beneath her pillow to grasp her wand, ready to wield it at a moment's notice. Yet, Riddle did not erupt in anger at her audacity. He merely stroked the spot where she had bitten him, then lifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes at her. Riddle recalled a frail little cat he had once seen in the castle, small and delicate, much like her, with a similar temper. In a rare moment of kindness, he had opted not to kill it but instead fed it a piece of ham. However, that cat had shown no gratitude. Instead, it had clawed him viciously, just like her. He chuckled softly, his shoulders and chest trembling with mirth. How amusing it was. So entertaining that even if he truly could kill her, he might hesitate. Moreover, given her current stubbornness, perhaps by utilizing her and acquiescing to her whims, a win-win situation could be achieved. Eve watched as Riddle's dark eyes half-lidded, concealing those treacherous and perilous thoughts, fixed intently on her. You win, my lady. He stood up, moving to Eve's side, executing a perfect bow, his hand placed over his chest in a gentlemanly salute. Now, I shall reveal to you where I believe the other Horcruxes are located. The 8th floor. The tapestry on the wall depicted a giant, which had halted its action of beating the foolish Barnabas, craning its neck curiously toward the silver-haired girl and the nebulous, tall silhouette nearby. You actually intend to hide Horcruxes within the school? Eve initially thought Riddle's promise was merely a verbal game of sorts played by the Dark Lord, but she was taken aback when he fulfilled his promise that very night. And this Horcrux was right beside them. The most perilous place was indeed the safest. The youth's features were proud and his demeanor dark, as he answered her slowly. Now, you need to face this wall and concentrate on one thing. I need a hiding place. Following his instructions, a soft cracking sound echoed. A door materialized on the previously blank wall. Upon opening it, she found it terrifyingly vast and disorderly, filled with centuries of students' hidden belongings. From a distance, the accumulated treasures resembled towering skyscrapers. Any slight push could send them toppling down. They maneuvered around puddles of ancient items. Riddle's pace gradually slowed until he stopped before a cabinet that was blistered and wrinkled from water damage. Inside lay another fragment of a shattered soul. Chapter 88. The Hostess. Eve regarded the dilapidated cabinet with a subtle expression. Glancing at the open door revealing a dazzling golden crown within, she found it difficult to assess. The esteemed Lord Voldemort required the most glorious and valuable items to house his soul, yet never considered that their hiding place resembled a wretched collection ground. Even with mountains of garbage to conceal it, it might still be discovered, right? Moreover, using such an unsightly cabinet as a hiding spot displayed a truly unique taste. Indeed, the excessive splitting of his soul had not only diminished his appearance and taste but also his intellect. A mocking laugh echoed beside her. The handsome boy disdainfully lifted the exquisite container, curling one corner of his mouth in undisguised contempt. Truly tasteless, arrogant and foolish waste. He was aware of his own brilliance, ambition that surpassed others, the aptitude for manipulation and charm. Immortality, eternal life, was what would sustain his grand ambitions. Thus he sought everlasting life. He had pondered where the other Horcruxes might be placed by the primary soul, judging through what he deemed the most foolish reasoning, and to his surprise, he had guessed correctly. The fragment of soul curled up hideously, akin to an ant, nestled within a filthy and foul-smelling cabinet. Much like he himself was ensnared within the confines of a diary, casually bestowed upon others by that exceedingly foolish primary soul. It is not difficult to foresee that in the future, that primary soul is destined to meet its demise, and we, these fragments of souls, shall inevitably share in its misfortune. Rather than await such a fate, it would be better for him to usurp its place. The translucent long fingers pressed down with ferocity, as if piercing through the surface of the crown to prod and squeeze the dormant fragments within. Sensing a resonance of similar soul vibrations, the space around them began to tremble. In the next moment, a dense, inky mist suddenly seeped forth from the crown, gradually coalescing into a dark, towering humanoid figure. It was the adult Tom Riddle. His black hair fell down, partially concealing his cold and piercing gaze. Upon seeing the boy, his obsidian eyes widened in rage. "You traitor!" He then shifted his gaze to Eve, his expression darkening ominously, his tone eerie and peculiar. "You." The voice trailing off inexplicably. Even the soul's expression as it regarded her turned blank. "Does he know you?" The boy beside her glared at the soul with disdain before turning his attention to Eve. A flicker of an emotion crossing his eyes, one that Eve could not comprehend. "I don't believe I've ever seen him before." Eve furrowed her brow. For in her limited recollections, this fragment of soul did not exist. Moreover, the fluctuations of the souls in the air made her feel uneasy, prompting her to instinctively step back. Yet her arm was tightly grasped by the boy beside her, pulling her firmly to his side. "Don't even think about leaving me, you cunning little deceiver," came Riddle's deep, gravelly voice from above. He extended his hand towards the soul, and at the moment their fragments made contact, a burst of luminous energy erupted from their intertwining souls. The soul emitted a sharp scream, transforming its form into countless dark blades that lunged at Riddle. The boy's translucent body slowly took on a crimson hue, his outline blurring as numerous tendrils sprouted from his back and sides, confronting those blades and binding them fiercely. As the tendrils ensnared the blades, they branched out in countless directions, gradually invading the soul's surface as if they were pathogens. "You shall not control me." Merely a vassal of the primary soul, the soul morphed into a swirling mass of black mist, retreating with a howl, but Riddle held on tenaciously. The thick black fog was gradually tainted by the encroaching crimson, the terrifying roars and the tremors between the souls slowly subsiding. In the end, the last vestige of black was consumed by the insatiable red, restoring an initial tranquility. Only the chaos wrought in the storage building by the collision of souls could express the tumult of what had just transpired. Eve stood in the eye of the storm, ensconced in Riddle's tendrils, until he had satisfactorily absorbed the soul, at which point he retracted the tendrils, returning to the guise of a harmless boy. Yet his hand remained firmly around Eve's arm. "Mr. Riddle, might I be released now?" Eve attempted to shake free, but that great hand remained steadfast. Furthermore, after absorbing another soul, his body seemed to have grown more solid, and she could almost feel the warmth emanating from his palm. "What is this?" The response was no longer as frigid as before, tinged with a hint of mockery, yet it seemed to carry a touch of gentleness. Perhaps she had misheard. What was with this expression? Riddle not only refused to release her arm but leaned closer, bringing her cheek near his chest, while his other hand toyed with her hair. "Do you not wish for him to vanish? Or do you prefer his more mature appearance?" The boy's tone, once light and airy, gradually took on a biting acidity. Why was she gazing towards the direction of the vanishing soul? Did she think his youthful visage insufficiently mature, lacking the allure of an adult form? Moreover, that fragment of soul had labeled him a traitor. Was it merely for guiding others to destroy the soul container? His eagerness to absorb that soul fragment was not solely for the sake of augmenting his power. He wished to understand why that soul had reacted to Eve in such a manner. Yet when the souls melded seamlessly together, aside from inheriting the memories of this soul prior to the age of 20, he found himself utterly devoid of insights regarding Eve. Furthermore, strange, useless emotions began to flow into his chest. This sensation was peculiar, as if he had once been an empty glass, and with the infusion of the soul, the acute perception of emotions and the rapid discernment of feelings became almost unbearable. The soft touch of her arm, along with the occasional sweetness and coldness in her voice, led him to realize that he ought to be familiar with her. Moreover, it was more than mere familiarity. The tall boy drew the girl closer to his chest, his ample black cloak enveloping her entirely. Like a great black bird unfurling its wide wings, he enveloped her within his embrace, completely devouring that fragment of silver. The sensation of consuming a soul was far more exquisite than that of tearing it apart. The boy's eyebrows lifted slightly, his gaze filled with a predatory desire, his fingers gripping his prey tightly, unwilling to loosen their hold, as if only in this way could they remain forever entwined. Henceforth, I shall rely upon you, my dear host. Chapter 89 Jealousy. Have you heard? Hufflepuff's Rand Macmillan went to the Slytherin common room, and the entire place erupted. And it is said that the common room truly exploded. I heard the noise. They say Rand Macmillan went to the Slytherin common room, and knocked over several people. They say Macmillan went to the Slytherin common room, and devoured several people. If the rumors continue, Macmillan will soon transform into a man-eater, Sirius remarked. His long legs draped over a chair, arms reclining against the backrest, lazily nibbling on a quill, embodying the essence of an indolent noble. James set down the glass bottle he had been fiddling with for some time, stroking his chin. I'm still quite curious if Macmillan truly blew up the Slytherin common room. If so, that would be utterly cool. I doubt it, Remus interjected as he passed by, taking the conversation seriously. The spell was likely cast by someone else. Regardless of the truth, James chuckled, twirling the quill adeptly between his fingers, finding the Slytherin's misfortune amusing. What's amusing about it? Lily exclaimed, slamming her potion's fundamentals tome down onto the table, with a resounding thud. Eve had been troubled and downcast for quite some time over this incident. Although the reason for Macmillan's intrusion into the Slytherin common room had been carefully concealed, Lily managed to extract the details from the despondent Eve. Downcast? Her? Sirius placed his feet down from the chair making a loud noise as he leaned back, incredulous that the little scamp would feel disheartened over Macmillan. When will you cease being so obstinate and shed your biases, Black? Lily shot a reproachful glare at the brooding Sirius. However, I truly don't believe Freya would be upset over Macmillan, James said absently, shaking the glass bottle. After all, she doesn't like him. The thought of her being despondent over another boy suddenly filled the bespectacled youth with irritation and confusion. He shook the bottle vigorously, causing the prank potion inside to spill over and splatter on poor Peter's head, instantly blooming a myriad of pink flowers atop it. Merlin! Potter, you fool! Lily hastily rose to her feet, joining James, who was exclaiming in dismay, to assist Peter in removing the multitude of blossoms sprouting from his head. Remus, with a pallid visage amidst the chaotic throng, had his eyelids half lowered. As the full moon approached, his body began to emit signals of distress, further clouding his thoughts. It seemed he had made a grievous misstep, offering Macmillan an ill-conceived suggestion. For regardless of whether Eve would be upset or embarrassed by Macmillan's confession, that Hufflepuff had already entered her line of sight. Each new acquaintance Eve made diminished his significance a fraction more. He was a humble, timid and despicable soul. In matters pertaining to Eve, he would meticulously weigh every word and carefully calculate each step taken. Only thus could he authentically craft the persona of the pitiful, gentle Remus Lupin, one who required Eve's assistance, rendering him a being distinct in her heart. It was that very distinctiveness that would prevent him from being overlooked and forgotten by her. The thoughtful werewolf, though pale, still managed to smile while assisting the tearful Peter with the diminutive flowers adorning his head. Unbeknownst to him, Sirius and James exchanged a knowing glance nearby. Are you all right, Fleury? On this moonlit night, the transformed werewolf Remus curled up in a corner of the room, clutching the necklace around his neck tightly, his voice low and indistinct as he inquired of the girl seated at the opposite end of the room. Are you referring to the incident with Macmillan a few days ago? Eve ceased fiddling with the glass vial in her hands, turning to gaze at the Remus lurking in the shadows. I feel somewhat remorseful for not reciprocating his feelings, and I nearly caused him harm. The girl's silver eyelashes fluttered down, her brow furrowed, and her pale lips pressed together, seemingly vexed by the unfulfilled affection. In truth, she merely felt a twinge of regret. The Macmillan affair had neither advanced any task nor unveiled Mitchell's secrets. Rather, it had compelled her to expend considerable effort to ensure that the unfortunate and reckless Hufflepuff was not harmed by the vengeful serpents of Slytherin. Upon hearing Eve's response, the werewolf's sharp claws sank into the weathered floor, producing a faint sound. Remus was grateful for the thick fur cloaking his wolfish visage, which obscured his emotions. Otherwise, Eve would surely have been frightened. The emotions of a werewolf were invariably extreme. Thus jealousy and loathing expanded to a degree that incited his profound anger. He could scarcely contain the growl rumbling in his throat, and the sharp canines peeking from his lips. At that moment, he loathed hearing another's name from her lips. Terrified that she might divert her gaze from him, He longed to surge towards her with his heavily muscled body, asserting his claim in the manner of wolves or dogs, pressing her beneath his formidable frame, and ardently licking her entire being. Yet this pitiful werewolf youth merely shook his head vigorously, forcing those perilous thoughts deep down. He recoiled further, concealing himself in the shadows untouched by the pale moonlight, hiding his claws beneath his body. "You are far too gentle, Fleury," he murmured. "Gentle?" Eve shook the vial containing the wolf venom, raising her hand to let the moonlight illuminate it. The potion's purity remained insufficient, clouded with impurities, much like herself. How could a Slytherin possibly embrace gentleness as their foundational trait? Self-interest was their ultimate pursuit. The kindness she offered was akin to weights on a scale, with every ounce of warmth meticulously priced. "I am not gentle at all, Lupin." Remus refuted her assertion, gently shaking his head. Perhaps she was unaware, but even amidst the Slytherin's focus on self-interest, she would extend respect to every individual around her. Like the cool evening breeze of midsummer, or the quietly burning bonfire of winter, she possessed an innate softness etched into her very being. No Fleury, Remus wished to convey. She need not renounce herself, but before he could voice it, he keenly detected the faint sound of footsteps approaching the shed. Chapter 90. Does Fleury like Remus? Are you certain they are still inside? It's rather quiet. Below the shed, the boy with gray eyes illuminated the tip of his wand, whispering to urge James, who was striding ahead, to slow his pace. Indeed, I thought I heard a sound that resembled Fleury's voice. James tucked away the invisibility cloak, wrapping an arm around Sirius's shoulder, hastening him up the stairs. "Sirius, why are you looking back? Our good friends, including Fleury, are up there. This is truly peculiar." Sirius frowned deeply. He and James had perused numerous tomes in the restricted section, both concluding that Remus was likely a werewolf. After all, he consistently took leave on the nights of the full moon, and his appearance grew increasingly haggard as the date approached. However, when they trailed Remus, they unexpectedly encountered Fleury. Why was she here? How had she discovered Remus's secret? Their relationship appeared less intimate than his with James. Moreover, as far as they knew, a werewolf lost all rationality upon transformation. Why would Fleury willingly risk danger to accompany Remus on the night of the full moon? Could it be that Fleury harbored feelings for Remus? Considering this, Sirius tightened his grip on James's collar, causing the bespectacled boy to cough softly. "No, Sirius. You needn't worry. Fleury and I are here." "Worry about what?" The handsome boy with gray eyes wore a sullen expression, his lips drawn down coldly, his narrow gaze fixated menacingly on the stairs. He was determined to ascertain why Fleury would favor Remus. With a forceful tug, he yanked James forward. The boy, previously half-dragged by James, now seemed ignited by something, striding forward with a fierce determination. James found himself bemused, leaping to reclaim his collar. "No, Sirius, let go of me." He felt as though his brother were not grasping his collar, but wielding a colossal sword, ferociously intent on cleaving something in twain. As they ascended the creaking stairs, they beheld the firmly boarded windows, the floor marred by scratch marks, and the silver-haired girl approaching, smiling at them. She raised her wand and softly spoke. The boys were frozen in place, unable to move, merely watching Eve as she arched her eyes at them. "Good evening, Potter Black." James maintained his posture on the staircase, yet his chocolate-brown eyes anxiously scanned her form. Though he was inherently optimistic, he was nonetheless concerned for Eve's safety regarding Remus. After all, the books indicated that werewolves exhibited extreme aggression. However, witnessing Eve unharmed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Though his face remained impassive, joy and ease radiated from his sweet doe-like eyes. With a flick of her wand, Eve finally released them from their immobilized state. One wore a brooding expression, inhaling deeply. His jaw clenched tightly as he fixed an intense stare upon her face, resembling a husband who had discovered his wife's infidelity. The other glanced around, uttering trivialities about the lovely weather, batting his beautiful doe-like eyes at her, as if attempting to extract the truth from her lips. Eve stifled a laugh, discreetly concealing the shadow lurking behind the cabinet in the darkness behind her. "Gentlemen, it's getting late." If there's nothing pressing, Lemurs had heard the sounds before they arrived, prompting him to instinctively leap up and conceal himself behind the only cabinet in the vacant shrieking shack. In contrast, Eve ventured in the opposite direction to shield him from his approaching friends. How cowardly he felt. He had forsaken the Sorting Hat's suggestion to join Hufflepuff in a bid to cultivate greater bravery, ultimately opting for Gryffindor. Yet, he continued to evade the kindness of those around him for myriad reasons. These two noble and courageous friends might have long been aware of his concealed secret, yet they upheld his dignity, patiently awaiting his revelation. The girl before him had honored her promise, standing by him in his moments of deepest anguish and helplessness, positioning herself before him when he sought to retreat. Compared to them, he felt exceedingly weak, feeble, and contemptible. James withdrew his searching gaze from the room, and exchanged a knowing glance with Sirius, acknowledging the late hour. "Let us escort you back, Evie." He extended his hand toward Eve, smiling in the dim light, revealing 2 playful canine teeth. "The stairs here are rather steep." He pointed with his other hand to the shadowy staircase, indicating a pitfall. "You take my hand, and I'll guide you down." No sooner had James finished speaking than a low, wolf-like growl reverberated through the air, accompanied by a towering, grotesque shadow rising slowly from behind the cabinet. Calling their names, James, Sirius. Sirius's immediate instinct was to pull Eve behind him. Yet James stepped forward, standing beside Eve, his hazel eyes wide with delight, devoid of fear or loathing, sparkling with the joy and excitement of seeing a friend. "Wow, Remus. You look so cool." After understanding Remus's situation, James stroked his chin. "If you have to endure this every month on this day, it must be incredibly lonely and unbearable." Although Eve occasionally visited, her stays were brief, as Lucius, Narcissa, and even Mitchell had become increasingly concerned about her compliance with the dormitory's nighttime rules. James scratched his head, rummaged through the pocket of his robe, and his eyes lit up as he thumped Sirius on the shoulder. "We could transform into animals to keep Remus company, so he won't feel so lonely." "Actually, that's unnecessary," Remus began. But James seemed to have an epiphany and dashed out of the shrieking shack like a whirlwind, leaving Sirius, Remus, and Eve exchanging bewildered glances. "When did you?" Sirius's gloomy gray eyes darted between Remus and Eve. Perhaps James had overlooked it, but Remus had called out Eve's name, not her surname. At that moment, the tumult of restlessness, confusion, jealousy, and anger that had been brewing since entering the shack morphed into a corrosive, destructive impulse, coursing from his emotionally besieged heart, through his throat, and into his mind. The name he had cherished on his tongue and whispered in dreams countless times now eluded him, unable to find a sufficiently legitimate reason to utter it before her. The young man's gray eyes brimmed with anger and unshed tears, all his questions coalescing into a viscous liquid, rolling just shy of his lips, yet he could not bring himself to speak. "It's a bit hard to find, but I managed to get something close." James returned with a flourish, perplexed by the stifled atmosphere surrounding the three. What are you all doing?" Chapter 91. The Transformation Potion? Sirius was awkwardly patting Remus on the shoulder, as if reason compelled him to perform such an action. His posture was indeed awkward, intentionally wedged between Eve and Remus while unwilling to draw too close to Eve, resulting in his entire frame leaning against Remus. Perhaps the worry for Remus weighed heavily on Black's mind. Eve smiled knowingly, shifting her gaze to the bottle clutched in James's hand. "That's the transformation potion." Noticing Eve's attention, James cheerfully raised the bottle, shaking it to reveal the milky liquid within. "Remember when we wanted to pull a prank with a new twist, Sirius? I just happened to bring this along. It said that if you add animal hair before casting the transformation spell, it allows you to turn into an animal." Perhaps James's lightheartedness eased the mood, for Sirius's dark expression faded as he resumed banter with his dear friend. James snapped his fingers, animatedly. "Although I brought some polyjuice potion as well, it doesn't allow one to transform into animals." This potion popped into my mind immediately, and I just rushed out to grab some deer and dog hair. Eve regarded his seemingly heavy pocket with skepticism, wondering if he habitually carried all his prank supplies with him. "I recall that potion being bought from the joke shop, James." Sirius frowned, eyeing the potion with suspicion. However, James had already thrust the potion into Sirius's hands, unscrewing the cap and clinking it against his own. After a hearty gulp, Sirius, brow furrowed, followed suit. "I think this isn't a wise decision." Remus's low voice rumbled in Eve's ear. The silver-haired girl displayed concern and worry, yet the corners of her mouth quirked up momentarily. This was, in fact, one of her reasons for visiting the Shrieking Shack, to expedite James and Sirius's realization of their transformation into animagi. Moreover, the animal hair needed for transformation was precisely the material to eliminate Remus Lupin's claws. This was also a detail Severus Snape had casually mentioned in their first year, which she had discovered while taking a desperate gamble. As for why Peter Pettigrew was absent, the system explained that since she had intervened to prevent Peter from being bullied in their first year, he no longer felt the need to seek refuge with James. For those not requiring task completion, she would not invest much thought. Furthermore, she had yet to uncover why Eve's animagus form hair had become part of the wolfsbane potion. James emitted a strange sound after drinking the potion. Whether it was due to the potion or not, a faint flush spread across his normally pale skin, even reaching the depths of his neck. His usually bright brown eyes now appeared hazy, enveloped in a mist reminiscent of melted milk chocolate, soft and gooey. I feel a bit warm. His tongue seemed to disobey him as he mumbled, clutching the wall to steady himself. Impatiently, he tugged at the tie around his neck, ripping it off with a flourish. The stillness of the air, the enclosed space, and the warmth rising between his lips and tongue made the young man feel lightheaded. He yanked at his collar with one hand, his Adam's apple bobbing rapidly with his restless movements. With his other hand, he forcefully tore open the remaining buttons. Pop! The unfortunate buttons burst open, revealing the contours of the boy's pale, taut abdominal muscles flickering beneath his unadorned shirt. He took a deep breath, intending to strip away the last layer of fabric. Remus, disregarding his still wolfish state, positioned himself protectively in front of James before he could shed his clothing. "What are you doing?" The boy behind him, with his tongue lolling, muttered incoherently, yet his attention was swiftly captured by the half-removed shirt wedged between his arms. Eve, feeling a headache approaching, rubbed her forehead and picked up the glass vial that James had kicked aside. She cautiously took a sniff, and upon discerning the contents, couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder Sirius harbored doubts about the potion James had handed him. It appeared to be merely a ruse from the Jinx and Jape's magical joke shop, cloaked in the guise of a transformation or polyjuice potion, while in reality, it peddled potent spirits like fire whiskey. Such a concentration was rather excessive for youths. As she delicately examined the small vial, a searing hand clasped her other wrist firmly, yanking her backward. Suddenly losing her balance, Eve had no time to emit a sound from her throat before the boy behind her swept her up, landing her solidly on his lap. She attempted to shift away, only to find Sirius's hand securing her shoulder with singular determination. His other hand grasped her delicate chin, compelling her face to turn towards his cheek. Sirius appeared in a state even worse than James, his pupils dilated, and a flush creeping across his cheeks. His full lips, softened by inebriation, glistened enticingly, awash in a drunken sheen. Those eyes, typically proud and cold, now shimmered with warmth, their gray irises translucent and gentle, reminiscent of a sky on the verge of sunlight, imbued with the world's warmth and kindness. "Sirius," he murmured, his long lashes fluttering as he whispered, "Call me Sirius." "What?" Eve attempted to tilt her head away from his lips, but Sirius stubbornly held her chin. Seemingly unsatisfied with her lack of response, the agitated boy repeated, "Call me Sirius." "Eve, why do you always refer to me as Black?" She had already addressed Remus by his first name, yet she still used that irksome surname for him. It was utterly unfair. After struggling for what felt like an eternity, Eve found herself unable to shake off Sirius's hand clinging to her shoulder. Nearly exasperated into laughter by this unreasonable drunken youth, "Mr. Black, if you wish to convey that our relationship is close enough for us to use each other's names, shouldn't you demonstrate some sincerity, perhaps a higher degree of loyalty, or at least refrain from being so haughty and obstinate, and attempt to be a bit more candid with me?" However, the boy before her clearly misinterpreted her words. His grip on her chin tightened abruptly, and the arm encircling her shoulder constricted further. She could even feel the tremors of his heart beating within his warm chest. Sincerity? Sirius's gray eyes deepened. His once beautiful lips, now tinged with crimson from the alcohol, slowly moved closer to Eve's own. "I believe I possess ample sincerity." His lips, imbued with the rich aroma of spirits, were poised to brush against the corner of her mouth. Just then another hand reached out from the side, seizing Sirius's arm that encircled Eve's shoulder, yanking it away with surprising force, accompanied by a low, discontented growl. "Sirius, what are you doing?" Chapter 92. Affectionate Address. Fortunately, this sudden pull allowed Eve to extricate herself from the close proximity to Sirius. Yet, it was merely a temporary reprieve. Sirius deftly maneuvered his hand on her shoulder, freeing himself from the grip of the other hand, and subtly adjusted Eve's position on his lap, cradling her in his embrace with her cheek resting against his neck. In her new vantage point, she caught sight of the individual who had interrupted Sirius. Surprisingly, it was James, not Remus. She had never seen this expression on James's face before. His usually jovial eyes now narrowed with discontent, tinged with an odd irritation. The once sweet chocolate hue of his irises had solidified into a cold, hard gray. His thin white shirt hung pitifully from his muscular arm, casting shadows in the dips between his bulging biceps and the defined contours of his shoulder muscles. "What are you doing?" Sirius turned to glance at his brother, then at the girl in his arms, his words laced with a hazy sense of grievance. "I wish she would call me by my name." "Name?" James's eyes flickered with realization, and he suddenly burst into laughter, revealing his soft dimples and small canines. "You're absolutely right, Sirius. Eve has been calling us by our last names, yet never by our first names. He nodded earnestly. After all, we are comrades helping Remus keep a secret. We should be entitled to call each other by our given names. Eve listened in exasperation as the two of them rambled beside her, flexing her wrist in an attempt to retrieve her wand. But James suddenly leaned forward, kneeling before her, placing his hands on either side of her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. His palms were scorching against her cheeks, just as his hazel eyes bore into her with an intensity that was equally fervent. Eve, he spoke gently, carefully, as if cradling a fragile gem. Call me James, James, James. He repeated his name incessantly, as if it were a soothing melody that spun in her ears, disorienting her with its persistent rhythm. All right, Eve interjected, unable to endure the repetition any longer just as he was about to repeat himself. James, she uttered, and the boy before her's eyes crinkled with delight, as if he had just heard the most enchanting melody. The moment she spoke his name, it felt as though he had caught the elusive golden snitch. As adrenaline surged, a euphoric wave cascaded from his ears to his heart, radiating boundless joy throughout his being, yearning for even more. Yes, Eve, he echoed, repeating her name with glee. His hands cradling her face grew even warmer. Say my name again, he implored, his brown eyes sparkling like rippling water. James. Eve felt that if she refrained from uttering his name, he might dissolve into tears. Upon hearing her voice once more, the young man grinned widely, his eyelashes fluttering with effort before finally closing his eyes, drifting into slumber at her feet. Yet his tousled hair stubbornly brushed against her calves. Humph, Sirius, still closely pressed against her, let out a sound of feigned indignation, shifting his hand on Eve's arm to draw her gaze to his gray eyes, which brimmed with warmth. It's my turn now, he murmured. Call my name. Meeting his silver eyes that curved into crescent moons, she whispered, Sirius. The boy with the gray eyes paused, momentarily taken aback. Beyond the unbounded joy it brought him, a vague sorrow surged from his heart. Thus he remained oblivious to the sudden approach of Remus's werewolf claw, which separated him from Eve. The girl, light as a feather, sprang from his embrace, raising her wand toward him. A flash of light enveloped him, rendering him unconscious on the ground, yet he stubbornly clutched at Eve's robe. Eve tugged for what felt like an eternity, finally freeing her crumpled sleeve from Sirius's grasp. Glancing back, the werewolf crouched low, pressing his elongated snout to the ground, his watery, light brown eyes averted from the girl squatting before him. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. The werewolf's voice was deep and gravelly, laced with an indistinguishable, brooding anger. His claws clawed futilely at the floor, tearing the already tattered surface into shreds. His heart felt as though it were being scorched by relentless flames, torn between his friend and the one he cherished. He had merely let his guard down for a moment, loosening his grip on James's arm, allowing James to cast a spell that thwarted his efforts to intervene. Fortunately, the werewolf's physique was sufficiently robust and possessed an inherent resistance to magic, enabling him to break free from the constraints of the immobilization curse. Yet, he still failed to prevent the inebriated James from advancing, nor could he deter Sirius from drawing near to Eve. In truth, it ought to have been Eve who concealed herself, rather than him. Had that been the case, he would not have witnessed the fervent, obsessive gaze of Sirius as he struggled to suppress his emotions, nor the instinctive longing in James's eyes and actions as he yearned for Eve. He stood like a shadow behind them, embodying silence and timidity. Even when alone with her, he could not express his feelings as openly and passionately as they did. Remus. Eve crouched beside him, playfully poking his furry forehead with her finger, remarked, If you truly wish to apologize, then be a bit braver in the future. Braver? Remus stared blankly at the spot where she had prodded him, retracting his sharp claws beneath his paw, striving to suppress the primal urge surging from within. If he were to muster courage in his current state, the young lady before him would likely be overwhelmed. Chapter 93, Together Forever. Young Barty Crouch was in a state of agitation. His first year at Slytherin had been rife with misfortune. He had hoped to draw closer to Eve through their shared house, yet found himself ensnared by Malfoy, Black, and Nott, leaving him with scant opportunities to approach her. What troubled him most was Eve's inexplicable interest in that half-blood, brooding, and unkempt individual, Severus Snape. She would engage him in conversation, even bestow upon him her sweet smile, igniting a jealousy within Barty that made him wish to cast all manner of curses upon Snape in secret. He could not bear the thought of being overshadowed by that Snape. Thus, when Eve ventured into the corridor near the basement leading to the common room, she heard Barty's desperate call for help. The fair-haired boy rushed around the corner, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Eve. He dashed to her side, clinging to her arm with a clinginess that belied his stature, which had already grown taller than hers. His pale golden eyes brimmed with tears of grievance, which promptly spilled down his cheeks the moment he looked at Eve. Sister, he whimpered, I was waiting for you here, but I ran into Mr. Snape. He warned me to stay away from him, and even singed my robe with that strange fire. Look. He was well aware of Snape's clandestine practices of dark magic with Avery and others, and he had keenly observed Snape's recent, excessive attention towards Eve. The young boy presented the charred sleeve to Eve, pouting as he edged closer to her. A large hole marred the cuff of his robe, embroidered with silver-green threads, still emitting faint wisps of smoke, carrying an acrid scent of dark magic. Eve raised her gaze to meet Severus, who remained motionless, his pallid complexion contrasting sharply with his tightly pursed lips as he regarded her. "Are you not going to explain yourself, sir?" Eve asked, pinching Barty's cheek to signal him to stand still, then tilting her head towards Severus. However, the obstinate boy with dark eyes retorted sarcastically, "I say, if it weren't for me, would the esteemed Miss Freely believe you? You would still choose this pretentious fellow who flatters you. Sister, his words are so unpleasant." Barty pressed closer to Eve, embellishing his complaint. Eve regarded Severus for a moment before turning to pull on Barty's sleeve. "Barty, let us depart." She had granted Severus time and opportunity to explain. However, the detrimental effects of his harsh upbringing had rendered this awkward boy prone to interpreting others' intentions with utmost malice, often pushing away those who endeavored to extend goodwill with his sharp, cutting words. He needed more time to change. "Sister, wait for me." Barty raised his voice, sweetly calling out to Eve. He tugged at the hem of her robe, trailing closely behind her, then stealthily glanced back at Severus, revealing a mischievous, triumphant smile. Eve did not return to the Slytherin common room. Instead, she took Barty to a bench in the outdoor courtyard. The boy's long, slender legs swung gently beneath the seat, mirroring his current mix of trepidation and delight. "Barty," Eve said, lifting her hand to gently tousle his soft golden hair. Even the most innocuous strands could harbor subtle dangers. Compared to Severus, Barty's world was far simpler. He had only those he loved and those he loathed. Lacking a fundamental sense of right and wrong, he instinctively pursued, idolized, and revered those he cherished. Like a ferocious beast, he crouched at his master's feet, obedient to their every command, willing to sacrifice himself without hesitation. "You like me very much, don't you?" Barty heard Eve's melodious voice. His heart raced, nearly ceasing its rhythm, as if it had flown from his throat, swaying and gleaming as it landed in the palm of the girl before him. The boy, usually sweet-tongued and eloquent, suddenly stumbled over his words, barely able to articulate a complete thought. I really like Barty." Upon hearing Eve's declaration, Barty's heart threatened to burst with warmth, only for her subsequent words to freeze it in an instant. "I wish I had a brother like Barty, so sweet and obedient." That gentle hand pinched Barty's nose lightly. Though the pressure was minimal, he felt a pang of discomfort in his nostrils. "Only family will remain steadfastly by my side, never easily departing from me. Only such bonds will remain unbroken and unblemished." The girl's words floated lightly, yet Barty understood her meaning, having known it all along. She, like him, was emotionally impaired. While he had made another's likes and dislikes his very foundation and the impetus for all his actions, Eve seemed devoid of a heart. It was as though she had lost the capacity to love another long ago, her emotionally vibrant soul nearly extinguished. The boy obediently lowered his shoulders and bowed his head, allowing her fingers greater access to his hair. In the shadows unseen, he smiled silently, almost pathetically. This is fine too. He would be the most special one. Unlike those nameless, unremarkable individuals, he had ample justification and a solid identity to stand by her side. Free from the dread of her losing interest and abandoning him one day, he would weave a web as sticky as that of a spider, binding her so that she could never escape him. "So stand by my side, Barty," Eve softly urged. "Avoid those dark things and shun the wrong people." She was aware that the singed fabric of Barty's robe was a result of his own machinations. However, Eve paid little heed to the scheming boy's antics. Her greater concern lay in the possibility of this peculiar, obsessive lad becoming further entangled with dark magic, ultimately bowing before the dark figure, who would become his father in the original narrative. Suddenly, she felt a weight upon her shoulder. Barty had embraced her. The boy's increasingly strong arms enveloped her slender shoulders, and he leaned in close, whispering sweetly in her ear, "I will follow Eve's lead. Whatever Eve asks of me, I shall do. So, let them be together forever." Change Barty Crouch's beliefs 20, current progress 80. Chapter 94 Malice. Professor Flitwick is notably more benevolent compared to his colleagues. Unlike Professor McGonagall, who tends to increase the length and quantity of assignments, or Professor Slughorn, who often neglects students he deems unhelpful, Flitwick makes a point of highlighting key aspects of the lessons for his young wizards. For instance, he emphasizes the application of certain spells in theoretical examinations, while the frequency of wand movements for others is tested during practical classes. Consequently, Students find his classes considerably less strenuous. It's simply marvelous. I adore Professor Flitwick. James, seated in front of Eve, hastily and carelessly marked key points in his pristine notebook. Then stretched languidly before turning to observe Eve's focused expression as she diligently took notes. Eve, would you like to see my notes? I believe I have captured everything comprehensively. He proudly brandished his scrawled notes, resembling a chaotic tapestry. Upon hearing his words, Sirius, sitting beside him, coughed uncontrollably as though he had been choked by his own saliva. While Remus paused his meticulous note-taking, revealing a look of surprise. Lily widened her emerald eyes, her mouth opening and closing as she glanced between James and Eve. Why does Potter so casually address Eve by her first name? Realizing the slip of his tongue, James paused for a moment to contemplate with his simple mind, then broke into a joyful smile. Oh right, after nearly 2 years of camaraderie, Eve and I are quite familiar with each other, he said cheerfully. So addressing each other by our first names isn't such a big deal, is it, Eve? After all, they were now united in keeping Remus's secret. In James's view, sharing secrets was an act reserved for the closest of friends. Moreover, although his memory of that evening after consuming the transformation potion was hazy, he vaguely recalled them calling each other by their first names. His thick, curly lashes fluttered as he blinked at Eve, who raised an eyebrow and returned a knowing smile. It's not that we're particularly close, but exchanging first names isn't too significant, James. Given his demeanor, it seemed he was blissfully unaware of his behavior post-drinking. Lily furrowed her brow, enduring a moment of contemplation before finally turning Eve's face toward her, lightly touching her forehead. No fe ver, eh? She suspected that James's peculiar behavior had finally become contagious. Sirius unconsciously fiddled with the crumpled parchment of his notes, his dark hair falling across his cheek, his gaze distant. However, the mischievous girl behind him had no intention of letting him off the hook. But James, your notes are utterly rudimentary. Don't you agree? Her soft voice called his name, floating into his ears. A tingling sensation crept up his spine, causing a shiver to run through him. He struggled to maintain an air of arrogance, casting a quick glance at Eve before swiftly turning back, defensively clutching James's ostentatious notebook, unconsciously tugging at the fragile parchment. Rudimentary? I think they're quite good. His overly defensive tone cracked, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. He still found it difficult to meet Eve's gaze. Haunted by the soft sensation of her presence in his arms that night, the proximity of her silver eyes, and the lingering warmth of her lips against his neck, as if embedded in his mind, refusing to fade. James pouted in dismay at the tattered notebook held by his brother, feeling a sense of pity for it. Eve observed the crimson tips of Sirius's ears, noting that he still remembered. Actually, a few days ago, the three of us encountered a bit of trouble during our nighttime escapade, and it just so happened that Eve came to our rescue. Which is why our relationship has improved, Remus explained to Lily with a gentle smile. Lily regarded the three boys, whose expressions varied, with suspicion. In truth, Remus did not need to clarify anything for her. His explanation seemed more an assertion of his own right to call Eve by her name. Severus, seated behind Lily and Eve, stared at their backs. His head bowed as he expressionlessly tore at a piece of parchment with his wand, until it disintegrated into a pile of yellow-white fragments. This overly cold gesture caused Avery to subtly lean away. Under the persistent drizzle, Hogwarts Castle appeared somewhat gloomy, permeated with a damp scent, particularly in the dimly lit corners of the stairwells where sunlight failed to reach. As Eve descended the stairs, passing through the shadowy landing, she noticed a figure almost merging with the gray-black bricks. Severus, with his pallid lips pressed tightly together, fixated on her with his dark, unblinking eyes, yet remained silent. After an extended period of patient waiting, Eve furrowed her brow slightly and stepped aside. Excuse me, could I pass? The boy before her remained motionless, eventually blinking his long lashes. It seemed he had summoned considerable resolve. I did not harm Barty Crouch, he continued, as if words tumbled from him like beans from a bamboo tube. I merely encountered him near the basement. He drew his wand and set fire to his own sleeve. And then I saw you. And the girl before him, without even turning her eyes toward him, replied indifferently. And his lips trembled. So he is innocent. And knowing the truth, you shouldn't treat me so coldly. Severus's tone, initially dull, suddenly became sharp and bitter. Let me think, the modified wolfsbane potion you had me create was also for someone, perhaps one of those who feigned calling your name in class just now. What? Do you fancy him? He scoffed lightly, feeling something inside him crack. He had poured his efforts into researching all that material, only to become a mere tool for her pursuit of another. If his true identity were to be revealed, it would surely be disastrous. He struggled to contain the surging malice within him, knowing that what he truly wanted to say was not this. Severus Snape. Her beautiful eyes finally met his. Do you find joy in deliberately provoking me? She stepped closer, her slender fingers pressing against his chest, jabbing sharply at his left side. Do you take pleasure in seeing others in distress, Severus Snape? Chapter 95. A variety of surprises. What? I don't. Her finger lifted, pressing against his lips. Her sharp nails cutting into his chapped skin. Crimson blood trickling down to the corner of his mouth. The girl coldly smirked, smearing the blood staining her fingertips across his lips, enhancing their vivid hue. Moreover, your threats hold no weight with me. They only render you a mere jester like your father. Anyone can utter unpleasant words. It merely depends on one's willingness to do so. She had no obligation to indulge him. At the mention of Tobias Snape, Severus's face turned ashen. He suddenly parted his lips, his tongue inadvertently brushing against Eve's fingertip. This fleeting contact caused a momentary change in his expression, his brows furrowing deeply, before he murmured a few words from his throat. I did not mean to threaten you. I only meant to convey the truth. He simply wished to. As her fingers slowly withdrew from his lips, her silver gaze softened toward him. I understand, Severus. It was quite the mental exercise to coax even a slight concession from this obstinate and sharp-tongued individual. However, upon hearing the notification, Severus Snape's wish 10 current progress 60, she became aware of an additional layer to their interaction. To her surprise and amusement, the final exams concluded amidst a flurry of chaos. This year, James and Sirius once again met expectations, igniting a pile of Halloween leftover pumpkin firecrackers on the very day the exams ended. The modified firecrackers not only chased after people down the corridors, but also accompanied their explosions with witty textual remarks. Eve watched as one firecracker caused a Slytherin first year's trousers to burst apart, leaving behind a trail of colorful, animated text. History of magic can perish. It was rare for Eve and James to share the same sentiment. So where would Eve spend her holiday? As Narcissa busied herself organizing Eve's suitcase, she allowed the silver-haired girl to languidly rest her head on her lap. Eve idly toyed with Narcissa's golden locks, pondering slowly. Indeed, many others had tasks that remained stagnant, yet she yearned to simply lounge at the Black residence. Still undecided, she asked softly, So will you accompany me out, sissy? The petite figure rolled over on Narcissa's lap. Her delicate cheeks raised as she gently inquired. The warmth of the girl resting on her thigh made Narcissa momentarily lose her train of thought, and after a brief pause, she replied with a hint of melancholy, If time permits, I shall certainly visit. She had reached the age of engagement and impending marriage, and her parents would seize any opportunity to enhance the Black family's interests. Thus, this holiday would entail an increased focus on etiquette and household management skills. Sissy. The silver-haired girl seemed to perceive her thoughts. Eve lifted her face, her slender arms encircling Narcissa's lithe waist, resembling a soft serpent as she coiled up her arm, finally wrapping around her neck and planting gentle kisses on her cheek. The warm, damp sensation against Narcissa's side made her catch her breath. Instinctively, she felt compelled to turn her face and return the kiss in the direction of Eve's lips. If you miss me, write to me. Whatever you pen. I shall be there to fetch you at the earliest opportunity. Those silver eyes, so close, sparkled brighter and more splendidly than any stars Narcissa had ever beheld. Do not worry or fear, sissy. Whatever transpires, I, along with the entire Free family behind me, shall go to any lengths to assist you. The delicate, soft, and fragile arms draped around her neck belied the immense strength contained within those sweet words. Narcissa comprehended Eve's intent. Should she resist the forced match, the Free family would exert powerful influence for her benefit. For in the face of self-interest, all else pales in significance. Narcissa Black's affection 10 current progress 80. Do not worry, my dearest Eve. Narcissa cradled Eve's small face, placing a deep and lingering kiss near the corner of her lips. I am not so weak. She too was a Slytherin, equally adept at employing cunning to secure her own interests. A petulant and frigid voice swiftly approached. A large hand, brimming with ire, seized Narcissa's hand, which had been resting on Eve's cheek, and pulled it away forcefully. Narcissa lifted her gaze, inevitably meeting the icy blue eyes of Mitchell, who narrowed his gaze menacingly at her. Upon noticing Eve glance over, his expression instantly transformed into a feigned smile. Time to leave school soon, Eve Mitchell remarked, subtly encircling Eve's shoulders and leading her away from Narcissa. We need to expedite our packing. It is nearly done, Narcissa replied coolly, locking eyes with Mitchell's deep blue ones. However, Mr. Knott ought to hasten his preparations, for your summer vacation will undoubtedly be far busier than ours. In contrast to the neutrality of the Free family, the Knott and Malfoy families had become Voldemort's staunch allies. Abraxas Malfoy's influence in the Ministry of Magic and the business world had nearly reached omnipotence. while Howard not served as Voldemort's most loyal servant, his reckless fervor instilling dread in all. As his only son, Mitchell was incessantly commanded by Howard to practice dark magic, preparing him to seamlessly transition into a Death Eater in the future. You need not concern yourself, Miss Black. Mitchell elongated her surname with a chilling tone. As long as little Eve requires me, I shall ascend from the depths of hell to find her. His voice was laced with a coldness that sent a shiver down Narcissa's spine. Yet Eve reached out, gently tapping his shoulder where he had restrained her. You are hurting me, Mitchell. She looked up at him with a half-smile. And why mention hell? Then she poked at his slightly furrowed brow, playfully teasing him. It is my fault, Eve, the young man replied, his demeanor shifting to one of warmth and gentleness, as if he had never been the menacing figure moments before. I shall not go anywhere. I will remain by your side. It is getting late. Lucius entered from the doorway, his expression indifferent as he interrupted Mitchell's words. With a long stride, the platinum-haired youth approached, taking hold of the suitcase in one hand and extending the other towards Eve. I received a letter from Mr. Freeze-Owl. He entrusted me with escorting you home. Mitchell rose leisurely, casting a provocative smile at Lucius, who stood protectively in front of Eve, exercising your privileges in the last moments. Dear Prefect? Lucius, having graduated in his 7th year, would mean that Mitchell would no longer have to endure that loathsome face after September. Yet, Lucius met his smile with a faint smirk of his own. Worry not, Mr. Knott, for beginning next academic year, I shall be your potions teaching assistant. Before the blue-eyed, brooding youth could react, Lucius tossed out another bombshell capable of igniting Mitchell's ire. Furthermore, Eve, would you care to accompany me for a stroll this summer? Chapter 96. Him and the Amusement Park. In the seaside town of Margate, Kent, the most renowned amusement park of the 1970s lay nestled. It boasted the trendiest rides of the time, along with dining and apparel options catering to various consumer tiers. The summer holiday, typically the peak season for visitors, felt unusually desolate today, as the entire amusement park exuded a sense of emptiness. When two young girls, brimming with enthusiasm, arrived at the ticket booth, they were met with the smiling attendant's words. I am sorry, ladies, but today's tickets have all been sold out. But it seems so empty inside, one of the girls remarked, pointing at the sparse crowd within. Indeed, a gentleman purchased all the remaining tickets earlier this morning, the attendant replied, maintaining her courteous smile as she recalled the young man's appearance. He was dressed in a well-tailored suit that complemented his tall, upright figure, with platinum hair meticulously tied back with a black satin ribbon. His striking gray-blue eyes were cold as they fixed upon her. He appeared to be a high-born aristocrat who rarely ventured out to make payments himself. He had produced a large stack of cash from somewhere, so substantial that it made her hands tremble. Sir, she stammered, you do not need this much to buy tickets. No, his voice was deep and melodious, yet as cold as ice. I shall buy all the remaining tickets, if it is insufficient. Of course, it is more than enough. She hurriedly nodded, calling over a colleague to calculate the ticket prices, and prepare to return the excess pounds to him. Yet he merely frowned impatiently and dismissed her with a curt, no need for change, before departing. As she finished counting the amount and rushed to the ticket booth, intending to return the remaining portion to the man, she beheld the distinguished gentleman slightly leaning forward, as if transformed into another person. The chill that enveloped him melted away entirely, replaced by an expression of unimaginable tenderness. He gently twirled the silvery strands of hair belonging to the young girl beside him, tucking the fluffy locks behind her ear. Eve held the hand of the platinum-haired youth, curiously glancing around. Lucius had invited her out as a compensation for not being able to accompany her on her birthday. She had assumed he would take her to Diagon Alley, but to her surprise, they arrived at a Muggle amusement park instead. It was indeed far more novel and amusing than she had anticipated. The gentle sea breeze caressed her as she stood among the towering and uniquely designed attractions along the coastline. The curving giant slides, the roaring roller coasters, the vividly colorful carousels and the costumed characters, the excited screams of children, the whirring sounds of machinery, the calls of vendors, and the laughter of people melded together, enhancing the brilliance of the sunlight that cascaded down. What's wrong, Eve? The small hand clasped in hers was soft and delicate, with just a gentle tremor. It was perceptibly noted by Lucius. He lowered his eyelashes and cast a glance in her direction. The girl looked extraordinarily adorable today, knowing they would be going out. She had donned a pair of sky blue overalls, which were all the rage in the Muggle world, paired with a tender green puff-sleeved shirt, reminiscent of fresh buds sprouting in early spring, vibrant and lush. Her long silver hair was fashioned into two plump little buns, swaying playfully with her movements. There aren't as many people as I imagined. I thought it would be crowded during the summer vacation. Eve surveyed her surroundings. Nearly every attraction didn't require a queue to enjoy. This was in stark contrast to the bustling amusement parks she had seen on television, for which she had specifically chosen to wear overalls for convenience. The large hand holding hers gently squeezed her fingers. Perhaps today, people prefer to stay indoors. The somewhat dismissive response was overlooked by Eve, as she had already been captivated by the carousel. Unlike the attractions in some smaller parks, these were exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs and an enchanting atmosphere. "Can I ride it?" The silver-haired girl expressed her excitement, causing the corners of the platinum-haired youth's mouth to curve upward slightly at her joyful demeanor. Of course. Eve chose a macaroon-colored unicorn, and as she attempted to climb onto its back with both hands and feet, her feet suddenly left the ground. The platinum-haired youth lifted her gently by her arms and placed her atop the unicorn. He then effortlessly swung his long legs over to sit beside her on a white horse. The lively music began, and the entire world spun around them. Lucius sat sideways, his long legs slightly bent due to the lower height, his suit jacket draped over his arm, the cuffs of his white shirt rolled up, revealing the cold, taut lines of his forearms. Aside from the somewhat childish background music, he truly resembled the Prince Charming of every girl's dreams. Eve grasped the unicorn's horn, turning her head to look at Lucius. He seemed to have some sort of radar, quickly turning to meet her gaze. Her captivating little face, with round eyes, radiated joy, the corners of her eyes gently drooping, a sweet dimple forming on one smooth, porcelain cheek, as if immersed in pure bliss. The youth's throat moved slightly, struggling to suppress the urge to smile. In the end, he couldn't resist. He reached out to gently pinch her bun and lightly tapped her hand, his words remaining unusually serious, attempting to mask the softness that threatened to spill forth. "Hold on tight. Don't get distracted. Lucius, you should hold on tight too." The girl laughed, mimicking him as she pinched his prominent wrist bone. Her exquisite smile was vibrant and lively, akin to the bright blossoms blooming on tender branches. Lucius focused intently on her, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. He should have hired some photographers to capture her beautiful and lively demeanor. Chapter 97. Simple Joys. The amusement park was filled with high-altitude attractions, yet Lucius knew his little girl did not fancy heights. Thus, like a silent, sturdy tail, he followed Eve as she wandered through the amusement park. He had initially planned to take her to a fine restaurant for lunch, but Eve was drawn to the food trucks. Observing the keen interest in her eyes, Lucius swallowed back any remarks about the street food as hygiene. He now regretted not bringing along a healer from Street Mungo's as well. They purchased large hot dogs, steaming and adorned with ketchup and honey mustard. Eve attempted to open her mouth to bite one end but found it far too large to manage. She resorted to taking small bites of the bun and sausage, chewing slowly. The platinum-haired youth held his own hot dog, watching as Eve futilely tried to swallow, frowning slightly. He licked the ketchup from the corner of his mouth with the tip of his tongue, and delicately nibbled at the bun with his pearly white teeth. His gray-blue eyes, glowing with warmth, were fixed intently on her glistening lips. The veins on the back of his hand stood out prominently from the exertion, and the poor hot dog was nearly squished in his grip, causing a stream of sauce to trickle down his cold, pale fingers. By the time Eve managed to consume 1/3 of hers, she noticed that Lucius's hot dog had already vanished. The youth remained unfazed, leisurely wiping the sauce from his fingers with a napkin before naturally taking the unfinished hot dog from Eve. He walked behind her, listening to her melodious voice, lowering his lashes as he gently licked the spot where she had bitten, slowly chewing and swallowing that piece of bread. There was a small petting zoo designed specifically for children within the amusement park, filled with small animals that could be fed hay. Eve crouched down amidst a group of children, cradling a white rabbit. The rabbit obediently nestled in her lap, its little mouth twitching. Eve looked up, stroking the rabbit's ears, smiling at Lucius. "It's so adorable, Lucius." The youth stood momentarily stunned, as if just realizing what she had said, and replied hoarsely, "Indeed, it is quite adorable." As the girl bent down to feed the rabbit, he covered his face with his palm, struggling to contain the overwhelming emotions threatening to surface. How dreadful! That delicate, fair face and those round silver eyes were almost as soft and lovable as the rabbit resting on her lap. She was so enchanting that he longed to hold her like that rabbit, to place her on his knee, to feel her soft, smooth skin inch by inch with his hands, to rub his fingertips against her delicate lips repeatedly, and to kiss every part of her, eliciting sweet hums from her. When had his once indifferent emotions begun to shift because of her? Her smiling face brought him immense joy, her sorrow ignited fierce anger within him, and her glances towards others stirred waves of jealousy. Just wait a little longer. Lucius silently commanded the beast within him. She was still too young to bear such complicated and intense emotions. Once she matured a bit more he would. "Lucius, do you want to touch it?" The girl blinked her eyes, offering him the rabbit. The youth half-heartedly extended his finger, stroking the rabbit's smooth fur. He longed to touch her instead. The time spent enjoying the amusement park was always fleeting. By the time Eve felt a bit fatigued, the sun had already set, and the night breeze carried a hint of the sea's coolness. They passed through a vast expanse of blooming flowers. The fragrant roses, resplendent in their vivid red hue, swayed gracefully in the gentle evening breeze. The young maiden inhaled the rich aroma deeply, pausing quietly amidst the blossoms. Eve, the youth beside her inquired earnestly, his head bowed. Are you happy today? Eve lifted her gaze, allowing her eyes to meet his warm, slate-blue orbs. I am very happy, Lucius. She bestowed upon him a smile that radiated brilliance, the brightest of the day. Indeed, she was so enthralled by joy that she momentarily forgot her burdens, surrendering herself to pure delight. The platinum-haired youth, in response to her smile, revealed a subtle smile of his own, gentle enough to convey the profound tenderness it harbored, reminiscent of the exquisite fragrance of roses. That is more than sufficient, he murmured softly. Her happiness was his greatest joy. As night gradually ascended, the distant amusement park ignited with a kaleidoscope of lights. With the illumination of the park, the blooming fireworks climbed upwards into the darkened sky, igniting the silent night with their brilliance. The resplendent fireworks burst forth, some resembling roses while others formed animated letters wishing a joyful summer. Lucius, did you set off these fireworks? The silver-haired maiden's eyes curved in mirth. The words were indeed refreshingly sincere and charming. Yes, he replied coolly, discreetly concealing the flush at the tips of his ears in the dim light of twilight. I did not inscribe your name, Eve, fearing it might cause you embarrassment. Yet, if she desired it, the serpent staff extended towards the sky, only to be playfully halted by Eve's laughter. No, Lucius, this is perfect. I adore it, she said, leaning against him like a soft, white bunny, her eyes twinkling as she elongated her words. I truly love it, Lucius. The young man's expression remained unchanged, yet his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. It was merely a fondness for this splendid day, but her declaration of affection sent his heart into disarray. As long as you are content, he responded, his voice slightly hoarse as he coughed softly. I too find this day quite agreeable. The summer passed swiftly and quietly, akin to the calm before a storm. After Lucius spent a delightful day with her, he was summoned back by Abraxas. Narcissa, in her letter, informed her that the Black family, due to Voldemort's affairs, was currently unable to attend to her, urging her not to worry. The letter subtly hinted that the pureblood families were preoccupied with their own troubles. Meanwhile, Mitchell had been unreachably silent. Eve understood that in this era of encroaching darkness, danger and war were inevitable. Hence, her actions required swifter execution. Why not be a compliant and obedient canary, my lady? The dark-haired youth, elegantly seated in the armchair of the Flea Manor library, intertwined his legs, his long, pale fingers tapping rhythmically against the cover of a thick tome. He had grown considerably more solid since the previous school year, and only from a close distance could one discern the faint glow surrounding his silhouette. He watched the silver-haired maiden's figure, concealed behind towering bookshelves, and squinted impatiently. Or perhaps, you might consider surrendering your body to me. I do not wish to die so swiftly, Riddle, the maiden retorted, peeking her head from behind the bookshelf and offering him a polite smile. It saddens me that Lord Riddle no longer wishes to employ deceit, resorting instead to such directness. Riddle scoffed lightly as he approached Eve, one arm resting against her head, while his other hand seized the tedious book she had been perusing, tossing it aside. He brushed a strand of hair from her face, prompting Eve to tilt her head upwards to meet his gaze. I have assured you, I will not kill you. His dark pupils held an enigmatic depth, occasionally flickering with a hint of crimson that lent him an alluring charm. He contemplated what to do with her, for the desire to kill could not materialize in her presence. Thus, upon claiming all souls and attaining a complete corporeal form, he would preserve her. If she continued to be as obstinate as she was now, he could mold her into an obedient puppet, one whose eyes and heart would belong solely to her master. Each time he pondered this, his irritable emotions would subside, replaced by a viscous, morbid satisfaction that surged within him. Should I be grateful to you, esteemed Lord Riddle? Eve chuckled lightly, redirecting her attention to the book he had just discarded. I wonder where that fearful gentleman has scattered the remaining fragments of his soul. She delicately tapped her slender chin with her finger, feigning a thoughtful expression. With the Ravenclaw diadem acquired, the remaining pieces must surely consist of Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, and Gryffindor's sword? Riddle raised an eyebrow in mockery as his grip on her hair faltered. I cannot discern whether Miss Flea is too astute or if I am merely foolish, but it does seem plausible. He now harbored grave doubts about the consequences of soul fragmentation. Was it a descent into intellectual oblivion? Furthermore, according to the journal's patterns, It was highly likely that he had concealed the Horcrux within the possession of a loyal Death Eater. Who could it be? Eve narrowed her eyes. Black. Lestrange? Malfoy? Or not? Riddle's expression darkened as he glared at her provocatively parted lips. He ought to seal that infuriating mouth. Once his ambitions were fulfilled, he would transform her into a compliant doll. Despite Roland Fleece's perpetual busyness, he never failed to see his granddaughter off to the station at the start of the school year. The station was suffused with the aroma of steam and dampness, filled with the warm murmurs of parents and the lively chatter of students. As the train began to move, Eve gazed out the window, spotting her grandfather dabbing at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief. It evoked a sense of both pity and affection within her. Eve, a red-haired girl, suddenly flung open the carriage door and leapt towards her. Instinctively, Eve extended her arms, as if embracing the warm, vibrant essence of early autumn. Have you missed me, Eve? Lily's emerald green eyes fixated on her without blinking. You've grown taller, and you've become even more beautiful, she remarked, though the lingering hint of melancholy in Eve's already expressive eyes seemed to deepen. Come on, she took Eve's hand, leading her towards their compartment. It feels too desolate here. The Slytherin compartment always bore a somewhat chilly atmosphere, a sense of coldness. Eve glanced around the empty compartment. In the past, Narcissa, Lucius, and Mitchell would accompany her, and now it indeed felt rather lonely. The Gryffindor compartment was bustling with life. Boys were noisily playing ball in the corridor, while girls giggled and leaned against the carriage, discussing the styles of their new robes, their latest manicures, and the handsome boys. Excuse me, coming through. Among a group of girls encircling another compartment, Lily unceremoniously tugged Eve along, weaving through the throng. As they passed the carriage door, a low, warm voice broke through the noise. Hey, Eve. James flashed a wide grin, revealing two deep, sweet dimples, and beamed at her. Come sit with us. He was genuinely a down-to-earth fellow. Please let us through. He effortlessly stepped into the compartment, using his arm to part the sea of disgruntled girls, extending his hand towards Eve. Uncertain of the reasons behind the throngs of people, he encircled Eve with his arm, guiding her toward the compartment. Perhaps this year's intake of students is particularly large? Porter, have you considered that it might be due to your presence among them? Lily remarked with a scowl, feigning ignorance of the girls' glances outside, hastily shutting the compartment door. She felt as if she were being pierced by envious gazes. Is that so? James blinked his golden hazel eyes, tousling the tuft of hair at the back of his head, and flashed a surprisingly confident smile. After all, I am the most popular student in the entire school. As he raised his arm, the taut muscles of his bicep bulged beneath his shirt, while the exposed, well-defined lines of his forearm exuded an intoxicating aura of youthful vigor. The collar of his shirt was carelessly undone, and his golden red tie hung loosely, revealing a straight, pronounced collarbone, accentuated by a hint of chiseled pectorals beneath. Indeed, he possessed the quintessential charm that would endear him to countless girls, especially when this roguishly handsome youth navigated through the crowded space, his gaze singularly focused on the silver-haired girl, oblivious to all others. Imprinted in his subconscious, she was the singular, unique mark that undoubtedly stirred the hearts of those around them. Eve's eyes flitted toward another young man. The maturation of adolescence was occurring at an astonishing pace. Sirius's once soft facial features had sharpened, and beneath his deep-set brows his gray eyes appeared elongated and aloof, imbued with a natural nobility. In contrast to James's crumpled shirt, Sirius's attire was notably more orderly. Yet unbeknownst to him, one of the buttons at his collar had discreetly come undone, revealing a prominent Adam's apple and a slender neck. It had been properly fastened before they entered the compartment. Eve squinted, suppressing a smile. Such subtle cunning was rather endearing. By the way, Eve, Sirius and I are considering utilizing mandrakes, James said intently, plopping down beside Remus as if he had opened a floodgate of conversation, eagerly addressing Eve. How was your holiday? Remus quickly interjected, interrupting James before he could divulge anything sensitive, mindful that Evans was present. Eve's gaze shifted to Remus, who seemed to be in a better state than in the past 2 years. There were no dark circles under his eyes, and his demeanor appeared more relaxed, making his light brown eyes shimmer with clarity and warmth. It was quite good, she replied meaningfully, especially after developing a new potion, which has given me a sense of accomplishment. During the break, aside from the unspoken tension with Riddle, she had endeavored to concoct a new version of the Wolfsbane potion, sending her findings to Remus's home. Judging by Remus's improved condition and the new progress, it indeed seemed effective, with Severus's contributions playing a significant role. Though their relationship was fraught with distrust, Severus possessed an intriguing trait. Once he committed to something, he would go to great lengths to fulfill it. Occasionally, he would send her letters, primarily concerning her previous request for him to research the wolfsbane potion. Even when angered, he would keep that matter close to heart. His letters bore a terse tone, yet their substance was weighty, significantly enhancing her work on the potion. He sometimes wrote about matters unrelated to the potion, usually regarding his life with Eileen, and would conclude by noting that his mother had insisted he write. Eve could almost envision his pale, awkward face as he penned those letters. Lily furrowed her brow, sensing they were discussing matters unknown to her. It was entirely normal for friends to harbor secrets. Yet she felt an uncomfortable pang, as if she believed that apart from those few Slytherins, she was Eve's closest companion. She yearned for a greater share of Eve's affections, including care, secrets, and love. However, the red-haired girl merely embraced Eve with her arm, swallowing her inquiries, and simply shared amusing anecdotes from her holiday with Penny. The warm glow of the setting sun illuminated the compartment, creating a cozy atmosphere that made Eve feel somewhat drowsy. And then Penny told me. This piece of cake is mine, Lily continued, feeling a gentle weight on her shoulder as Eve's head rested there. Her silver lashes brushed against her lower eyelid, serene and sweet, resembling a doll with closed eyes. The warm breath against Lily's neck sent a shiver down her spine, a sensation both ticklish and numbing. It was merely a breath, yet that warmth seemed to quicken the very flow of her blood. She subtly shifted her shoulder, leaning closer to Eve's cheek. The boys' chatter and laughter faded away, leaving the compartment enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic clatter of the train's wheels. Evans, James suddenly spoke softly, lowering his voice. Would it be too heavy? I could take her place. Absolutely unnecessary, Potter. Eve is quite light, Lily quickly declined, brushing her red hair against Eve's silver crown. James's smile faltered for a moment. He was well aware of Eve's lightness. He had often embraced her waist and lifted her onto the terrace. His fingers still bore the vivid memory of caressing her soft skin, and the sensation of her slender waist lingered even through their robes. I should have just sat next to Eve. It would have been more comfortable for her to rest on my shoulder. Sirius leisurely fastened the button at his neck, shedding his outer robe to reveal only his shirt. He turned his face, handing the robe to Lily with an exaggeratedly reluctant and weary expression. Evans, drape it over her. If the Malfoy heiress catches a chill, those insufferable Slytherins will come looking for trouble. There's no need for such fuss, Sirius, Remus interjected, producing a blanket from seemingly nowhere and gently draping it over Eve. And it's nearly evening. You'll catch a cold if you don't wear your robe. As Lily carefully covered Eve with the blanket, a commotion erupted outside. Two stout figures, one tall and one short, clad in black teaching robes, were inspecting each compartment. Upon spotting the silver-haired girl, the taller one, Goyle, barged in, only to be met by several wands pointed at his round nose. Goyle? James smirked, raising an eyebrow. And then he noticed the shorter one pulling out his wand. Crab? Seeing you two is quite nostalgic, reminding me of the times you howled when we pranked you. Sirius waved his wand, causing its tip to glow red. What brings you back for another year? Are you really so dim-witted that you couldn't even manage to graduate? Goyle's jowls quivered with indignation. Open your eyes and look closely. This is teaching attire. He tugged at his collar, a smug expression crossing his face. We are now the assistants to Malfoy, so you'll have to tread carefully around us. What? Lily frowned, her astonishment barely contained, when an imposing figure pushed past the obstructing Crab and strode in arrogantly. Lucius, clad in a long black teaching robe, wore his collar open, revealing a crisp white shirt tucked into tailored trousers, showcasing his lean waist and long legs. He habitually held his chin high, regarding the boys with disdain. Yet his expression softened instantaneously upon catching sight of Eve. Bending down, Lucius cradled the slumbering girl in his arms. Malfoy, Eve may remain wherever she pleases. You have no authority to interfere with her. Sirius coldly met Lucius's gaze, his wand pointed menacingly at his chest. Lucius leisurely pushed the wand aside, the corners of his thin lips curling in a mocking smile. Mind your tone, Mr. Black. Since boarding this train, I have assumed the role of your professor. To avoid disturbing her, he gently placed his palm over Eve's ears, lowering his voice. The soft hiss of his words made Remus perceive the man before him as a resplendent serpent, dangerously formidable. Professor Slughorn is searching for her. Moreover, she ought not to belong here. Chapter 100. Undercurrents. Lucius? Eve rubbed her eyes, realizing she had been moved to another compartment. She was draped in Lucius's robe, resting her head on his thigh. The man responded tenderly, his fingers brushing aside the silver strands clinging to her cheek. He observed the silver-haired girl stifle a yawn, her delicate face pressed against his suit trousers, her slender arms propping herself up as she leaned against his shoulder like a weary little creature. Why did you take so long to come? Her voice, still thick with sleep, sounded almost petulant, as if chiding him for arriving so late. The staff compartment had a meeting. That was my oversight. I should not have left you alone. He had been too careless. Believing that the meeting would be brief, and that he could return to her side shortly. However, he had not anticipated that in such a brief moment, she would be led away by Gryffindor students. It's all right. I merely wandered into another compartment. The Gryffindors are quite amiable. Eve let out another small yawn. Lucius paused momentarily in his caress of her hair, then resumed stroking the top of her head nonchalantly. While Gryffindor and Slytherin might still maintain the facade of peaceful coexistence on the surface, beneath it lay a tumultuous undercurrent. A faction of Slytherin families had already aligned themselves with the Death Eaters, while some Gryffindor students would inevitably pledge allegiance to Dumbledore after graduation. War seemed an inevitable eventuality. And Narcissa and Mitchell? Eve's voice pulled Lucius back from his reverie. They will soon return to the school, the platinum-haired youth replied succinctly, unwilling to burden her with too much dark news. He wished for his little girl to remain forever within the safe and comfortable confines of her greenhouse, regardless of the cost to himself. Bellatrix Lestrange's infatuation with Voldemort was obsessive. She not only offered the Lestrange estate to him, but also caused a ruckus at Grimmauld Place, demanding that the Black ancestral home be surrendered for Voldemort's use. However, Walburga Black, who pursued lineage and bloodline as her life's goal, firmly rejected Bellatrix's demands, leading to a most unpleasant rift between the main family and the branch, nearly tearing apart their family tree. This farce remains unresolved, which is why Narcissa and Regulus have been unable to return to school on time. As for Mitchell Knott, Lucius's gray-blue eyes flickered. He was even more perilous than Bellatrix. Howard Knott had been excessively exploited by the Dark Lord, draining both his soul and body, and was now on the brink of collapse. Thus, the Dark Lord's sights were set on the next head of the Knott family, demanding that Howard relinquish his son. Submissive Howard perceived this as a reward from the Dark Lord for the Knott family. It is likely that Mitchell is currently resisting and struggling under Howard Knott's control. Lucius. The corner of his robe was cautiously tugged by the girl, her silver eyes reflecting a worried concern. And you? What about him? Lucius's hand, which had been stroking Eve's hair, came to a halt. Despite his repeated attempts at concealment, his little girl had keenly discerned the underlying tension. I am fine, he slowly replied. Yet it was evident that the girl did not believe his words. Her soft hand gently brushed against his, gradually unfastening his shirt cuff. After a brief pause, noticing that he did not resist, she carefully rolled up his shirt sleeve, revealing only the smooth, pale arms devoid of any unsightly, dangerous dark marks. What are you looking for? The dark mark, Eve? The gray-blue depths of his eyes suddenly surged with repressed tumult. He leaned down, planting a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. He had thought that his vague responses would instill fear in her, perhaps prompting her to retreat. After all, the Fleury family was reclusive and neutral, yet she drew near to him with such unwavering determination. Even if it meant shattering the facade of tranquility and stepping out of her greenhouse to share in the peril that might ensue, she was resolute. Do not draw so close, nor delve so deeply, he thought, for his heart was nearly overwhelmed by her presence, teetering on the brink of overflow. Eve, Lucius said, his voice laced with a mixture of pride and concern. She lifted her face, revealing a relieved smile. Joining the ranks of the Death Eaters meant greater dangers, and would reduce the time she could spend with Lucius. Whether it was the former or the latter, both would impede her progress in completing her tasks. Yes, not for the time being. The youth lowered his gaze, slowly allowing his sleeve to fall back into place. It is merely temporary. The interests of the Malfoy family, and the priority of family came first. Abraxas had deliberated extensively, and found a compromise that was relatively suitable. He would resign from the Hogwarts board, allowing Lucius to take his place. A young man without the dark mark, and who remained compliant, would be less likely to draw Dumbledore's suspicion. After all, while the old man was stern, he also wished to extricate the Malfoy heir from that perilous mire. Moreover, should the Dark Lord falter, Lucius, as the next head of the Malfoy family, would not be ensnared in greater entanglements. Yet, once darkness descended upon the magical world, he too would have to plunge into the treacherous undercurrents. But for now, he simply wished to enjoy a moment of tranquility and comfort with his little girl in this warm and bright compartment. The sorting ceremony proceeded as it always had, with Slytherin welcoming 6 new students. As Eve watched them approach with trepidation, she speculated which among them might one day become the cold-blooded Death Eaters. Bored, she speared a small tomato with her fork, took a bite, and found it lacking in sweetness, so she returned it to her plate. In the past, such an action would have elicited Lucius's admonition against her pickiness. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Eve lifted her gaze to the staff long table. The platinum-haired youth had accurately pinpointed her amidst the sea of students, and he gently frowned at her pickiness. Eve tilted her head at him, picking up the discarded tomato and popping it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing as she chewed vigorously. The youth relaxed his brow, his fingers hovering in the air, lightly tapping at the distance between them, precisely at Eve's lips. There, that is better. His words overflowed with an affection he was scarcely aware of. Chapter 101 Teasing. In the late-night herbology greenhouse, rustling sounds echoed. James, you've picked too much. We are not going to eat it all. A low, raspy voice carried a hint of astonishment and teasing. A black head peeked out from beneath an invisibility cloak, a tuft of hair distinctly sticking out as it shook. Your idea is quite commendable, Sirius. Since it is said that practicing this is challenging, why not indulge in it a bit more as a means of replenishing our nutrition? James meticulously counted the leaves, intending to tuck them into his pocket, reminiscent of Doryman, when an unexpected voice broke the silence of the greenhouse. A splendid notion, James. But have you considered the possibility of poisoning from excessive consumption? The girl's voice was laced with laughter, akin to a gentle summer breeze, carrying a faintly sweet fragrance. Eve. Upon hearing Eve's voice, the boy's brown eyes sparkled with delight. He waved his arms in the air, as if attempting to grasp her elusive presence. Eve deftly avoided James's flailing limbs. The strength of a Quidditch seeker was formidable. Had he caught her, she might have been grievously injured by his muscular arm. Be careful, James, Sirius admonished as he grasped James's arm. Eve dispelled her disillusionment charm, positioning herself safely 2 meters away from James. The moonlight streamed through the glass windows, illuminating her silvery hair with a radiant sheen. For a fleeting moment, James was entranced. The scene seemed oddly familiar. Mandrake, Eve interjected as she approached them. Is this the plan you contemplated on the train? Indeed. The rather oblivious boy snapped back to reality, eagerly sharing his thoughts with Eve. I am considering training with Sirius to become an animagus. That way, on nights when Remus transforms into a werewolf, he won't feel embarrassed about not being in a human form. While James animatedly expressed his ideas to Eve, Sirius narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What brings you here?" The girl stepped closer, mimicking his squint, her voice low and sweet, akin to honey being pulled into strands. Because of you. His heart momentarily skipped a beat. Our Remus. She slowly completed her phrase, observing with delight as Sirius's handsome face flushed crimson before darkening. A laugh escaped her lips. For reasons unknown, she found a growing pleasure in teasing Sirius. Why does your concern lie with Remus? Sirius's face darkened as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. A Slytherin. Genuinely caring for a Gryffindor? Aside from relishing this sentiment, he could not conceive any other plausible justification for Eve's affections. Yet he was utterly unwilling to admit it. What was it about Remus that captivated her? His gentle disposition? Then why not seek a Hufflepuff? His simple, handsome appearance? Why not consider him? No, that wasn't it. He recalled how tenderly she had treated him when he had inadvertently transformed into a dog. Did she have a penchant for non-human beings? What a peculiar quirk. With this thought, Sirius's brow twitched slightly. He quickly stuffed the remaining scattered mandrakes into his pocket. Transforming into an animal, is it? When I master Animagus, I shall see how she chooses. James, observing his brother hastily collect the mandrakes like leaves caught in a tempest, gaped in confusion. His brother had just dismissed the excess mandrakes moments ago. He plucked a few leaves, placing them in his mouth, only to spit them out the next second. Isn't this rather unpalatable? The flavor was sharp and pungent, mingled with bitter undertones, reminiscent of the piercing cries of uprooted roots, now manifesting in a torturous gust of taste. Eve, James mumbled, his face contorted in a grimace. She flipped through the transformation book they had stealthily acquired, observing James's reaction. Selecting a small leaf from his hand, she placed it near her tongue, aligning it beside her right molars. You should avoid placing it at the back of your tongue. It is quite sensitive to bitterness. Start from the tip and gradually transition. She flicked her tongue, softly explaining. The vibrant green leaf lingered on her moist, rosy tongue, glistening enticingly. James swallowed hard, uncertain whether the leaf appeared sweet or if her tongue itself was inherently sweet. Sirius diverted his gaze from Eve's lips, rummaging through the leaves in his pocket, when he felt a cool touch against his cheek. It was Eve, offering a tender green leaf to his lips. This one is better, she said with a smile, gesturing to the wilted leaves nearby, which had lost moisture due to his unconscious grip. Sirius's long lashes fluttered as he focused on the delicate leaf held by her slender fingers, leaning in after a moment of hesitation. Just as his trembling lips were about to brush her fingertips, he heard her soft laughter, reminiscent of a mischievous owner teasing a puppy while feeding it. She withdrew the leaf from his lips, and his gray eyes flashed with indignation, shimmering with a glint of annoyance. He had known she was a rascal. Sirius inhaled deeply, suddenly grasping her wrist with ease. Lowering his head, he seized the leaf from her fingers. His crimson lips brushed against her fingertips, leaving a lingering warmth that was both vengeful and enticing. He then licked his lips, arching an eyebrow at Eve with a haughty demeanor, akin to a victorious puppy wagging its tail in delight. Eve tilted her head, observing his smug expression, unable to suppress a playful smile at the corners of her lips. James, still holding a leaf, turned to gaze at Eve and Sirius, blinking innocently in confusion. What are they playing at? Chapter 102, The Perilous Night Stroll. Without Mitchell, Narcissa, and Lucius at her side, Eve found herself with a rare opportunity to roam Hogwarts freely at night. Had they been present, they would have kept a watchful eye on her. For several consecutive nights, Eve had employed the disillusionment charm to wander the castle, even daring to sneak a touch of Filch's cat. Its fur was not sleek but rather prickly, quite contrary to her preferences. A mere stroke prompted the long-haired feline to screech, leaping into Filch's arms, vocally accusing her. As Filch pursued her with his zombie-like gait, she manipulated a small stone to lead the lumbering figure away. Ascending the staircase, she intended to visit the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Is night wandering truly enjoyable? A voice deep and ghostly suddenly echoed beside her, startling her backward and nearly causing her to tumble down the stairs. Severus's pallid face emerged from the shadows. He extended his arm, his wand raised as if to catch her. However, upon witnessing her regain her balance, he promptly retreated into the darkness, blending seamlessly with the black wall. Quite enjoyable, she replied languidly, leaning against the marble railing and peering into the shadowed corner. Hasn't Severus ventured out for a night stroll as well? I am not a creature of the night, he retorted immediately, pausing before changing the subject. You have been absent from the common room for several days. Oh, Eve blinked playfully, responding with a grin. Is Severus worried about me? Is that why you came looking for me? A loud, deep breath emanated from the shadows, akin to a black cat that had its tail stepped on, ready to explode. Why should I be concerned for you? I merely worry that if this continues, Lily will inevitably be led astray by you. The sound of polished leather shoes echoed heavily against the ground as Severus finally emerged from the shadows. His pallid cheeks flushed with a vivid hue of red, rife with anger and embarrassment. How could he possibly be concerned for her? He merely happened to be wandering the night, coincidentally following her. Besides, she was hardly in want of attention. In comparison to others, he was utterly inconsequential to her. The smile faded from the girl's face as she assumed a more serious demeanor, as if pledging to him, I will not interfere with Lily. She will find comfort and happiness beyond anyone else. She anticipated that such a solemn promise would elicit at least a slight, affirmative response from the boy across from her. A subtle shift in his demeanor, a brief sigh of relief, or perhaps a sarcastic remark delivered in his usual biting tone. However, he did none of these. Instead, the flush of indignation drained from his face, leaving it even more pallid. Upon hearing Eve's vow, Severus felt an odd sensation wash over him. He recognized that the girl before him truly cared for Lily, so much so that it incited a pang of jealousy within him. This jealousy pricked at his heart like the sharp needles of a conifer, bringing with it a vague discomfort. It resembled a tangled ball of yarn, presenting an ineffable perplexity that left him questioning whether he was envious of Eve or of Lily herself. As this thought emerged, a torrent of suppressed emotions surged forth, spilling over onto his lips. 11, he managed to utter, his lips barely parting to release the scant remnants of his thoughts. Eve tilted her head in confusion, patiently awaiting him to articulate the remainder of his words. The complexity of his thoughts was so dense and elusive that it was challenging to grasp, and his mind flitted about erratically. Over the holiday, you sent me 11 sheets of stationery, totaling 213 words, mentioning potions 21 times and errand 13 times. While regarding the recipient of the letters, she scarcely deemed it necessary to extend beyond the obligatory salutations. Realizing he had spoken more than he intended, Severus's dark eyes flickered, and he turned his head aside. The notion of fulfilling wishes was merely a facade. She hardly took him seriously. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the girl move slightly, stepping closer to him from the darkness. He heard her gentle laughter and a soft sigh. But Severus, when I wrote those letters, I was thinking of you. The sharp pang of hurt dissipated at her words. His shoulders involuntarily trembled as he took a step back, feeling warmth rush to his neck and cheek. Cunning girl, he thought in irritation. The implication of her words must surely mean she was thinking of him while mailing or addressing the letters. He would not be deceived by her perfunctory statement. The eloquent Miss Flitwick, he forced himself to meet her gaze, adopting an exaggerated expression of bravado. What? Are you implying that you care for me? As the word care escaped his lips, he fixated on her eyes, hoping to glean some hint of truth from Eve's expression. Yet, a chilling, cold voice abruptly interrupted their exchange. Though it may be impolite to interrupt, whom are you speaking of in terms of care? A sharp malice accompanied the question, surging toward Severus with an intensity that left him utterly unprepared. He barely had time to turn his head, catching sight of a pair of icy blue eyes that regarded him as one might a lifeless object, and he sensed the heavy scent of blood wafting from him. When had he arrived? It felt as though he had encountered a mindless beast in an open field, leaving him momentarily stunned, with no time for reaction. The tall boy with blue eyes extended his long fingers, the veins on his hand taut as he effortlessly grasped Severus by the collar, lifting him off the ground. With considerable force he slammed him down. The sound echoed sharply. Severus fell backward, crashing down the staircase. He clutched his throat, coughing violently, feeling as though his spine might shatter upon impact. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself immobilized by Mitchell's spell at the top of the stairs. The boy, cold and menacing, tilted his head as he aimed his wand at Severus. It was the system notification that alerted Eve to the change. Severus Snape's Wish 5. Current progress 60. She furrowed her brow, grabbing at Mitchell's robes. Mitchell, you, before she could finish her sentence, the boy's arm reached out toward her. With the ease of restraining a feeble kitten, Mitchell swiftly and effortlessly pinned her arms before her, encircling her waist and lifting her, enveloping her entirely in his embrace, pressing her face against his chest. Shoo, she heard Mitchell murmur softly, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied glint of murder. Don't worry, darling. Wait for me to deal with him, and then I will take you back.